Chapter 27. Very good puff paste. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 1 pound of butter, and not quite 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Carefully weigh the flour and butter, and have the exact proportion. Squeeze the butter well, to extract the water from it, and afterwards wring it in a clean cloth, that no moisture may remain. Sift the flour. See that it is perfectly dry, and proceed in the following manner to make the paste, using a very clean paste board and rolling pin, supposing the quantity to be 1 pound. Of flour, work the whole into a smooth paste, with not quite 1/2 pint of water, using a knife to mix it with. The proportion of this latter ingredient must be regulated by the discretion of the cook. If too much be added, the paste, when baked, will be tough. Roll it out until it is of an equal thickness of about an inch, break 4 ounces of the butter into small pieces. Place these on the paste, sift over it a little flour, fold it over, roll out again, and put another 4 ounces of butter. Repeat the rolling and buttering until the paste has been rolled out 4 times, or equal quantities of flour and butter have been used. Do not omit, every time the paste is rolled out, to dredge a little flour over that and the rolling pin, to prevent both from sticking. Handle the paste as lightly as possible, and do not press heavily upon it with the rolling pin. The next thing to be considered is the oven, as the baking of pastry requires particular attention. Do not put it into the oven until it is sufficiently hot to raise the paste. For the best prepared paste, if not properly baked, will be good for nothing. Brushing the paste as often as rolled out, and the pieces of butter placed thereon, with the white of an egg, assists it to rise in leaves or flakes. As this is the great beauty of puff paste, it is as well to try this method. Average cost, 1s. For d. per lb. Butter. About the 2nd century of the Christian era, butter was placed by Galen amongst the useful medical agents. And about a century before him, Dioscorides mentioned that he had noticed that fresh butter, made of ewes and goats' milk, was served at meals instead of oil, and that it took the place of fat in making pastry. Thus we have undoubted authority that, 1800 years ago, there existed a knowledge of the useful qualities of butter. The Romans seem to have set about making it much as we do, for Pliny tells us, butter is made from milk. And the use of this element, so much sought after by barbarous nations, distinguished the rich from the common people. It is obtained principally from cow's milk, that from ewes is the fattest, goats also supply some. It is produced by agitating the milk in long vessels with narrow openings, a little water is added. Medium puff paste. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 8 ounces of butter, 4 ounces of lard, not quite 1/2 pint of water. Mode. This paste may be made by the directions in the preceding recipe, only using less butter and substituting lard for a portion of it. Mix the flour to a smooth paste with not quite 1/2 pint of water. Then roll it out 3 times, the first time covering the paste with butter, the second with lard, and the third with butter. Keep the rolling pin and paste slightly dredged with flour, to prevent them from sticking, and it will be ready for use. Average cost, 1s. Per lb. Butter in haste. In his History of Food, Sawyer says that to obtain butter instantly, it is only necessary, in summer, to put new milk into a bottle, some hours after it has been taken from the cow, and shake it briskly. The clots which are thus formed should be thrown into a sieve, washed and pressed together, and they constitute the finest and most delicate butter that can possibly be made. Common paste, for family pies. Ingredients. 1 1/4 pounds. Of flour, 1/2 pound, of butter, rather more than 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Rub the butter lightly into the flour, and mix it to a smooth paste with the water. Roll it out 2 or 3 times, and it will be ready for use. This paste may be converted into an excellent short crust for sweet tart, by adding to the flour, after the butter is rubbed in, 2 tablespoonfuls of fine sifted sugar. Average cost, 8d. Per lb. To keep butter fresh. One of the best means to preserve butter fresh is, first to completely press out all the buttermilk, then to keep it under water, renewing the water frequently, and to remove it from the influence of heat and air, by wrapping it in a wet cloth. French puff paste, or feuilletage. Founded on M. Ude's recipe. Ingredients. Equal quantities of flour and butter, say 1 pound, of each, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, the yolks of 2 eggs, rather more than 1/4 pint of water. Mode. Weigh the flour. Ascertain that it is perfectly dry, and sift it, squeeze all the water from the butter, and wring it in a clean cloth till there is no moisture remaining. Put the flour on the pasteboard, work lightly into it 2 ounces of the butter, and then make a hole in the center. Into this well put the yolks of 2 eggs, the salt, and about 1/4 pint of water. The quantity of this latter ingredient must be regulated by the cook, as it is impossible to give the exact proportion of it. Knead up the paste quickly and lightly, and, when quite smooth, roll it out square to the thickness of about 1/2 inch. Presuming that the butter is perfectly free from moisture, and as cool as possible, roll it into a ball, and place this ball of butter on the paste, fold the paste over the butter all round, and secure it by wrapping it well all over. Flatten the paste by rolling it lightly with the rolling pin until it is quite thin, but not thin enough to allow the butter to break through, and keep the board and paste dredged lightly with flour during the process of making it. This rolling gives it the first turn. Now fold the paste in 3, and roll out again, and, should the weather be very warm, put it in a cold place on the ground to cool between the several turns. For, unless this is particularly attended to, the paste will be spoiled. Roll out the paste again twice, put it by to cool, then roll it out twice more, which will make 6 turnings in all. Now fold the paste in 2, and it will be ready for use. If properly baked and well made, this crust will be delicious, and should rise in the oven about 5 or 6 inches. The paste should be made rather firm in the first instance, as the ball of butter is liable to break through. Great attention must also be paid to keeping the butter very cool, as, if this is in a liquid and soft state, the paste will not answer at all. Should the cook be dexterous enough to succeed in making this, the paste will have a much better appearance than that made by the process of dividing the butter into 4 parts, and placing it over the rolled-out paste. But, until experience has been acquired, we recommend puff paste made by recipe No. 1205. The above paste is used for vols au vent, small articles of pastry, and, in fact, everything that requires very light crust. Average cost, 1s. per lb. What to do with rancid butter? When butter has become very rancid, it should be melted several times by a moderate heat, with or without the addition of water, and as soon as it has been well kneaded, after the cooling, in order to extract any water it may have retained. It should be put into brown freestone pots, sheltered from the contact of the air. The French often add to it, after it has been melted, a piece of toasted bread, which helps to destroy the tendency of the batter to rancidity. Sawyer's recipe for puff paste. Ingredients. To every lb. of flour allow the yolk of 1 egg, the juice of 1 lemon, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, cold water, 1 pound, of fresh butter. Mode. Put the flour onto the pasteboard. Make a hole in the center, into which put the yolk of the egg, the lemon juice, and salt. Mix the whole with cold water, this should be iced in summer, if convenient, into a soft flexible paste, with the right hand, and handle it as little as possible. Then squeeze all the buttermilk from the butter, wring it in a cloth, and roll out the paste, place the butter on this, and fold the edges of the paste over, so as to hide it, roll it out again to the thickness of 1/4 inch. Fold over 1/3, over which again pass the rolling pin, then fold over the other third, thus forming a square. Place it with the ends, top, and bottom before you, shaking a little flour both under and over, and repeat the rolls and turns twice again, as before. Flour a baking sheet, put the paste on this, and let it remain on ice or in some cool place for half an hour, then roll twice more, turning it as before. Place it again upon the ice for 1/4 hour, give it 2 more rolls, making 7 in all, and it is ready for use when required. Average cost, 1s. 6d per lb. Very good short crust for fruit tarts. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 3/4 pound of butter, 1 tablespoonful of sifted sugar, 1/3 pint of water. Mode. Rub the butter into the flour. After having ascertained that the latter is perfectly dry, add the sugar, and mix the whole into a stiff paste, with about 1/3 pint of water. Roll it out 2 or 3 times, folding the paste over each time, and it will be ready for use. Average cost, 1d per lb. Another good short crust. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 8 ounces of butter, the yolks of 2 eggs, 2 ounces of sifted sugar, about 1/4 pint of milk. Mode. Rub the butter into the flour, add the sugar, and mix the whole as lightly as possible to a smooth paste, with the yolks of eggs well beaten, and the milk. The proportion of the latter ingredient must be judged of by the size of the eggs. If these are large, so much will not be required, and more if the eggs are smaller. Average cost, 1s per lb. Sugar and beetroot. There are 2 sorts of beet, white and red. Occasionally, in the South, a yellow variety is met with. Beetroot contains 20 parts sugar. Everybody knows that the beet has competed with the sugar cane, and a great part of the French sugar is manufactured from beet. Beetroot has a refreshing, composing, and slightly purgative quality. The young leaves, when cooked, are a substitute for spinach. They are also useful for mixing with sorrel, to lessen its acidity. The large ribs of the leaves are serviceable in various culinary preparations. The root also may be prepared in several ways, but its most general use is in salad. Some writers upon the subject have expressed their opinion that beetroot is easily digested, but those who have taken pains to carefully analyze its qualities make quite a contrary statement. Youth, of course, can digest it. But to persons of a certain age beet is very indigestible, or rather, it does not digest at all. It is not the sugary pulp which is indigestible, but its fibrous network that resists the action of the gastric organs. Thus, when the root is reduced to a puree, almost any person may eat it. French sugar. It had long been thought that tropical heat was not necessary to form sugar, and, about 1740, it was discovered that many plants of the temperate zone, and amongst others the beet, contained it. Towards the beginning of the 19th century, circumstances having, in France, made sugar scarce, and consequently dear, the government caused inquiries to be instituted as to the possibility of finding a substitute for it. Accordingly, it was ascertained that sugar exists in the whole vegetable kingdom, that it is to be found in the grape, chestnut, potato, but that, far above all, the beet contains it in a large proportion. Thus the beet became an object of the most careful culture, and many experiments went to prove that in this respect the old world was independent of the new. Many manufactories came into existence in all parts of France, and the making of sugar became naturalized in that country. Common short crust. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 2 ounces of sifted sugar, 3 ounces of butter, about 1/2 pint of boiling milk. Mode. Crumble the butter into the flour as finely as possible, add the sugar, and work the whole up to a smooth paste with the boiling milk. Roll it out thin, and bake in a moderate oven. Average cost, 6d per lb. Qualities of sugar. Sugars obtained from various plants are in fact, of the same nature, and have no intrinsic difference when they have become equally purified by the same processes. Taste, crystallization, color, weight, are absolutely identical, and the most accurate observer cannot distinguish the one from the other. Butter crust, for boiled puddings. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 6 ounces of butter, 1/2 pint of water. Mode. With a knife, work the flour to a smooth paste with 1/2 pint of water, roll the crust out rather thin, place the butter over it in small pieces, dredge lightly over it some flour, and fold the paste over. Repeat the rolling once more, and the crust will be ready for use. It may be enriched by adding another 2 ounces of butter, but, for ordinary purposes, the above quantity will be found quite sufficient. Average cost, 6d. per lb. Dripping crust, for kitchen puddings, pies, and Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 6 ounces of clarified beef dripping, 1/2 pint of water. Mode. After having clarified the dripping, by either of the recipes No. 621 or 622, weigh it, and to every pound of flour allow the above proportion of dripping. With a knife, work the flour into a smooth paste with the water, rolling it out 3 times, each time placing on the crust 2 ounces of the dripping, broken into small pieces. If this paste is lightly made, if good dripping is used, and not too much of it, it will be found good. And by the addition of 2 tablespoonfuls of fine moist sugar, it may be converted into a common short crust for fruit pies. Average cost, 4d. per pound. Water, what the ancients thought of it. All the nations of antiquity possessed great veneration for water, thus, the Egyptians offered prayers and homage to water, and the Nile was an especial object of their adoration. The Persians would not wash their hands. The Scythians honored the Danube, the Greeks and Romans erected altars to the fountains and rivers, and some of the architectural embellishments executed for fountains in Greece were remarkable for their beauty and delicacy. The purity of the water was a great object of the care of the ancients, and we learn that the Athenians appointed 4 officers to keep watch and ward over the water in their city. These men had to keep the fountains in order and clean the reservoirs, so that the water might be preserved pure and limpid. Like officers were appointed in other Greek cities. Suet crust, for pies or puddings. Ingredients. To every lb. of flour allow 5 or 6 ounces of beef suet, 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Free the suet from skin and shreds, chop it extremely fine, and rub it well into the flour, work the whole to a smooth paste with the above proportion of water. Roll it out, and it is ready for use. This crust is quite rich enough for ordinary purposes, but when a better one is desired, use from 1/2 to 3/4 pound of suet to every pound of flour. Some cooks, for rich crusts, pound the suet in a mortar, with a small quantity of butter. It should then be laid on the paste in small pieces, the same as for puff crust, and will be found exceedingly nice for hot tarts. 5 ounces of suet to every lb. of flour will make a very good crust, and even a 1/4 pound will answer very well for children, or where the crust is wanted very plain. Average cost, 5d. per lb. Pâté brisé, or French crust, for raised pies. Ingredients. To every lb. of flour allow 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 2 eggs, 1/3 pint of water, 6 ounces of butter. Mode. Spread the flour, which should be sifted and thoroughly dry, on the pasteboard, make a hole in the center, into which put the butter. Work it lightly into the flour, and when quite fine, add the salt, work the whole into a smooth paste with the eggs, yolks and whites, and water, and make it very firm. Knead the paste well, and let it be rather stiff, that the sides of the pie may be easily raised, and that they do not afterwards tumble or shrink. Average cost, 1s. per lb. Note. This paste may be very much enriched by making it with equal quantities of flour and butter, but then it is not so easily raised as when made plainer. Water supply in Rome. Nothing in Italy is more extraordinary than the remains of the ancient aqueducts. At first, the Romans were contented with the water from the Tiber. Ancus Marcius was the first to commence the building of aqueducts destined to convey the water of the fountain of Piconia from Tiber to Rome, a distance of some 33,000 paces. Appius Claudius continued the good work, and to him is due the completion of the celebrated Appian Way. In time, the gigantic waterways greatly multiplied, and, by the reign of Nero, there were constructed 9 principal aqueducts, the pipes of which were of bricks, baked tiles, stone, lead, or wood. According to the calculation of Vigenerus, 500,000 hogsheads of water were conveyed into Rome every day, by upwards of 10,000 small pipes not 1/3 of an inch in diameter. The water was received in large closed basins, above which rose splendid monuments. These basins supplied other subterranean conduits, connected with various quarters of the city. And these conveyed water to small reservoirs furnished with taps for the exclusive use of certain streets. The water which was not drinkable ran out, by means of large pipes, into extensive enclosures, where it served to water cattle. At these places the people wished their linen, and here, too, was a supply of the necessary element in case of fire. Common crust for raised pies. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 1/2 pint of water, 1½ ounces of butter, 1½ ounces of lard, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt. Mode. Put into a saucepan the water. When it boils, add the butter and lard. And when these are melted, make a hole in the middle of the flour, pour in the water gradually, beat it well with a wooden spoon, and be particular in not making the paste too soft. When it is well mixed, knead it with the hands until quite stiff, dredging a little flour over the paste and board, to prevent them from sticking. When it is well kneaded, place it before the fire, with a cloth covered over it, for a few minutes. It will then be more easily worked into shape. This paste does not taste so nicely as the preceding one, but is worked with greater facility, and answers just as well for raised pies, for the crust is seldom eaten. Average cost, 5d. per lb. Lard or flead crust. Ingredients. To every pound of flour allow 1/2 pound of lard or flead, 1/2 pint of water, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt. Mode. Clear the flead free from skin, and slice it into thin flakes. Rub it into the flour, add the salt, and work the whole into a smooth paste, with the above proportion of water. Fold the paste over 2 or 3 times, beat it well with the rolling pin, roll it out, and it will be ready for use. The crust made from this will be found extremely light, and may be made into cakes or tarts. It may also be very much enriched by adding more flead to the same proportion of flour. Average cost, 8d. per lb. Nutritious qualities of flour. The gluten of grain and the albumin of vegetable juices are identical in composition with the albumin of blood. Vegetable casein has also the composition of animal casein. The finest wheat flour contains more starch than the coarser. The bran of wheat is proportionably richer in gluten. Rye and rye bread contain a substance resembling starch gum, or dextrine, as it is called, in its properties, which is very easily converted into sugar. The starch of barley approaches in many properties to cellulose, and is, therefore, less digestible. Oats are particularly rich in plastic substances. Scotch oats are richer than those grown in England or in Germany. This kind of grain contains in its ashes, after deduction of the silica of the husks, very nearly the same ingredients as are found in the ashes of the juice of flesh. Fine American flour is one of the varieties which is richest in gluten, and is consequently one of the most nutritious. Almond cheesecakes. Ingredients. 1/4 pound of sweet almonds, for bitter ones, 3 eggs, 2 ounces. Of butter, the rind of 1/4 lemon, 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 3 ounces of sugar. Mode. Blanch and pound the almonds smoothly in a mortar, with a little rose or spring water. Stir in the eggs, which should be well beaten, and the butter, which should be warmed. Add the grated lemon peel and juice, sweeten, and stir well until the whole is thoroughly mixed. Line some patty pans with puff paste, put in the mixture, and bake for 20 minutes, or rather less in a quick oven. Time. 20 minutes, or rather less. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for about 12 cheesecakes. Seasonable at any time. Illustration, almond and blossom. Almonds. Almonds are the fruit of the Amygdalus communis, and are cultivated throughout the whole of the south of Europe, Syria, Persia, and northern Africa. But England is mostly supplied with those which are grown in Spain and the south of France. They are distinguished into sweet and bitter, the produce of different varieties. Of the sweet, there are two varieties, distinguished in commerce by the names of Jordan and Valencia almonds. The former are imported from Malaga, and are longer, narrower, more pointed, and more highly esteemed than the latter, which are imported from Valencia. Bitter almonds are principally obtained from Morocco, and are exported from Mogador. Almond paste, for second-course dishes. Ingredients. 1 pound of sweet almonds, 6 bitter ones, 1 pound of very finely sifted sugar, the whites of 2 eggs. Mode. Blanch the almonds, and dry them thoroughly. Put them into a mortar, and pound them well, wetting them gradually with the whites of 2 eggs. When well pounded, put them into a small preserving pan, add the sugar, and place the pan on a small but clear fire. A hot plate is better. Keep stirring until the paste is dry, then take it out of the pan, put it between 2 dishes, and, when cold, make it into any shape that fancy may dictate. Time. Half an hour. Average cost, 2s. For the above quantity. Sufficient for 3 small dishes of pastry. Seasonable at any time. Bitter almonds. The bitter almond is a variety of the common almond, and is injurious to animal life, on account of the great quantity of hydrocyanic acid it contains, and is consequently seldom used in domestic economy. Unless it be to give flavor to confectionery. And even then it should be used with great caution. A single drop of the essential oil of bitter almonds is sufficient to destroy a bird, and 4 drops have caused the death of a middle-sized dog. Baked almond pudding. Very rich. Ingredients. 1/4 pound of almonds, for bitter ditto, 1 glass of sherry, for eggs, the rind and juice of 1/2 lemon, 3 ounces of butter, 1 pint of cream, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Mode. Blanch and pound the almonds to a smooth paste with the water. Mix these with the butter, which should be melted, beat up the eggs, grate the lemon rind, and strain the juice, add these, with the cream, sugar, and wine, to the other ingredients, and stir them well together. When well mixed, put it into a pie dish lined with puff paste, and bake for half an hour. Time. Half an hour. Average cost, 2s. 3d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note. To make this pudding more economically, substitute milk for the cream, but then add rather more than 1 ounce of finely grated bread. Uses of the sweet almond. The kernels of the sweet almond are used either in a green or ripe state, and as an article in the dessert. Into cookery, confectionery, perfumery, and medicine, they largely enter, and in domestic economy, should always be used in preference to bitter almonds. The reason for advising this, is because the kernels do not contain any hydrocyanic or prussic acid, although it is found in the leaves, flowers, and bark of the tree. When young and green, they are preserved in sugar, like green apricots. They furnish the almond oil, and the farinaceous matter which is left after the oil is expressed, forms the pot diamandes of perfumers. In the arts, the oil is employed for the same purposes as the olive oil, and forms the basis of calidor, macassar oil, Gowland's lotion, and many other articles of that kind vended by perfumers. In medicine, it is considered a nutritive, laxative, and an emollient. Small almond puddings. Ingredients. 1/2 pound of sweet almonds, 6 bitter ones, 1/4 pound. Of butter, for eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of sifted sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, 1 tablespoonful of brandy. Illustration, almond puddings. Mode. Blanch and pound the almonds to a smooth paste with a spoonful of water. Warm the butter, mix the almonds with this, and add the other ingredients, leaving out the whites of 2 eggs, and be particular that these are well beaten. Mix well, butter some cups, half fill them, and bake the puddings from 20 minutes to half an hour. Turn them out on a dish, and serve with sweet sauce. Time. 20 minutes to half an hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. The husks of almonds. In the environs of Alicante, the husks of almonds are ground to a powder, and enter into the composition of common soap, the large quantity of alkaline principle they contain rendering them suitable for this purpose. It is said that in some parts of the south of France, where they are extensively grown, horses and mules are fed on the green and dry husks, but, to prevent any evil consequences arising from this practice, they are mixed with chopped straw or oats. Almond puffs. Ingredients: 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 2 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of pounded sugar, 2 ounces of sweet almonds, 4 bitter almonds. Mode: blanch and pound the almonds in a mortar to a smooth paste. Melt the butter, dredge in the flour, and add the sugar and pounded almonds. Beat the mixture well, and put it into cups or very tiny jelly pots, which should be well buttered, and bake in a moderate oven for about 20 minutes, or longer should the puffs be large. Turn them out on a dish, the bottom of the puff uppermost, and serve. Time: 20 minutes. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 2 or 3 persons. Seasonable at any time. Aunt Nellie's pudding. Ingredients: half a pound of flour, half a pound of treacle, half a pound of suet, the rind and juice of 1 lemon, a few strips of candied lemon peel, 3 tablespoonfuls of cream, 2 eggs. Mode: chop the suet finely, mix with it the flour, treacle, lemon peel minced, and candied lemon peel. Add the cream, lemon juice, and 2 well-beaten eggs, beat the pudding well, put it into a buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, and boil from 3½ to 4 hours. Time: 3½ to 4 hours. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time, but more suitable for a winter pudding. Treacle, or molasses. Treacle is the uncrystallizable part of the saccharine juice drained from the muscovado sugar, and is either naturally so or rendered uncrystallizable through some defect in the process of boiling. As it contains a large quantity of sweet or saccharine principle and is cheap, it is of great use as an article of domestic economy. Children are especially fond of it, and it is accounted wholesome. It is also useful for making beer, rum, and the very dark syrups. Baked apple dumplings, a plain family dish. Ingredients: 6 apples, 3/4 pound of suet crust No. 1215, sugar to taste. Mode: pare and take out the cores of the apples without dividing them, and make half a pound of suet crust by recipe No. 1215. Roll the apples in the crust, previously sweetening them with moist sugar, and taking care to join the paste nicely. When they are formed into round balls, put them on a tin, and bake them for about half an hour, or longer should the apples be very large. Arrange them pyramidically on a dish, and sift over them some pounded white sugar. These may be made richer by using one of the puff pastes instead of suet. Time: from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, or longer. Average cost, 1 - 1 divided by 2d. Each. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable from August to March, but flavorless after the end of January. Uses of the apple. It is well known that this fruit forms a very important article of food, in the form of pies and puddings, and furnishes several delicacies, such as sauces, marmalades, and jellies, and is much esteemed as a dessert fruit. When flattened in the form of round cakes, and baked in ovens, they are called beefings. And large quantities are annually dried in the sun in America, as well as in Normandy, and stored for use during winter, when they may be stewed or made into pies. In a roasted state they are remarkably wholesome, and, it is said, strengthening to a weak stomach. In putrid and malignant fevers, when used with the juice of lemons and currants, they are considered highly efficacious. Apple cheesecakes. Ingredients: half a pound of apple pulp, 1/4 pound of sifted sugar, 1/4 pound of butter, 4 eggs, the rind and juice of 1 lemon. Mode: pare, core, and boil sufficient apples to make half a pound when cooked. Add to these the sugar, the butter, which should be melted, the eggs, leaving out 2 of the whites, and take grated rind and juice of 1 lemon, stir the mixture well, line some patty pans with puff paste, put in the mixture, and bake about 20 minutes. Time: about 20 minutes. Average cost, for the above quantity, with the paste, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for about 18 or 20 cheesecakes. Seasonable from August to March. Illustration: apple and blossom. The apple. The most useful of all the British fruits is the apple, which is a native of Britain, and may be found in woods and hedges, in the form of the common wild crab, of which all our best apples are merely seminal varieties, produced by culture or particular circumstances. In most temperate climates it is very extensively cultivated, and in England, both as regards variety and quantity, it is excellent and abundant. Immense supplies are also imported from the United States and from France. The apples grown in the vicinity of New York are universally admitted to be the finest of any, but unless selected and packed with great care, they are apt to spoil before reaching England. Boiled apple dumplings. Ingredients: 6 apples, 3/4 pound. Of suet crust No. 1215, sugar to taste. Mode: pare and take out the cores of the apples without dividing them, sweeten, and roll each apple in a piece of crust, made by recipe No. 1211, be particular that the paste is nicely joined. Put the dumplings into floured cloths, tie them securely, and put them into boiling water. Keep them boiling from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, remove the cloths, and send them hot and quickly to table. Dumplings boiled in knitted cloths have a very pretty appearance when they come to table. The cloth should be made square, just large enough to hold 1 dumpling, and should be knitted in plain knitting, with very coarse cotton. Time: 3/4 to 1 hour, or longer should the dumplings be very large. Average cost, 11/2d. each. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable from August to March, but flavorless after the end of January. Lambswool, or lamisole. This old English beverage is composed of apples mixed with ale, and seasoned with sugar and spice. It takes its name from Lamazabhau, which, in ancient British, signifies the day of apple fruit, from being drunk on the apple feast in autumn. In France, a beverage, called by the Parisians raisonné, is made by boiling any given quantity of new wine, skimming it as often as fresh scum rises, and, when it is boiled to half its bulk, straining it. To this apples, pared and cut into quarters, are added. The whole is then allowed to simmer gently, stirring it all the time with a long wooden spoon, till the apples are thoroughly mixed with the liquor, and the whole forms a species of marmalade, which is extremely agreeable to the taste, having a slight flavor of acidity, like lemon mixed with honey. Rich baked apple pudding. Ingredients: 1/2 pound, of the pulp of apples, 1/2 pound, of loaf sugar, 6 ounces of butter, the rind of 1 lemon, 6 eggs, puff paste. Mode: peel, core, and cut the apples, as for sauce. Put them into a stewpan, with only just sufficient water to prevent them from burning, and let them stew until reduced to a pulp. Weigh the pulp, and to every 1/2 pound, add sifted sugar, grated lemon rind, and 6 well-beaten eggs. Beat these ingredients well together, then melt the butter, stir it to the other things, put a border of puff paste round the dish, and bake for rather more than half an hour. The butter should not be added until the pudding is ready for the oven. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 10d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March. 2. More economical. Ingredients: 12 large apples, 6 ounces of moist sugar, 1/4 pound, of butter, 4 eggs, 1 pint of bread crumbs. Mode: pare, core, and cut the apples, as for sauce, and boil them until reduced to a pulp, then add the butter, melted, and the eggs, which should be well whisked. Beat up the pudding for 2 or 3 minutes, butter a pie dish. Put in a layer of bread crumbs, then the apple, and then another layer of bread crumbs, flake over these a few tiny pieces of butter, and bake for about half an hour. Time: about half an hour. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March. Note: a very good economical pudding may be made merely with apples, boiled and sweetened, with the addition of a few strips of lemon peel. A layer of bread crumbs should be placed above and below the apples, and the pudding baked for half an hour. Constituents of the apple. All apples contain sugar, malic acid, or the acid of apples, mucilage or gum, woody fiber, and water. Together with some aroma, on which their peculiar flavor depends. The hard acid kinds are unwholesome if eaten raw, but by the process of cooking, a great deal of this acid is decomposed and converted into sugar. The sweet and mellow kinds form a valuable addition to the dessert. A great part of the acid juice is converted into sugar as the fruit ripens, and even after it is gathered, by natural process, termed maturation. But, when apples decay, the sugar is changed into a bitter principle, and the mucilage becomes moldy and offensive. Old cheese has a remarkable effect in meliorating the apple when eaten. Probably from the volatile alkali or ammonia of the cheese neutralizing its acid. Rich sweet apple pudding. Ingredients: half a pound of bread crumbs, half a pound of suet, half a pound of currants, half a pound of apples, half a pound of moist sugar, 6 eggs, 12 sweet almonds, 1/2 saltspoonful of grated nutmeg, 1 wineglassful of brandy. Mode: chop the suet very fine, wash the currants, dry them, and pick away the stalks and pieces of grit. Pare, core, and chop the apple, and grate the bread into fine crumbs, and mince the almonds. Mix all these ingredients together, adding the sugar and nutmeg, beat up the eggs, omitting the whites of 3. Stir these to the pudding, and when all is well mixed, add the brandy, and put the pudding into a buttered mold, tie down with a cloth, put it into boiling water, and let it boil for 3 hours. Time: 3 hours. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March. To preserve apples. The best mode of preserving apples is to carry them at once to the fruit room, where they should be put upon shelves, covered with white paper, after gently wiping each of the fruit. The room should be dry, and well aired, but should not admit the sun. The finer and larger kinds of fruit should not be allowed to touch each other, but should be kept separate. For this purpose, a number of shallow trays should be provided, supported by racks or stands above each other. In very cold frosty weather, means should be adopted for warming the room. Baked apple pudding. Very good. Ingredients: 5 moderate-sized apples, 2 tablespoonfuls of finely chopped suet, 3 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1 pint of milk, a little grated nutmeg. Mode: mix the flour to a smooth batter with the milk. Add the eggs, which should be well whisked, and put this batter into a well-buttered pie dish. Wipe the apples clean, but do not pare them, cut them in halves, and take out the cores, lay them in the batter, rind uppermost. Shake the suet on the top, over which, also grate a little nutmeg, bake in a moderate oven for an hour, and cover, when served, with sifted loaf sugar. This pudding is also very good with the apples pared, sliced, and mixed with the batter. Time: 1 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Boiled apple pudding. Ingredients: crust number 1215, apples, sugar to taste, 1 small teaspoonful of finely minced lemon peel, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice. Mode: make a butter crust by recipe number 1213, or a suet one by recipe number 1215, using for a moderate-sized pudding from 3/4 to 1 pound of flour, with the other ingredients in proportion. Butter a basin, line it with some of the paste. Pare, core, and cut the apples into slices, and fill the basin with these, add the sugar, the lemon peel and juice, and cover with crust. Pinch the edges together, flour the cloth, place it over the pudding, tie it securely, and put it into plenty of fast-boiling water. Let it boil from 1½ to 2½ hours, according to the size. Then turn it out of the basin and send to table quickly. Apple puddings may also be boiled in a cloth without a basin, but, when made in this way, must be served without the least delay, as the crust so soon becomes heavy. Apple pudding is a very convenient dish to have when the dinner hour is rather uncertain, as it does not spoil by being boiled an extra hour. Care, however, must be taken to keep it well covered with the water all the time, and not to allow it to stop boiling. Time: from 1½ to 2½ hours, according to the size of the pudding and the quality of the apples. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient, made with 1 pound of flour, for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable from August to March, but the apples become flavorless and scarce after February. Apple tart or pie. Ingredients: puff paste number 1205 or 1206, apples, to every lb. Of unpared apples allow 2 ounces of moist sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of finely minced lemon peel, 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice. Mode: make 1/2 pound of puff paste by either of the above-named recipes, place a border of it round the edge of a pie dish, and fill it with apples pared, cored, and cut into slices. Sweeten with moist sugar, add the lemon peel and juice, and 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls of water. Cover with crust, cut it evenly round close to the edge of the pie dish, and bake in a hot oven from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, or rather longer, should the pie be very large. When it is 3 parts done, take it out of the oven, put the white of an egg on a plate, and, with the blade of a knife, whisk it to a froth, brush the pie over with this, then sprinkle upon it some sifted sugar, and then a few drops of water. Put the pie back into the oven, and finish baking, and be particularly careful that it does not catch or burn, which it is very liable to do after the crust is iced. If made with a plain crust, the icing may be omitted. Time: half an hour before the crust is iced, 10 to 15 minutes afterwards. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient. Allow 2 pounds of apples for a tart for 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March, but the apples become flavorless after February. Note: many things are suggested for the flavoring of apple pie. Some say 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls of beer, others the same quantity of sherry, which very much improve the taste. Whilst the old-fashioned addition of a few cloves is, by many persons, preferred to anything else, as also a few slices of quince. Illustration: quince. Quinces. The environs of Corinth originally produced the most beautiful quinces, but the plant was subsequently introduced into Gaul with the most perfect success. The ancients preserved the fruit by placing it, with its branches and leaves, in a vessel filled with honey or sweet wine, which was reduced to half the quantity by ebullition. Quinces may be profitably cultivated in this country as a variety with other fruit trees, and may be planted in espaliers or as standards. A very fine flavored marmalade may be prepared from quinces, and a small portion of quince in apple pie much improves its flavor. The French use quinces for flavoring many sauces. This fruit has the remarkable peculiarity of exhaling an agreeable odor, taken singly. But when in any quantity, or when they are stowed away in a drawer or close room, the pleasant aroma becomes an intolerable stench, although the fruit may be perfectly sound. It is therefore desirable that, as but a few quinces are required for keeping, they should be kept in a high and dry loft, and out of the way of the rooms used by the family. Creamed apple tart. Ingredients: puff crust number 1205 or 1206, apples. To every pound of pared and cored apples, allow 2 ounces of moist sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of minced lemon peel, 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 1/2 pint of boiled custard. Mode: make an apple tart by the preceding recipe, with the exception of omitting the icing. When the tart is baked, cut out the middle of the lid or crust, leaving a border all round the dish. Fill up with a nicely made boiled custard, grate a little nutmeg over the top, and the pie is ready for table. This tart is usually eaten cold, is rather an old-fashioned dish, but, at the same time, extremely nice. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March. Apple snowballs. Ingredients: 2 teacupfuls of rice, apples, moist sugar, cloves. Mode: boil the rice in milk until 3 parts done. Then strain it off, and pare and core the apples without dividing them. Put a small quantity of sugar and a clove into each apple, put the rice round them, and tie each ball separately in a cloth. Boil until the apples are tender. Then take them up, remove the cloths, and serve. Time: half an hour to boil the rice separately, 1/2 to 1 hour with the apple. Seasonable from August to March. Apple tourte or cake. German recipe. Ingredients: 10 or 12 apples, sugar to taste, the rind of 1 small lemon, 3 eggs, 1/4 pint of cream or milk, 1/4 pound of butter, 3/4 pound of good short crust No. 1211, 3 ounces of sweet almonds. Mode: pare, core, and cut the apples into small pieces. Put sufficient moist sugar to sweeten them into a basin, add the lemon peel, which should be finely minced, and the cream. Stir these ingredients well, whisk the eggs, and melt the butter. Mix all together, add the sliced apple, and let these be well stirred into the mixture. Line a large round plate with the paste, place a narrow rim of the same round the outer edge, and lay the apples thickly in the middle. Blanch the almonds, cut them into long shreds, and strew over the top of the apples, and bake from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, taking care that the almonds do not get burnt. When done, strew some sifted sugar over the top, and serve. This tourte may be eaten either hot or cold, and is sufficient to fill 2 large-sized plates. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, 2s. 2d. Sufficient for 2 large-sized tourtes. Seasonable from August to March. Apples. No fruit is so universally popular as the apple. It is grown extensively for cider, but many sorts are cultivated for the table. The apple, uncooked, is less digestible than the pear. The degree of digestibility varying according to the firmness of its texture and flavor. Very wholesome and delicious jellies, marmalades, and sweetmeats are prepared from it. Entremets of apples are made in great variety. Apples, when peeled, cored, and well cooked, are a most grateful food for the dyspeptic. Alma pudding. Ingredients: 1/2 pound of fresh butter, 1/2 pound of powdered sugar, 1/2 pound of flour, 1/4 pound of currants, 4 eggs. Mode: beat the butter to a thick cream, strew in, by degrees, the sugar, and mix both these well together, then dredge the flour in gradually, add the currants, and moisten with the eggs, which should be well beaten. When all the ingredients are well stirred and mixed, butter a mold that will hold the mixture exactly, tie it down with a cloth, put the pudding into boiling water, and boil for 5 hours. When turned out, strew some powdered sugar over it, and serve. Time: 6 hours. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Baked apricot pudding. Ingredients: 12 large apricots, 3/4 pint of bread crumbs, 1 pint of milk, 3 ounces of pounded sugar, the yolks of 4 eggs, 1 glass of sherry. Mode: make the milk boiling hot, and pour it on to the bread crumbs. When half cold, add the sugar, the well-whisked yolks of the eggs, and the sherry. Divide the apricots in half, scald them until they are soft, and break them up with a spoon, adding a few of the kernels, which should be well pounded in a mortar. Then mix the fruit and other ingredients together, put a border of paste round the dish, fill with the mixture, and bake the pudding from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, in full season, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in August, September, and October. Apricot tart. Ingredients. 12 or 14 apricots, sugar to taste, puff paste or short crust. Mode. Break the apricots in half, take out the stones, and put them into a pie dish, in the center of which place a very small cup or jar, bottom uppermost, sweeten with good moist sugar, but add no water. Line the edge of the dish with paste, put on the cover, and ornament the pie in any of the usual modes. Bake from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, according to size. And if puff paste is used, glaze it about 10 minutes before the pie is done, and put it into the oven again to set the glaze. Short crust merely requires a little sifted sugar sprinkled over it before being sent to table. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, in full season, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in August, September, and October, green ones rather earlier. Note. Green apricots make very good tarts, but they should be boiled with a little sugar and water before they are covered with the crust. Apricots. The apricot is indigenous to the plains of Armenia, but is now cultivated in almost every climate, temperate or tropical. There are several varieties. The skin of this fruit has a perfumed flavor, highly esteemed. A good apricot, when perfectly ripe, is an excellent fruit. It has been somewhat condemned for its laxative qualities, but this has possibly arisen from the fruit having been eaten unripe, or in too great excess. Delicate persons should not eat the apricot uncooked, without a liberal allowance of powdered sugar. The apricot makes excellent jam and marmalade, and there are several foreign preparations of it which are considered great luxuries. Baked or boiled arrowroot pudding. Ingredients. 2 tablespoonfuls of arrowroot, 1½ pint of milk, 1 ounce of butter, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 2 heaped tablespoonfuls of moist sugar, a little grated nutmeg. Mode. Mix the arrowroot with as much cold milk as will make it into a smooth batter, moderately thick. Put the remainder of the milk into a stewpan with the lemon peel, and let it infuse for about half an hour. When it boils, strain it gently to the batter, stirring it all the time to keep it smooth, then add the butter, beat this well in until thoroughly mixed, and sweeten with moist sugar. Put the mixture into a pie dish, round which has been placed a border of paste, grate a little nutmeg over the top, and bake the pudding from 1 to 1¼ hour, in a moderate oven, or boil it the same length of time in a well-buttered basin. To enrich this pudding, stir to the other ingredients, just before it is put in the oven, 3 well-whisked eggs, and add a tablespoonful of brandy. For a nursery pudding, the addition of the latter ingredients will be found quite superfluous, as also the paste round the edge of the dish. Time. 1 to 1¼ hour, baked or boiled. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Arrowroot. In India, and in the colonies, by the process of rasping, they extract from a vegetable, Maranta arundinacea, a sediment nearly resembling tapioca. The grated pulp is sifted into a quantity of water, from which it is afterward strained and dried, and the sediment thus produced is called arrowroot. Its qualities closely resemble those of tapioca. A bachelor's pudding. Ingredients. 4 ounces of grated bread, 4 ounces of currants, 4 ounces of apples, 2 ounces of sugar, 3 eggs, a few drops of essence of lemon, a little grated nutmeg. Mode. Pare, core, and mince the apples very finely, sufficient, when minced, to make 4 ounces. Add to these the currants, which should be well washed, the grated bread, and sugar. Whisk the eggs, beat these up with the remaining ingredients, and, when all is thoroughly mixed, put the pudding into a buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, and boil for 3 hours. Time. 3 hours. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from August to March. Bakewell pudding. Very rich. Ingredients. A quarter pound of puff paste, 5 eggs, 6 ounces of sugar, a quarter pound of butter, 1 ounce of almonds, jam. Mode. Cover a dish with thin paste, and put over this a layer of any kind of jam, half an inch thick. Put the yolks of 5 eggs into a basin with the white of 1, and beat these well. Add the sifted sugar, the butter, which should be melted, and the almonds, which should be well pounded. Beat all together until well mixed, then pour it into the dish over the jam, and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Time. 1 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. 2. Ingredients. 3/4 pint of bread crumbs, 1 pint of milk, 4 eggs, 2 ounces of sugar, 3 ounces of butter, 1 ounce of pounded almonds, jam. Mode. Put the bread crumbs at the bottom of a pie dish, then over them a layer of jam of any kind that may be preferred. Mix the milk and eggs together, add the sugar, butter, and pounded almonds, fill well together. Pour it into the dish, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Time. 1 hour. Average cost. 1s, 3d. to 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Baroness pudding. Author's recipe. Ingredients. 3/4 pound of suet, 3/4 pound of raisins weighed after being stoned, 3/4 pound of flour, 1/2 pint of milk, 1/4 saltspoonful of salt. Mode. Prepare the suet by carefully freeing it from skin and chop it finely. Stone the raisins, and cut them in halves, and mix both these ingredients with the salt and flour. Moisten the whole with the above proportion of milk, stir the mixture well, and tie the pudding in a floured cloth, which has been previously wrung out in boiling water. Put the pudding into a saucepan of boiling water, and let it boil, without ceasing, 4½ hours. Serve merely with plain sifted sugar, a little of which may be sprinkled over the pudding. Time. 4½ hours. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable in winter, when fresh fruit is not obtainable. Note. This pudding the editress cannot too highly recommend. The recipe was kindly given to her family by a lady who bore the title here prefixed to it. And with all who have partaken of it, it is an especial favorite. Nothing is of greater consequence, in the above directions, than attention to the time of boiling, which should never be less than that mentioned. Barberry tart. Ingredients. To every pound of barberries allow 3/4 pound of lumped sugar, paste. Illustration, leaf-in puff paste. Mode. Pick the barberries from the stalks, and put the fruit into a stone jar. Place this jar in boiling water, and let it simmer very slowly until the fruit is soft, then put it into a preserving pan with the sugar, and boil gently for 15 minutes. Line a tartlet pan with paste, bake it, and, when the paste is cold, fill with the barberries, and ornament the tart with a few baked leaves of paste, cut out, as shown in the engraving. Time. 1/4 hour to bake the tart. Average cost, 4d. per pint. Seasonable in autumn. Illustration, barberry. Barberries, Berberis vulgaris. A fruit of such great acidity, that even birds refuse to eat it. In this respect, it nearly approaches the tamarind. When boiled with sugar, it makes a very agreeable preserve or jelly, according to the different modes of preparing it. Barberries are also used as a dry sweetmeat, and in sugarplums or comfits. Are pickled with vinegar, and are used for various culinary purposes. They are well calculated to allay heat and thirst in persons afflicted with fevers. The berries, arranged on bunches of nice curled parsley, make an exceedingly pretty garnish for supper dishes, particularly for white meats, like boiled fowl à la béchamel, the 3 colors, scarlet, green, and white, contrasting so well and producing a very good effect. Baked batter pudding. Ingredients: 1 1/4 pint of milk, 4 tablespoonfuls of flour, 2 ounces of butter, 4 eggs, a little salt. Mode: mix the flour with a small quantity of cold milk. Make the remainder hot, and pour it onto the flour, keeping the mixture well stirred. Add the butter, eggs, and salt, beat the whole well, and put the pudding into a buttered pie dish. Bake for 3/4 hour, and serve with sweet sauce, wine sauce, or stewed fruit. Baked in small cups, this makes very pretty little puddings, and should be eaten with the same accompaniments as above. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Baked batter pudding, with dried or fresh fruit. Ingredients: 1 1/4 pint of milk, 4 tablespoonfuls of flour, 3 eggs, 2 ounces of finely shredded suet, 1/4 pound of currants, a pinch of salt. Mode: mix the milk, flour, and eggs to a smooth batter, add a little salt, the suet, and the currants, which should be well washed, picked, and dried. Put the mixture into a buttered pie dish, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 1/4 hour. When fresh fruits are in season, this pudding is exceedingly nice, with damsons, plums, red currants, gooseberries, or apples. When made with these, the pudding must be thickly sprinkled over with sifted sugar. Boiled batter pudding, with fruit, is made in the same manner, by putting the fruit into a buttered basin, and filling it up with batter made in the above proportion, but omitting the suet. It must be sent quickly to table, and covered plentifully with sifted sugar. Time: baked batter pudding, with fruit, 1 1/4 to 1 1/2 hour, boiled ditto, 1 1/2 to 1 3/4 hour, allowing that both are made with the above proportion of batter. Smaller puddings will be done enough in 3/4 or 1 hour. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time, with dried fruits. Boiled batter pudding. Ingredients: 3 eggs, 1 ounce of butter, 1 pint of milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, a little salt. Mode: put the flour into a basin, and add sufficient milk to moisten it. Carefully rub down all the lumps with a spoon, then pour in the remainder of the milk, and stir in the butter, which should be previously melted. Keep beating the mixture, add the eggs and a pinch of salt, and when the batter is quite smooth, put it into a well-buttered basin, tie it down very tightly, and put it into boiling water. Move the basin about for a few minutes after it is put into the water, to prevent the flour settling in any part, and boil for 1 1/4 hour. This pudding may also be boiled in a floured cloth that has been wetted in hot water. It will then take a few minutes less than when boiled in a basin. Send these puddings very quickly to table, and serve with sweet sauce, wine sauce, stewed fruit, or jam of any kind. When the latter is used, a little of it may be placed round the dish in small quantities, as a garnish. Time: 1 1/4 hour in a basin, 1 hour in a cloth. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Orange batter pudding. Ingredients: 4 eggs, 1 pint of milk, 1 1/4 ounces of loaf sugar, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour. Mode: make the batter with the above ingredients, put it into a well-buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, and boil for 1 hour. As soon as it is turned out of the basin, put a small jar of orange marmalade all over the top, and send the pudding very quickly to table. Time: 1 hour. Average cost, with the marmalade, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time, but more suitable for a winter pudding. Baked bread pudding. Ingredients: half a pound of grated bread, 1 pint of milk, 4 eggs, 4 ounces of butter, 4 ounces of moist sugar, 2 ounces of candied peel, 6 bitter almonds, 1 tablespoonful of brandy. Mode: Put the milk into a stew pan, with the bitter almonds, let it infuse for a quarter hour, bring it to the boiling point, strain it onto the bread crumbs, and let these remain till cold. Then add the eggs, which should be well whisked, the butter, sugar, and brandy, and beat the pudding well until all the ingredients are thoroughly mixed. Line the bottom of a pie dish with the candied peel sliced thin, put in the mixture, and bake for nearly 3/4 hour. Time: nearly 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note: a few currants may be substituted for the candied peel, and will be found an excellent addition to this pudding. They should be beaten in with the mixture, and not laid at the bottom of the pie dish. Very plain bread pudding. Ingredients: odd pieces of crust or crumb of bread. To every quart allow 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, 1 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, 3 ounces of moist sugar, 1/2 pound of currants, 1 1/4 ounces of butter. Mode: break the bread into small pieces, and pour on them as much boiling water as will soak them well. Let these stand till the water is cool, then press it out, and mash the bread with a fork until it is quite free from lumps. Measure this pulp, and to every quart stir in salt, nutmeg, sugar, and currants in the above proportion, mix all well together, and put it into a well-buttered pie dish. Smooth the surface with the back of a spoon, and place the butter in small pieces over the top, bake in a moderate oven for 1½ hour, and serve very hot. Boiling milk substituted for the boiling water would very much improve this pudding. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, 6d, exclusive of the bread. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Boiled bread pudding. Ingredients: 1½ pint of milk, 3/4 pint of bread crumbs, sugar to taste, 4 eggs, 1 ounce of butter, 3 ounces of currants, 1/4 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg. Mode: make the milk boiling, and pour it on the bread crumbs, let these remain till cold. Then add the other ingredients, taking care that the eggs are well beaten and the currants well washed, picked, and dried. Beat the pudding well, and put it into a buttered basin. Tie it down tightly with a cloth, plunge it into boiling water, and boil for 1 1/4 hour, turn it out of the basin, and serve with sifted sugar. Any odd pieces or scraps of bread answer for this pudding. But they should be soaked overnight, and, when wanted for use, should have the water well squeezed from them. Time: 1 1/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Bread. Bread contains, in its composition, in the form of vegetable albumin and vegetable fibrin, 2 of the chief constituents of flesh, and, in its incombustible constituents, the salts which are indispensable for sanguification. Of the same quality and in the same proportion as flesh. But flesh contains, besides these, a number of substances which are entirely wanting in vegetable food, and on these peculiar constituents of flesh depend certain effects, by which it is essentially distinguished from other articles of food. Brown bread pudding. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of brown bread crumbs, 1/2 pound of currants, 1/2 pound of suet, 1/4 pound of moist sugar, 4 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, grated nutmeg to taste. Mode: grate 3/4 pound of crumbs from a stale brown loaf, add to these the currants and suet, and be particular that the latter is finely chopped. Put in the remaining ingredients, beat the pudding well for a few minutes, put it into a buttered basin or mold. Tie it down tightly, and boil for nearly 4 hours. Send sweet sauce to table with it. Time: nearly 4 hours. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time, but more suitable for a winter pudding. Miniature bread puddings. Ingredients: 1 pint of milk, 1/2 pound of bread crumbs, for eggs, 2 ounces of butter, sugar to taste, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy, 1 teaspoonful of finely minced lemon peel. Mode. Make the milk boiling, pour it on to the bread crumbs, and let them soak for about half an hour. Beat the eggs, mix these with the bread crumbs, add the remaining ingredients, and stir well until all is thoroughly mixed. Butter some small cups. Rather more than half fill them with the mixture, and bake in a moderate oven from 20 minutes to half an hour, and serve with sweet sauce. A few currants may be added to these puddings, about 3 ounces will be found sufficient for the above quantity. Time. 20 minutes to half an hour. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 small puddings. Seasonable at any time. Baked bread and butter pudding. Ingredients. 9 thin slices of bread and butter, 1½ pint of milk, for eggs, sugar to taste, 1/4 pound. Of currants, flavoring of vanilla, grated lemon peel or nutmeg. Mode. Cut 9 slices of bread and butter not very thick, and put them into a pie dish, with currants between each layer and on the top. Sweeten and flavor the milk, either by infusing a little lemon peel in it, or by adding a few drops of essence of vanilla. Well, whisk the eggs, and stir these to the milk. Strain this over the bread and butter, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour, or rather longer. This pudding may be very much enriched by adding cream, candied peel, or more eggs than stated above. It should not be turned out, but sent to table in the pie dish, and is better for being made about 2 hours before it is baked. Time. 1 hour, or rather longer. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Butter. Butter is indispensable in almost all culinary preparations. Good fresh butter, used in moderation, is easily digested. It is softening, nutritious, and fattening, and is far more easily digested than any other of the oleaginous substances sometimes used in its place. Cabinet or Chancellor's pudding. Ingredients. 1½ ounces of candied peel, 4 ounces. Of currants, 4 dozen sultanas, a few slices of Savoy cake, sponge cake, a French roll, for eggs, 1 pint of milk, grated lemon rind, 1/4 nutmeg, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Illustration, cabinet pudding. Mode. Melt some butter to a paste, and with it, well grease the mold or basin in which the pudding is to be boiled, taking care that it is buttered in every part. Cut the peel into thin slices, and place these in a fanciful device at the bottom of the mold, and fill in the spaces between with currants and sultanas, then add a few slices of sponge cake or French roll. Drop a few drops of melted butter on these, and between each layer sprinkle a few currants. Proceed in this manner until the mold is nearly full, then flavor the milk with nutmeg and grated lemon rind. Add the sugar, and stir to this the eggs, which should be well beaten. Beat this mixture for a few minutes, then strain it into the mold, which should be quite full, tie a piece of buttered paper over it and let it stand for 2 hours. Then tie it down with a cloth, put it into boiling water, and let it boil slowly for 1 hour. In taking it up, let it stand for a minute or 2 before the cloth is removed. Then quickly turn it out of the mold or basin, and serve with sweet sauce separately. The flavoring of this pudding may be varied by substituting for the lemon rind essence of vanilla or bitter almonds. And it may be made much richer by using cream, but this is not at all necessary. Time. 1 hour. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. A plain cabinet or boiled bread and butter pudding. Ingredients. 2 ounces. Of raisins, a few thin slices of bread and butter, 3 eggs, 1 pint of milk, sugar to taste, 1/4 nutmeg. Mode. Butter a pudding basin, and line the inside with a layer of raisins that have been previously stoned. Then nearly fill the basin with slices of bread and butter with the crust cut off, and, in another basin, beat the eggs, add to them the milk, sugar, and grated nutmeg, mix all well together, and pour the whole onto the bread and butter. Let it stand half an hour, then tie a floured cloth over it, boil for 1 hour, and serve with sweet sauce. Care must be taken that the basin is quite full before the cloth is tied over. Time: 1 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Canary pudding. Ingredients: the weight of 3 eggs in sugar and butter, the weight of 2 eggs in flour, the rind of 1 small lemon, 3 eggs. Mode: melt the butter to a liquid state, but do not allow it to oil. Stir to this the sugar and finely minced lemon peel, and gradually dredge in the flour, keeping the mixture well stirred. Whisk the eggs, add these to the pudding. Beat all the ingredients until thoroughly blended, and put them into a buttered mold or basin, boil for 2 hours, and serve with sweet sauce. Time: 2 hours. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Baked or boiled carrot pudding. Ingredients: half a pound of bread crumbs, 4 ounces of suet, 1/4 pound of stoned raisins, 3/4 pound of carrot, 1/4 pound of currants, 3 ounces of sugar, 3 eggs, milk, 1/4 nutmeg. Mode: boil the carrots until tender enough to mash to a pulp, add the remaining ingredients, and moisten with sufficient milk to make the pudding of the consistency of thick batter. If to be boiled, put the mixture into a buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, and boil for 2½ hours. If to be baked, put it into a pie dish and bake for nearly an hour. Turn it out of the dish, strew sifted sugar over it, and serve. Time: 2½ hours to boil, 1 hour to bake. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from September to March. Carrots, says Liebig, contain the same kind of sugar as the juice of the sugar cane. Royal Coburg pudding. Ingredients: 1 pint of new milk, 6 ounces of flour, 6 ounces of sugar, 6 ounces of butter, 6 ounces of currants, 6 eggs, brandy and grated nutmeg to taste. Mode: mix the flour to a smooth batter with the milk, add the remaining ingredients gradually, and when well mixed, put it into 4 basins or molds half full, bake for 3/4 hour, turn the puddings out on a dish, and serve with wine sauce. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 9d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time. Cherry tart. Ingredients: 1½ pounds of cherries, 2 small tablespoonfuls of moist sugar, half a pound of short crust, number 1210 or 1211. Mode: pick the stalks from the cherries, put them, with the sugar, into a deep pie dish just capable of holding them, with a small cup placed upside down in the midst of them. Make a short crust with half a pound of flour, by either of the recipes 1210 or 1211, lay a border round the edge of the dish, put on the cover, and ornament the edges. Bake in a brisk oven from half an hour to 40 minutes. Strew finely sifted sugar over, and serve hot or cold, although the latter is the more usual mode. It is more economical to make 2 or 3 tarts at one time, as the trimmings from one tart answer for lining the edges of the dish for another, and so much paste is not required as when they are made singly. Unless for family use, never make fruit pies in very large dishes, select them, however, as deep as possible. Time: half an hour to 40 minutes. Average cost, in full season, 8d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Note: a few currants added to the cherries will be found to impart a nice piquant taste to them. Illustration: cherry. Cherries. According to Lucullus, the cherry tree was known in Asia in the year of Rome 680. 70 different species of cherries, wild and cultivated, exist, which are distinguishable from each other by the difference of their form, size, and color. The French distill from cherries a liqueur darned Kirschwasser, eau de cerises. The Italians prepare, from a cherry called marusca, the liqueur named maraskin, sweeter and more agreeable than the former. The most wholesome cherries have a tender and delicate skin, those with a hard skin should be very carefully masticated. Sweetmeats, syrups, tarts, entremets, and, of cherries, are universally approved. Cold pudding. Ingredients. For eggs, 1 pint of milk, sugar to taste, a little grated lemon rind, 2 ounces. Of raisins, 4 tablespoonfuls of marmalade, a few slices of sponge cake. Mode. Sweeten the milk with lump sugar, add a little grated lemon rind, and stir to this the eggs, which should be well whisked. Line a buttered mold with the raisins, stoned and cut in half, spread the slices of cake with the marmalade, and place them in the mold. Then pour in the custard, tie the pudding down with paper and a cloth, and boil gently for 1 hour. When cold, turn it out, and serve. Time. 1 hour. Average cost, ones. 1d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. College puddings. Ingredients. 1 pint of bread crumbs, 6 ounces of finely chopped suet, a quarter pound of currants, a few thin slices of candied peel, 3 ounces of sugar, 1/4 nutmeg, 3 eggs, 4 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode. Put the bread crumbs into a basin. Add the suet, currants, candied peel, sugar, and nutmeg, grated, and stir these ingredients until they are thoroughly mixed. Beat up the eggs, moisten the pudding with these, and put in the brandy. Beat well for a few minutes, then form the mixture into round balls or egg-shaped pieces, fry these in hot butter or lard, letting them stew in it until thoroughly done, and turn them 2 or 3 times, till of a fine light brown. Drain them on a piece of blotting paper before the fire, dish, and serve with wine sauce. Time. 15 to 20 minutes. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 7 or 8 puddings. Seasonable at any time. Currant dumplings. Ingredients. 1 pound, of flour, 6 ounces. Of suet, half a pound, of currants, rather more than 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Chop the suet finely, mix it with the flour, and add the currants, which should be nicely washed, picked, and dried. Mix the whole to a limp paste with the water. If wanted very nice, use milk, divide it into 7 or 8 dumplings, tie them in cloths, and boil for 1 to 1/4 hour. They may be boiled without a cloth. They should then be made into round balls, and dropped into boiling water, and should be moved about at first, to prevent them from sticking to the bottom of the saucepan. Serve with a cut lemon, cold butter, and sifted sugar. Time. In a cloth, 1 to 1/4 hour, without, 3/4 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Illustration, Zante currants. Zante currants. The dried fruit which goes by the name of currants in grocers' shops is not a currant really, but a small kind of grape, chiefly cultivated in the Morea and the Ionian Islands, Corfu, Zante, and those of Zante are cultivated in an immense plain, under the shelter of mountains, on the shore of the island, where the sun has great power, and brings them to maturity. When gathered and dried by the sun and air, on mats, they are conveyed to magazines, heaped together, and left to cake, until ready for shipping. They are then dug out by iron crowbars, trodden into casks, and exported. The fertile vale of Zante the Woody produces about 9 million pounds of currants annually. In cakes and puddings this delicious little grape is most extensively used. In fact, we could not make a plum pudding without the currant. Boiled currant pudding. Plain and economical. Ingredients. 1 pound, of flour, half a pound, of suet, half a pound, of currants, milk. Mode. Wash the currants, dry them thoroughly, and pick away any stalks or grit, chop the suet finely. Mix all the ingredients together, and moisten with sufficient milk to make the pudding into a stiff batter. Tie it up in a floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil for 3½ hours. Serve with a cut lemon, cold butter, and sifted sugar. Time: 3½ hours. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time. Black or red currant pudding. Ingredients: 1 quart of red or black currants, measured with the stalks, 1/4 pound, of moist sugar, suet crust No. 1215, or butter crust No. 1213. Mode: make, with 3/4 pound, of flour, either a suet crust or butter crust. The former is usually made. Butter a basin, and line it with part of the crust. Put in the currants, which should be stripped from the stalks, and sprinkle the sugar over them. Put the cover of the pudding on, make the edges very secure, that the juice does not escape. Tie it down with a floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil from 2½ to 3 hours. Boiled without a basin, allow half an hour less. We have allowed rather a large proportion of sugar. But we find fruit puddings are so much more juicy and palatable when well sweetened before they are boiled, besides being more economical. A few raspberries added to red currant pudding are a very nice addition. About 1/2 pint would be sufficient for the above quantity of fruit. Fruit puddings are very delicious if, when they are turned out of the basin, the crust is browned with a salamander, or put into a very hot oven for a few minutes to color it. This makes it crisp on the surface. Time: 2½ to 3 hours. Without a basin, 2 to 2½ hours. Average cost, in full season, 8d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Illustration: currants. Currants. The utility of currants, red, black, or white, has long been established in domestic economy. The juice of the red species, if boiled with an equal weight of loaf sugar, forms an agreeable substance called currant jelly, much employed in sauces, and very valuable in the cure of sore throats and colds. The French mix it with sugar and water, and thus form an agreeable beverage. The juice of currants is a valuable remedy in obstructions of the bowels. And, in febrile complaints, it is useful on account of its readily quenching thirst, and for its cooling effect on the stomach. White and flesh-colored currants have, with the exception of the fullness of flavor, in every respect, the same qualities as the red species. Both white and red currants are pleasant additions to the dessert, but the black variety is mostly used for culinary and medicinal purposes, especially in the form of jelly for quinzies. The leaves of the black currant make a pleasant tea. Red currant and raspberry tart. Ingredients: 1½ pint of picked currants, 1/2 pint of raspberries, 3 heaped tablespoonfuls of moist sugar, 1/2 pound, of short crust. Mode: strip the currants from the stalks, and put them into a deep pie dish, with a small cup placed in the midst, bottom upwards. Add the raspberries and sugar. Place a border of paste round the edge of the dish, cover with crust, ornament the edges, and bake from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Strew some sifted sugar over before being sent to table. This tart is more generally served cold than hot. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Illustration: raspberry. Raspberries. There are 2 sorts of raspberries, the red and the white. Both the scent and flavor of this fruit are very refreshing, and the berry itself is exceedingly wholesome, and invaluable to people of a nervous or bilious temperament. We are not aware, however, of its being cultivated with the same amount of care which is bestowed upon some other of the berry tribe. Although it is far from improbable that a more careful cultivation would not be repaid by a considerable improvement in the size and flavor of the berry. Neither, as an eating fruit, is it so universally esteemed as the strawberry, with whose lusciousness and peculiarly agreeable flavor it can bear no comparison. In Scotland, it is found in large quantities, growing wild, and is eagerly sought after, in the woods, by children. Its juice is rich and abundant, and to many, extremely agreeable. Baked custard pudding. Ingredients. 1½ pint of milk, the rind of 1/4 lemon, 1/4 pound, of moist sugar, 4 eggs. Mode. Put the milk into a saucepan with the sugar and lemon rind, and let this infuse for about 4 hours, or until the milk is well flavored. Whisk the eggs, yolks and whites, pour the milk to them, stirring all the while, then have ready a pie dish, lined at the edge with paste ready baked. Strain the custard into the dish, grate a little nutmeg over the top, and bake in a very slow oven for about half an hour, or rather longer. The flavor of this pudding may be varied by substituting bitter almonds for the lemon rind. And it may be very much enriched by using half cream and half milk, and doubling the quantity of eggs. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note. This pudding is usually served cold with fruit tarts. Boiled custard pudding. Ingredients. 1 pint of milk, 1 tablespoonful of flour, 4 eggs, flavoring to taste. Mode. Flavor the milk by infusing in it a little lemon rind or cinnamon. Whisk the eggs, stir the flour gradually to these, and pour over them the milk, and stir the mixture well. Butter a basin that will exactly hold it, put in the custard, and tie a floured cloth over. Plunge it into boiling water, and turn it about for a few minutes, to prevent the flour from settling in one part. Boil it slowly for half an hour, turn it out of the basin, and serve. The pudding may be garnished with red currant jelly, and sweet sauce may be sent to table with it. Time. Half an hour. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Damson tart. Ingredients. 1¼ pint of damsons, 1/4 pound, of moist sugar, 1/2 pound, of short or puff crust. Mode. Put the damsons, with the sugar between them, into a deep pie dish, in the midst of which, place a small cup or jar turned upside down. Pile the fruit high in the middle, line the edges of the dish with short or puff crust, whichever may be preferred, put on the cover, ornament the edges, and bake from 1/2 to 3/4 hour in a good oven. If puff crust is used, about 10 minutes before the pie is done, take it out of the oven, brush it over with the white of an egg beaten to a froth with the blade of a knife. Strew some sifted sugar over, and a few drops of water, and put the tart back to finish baking, with short crust, a little plain sifted sugar, sprinkled over, is all that will be required. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in September and October. Illustration, damsons. Damsons. Whether for jam, jelly, pie, pudding, water, ice, wine, dried fruit or preserved, the damson, or damascene, for it was originally brought from Damascus, whence its name, is invaluable. It combines sugary and acid qualities in happy proportions, when full ripe. It is a fruit easily cultivated. And, if budded 9 inches from the ground on vigorous stalks, it will grow several feet high in the first year, and make fine standards the year following. Amongst the list of the best sorts of baking plums, the damson stands first, not only on account of the abundance of its juice, but also on account of its soon softening. Because of the roughness of its flavor, it requires a large quantity of sugar. Damson pudding. Ingredients. 1½ pint of damsons, 1/4 pound, of moist sugar, 3/4 pound, of suet or butter crust. Mode. Make a suet crust with 3/4 pound of flour by recipe number 1215, line a buttered pudding basin with a portion of it, fill the basin with the damsons, sweeten them, and put on the lid, pinch the edges of the crust together, that the juice does not escape. Tie over a floured cloth, put the pudding into boiling water, and boil from 2½ to 3 hours. Time. 2½ to 3 hours. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable in September and October. Delhi pudding. Ingredients. For large apples, a little grated nutmeg, 1 teaspoonful of minced lemon peel, 2 large tablespoonfuls of sugar, 6 ounces of currants, 3/4 pound of suet crust No. 1215. Mode. Pare, core, and cut the apples into slices. Put them into a saucepan, with the nutmeg, lemon peel, and sugar, stir them over the fire until soft. Then have ready the above proportion of crust, roll it out thin, spread the apples over the paste, sprinkle over the currants, roll the pudding up, closing the ends properly, tie it in a floured cloth, and boil for 2 hours. Time. 2 hours. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from August to March. Empress pudding. Ingredients. Half a pound of rice, 2 ounces of butter, 3 eggs, jam, sufficient milk to soften the rice. Mode. Boil the rice in the milk until very soft, then add the butter. Boil it for a few minutes after the latter ingredient is put in, and set it by to cool. Well, beat the eggs, stir these in, and line a dish with puff paste. Put over this a layer of rice, then a thin layer of any kind of jam, then another layer of rice, and proceed in this manner until the dish is full, and bake in a moderate oven for 3/4 hour. This pudding may be eaten hot or cold. If the latter, it will be much improved by having a boiled custard poured over it. Time. 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Exeter pudding. Very rich. Ingredients. 10 ounces. Of bread crumbs, 4 ounces of sago, 7 ounces of finely chopped suet, 6 ounces of moist sugar, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 1/4 pint of rum, 7 eggs, 4 tablespoonfuls of cream, 4 small sponge cakes, 2 ounces of ratafias, half a pound of jam. Mode. Put the bread crumbs into a basin with the sago, suet, sugar, minced lemon peel, rum, and 4 eggs, stir these ingredients well together, then add 3 more eggs and the cream, and let the mixture be well beaten. Then butter a mold, strew in a few bread crumbs, and cover the bottom with a layer of ratafias, then put in a layer of the mixture, then a layer of sliced sponge cake spread thickly with any kind of jam. Then add some ratafias, then some of the mixture and sponge cake, and so on until the mold is full, taking care that a layer of the mixture is on the top of the pudding. Bake in a good oven from 3/4 to 1 hour, and serve with the following sauce. Put 3 tablespoonfuls of black currant jelly into a stewpan, add 2 glasses of sherry, and, when warm, turn the pudding out of the mold, pour the sauce over it. And serve hot. Time. From 1 to 1¼ hour. Average cost, 2s. 6d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time. Fig pudding. Ingredients. 2 pounds of figs, 1 pound of suet, half a pound of flour, half a pound of bread crumbs, 2 eggs, milk. Mode. Cut the figs into small pieces, grate the bread finely, and chop the suet very small, mix these well together, add the flour, the eggs, which should be well beaten, and sufficient milk to form the whole into a stiff paste. Butter a mold or basin, press the pudding into it very closely, tie it down with a cloth, and boil for 3 hours, or rather longer, turn it out of the mold, and serve with melted butter, wine sauce, or cream. Time. 3 hours, or longer. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable. Suitable for a winter pudding. 2. Staffordshire recipe. Ingredients. 1 pound of figs, 6 ounces of suet, 3/4 pound of flour, milk. Mode. Chop the suet finely, mix with it the flour, and make these into a smooth paste with milk, roll it out to the thickness of about half an inch, cut the figs in small pieces, and strew them over the paste. Roll it up, make the ends secure, tie the pudding in a cloth, and boil it from 1½ to 2 hours. Time: 1½ to 2 hours. Average cost, 1d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Folkestone pudding pies. Ingredients: 1 pint of milk, 3 ounces of ground rice, 3 ounces of butter, 1/4 pound of sugar, flavoring of lemon peel or bay leaf, 6 eggs, puff paste, currants. Mode: infuse 2 laurel or bay leaves, or the rind of 1/2 lemon, in the milk, and when it is well flavored, strain it, and add the rice, boil these for 1/4 hour, stirring all the time. Then take them off the fire, stir in the butter, sugar, and eggs, and let these latter be well beaten before they are added to the other ingredients. When nearly cold, line some patty pans with puff paste, fill with the custard, strew over each a few currants, and bake from 20 to 25 minutes in a moderate oven. Time: 20 to 25 minutes. Average cost, 1d. Sufficient to fill a dozen patty pans. Seasonable at any time. Fruit turnovers, suitable for picnics. Ingredients: puff paste No. 1206, any kind of fruit, sugar to taste. Mode: make some puff paste by recipe No. 1206. Roll it out to the thickness of about 1/4 inch, and cut it out in pieces of a circular form, pile the fruit on half of the paste, sprinkle over some sugar, wet the edges and turn the paste over. Press the edges together, ornament them, and brush the turnovers over with the white of an egg, sprinkle over sifted sugar, and bake on tins, in a brisk oven, for about 20 minutes. Instead of putting the fruit in raw, it may be boiled down with a little sugar first, and then enclosed in the crust, or jam, of any kind, may be substituted for fresh fruit. Time: 20 minutes. Sufficient, 1/2 pound of puff paste will make a dozen turnovers. Seasonable at any time. German pudding. Ingredients: 2 teaspoonfuls of flour, 1 teaspoonful of arrowroot, 1 pint of milk, 2 ounces of butter, sugar to taste, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 4 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode: boil the milk with the lemon rind until well flavored, then strain it, and mix with it the flour, arrowroot, butter, and sugar. Boil these ingredients for a few minutes, keeping them well stirred, then take them off the fire and mix with them the eggs, yolks and whites, beaten separately and added separately. Boil some sugar to candy. Line a mold with this, put in the brandy, then the mixture, tie down with a cloth, and boil for rather more than 1 hour. When turned out, the brandy and sugar make a nice sauce. Time: rather more than 1 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Dampfnudeln, or German puddings. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, 1/4 pound of butter, 5 eggs, 2 small tablespoonfuls of yeast, 2 tablespoonfuls of finely pounded sugar, milk, a very little salt. Mode: put the flour into a basin, make a hole in the center, into which put the yeast, and rather more than 1/4 pint of warm milk, make this into a batter with the middle of the flour, and let the sponge rise in a warm temperature. When sufficiently risen, mix the eggs, butter, sugar, and salt with a little more warm milk, and knead the whole well together with the hands, beating the dough until it is perfectly smooth, and it drops from the fingers. Then cover the basin with a cloth, put it in a warm place, and when the dough has nicely risen, knead it into small balls. Butter the bottom of a deep sauté pan, strew over some pounded sugar, and let the dampfnudeln be laid in, but do not let them touch one another. Then pour over sufficient milk to cover them, put on the lid, and let them rise to twice their original size by the side of the fire. Now place them in the oven for a few minutes, to acquire a nice brown color, and serve them on a napkin, with custard sauce flavored with vanilla, or a compote of any fruit that may be preferred. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour for the sponge to rise. 10 to 15 minutes for the puddings to rise, 10 minutes to bake them in a brisk oven. Sufficient for 10 or 12 dampknödeln. Seasonable at any time. Ginger pudding. Ingredients: 1/2 pound of flour, 1/4 pound of suet, 1/4 pound of moist sugar, 2 large teaspoonfuls of grated ginger. Mode: shred the suet very fine, mix it with the flour, sugar, and ginger, stir all well together, butter a basin, and put the mixture in dry, tie a cloth over, and boil for 3 hours. Time: 3 hours. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Golden pudding. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of bread crumbs, 1/4 pound of suet, 1/4 pound of marmalade, 1/4 pound of sugar, 4 eggs. Mode: put the bread crumbs into a basin. Mix with them the suet, which should be finely minced, the marmalade, and the sugar, stir all these ingredients well together, beat the eggs to a froth, moisten the pudding with these, and when well mixed, put it into a mold or buttered basin. Tie down with a floured cloth, and boil for 2 hours. When turned out, strew a little fine sifted sugar over the top, and serve. Time: 2 hours. Average cost, 11d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note: the mold may be ornamented with stoned raisins, arranged in any fanciful pattern, before the mixture is poured in, which would add very much to the appearance of the pudding. For a plainer pudding, double the quantities of the bread crumbs, and if the eggs do not moisten it sufficiently, use a little milk. Baked gooseberry pudding. Ingredients: gooseberries, 3 eggs, 1½ ounces of butter, 1/2 pint of bread crumbs, sugar to taste. Mode: put the gooseberries into a jar, previously cutting off the tops and tails, place this jar in boiling water, and let it boil until the gooseberries are soft enough to pulp. Then beat them through a coarse sieve, and to every pint of pulp add 3 well-whisked eggs, 1½ ounces of butter, 1/2 pint of bread crumbs, and sugar to taste. Beat the mixture well, put a border of puff paste round the edge of a pie dish, put in the pudding, bake for about 40 minutes, strew sifted sugar over, and serve. Time: about 40 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from May to July. Boiled gooseberry pudding. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of suet crust No. 1215, 1½ pint of green gooseberries, 1/4 pound of moist sugar. Mode: line a pudding basin with suet crust No. 1215, rolled out to about 1/2 inch in thickness, and, with a pair of scissors, cut off the tops and tails of the gooseberries, fill the basin with the fruit, put in the sugar, and cover with crust. Pinch the edges of the pudding together, tie over it a floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil from 2½ to 3 hours, turn it out of the basin, and serve with a jug of cream. Time: 2½ to 3 hours. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable from May to July. Gooseberry tart. Ingredients: 1½ pint of gooseberries, 1/2 pound of short crust No. 1211, 1/4 pound of moist sugar. Mode: with a pair of scissors cut off the tops and tails of the gooseberries, put them into a deep pie dish, pile the fruit high in the center, and put in the sugar. Line the edge of the dish with short crust, put on the cover, and ornament the edges of the tart, bake in a good oven for about 3/4 hour, and before being sent to table, strew over it some fine sifted sugar. A jug of cream, or a dish of boiled or baked custards, should always accompany this dish. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from May to July. Illustration, gooseberry. Gooseberries. The red and the white are the two principal varieties of gooseberries. The red are rather the more acid, but, when covered with white sugar, are most wholesome, because the sugar neutralizes their acidity. Red gooseberries make an excellent jelly, which is light and refreshing, but not very nourishing. It is good for bilious and plethoric persons, and to invalids generally who need light and digestible food. It is a fruit from which many dishes might be made. All sorts of gooseberries are agreeable when stewed, and, in this country especially, there is no fruit so universally in favour. In Scotland, there is scarcely a cottage garden without its gooseberry bush. Several of the species are cultivated with the nicest care. Half-pay pudding. Ingredients. A quarter pound of suet, a quarter pound of currants, a quarter pound of raisins, a quarter pound of flour, a quarter pound of bread crumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of treacle, 1/2 pint of milk. Mode. Chop the suet finely. Mix with it the currants, which should be nicely washed and dried, the raisins, which should be stoned, the flour, bread crumbs, and treacle. Moisten with the milk, beat up the ingredients until all are thoroughly mixed, put them into a buttered basin, and boil the pudding for 3½ hours. Time. 3½ hours. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Herodotus pudding. Ingredients. 1/2 pound of bread crumbs, 1/2 pound of good figs, 6 ounces of suet, 6 ounces of moist sugar, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 3 eggs, nutmeg to taste. Mode. Mince the suet and figs very finely. Add the remaining ingredients, taking care that the eggs are well whisked, beat the mixture for a few minutes, put it into a buttered mold, tie it down with a floured cloth, and boil the pudding for 5 hours. Serve with wine sauce. Time. 5 hours. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Hunter's pudding. Ingredients. 1 pound of raisins, 1 pound of currants, 1 pound of suet, 1 pound of bread crumbs, 3 pounds of moist sugar, 8 eggs, 1 tablespoonful of flour, 3 pounds of mixed candied peel, 1 glass of brandy, 10 drops of essence of lemon, 10 drops of essence of almonds, 1/2 nutmeg, 2 blades of mace, 6 cloves. Mode. Stone and shred the raisins rather small, chop the suet finely, and rub the bread until all lumps are well broken, pound the spice to powder, cut the candied peel into thin shreds, and mix all these ingredients well together, adding the sugar. Beat the eggs to a strong froth, and as they are beaten, drop into them the essence of lemon and essence of almonds, stir these to the dry ingredients, mix well, and add the brandy. Tie the pudding firmly in a cloth, and boil it for 6 hours at the least, 7 or 8 hours would be still better for it. Serve with boiled custard, or red currant jelly, or brandy sauce. Time. 6 to 8 hours. Average cost, 3s. 6d. Sufficient for 9 or 10 persons. Seasonable in winter. Iced pudding. Parisian recipe. Illustration, iced pudding mold. Ingredients. 1/2 pound of sweet almonds, 2 ounces of bitter ones, 3/4 pound of sugar, 8 eggs, 1½ pint of milk. Mode. Blanch and dry the almonds thoroughly in a cloth, then pound them in a mortar until reduced to a smooth paste, add to these the well-beaten eggs, the sugar, and milk. Stir these ingredients over the fire until they thicken, but do not allow them to boil, then strain and put the mixture into the freezing pot, surround it with ice, and freeze it as directed in recipe 1290. When quite frozen, fill an iced pudding mold, put on the lid, and keep the pudding in ice until required for table. Then turn it out on the dish, and garnish it with a compote of any fruit that may be preferred, pouring a little over the top of the pudding. This pudding may be flavored with vanilla, curacao, or maraschino. Time: half an hour to freeze the mixture. Seasonable. Served all the year round. Iced apple pudding. French recipe, after Kareem. Ingredients: 2 dozen apples, a small pot of apricot jam, half a pound of sugar, 1 Seville orange, 1/4 pint of preserved cherries, a 1/4 pound of raisins, 1 ounce of citron, 2 ounces of almonds, 1 gill of curacao, 1 gill of maraschino, 1 pint of cream. Mode: peel, core, and cut the apples into quarters, and simmer them over the fire until soft. Then mix with them the apricot jam and the sugar, on which the rind of the orange should be previously rubbed. Work all these ingredients through a sieve, and put them into the freezing pot. Stone the raisins, and simmer them in a little syrup for a few minutes. Add these, with the sliced citron, the almonds cut in dice, and the cherries drained from their syrup, to the ingredients in the freezing pot. Put in the curacao and maraschino, and freeze again. Add as much whipped cream as will be required, freeze again, and fill the mold. Put the lid on, and plunge the mold into the ice pot. Cover it with a wet cloth and pounded ice and saltpetre, where it should remain until wanted for table. Turn the pudding out of the mold onto a clean and neatly folded napkin, and serve, as sauce, a little iced whipped cream, in a sauce tureen or glass dish. Illustration: icy spattle. Illustration: ice freezing pail. Time: half an hour to freeze the mixture. Seasonable from August to March. Method of working the freezing apparatus: put into the outer pail some pounded ice, upon which strew some saltpetre. Then fix the pewter freezing pot upon this, and surround it entirely with ice and saltpetre. Wipe the cover and edges of the pot, pour in the preparation, and close the lid. A quarter of an hour after, begin turning the freezing pan from right to left, and when the mixture begins to be firm round the sides of the pot, stir it about with the slice or spattle, that the preparation may be equally congealed. Close the lid again, keep working from right to left, and, from time to time, remove the mixture from the sides, that it may be smooth, and when perfectly frozen, it is ready to put in the mold. The mold should then be placed in the ice again, where it should remain until wanted for table. Roly-poly jam pudding. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of suet crust No. 1215, 3/4 pound of any kind of jam. Mode: make a nice light suet crust by recipe No. 1215, and roll it out to the thickness of about half an inch. Spread the jam equally over it, leaving a small margin of paste without any, where the pudding joins. Roll it up, fasten the ends securely, and tie it in a floured cloth. Put the pudding into boiling water, and boil for 2 hours. Mincemeat or marmalade may be substituted for the jam, and makes excellent puddings. Time: 2 hours. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable. Suitable for winter puddings, when fresh fruit is not obtainable. Lemon cheesecakes. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of butter, 1 pound of loaf sugar, 6 eggs, the rind of 2 lemons and the juice of 3. Mode: put all the ingredients into a stew pan, carefully grating the lemon rind and straining the juice. Keep stirring the mixture over the fire until the sugar is dissolved, and it begins to thicken. When of the consistency of honey, it is done. Then put it into small jars, and keep in a dry place. This mixture will remain good 3 or 4 months. When made into cheesecakes, add a few pounded almonds, or candied peel, or grated sweet biscuit. Line some patty pans with good puff paste, rather more than half fill them with the mixture, and bake for about 1/4 hour in a good brisk oven. Time: 1/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 24 cheesecakes. Seasonable at any time. Lemon mincemeat. Ingredients: 2 large lemons, 6 large apples, half a pound of suet, 1 pound of currants, half a pound of sugar, 2 ounces of candied lemon peel, 1 ounce of citron, mixed spice to taste. Mode. Pare the lemons, squeeze them, and boil the peel until tender enough to mash. Add to the mashed lemon peel the apples, which should be pared, cored, and minced, the chopped suet, currants, sugar, sliced peel, and spice. Strain the lemon juice to these ingredients, stir the mixture well, and put it in a jar with a closely fitting lid. Stir occasionally, and in a week or 10 days the mincemeat will be ready for use. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 18 large or 24 small pies. Seasonable. Make this about the beginning of December. Lemon dumplings. Ingredients. Half a pound of grated bread, a quarter pound of chopped suet, a quarter pound of moist sugar, 2 eggs, 1 large lemon. Illustration, lemon dumplings. Mode. Mix the bread, suet, and moist sugar well together, adding the lemon peel, which should be very finely minced. Moisten with the eggs and strained lemon juice. Stir well, and put the mixture into small buttered cups. Tie them down and boil for 3/4 hour. Turn them out on a dish, strew sifted sugar over them, and serve with wine sauce. Time. 3/4 hour. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 6 dumplings. Seasonable at any time. Baked lemon pudding. Ingredients. The yolks of 4 eggs, 4 ounces of pounded sugar, 1 lemon, a quarter pound of butter, puff crust. Mode. Beat the eggs to a froth, mix with them the sugar and warmed butter. Stir these ingredients well together, putting in the grated rind and strained juice of the lemon peel. Line a shallow dish with puff paste, put in the mixture, and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Turn the pudding out of the dish, strew over it sifted sugar, and serve. Time. 40 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. 2. Ingredients. 10 ounces of bread crumbs, 2 pints of milk, 2 ounces of butter, 1 lemon, a quarter pound of pounded sugar, 4 eggs, 1 tablespoonful of brandy. Mode. Bring the milk to the boiling point, stir in the butter, and pour these hot over the bread crumbs, add the sugar and very finely minced lemon peel. Beat the eggs, and stir these in with the brandy to the other ingredients, put a paste round the dish, and bake for 3/4 hour. Time. 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Illustration, lemon. Lemon. The lemon is a variety of the citron. The juice of this fruit makes one of our most popular and refreshing beverages, lemonade, which is gently stimulating in cooling, and soon quenches the thirst. It may be freely partaken by bilious and sanguine temperaments, but persons with irritable stomachs should avoid it, on account of its acid qualities. The fresh rind of the lemon is a gentle tonic, and, when dried and grated, is used in flavoring a variety of culinary preparations. Lemons appear in company with the orange in most orange-growing countries. They were only known to the Romans at a very late period, and, at first, were used only to keep the moths from their garments. Their acidity was unpleasant to them. In the time of Pliny, the lemon was hardly known otherwise than as an excellent counterpoison. 3. Very rich. Ingredients. The rind and juice of 2 large lemons, half a pound of loaf sugar, 1/4 pint of cream, the yolks of 8 eggs, 2 ounces of almonds, half a pound of butter, melted. Mode. Mix the pounded sugar with the cream, and add the yolks of eggs and the butter, which should be previously warmed. Blanch and pound the almonds, and put these, with the grated rind and strained juice of the lemons, to the other ingredients. Stir all well together, line a dish with puff paste, put in the mixture, and bake for 1 hour. Time. 1 hour. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Boiled lemon pudding. Ingredients. Half a pound of chopped suet, 3/4 pound of bread crumbs, 2 small lemons, 6 ounces of moist sugar, 1/4 pound of flour, 2 eggs, milk. Mode. Mix the suet, bread crumbs, sugar, and flour well together, adding the lemon peel, which should be very finely minced, and the juice, which should be strained. When these ingredients are well mixed, moisten with the eggs and sufficient milk to make the pudding of the consistency of thick batter, put it into a well-buttered mold, and boil for 3½ hours. Turn it out, strew sifted sugar over, and serve with wine sauce, or not, at pleasure. Time. 3½ hours. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note. This pudding may also be baked, and will be found very good. It will take about 2 hours. Plain lemon pudding. Ingredients. 3/4 pound of flour, 6 ounces of lard or dripping, the juice of 1 large lemon, 1 teaspoonful of flour, sugar. Mode. Make the above proportions of flour and lard into a smooth paste, and roll it out to the thickness of about ½ inch. Squeeze the lemon juice, strain it into a cup, stir the flour into it, and as much moist sugar as will make it into a stiff and thick paste. Spread this mixture over the paste, roll it up, secure the ends, and tie the pudding in a floured cloth. Boil for 2 hours. Time. 2 hours. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Manchester pudding, to eat cold. Ingredients. 3 ounces of grated bread, 1/2 pint of milk, a strip of lemon peel, 4 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, sugar to taste, puff paste, jam, 3 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode. Flavor the milk with lemon peel, by infusing it in the milk for ½ an hour, then strain it on to the bread crumbs, and boil it for 2 or 3 minutes. Add the eggs, leaving out the whites of 2, the butter, sugar, and brandy. Stir all these ingredients well together, cover a pie dish with puff paste, and at the bottom put a thick layer of any kind of jam. Pour the above mixture, cold, on the jam, and bake the pudding for an hour. Serve cold, with a little sifted sugar sprinkled over. Time. 1 hour. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Sweet macaroni pudding. Ingredients. 2½ ounces of macaroni, 2 pints of milk, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 3 eggs, sugar and grated nutmeg to taste, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode. Put the macaroni, with a pint of the milk, into a saucepan with the lemon peel, and let it simmer gently until the macaroni is tender, then put it into a pie dish without the peel, mix the other pint of milk with the eggs. Stir these well together, adding the sugar and brandy, and pour the mixture over the macaroni. Grate a little nutmeg over the top, and bake in a moderate oven for ½ an hour. To make this pudding look nice, a paste should be laid round the edges of the dish, and, for variety, a layer of preserve or marmalade may be placed on the macaroni. In this case omit the brandy. Time. 3/4 hour to simmer the macaroni. ½ an hour to bake the pudding. Average cost, 11d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Macaroni is composed of wheaten flour, flavored with other articles, and worked up with water into a paste, to which, by a peculiar process, a tubular or pipe form is given, in order that it may cook more readily in hot water. That of smaller diameter than macaroni, which is about the thickness of a goose quill, is called vermicelli, and when smaller still, fidellini. The finest is made from the flour of the hard-grained Black Sea wheat. Macaroni is the principal article of food in many parts of Italy, particularly Naples, where the best is manufactured, and from whence, also, it is exported in considerable quantities. In this country, macaroni and vermicelli are frequently used in soups. Illustration: macaroni. Manna Krupp pudding. Ingredients: 3 tablespoonfuls of manna Krupp, 12 bitter almonds, 1 pint of milk, sugar to taste, 3 eggs. Mode: blanch and pound the almonds in a mortar, mix them with the manna Krupp, pour over these a pint of boiling milk, and let them steep for about a quarter hour. When nearly cold, add sugar and the well-beaten eggs, mix all well together. Put the pudding into a buttered dish, and bake for half an hour. Time: half an hour. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Manna Krupp, semora, or semolina, are 3 names given to a flour made from ground wheat and rice. The preparation is white when it is made only of these materials. The yellow color which it usually has, is produced by a portion of saffron and yolks of eggs. Next to vermicelli, this preparation is the most useful for thickening either meat or vegetable soups. As a food, it is light, nutritious, wholesome, and easily digested. The best preparation is brought from Arabia, and, next to that, from Italy. Mansfield pudding. Ingredients: the crumb of 2 rolls, 1 pint of milk, sugar to taste, 4 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy, 6 ounces of chopped suet, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, half a pound of currants, 1/2 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Mode: slice the roll very thin, and pour upon it a pint of boiling milk, let it remain covered close for a quarter hour, then beat it up with a fork, and sweeten with moist sugar. Stir in the chopped suet, flour, currants, and nutmeg. Mix these ingredients well together, moisten with the eggs, brandy, and cream. Beat the mixture for 2 or 3 minutes, put it into a buttered dish or mold, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 to a quarter hour. Turn it out, strew sifted sugar over, and serve. Time: 1 to a quarter hour. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Marlborough pudding. Ingredients: a quarter pound of butter, a quarter pound of powdered lump sugar, 4 eggs, puff paste, a layer of any kind of jam. Mode: beat the butter to a cream, stir in the powdered sugar, whisk the eggs, and add these to the other ingredients. When these are well mixed, line a dish with puff paste, spread over a layer of any kind of jam that may be preferred, pour in the mixture, and bake the pudding for rather more than half an hour. Time: rather more than half an hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Marmalade and vermicelli pudding. Ingredients: 1 breakfast cupful of vermicelli, 2 tablespoonfuls of marmalade, a quarter pound of raisins, sugar to taste, 3 eggs, milk. Mode: pour some boiling milk on the vermicelli, and let it remain covered for 10 minutes, then mix with it the marmalade, stoned raisins, sugar, and beaten eggs. Stir all well together, put the mixture into a buttered mold, boil for 1½ hour, and serve with custard sauce. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Marrow dumplings, to serve with roast meat, in soup, with salad, and German recipe. Ingredients: 1 ounce of beef marrow, 1 ounce of butter, 2 eggs, 2 penny rolls, 1 teaspoonful of minced onion, 1 teaspoonful of minced parsley, salt and grated nutmeg to taste. Mode: beat the marrow and butter together to a cream, well whisk the eggs, and add these to the other ingredients. When they are well stirred, put in the rolls, which should previously be well soaked in boiling milk, strained, and beaten up with a fork. Add the remaining ingredients, omitting the minced onion where the flavor is very much disliked, and form the mixture into small round dumplings. Drop these into boiling broth, and let them simmer for about 20 minutes or half an hour. They may be served in soup, with roast meat, or with salad, as in Germany, where they are more frequently sent to table than in this country. They are very good. Time: 20 minutes to half an hour. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 dumplings. Seasonable at any time. Baked OB boiled marrow pudding. Ingredients: 1/2 pint of bread crumbs, 1½ pint of milk, 6 ounces of marrow, 4 eggs, 1/4 pound of raisins or currants, or 2 ounces of each, sugar and grated nutmeg to taste. Mode: make the milk boiling, pour it hot onto the bread crumbs, and let these remain covered for about half an hour. Shred the marrow, beat up the eggs, and mix these with the bread crumbs. Add the remaining ingredients, beat the mixture well, and either put it into a buttered mold and boil it for 2½ hours, or put it into a pie dish edged with puff paste, and bake for rather more than 3/4 hour. Before sending it to table, sift a little pounded sugar over, after being turned out of the mold or basin. Time: 2½ hours to boil, 3/4 hour to bake. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Military puddings. Ingredients: 1/2 pound of suet, 1/2 pound of bread crumbs, 1/2 pound of moist sugar, the rind and juice of 1 large lemon. Mode: chop the suet finely, mix it with the bread crumbs and sugar, and mince the lemon rind and strain the juice. Stir these into the other ingredients, mix well, and put the mixture into small buttered cups, and bake for rather more than half an hour. Turn them out on the dish, and serve with lemon sauce. The above ingredients may be made into small balls, and boiled for about half an hour. They should then be served with the same sauce as when baked. Time: rather more than half an hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient to fill 6 or 7 moderate-sized cups. Seasonable at any time. Mincemeat. Ingredients: 2 pounds of raisins, 3 pounds of currants, 1½ pounds of lean beef, 3 pounds of beef suet, 2 pounds of moist sugar, 2 ounces of citron, 2 ounces of candied lemon peel, 2 ounces of candied orange peel, 1 small nutmeg, 1 pottle of apples, the rind of 2 lemons, the juice of 1½ pint of brandy. Mode: stone and cut the raisins once or twice across, but do not chop them. Wash, dry, and pick the currants free from stalks and grit, and mince the beef and suet, taking care that the latter is chopped very fine. Slice the citron and candied peel, grate the nutmeg, and pare, core, and mince the apples. Mince the lemon peel, strain the juice, and when all the ingredients are thus prepared, mix them well together, adding the brandy when the other things are well blended. Press the whole into a jar, carefully exclude the air, and the mincemeat will be ready for use in a fortnight. Average cost for this quantity, 8s. Seasonable. Make this about the beginning of December. Excellent mincemeat. Ingredients: 3 large lemons, 3 large apples, 1 pound of stoned raisins, 1 pound of currants, 1 pound of suet, 2 pounds of moist sugar, 1 ounce of sliced candied citron, 1 ounce of sliced candied orange peel, and the same quantity of lemon peel, 1 teacupful of brandy, 2 tablespoonfuls of orange marmalade. Mode: grate the rinds of the lemons. Squeeze out the juice, strain it, and boil the remainder of the lemons until tender enough to pulp or chop very finely. Then add to this pulp the apples, which should be baked, and their skins and cores removed. Put in the remaining ingredients one by one, and, as they are added, mix everything very thoroughly together. Put the mincemeat into a stone jar with a closely fitting lid, and in a fortnight it will be ready for use. Seasonable. This should be made the first or second week in December. Mince pies. Ingredients: good puff paste No. 1205, mincemeat No. 1309. Illustration: mince pies. Mode: make some good puff paste by recipe No. 1205. Roll it out to the thickness of about a 1/4 inch, and line some good-sized patty pans with it, fill them with mincemeat, cover with the paste, and cut it off all round close to the edge of the tin. Put the pies into a brisk oven, to draw the paste up, and bake for 25 minutes, or longer. Should the pies be very large, brush them over with the white of an egg, beaten with the blade of a knife to a stiff froth. Sprinkle over pounded sugar, and put them into the oven for a minute or two, to dry the egg. Dish the pies on a white d'oyley, and serve hot. They may be merely sprinkled with pounded sugar instead of being glazed, when that mode is preferred. To rewarm them, put the pies on the patty pans, and let them remain in the oven for 10 minutes or a 1/4 hour, and they will be almost as good as if freshly made. Time: 25 to 30 minutes, 10 minutes to rewarm them. Average cost, 4d. each. Sufficient, ½ pound of paste for 4 pies. Seasonable at Christmas time. Monday's pudding. Ingredients: the remains of cold plum pudding, brandy, custard made with 5 eggs to every pint of milk. Mode: cut the remains of a good cold plum pudding into finger pieces, soak them in a little brandy, and lay them crossbarred in a mold until full. Make a custard with the above proportion of milk and eggs, flavoring it with nutmeg or lemon rind. Fill up the mold with it, tie it down with a cloth, and boil or steam it for an hour. Serve with a little of the custard poured over, to which has been added a tablespoonful of brandy. Time: 1 hour. Average cost, exclusive of the pudding, 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Nestle Road pudding. A fashionable iced pudding, Kareem's recipe. Ingredients: 40 chestnuts, 1 pound. Of sugar, flavoring of vanilla, 1 pint of cream, the yolks of 12 eggs, 1 glass of maraschino, 1 ounce of candied citron, 2 ounces of currants, 2 ounces of stoned raisins, 1/2 pint of whipped cream, 3 eggs. Mode: blanch the chestnuts in boiling water, remove the husks, and pound them in a mortar until perfectly smooth, adding a few spoonfuls of syrup. Then rub them through a fine sieve, and mix them in a basin with a pint of syrup made from 1 pound. Of sugar, clarified, and flavored with vanilla, 1 pint of cream, and the yolks of 12 eggs. Set this mixture over a slow fire, stirring it without ceasing, and just as it begins to boil, take it off and pass it through a tammy. When it is cold, put it into a freezing pot, adding the maraschino, and make the mixture set. Then add the sliced citron, the currants, and stoned raisins. These 2 latter should be soaked the day previously in maraschino and sugar pounded with vanilla. The whole thus mingled, add a plateful of whipped cream mixed with the whites of 3 eggs, beaten to a froth with a little syrup. When the pudding is perfectly frozen, put it into a pineapple-shaped mold. Close the lid, place it again in the freezing pan, covered over with pounded ice and saltpetre, and let it remain until required for table, then turn the pudding out and serve. Time: ½ an hour to freeze the mixture. Seasonable from October to February. Baked orange pudding. Ingredients: 6 ounces of stale sponge cake or bruised ratafias, 6 oranges, 1 pint of milk, 6 eggs, ½ pound of sugar. Mode: bruise the sponge cake or ratafias into fine crumbs, and pour upon them the milk, which should be boiling. Rub the rinds of 2 of the oranges on sugar, and add this, with the juice of the remainder, to the other ingredients. Beat up the eggs, stir them in, sweeten to taste, and put the mixture into a pie dish previously lined with puff paste. Bake for rather more than ½ an hour, turn it out of the dish, strew sifted sugar over, and serve. Time: rather more than 1 hour. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable from November to May. Illustration: orange. Orange, Citrus aurantium. The principal varieties are the sweet, or China orange, and the bitter, or Seville orange. The Maltese is also worthy of notice, from its red blood-like pulp. The orange is extensively cultivated in the south of Europe, and in Devonshire, on walls with a south aspect, it bears an abundance of fruit. So great is the increase in the demand for the orange, and so ample the supply, that it promises to rival the apple in its popularity. The orange tree is considered young at the age of 100 years. The pulp of the orange consists of a collection of oblong vesicles filled with a sugary and refreshing juice. The orange blossom is proverbially chosen for the bridal wreath, and, from the same flower, an essential oil is extracted hardly less esteemed than the celebrated ottar of roses. Of all marmalades, that made from the Seville orange is the best. The peel and juice of the orange are much used in culinary preparations. From oranges are made preserves, confitures, jellies, glacés, sherbet, liqueurs, and syrups. The juice of the orange in a glace d'eau sucrée makes a refreshing and wholesome drink. From the clarified pulp of the orange the French make a delicious jelly, which they serve in small pots, and call cream. The rasped peel of the orange is used in several sweet entremets, to which it communicates its perfume. The confectioner manufactures a variety of dainties from all parts of the orange. Confections of orange peel are excellent tonics and stomachics. Persons with delicate stomachs should abstain from oranges at dessert, because their acidity is likely to derange the digestive organs. Small dishes of pastry for entremet, supper dishes, and fanchonettes or custard tartlets. Ingredients. For the custard, for eggs, 3/4 pint of milk, 2 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of pounded sugar, 3 dessertspoonfuls of flour, flavoring to taste, the whites of 2 eggs, 2 ounces of pounded sugar. Mode. Well, beat the eggs. Stir to them the milk, the butter, which should be beaten to a cream, the sugar, and flour. Mix these ingredients well together, put them into a very clean saucepan, and bring them to the simmering point, but do not allow them to boil. Flavor with essence of vanilla, bitter almonds, lemon, grated chocolate, or any flavoring ingredient that may be preferred. Line some round tartlet pans with good puff paste. Fill them with the custard, and bake in a moderate oven for about 20 minutes, then take them out of the pans, let them cool, and in the meantime whisk the whites of the eggs to a stiff froth. Stir into this the pounded sugar, and spread smoothly over the tartlets a little of this mixture. Put them in the oven again to set the icing, but be particular that they do not scorch. When the icing looks crisp, they are done. Arrange them, piled high in the center, on a white napkin, and garnish the dish, and in between the tartlets, with strips of bright jelly or very firmly made preserve. Time. 20 minutes to bake the tartlets, 5 minutes after being iced. Average cost, exclusive of the paste, 1s. Sufficient to fill 10 or 12 tartlets. Seasonable at any time. Note. The icing may be omitted on the top of the tartlets, and a spoonful of any kind of preserve put at the bottom of the custard instead. This varies both the flavor and appearance of this dish. Almond flowers. Ingredients. Puff paste number 1205. To every half a pound of paste allow 3 ounces of almonds, sifted sugar, the white of an egg. Mode. Roll the paste out to the thickness of a 1/4 inch, and, with a round fluted cutter, stamp out as many pieces as may be required. Work the paste up again, roll it out, and, with a smaller cutter, stamp out some pieces the size of a shilling. Brush the larger pieces over with the white of an egg, and place one of the smaller pieces on each. Blanch and cut the almonds into strips lengthwise, press them slanting into the paste closely round the rings, and when they are all completed, sift over some pounded sugar, and bake for about a 1/4 hour or 20 minutes. Garnish between the almonds with strips of apple jelly, and place in the center of the ring a small quantity of strawberry jam, pile them high on the dish, and serve. Time. A 1/4 hour or 20 minutes. Sufficient. 18 or 20 for a dish. Seasonable at any time. Fluted rolls. Ingredients. Puff paste, the white of an egg, sifted sugar, jelly, or preserve. Mode. Make some good puff paste by recipe number 1205, trimmings answer very well for little dishes of this sort. Roll it out to the thickness of a 1/4 inch, and, with a round fluted paste cutter, stamp out as many round pieces as may be required, brush over the upper side with the white of an egg. Roll up the pieces, pressing the paste lightly together where it joins, place the rolls on a baking sheet, and bake for about a 1/4 hour. A few minutes before they are done, brush them over with the white of an egg. Strew over sifted sugar, put them back in the oven, and when the icing is firm and of a pale brown color, they are done. Place a strip of jelly or preserve across each roll, dish them high on a napkin, and serve cold. Time: a 1/4 hour before being iced, 5 to 10 minutes after. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient. ½ pound of puff paste for 2 dishes. Seasonable at any time. Pastry sandwiches. Ingredients: puff paste, jam of any kind, the white of an egg, sifted sugar. Mode: roll the paste out thin, put half of it on a baking sheet or tin, and spread equally over it apricot, greengage, or any preserve that may be preferred. Lay over this preserve another thin paste, press the edges together all round. And mark the paste in lines with a knife on the surface, to show where to cut it when baked. Bake from 20 minutes to ½ an hour. And, a short time before being done, take the pastry out of the oven, brush it over with the white of an egg, sift over pounded sugar, and put it back in the oven to color. When cold, cut it into strips. Pile these on a dish pyramidically, and serve. These strips, cut about 2 inches long, piled in circular rows, and a plateful of flavored whipped cream poured in the middle, make a very pretty dish. Time: 20 minutes to 1 hour. Average cost, with ½ pound of paste, 1s. Sufficient. ½ pound of paste will make 2 dishes of sandwiches. Seasonable at any time. Petites bouchées. Ingredients: 6 ounces of sweet almonds, a 1/4 pound. Of sifted sugar, the rind of 1/2 lemon, the white of 1 egg, puff paste. Mode: blanch the almonds, and chop them fine, rub the sugar on the lemon rind, and pound it in a mortar, mix this with the almonds and the white of the egg. Roll some puff paste out, cut it in any shape that may be preferred, such as diamonds, rings, ovals, and spread the above mixture over the paste. Bake the bouchée in an oven, not too hot, and serve cold. Time: a 1/4 hour, or rather more. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for ½ pound of puff paste. Seasonable at any time. Polished tartlets. Ingredients: puff paste, the white of an egg, pounded sugar. Mode: roll some good puff paste out thin, and cut it into 2 to 1/2 inch squares. Brush each square over with the white of an egg, then fold down the corners, so that they all meet in the middle of each piece of paste. Slightly press the 2 pieces together, brush them over with the egg, sift over sugar, and bake in a nice quick oven for about a 1/4 hour. When they are done, make a little hole in the middle of the paste, and fill it up with apricot jam, marmalade, or red currant jelly. Pile them high in the center of a dish, on a napkin, and garnish with the same preserve the tartlets are filled with. Time: a 1/4 hour or 20 minutes. Average cost, with ½ pound of puff paste, 1s. Sufficient for 2 dishes of pastry. Seasonable at any time. Note: it should be borne in mind that, for all dishes of small pastry, such as the preceding, trimmings of puff pasty, left from larger tarts, answer as well as making the paste expressly. Putes d'amour, or puff paste rings. Ingredients: puff paste No. 1205, the white of an egg, sifted loaf sugar. Mode: make some good puff paste by recipe No. 1205. Roll it out to the thickness of about a 1/4 inch, and, with a round fluted paste cutter, stamp out as many pieces as may be required. Then work the paste up again, and roll it out to the same thickness, and with a smaller cutter, stamp out sufficient pieces to correspond with the larger ones. Again stamp out the center of these smaller rings. Brush over the others with the white of an egg, place a small ring on the top of every large circular piece of paste, egg over the tops, and bake from 15 to 20 minutes. Sift over sugar, put them back in the oven to color them. Then fill the rings with preserve of any bright color. Dish them high on a napkin, and serve. So many pretty dishes of pastry may be made by stamping puff paste out with fancy cutters, and filling the pieces, when baked, with jelly or preserve, that our space will not allow us to give a separate recipe for each of them. But, as they are all made from one paste, and only the shape and garnishing varied, perhaps it is not necessary, and by exercising a little ingenuity, variety may always be obtained. Half-moons, leaves, diamonds, stars, shamrocks, rings, etc. are the most appropriate shapes for fancy pastry. Time: 15 to 25 minutes. Average cost, with half a pound of paste, ones. Sufficient for 2 dishes of pastry. Seasonable at any time. Paradise pudding. Ingredients: 3 eggs, 3 apples, a quarter pound. Of bread crumbs, 3 ounces of sugar, 3 ounces of currants, salt and grated nutmeg to taste, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 1/2 wineglassful of brandy. Mode: pare, core, and mince the apples into small pieces, and mix them with the other dry ingredients. Beat up the eggs, moisten the mixture with these, and beat it well, stir in the brandy, and put the pudding into a buttered mold, tie it down with a cloth, boil for 1½ hour, and serve with sweet sauce. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Peas pudding. Ingredients: 1½ pint of split peas, 2 ounces of butter, 2 eggs, pepper and salt to taste. Mode: put the peas to soak overnight, in rain water, and float off any that are worm-eaten or discolored. Tie them loosely in a clean cloth, leaving a little room for them to swell, and put them on to boil in cold rain water, allowing 2½ hours after the water has simmered up. When the peas are tender, take them up and drain. Rub them through a colander with a wooden spoon, add the butter, eggs, pepper, and salt, beat all well together for a few minutes, until the ingredients are well incorporated, then tie them tightly in a floured cloth. Boil the pudding for another hour, turn it on to the dish, and serve very hot. This pudding should always be sent to table with boiled leg of pork, and is an exceedingly nice accompaniment to boiled beef. Time: 2½ hours to boil the peas, tied loosely in the cloth, 1 hour for the pudding. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable from September to March. Baked plum pudding. Ingredients: 2 pounds of flour, 1 pound of currants, 1 pound of raisins, 1 pound of suet, 2 eggs, 1 pint of milk, a few slices of candied peel. Mode: chop the suet finely, mix with it the flour, currants, stoned raisins, and candied peel. Moisten with the well-beaten eggs, and add sufficient milk to make the pudding of the consistency of very thick batter. Put it into a buttered dish, and bake in a good oven from 2¼ to 2½ hours, turn it out, strew sifted sugar over, and serve. For a very plain pudding, use only half the quantity of fruit, omit the eggs, and substitute milk or water for them. The above ingredients make a large family pudding. For a small one, half the quantity would be found ample. But it must be baked quite 1½ hour. Time: large pudding, 2¼ to 2½ hours, half the size, 1½ hour. Average cost, 2s. 6d. Sufficient for 9 or 10 persons. Seasonable in winter. Illustration: raisin grape. Raisin grape. All the kinds of raisins have much the same virtues. They are nutritive and balsamic, but they are very subject to fermentation with juices of any kind, and hence, when eaten immoderately, they often bring on colics. There are many varieties of grape used for raisins, the fruit of Valencia is that mostly dried for culinary purposes, whilst most of the table kinds are grown in Malaga, and called muscatels. The finest of all table raisins come from Provence or Italy, the most esteemed of all are those of Roquevaire, they are very large and very sweet. This sort is rarely eaten by any but the most wealthy. The dried Malaga, or muscatel raisins, which come to this country packed in small boxes, and nicely preserved in bunches, are variable in their quality, but mostly of a rich flavor, when new, juicy, and of a deep purple hue. An excellent plum pudding, made without eggs. Ingredients: ½ pound of flour, 6 ounces of raisins, 6 ounces of currants, ¼ pound of chopped suet, ¼ pound of brown sugar, ¼ pound of mashed carrot, ¼ pound of mashed potatoes, 1 tablespoonful of treacle, 1 ounce of candied lemon peel, 1 ounce of candied citron. Mode: mix the flour, currants, suet, and sugar well together. Have ready the above proportions of mashed carrot and potato, which stir into the other ingredients, add the treacle and lemon peel, but put no liquid in the mixture, or it will be spoiled. Tie it loosely in a cloth, or, if put in a basin, do not quite fill it, as the pudding should have room to swell, and boil it for 4 hours. Serve with brandy sauce. This pudding is better for being mixed overnight. Time: 4 hours. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable in winter. An unrivaled plum pudding. Ingredients: 1½ pounds of muscatel raisins, 1 3/4 pounds of currants, 1 pound of sultana raisins, 2 pounds of the finest moist sugar, 2 pounds of bread crumbs, 16 eggs, 2 pounds of finely chopped suet, 6 ounces of mixed candied peel, the rind of 2 lemons, 1 ounce of ground nutmeg, 1 ounce of ground cinnamon, ½ ounce of pounded bitter almonds, 1/4 pint of brandy. Mode: stone and cut up the raisins, but do not chop them, wash and dry the currants, and cut the candied peel into thin slices. Mix all the dry ingredients well together, and moisten with the eggs, which should be well beaten and strained, to the pudding, stir in the brandy, and, when all is thoroughly mixed, well butter and flour a stout new pudding cloth. Put in the pudding, tie it down very tightly and closely, boil from 6 to 8 hours, and serve with brandy sauce. A few sweet almonds, blanched and cut in strips and stuck on the pudding, ornament it prettily. This quantity may be divided and boiled in buttered molds. For small families this is the most desirable way, as the above will be found to make a pudding of rather large dimensions. Time: 6 to 8 hours. Average cost, 7s. 6d. Seasonable in winter. Sufficient for 12 or 14 persons. Note: the muscatel raisins can be purchased at a cheap rate loose, not in bunches. They are then scarcely higher in price than the ordinary raisins, and impart a much richer flavor to the pudding. Illustration: Sultana grape. Sultana grape. We have elsewhere stated that the small black grape grown in Corinth and the Ionian Isles is, when dried, the common currant of the grocers' shops. The white or yellow grape, grown in the same places, is somewhat larger than the black variety, and is that which produces the sultana raisin. It has been called sultana from its delicate qualities and unique growth. The finest are those of Smyrna. They have not sufficient flavor and sugary properties to serve alone for puddings and cakes, but they are peculiarly valuable for mixing, that is to say, for introducing in company with the richer sorts of Valencias or muscatels. In white puddings, or cakes, too, where the whiteness must be preserved, the sultana raisin should be used. But the greatest value of this fruit in the cuisine is that of its saving labor, for it has no stones. Half muscatels and half sultanas are an admirable mixture for general purposes. A plain Christmas pudding for children. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, 1 pound of bread crumbs, 3/4 pound of stoned raisins, 3/4 pound of currants, 3/4 pound of suet, 3 or 4 eggs, milk, 2 ounces of candied peel, 1 teaspoonful of powdered allspice, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt. Mode. Let the suet be finely chopped, the raisins stoned, and the currants well washed, picked, and dried. Mix these with the other dry ingredients, and stir all well together. Beat and strain the eggs to the pudding, stir these in, and add just sufficient milk to make it mix properly. Tie it up in a well-floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil for at least 5 hours. Serve with a sprig of holly placed in the middle of the pudding, and a little pounded sugar sprinkled over it. Time. 5 hours. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 9 or 10 children. Seasonable at Christmas. Raisins. Raisins are grapes, prepared by suffering them to remain on the vine until they are perfectly ripe, and then drying them in the sun or by the heat of an oven. The sun-dried grapes are sweet, the oven-dried of an acid flavor. The common way of drying grapes for raisins is to tie 2 or 3 bunches of them together, whilst yet on the vine, and dip them into a hot lixivium of wood ashes mixed with a little of the oil of olives. This disposes them to shrink and wrinkle. After which they are left on the vine 3 or 4 days, separated, on sticks in a horizontal situation, and then dried in the sun at leisure, after being cut from the tree. Christmas plum pudding. Very good. Ingredients. 1½ pounds of raisins, ½ a pound of currants, ½ a pound of mixed peel, 3/4 pound of bread crumbs, 3/4 pound of suet, 8 eggs, 1 wineglassful of brandy. Illustration: Christmas plum pudding in mold. Mode. Stone and cut the raisins in halves, but do not chop them. Wash, pick, and dry the currants, and mince the suet finely. Cut the candied peel into thin slices, and grate down the bread into fine crumbs. When all these dry ingredients are prepared, mix them well together, then moisten the mixture with the eggs, which should be well beaten, and the brandy. Stir well, that everything may be very thoroughly blended, and press the pudding into a buttered mold, tie it down tightly with a floured cloth, and boil for 5 or 6 hours. It may be boiled in a cloth without a mold, and will require the same time allowed for cooking. As Christmas puddings are usually made a few days before they are required for table, when the pudding is taken out of the pot, hang it up immediately, and put a plate or saucer underneath to catch the water that may drain from it. The day it is to be eaten, plunge it into boiling water, and keep it boiling for at least 2 hours, then turn it out of the mold, and serve with brandy sauce. On Christmas Day a sprig of holly is usually placed in the middle of the pudding, and about a wineglassful of brandy poured round it, which, at the moment of serving, is lighted, and the pudding thus brought to table encircled in flame. Time. 5 or 6 hours the first time of boiling, 2 hours the day it is to be served. Average cost, 4s. Sufficient for a quart mold for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable on the 25th of December, and on various festive occasions till March. Note. 5 or 6 of these puddings should be made at one time, as they will keep good for many weeks, and in cases where unexpected guests arrive, will be found an acceptable, and, as it only requires warming through, a quickly prepared dish. Molds of every shape and size are manufactured for these puddings, and may be purchased of Messrs. R. and J. Slack, 336, Strand. Brandy is the alcoholic or spirituous portion of wine, separated from the aqueous part, the coloring matter, and by distillation. The word is of German origin, and in its German form, Branntwein, signifies burnt wine, or wine that has undergone the action of fire. Brandies, so called, however, have been made from potatoes, carrots, beetroot, pears, and other vegetable substances, but they are all inferior to true brandy. Brandy is prepared in most wine countries, but that of France is the most esteemed. It is procured not only by distilling the wine itself, but also by fermenting and distilling the marc, or residue of the pressings of the grape. It is procured indifferently from red or white wine, and different wines yield very different proportions of it, the strongest, of course, giving the largest quantity. Brandy obtained from marc has a more acrid taste than that from wine. The celebrated brandy of Cognac, a town in the department of Charente, and that brought from Anray, seem to owe their excellence from being made from white wine. Like other spirit, brandy is colorless when recently distilled. By mere keeping, however, owing, probably, to some change in the soluble matter contained in it, it acquires a slight color, which is much increased by keeping in casks, and is made of the required intensity by the addition of burnt sugar or other coloring matter. What is called British brandy is not, in fact, brandy, which is the name, as we have said, of a spirit distilled from wine, but is a spirit made chiefly from malt spirit, with the addition of mineral acids and various flavoring ingredients, the exact composition being kept secret. It is distilled somewhat extensively in this country, real brandy scarcely at all. The brandies imported into England are chiefly from Bordeaux, Rochelle, and Cognac. A pound plum pudding. Ingredients: 1 pound of suet, 1 pound of currants, 1 pound of stoned raisins, 8 eggs, 1/2 grated nutmeg, 2 ounces of sliced candied peel, 1 teaspoonful of ground ginger, 1/2 pound of bread crumbs, 1/2 pound of flour, 1/2 pint of milk. Illustration: baked pudding or cake mold. Mode: chop the suet finely, mix with it the dry ingredients. Stir these well together, and add the well-beaten eggs and milk to moisten with. Beat up the mixture well, and should the above proportion of milk not be found sufficient to make it of the proper consistency, a little more should be added. Press the pudding into a mold, tie it in a floured cloth, and boil for 5 hours, or rather longer, and serve with brandy sauce. Time: 5 hours, or longer. Average cost, 3s. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable in winter. Note: the above pudding may be baked instead of boiled. It should be put into a buttered mold or tin, and baked for about 2 hours, a smaller one would take about 1 to 1/4 hour. Citron. The fruit of the citron tree, Citrus medica, is acidulous, antiseptic, and antiscorbutic. It excites the appetite and stops vomiting, and, like lemon juice, has been greatly extolled in chronic rheumatism, gout, and scurvy. Mixed with cordials, it is used as an antidote to the machineal poison. The candied peel is prepared in the same manner as orange or lemon peel. That is to say, the peel is boiled in water until quite soft, and then suspended in concentrated syrup, in the cold, after which it is either dried in a current of warm air, or in a stove, at a heat not exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit. The syrup must be kept fully saturated with sugar by reboiling it once or twice during the process. It may be dusted with powdered lump sugar, if necessary. The citron is supposed to be the Median, Assyrian, or Persian apple of the Greeks. It is described by Risso as having a majestic appearance, its shining leaves and rosy flowers being succeeded by fruit whose beauty and size astonish the observer, whilst their odor gratifies his senses. In China there is an enormous variety, but the citron is cultivated in all orange-growing countries. Plum pudding of fresh fruit. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of suet crust, No. 1/2 pint of Orleans or any other kind of plum, 1/4 pound of moist sugar. Mode: line a pudding basin with suet crust rolled out to the thickness of about 1/2 inch, fill the basin with the fruit, put in the sugar, and cover with crust. Fold the edges over, and pinch them together, to prevent the juice escaping. Tie over a floured cloth, put the pudding into boiling water, and boil from 2 to 2.5 hours. Turn it out of the basin, and serve quickly. Time: 2 to 2.5 hours. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable, with various kinds of plums, from the beginning of August to the beginning of October. Illustration: plum. Plums. Almost all the varieties of the cultivated plum are agreeable and refreshing. It is not a nourishing fruit, and if indulged into excess, when unripe, is almost certain to cause diarrhea and cholera. Weak and delicate persons had better abstain from plums altogether. The modes of preparing plums are as numerous as the varieties of the fruit. The objections raised against raw plums do not apply to the cooked fruit, which even the invalid may eat in moderation. Plum tart. Ingredients. Half a pound of good short crust No. 1211, 1½ pint of plums, a quarter pound of moist sugar. Illustration: plum tart. Mode. Line the edges of a deep tart dish with crust made by recipe No. 1211, fill the dish with plums, and place a small cup or jar, upside down, in the midst of them. Put in the sugar, cover the pie with crust, ornament the edges, and bake in a good oven from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. When puff crust is preferred to short crust, use that made by recipe No. 1206, and glaze the top by brushing it over with the white of an egg beaten to a stiff froth with a knife, sprinkle over a little sifted sugar, and put the pie in the oven to set the glaze. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost: 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable, with various kinds of plums, from the beginning of August to the beginning of October. Potato pasty. Ingredients: 1½ pounds of rump steak or mutton cutlets, pepper and salt to taste, 1/3 pint of weak broth or gravy, 1 ounce of butter, mashed potatoes. Illustration: potato pasty pan. Mode. Place the meat, cut in small pieces, at the bottom of the pan. Season it with pepper and salt, and add the gravy and butter broken, into small pieces. Put on the perforated plate, with its valve pipe screwed on, and fill up the whole space to the top of the tube with nicely mashed potatoes mixed with a little milk, and finish the surface of them in any ornamental manner. If carefully baked, the potatoes will be covered with a delicate brown crust, retaining all the savory steam rising from the meat. Send it to table as it comes from the oven, with a napkin folded round it. Time: 40 to 60 minutes. Average cost: 2s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Potato pudding. Ingredients: half a pound of mashed potatoes, 2 ounces of butter, 2 eggs, 1/4 pint of milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of sherry, 1/4 saltspoonful of salt, the juice and rind of 1 small lemon, 2 ounces of sugar. Mode. Boil sufficient potatoes to make half a pound when mashed. Add to these the butter, eggs, milk, sherry, lemon juice, and sugar, mince the lemon peel very finely, and beat all the ingredients well together. Put the pudding into a buttered pie dish, and bake for rather more than half an hour. To enrich it, add a few pounded almonds, and increase the quantity of eggs and butter. Time: half an hour, or rather longer. Average cost: 8d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. To ice or glaze pastry. 1334. To glaze pastry, which is the usual method adopted for meat or raised pies, break an egg, separate the yolk from the white, and beat the former for a short time. Then, when the pastry is nearly baked, take it out of the oven, brush it over with this beaten yolk of egg, and put it back in the oven to set the glaze. 1335. To ice pastry, which is the usual method adopted for fruit tarts and sweet dishes of pastry, put the white of an egg on a plate, and with the blade of a knife beat it to a stiff froth. When the pastry is nearly baked, brush it over with this, and sift over some pounded sugar, put it back into the oven to set the glaze, and, in a few minutes, it will be done. Great care should be taken that the paste does not catch or burn in the oven, which it is very liable to do after the icing is laid on. Sufficient: allow 1 egg and 1 1/8 ounces of sugar to glaze 3 tarts. Illustration: sugar canes. Sugar has been happily called the honey of reeds. The sugar cane appears to be originally a native of the East Indies. The Chinese have cultivated it for 2,000 years. The Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Jews knew nothing about it. The Greek physicians are the first who speak of it. It was not till the year 1471 that a Venetian discovered the method of purifying brown sugar and making loaf sugar. He gained an immense fortune by this discovery. Our supplies are now obtained from Barbados, Jamaica, Mauritius, Ceylon, the East and West Indies generally, and the United States, but the largest supplies come from Cuba. Sugar is divided into the following classes: refined sugar, white clade, brown raw, and molasses. The sugarcane grows to the height of 6, 12, or even sometimes 20 feet. It is propagated from cuttings, requires much hoeing and weeding, giving employment to thousands upon thousands of slaves in the slave countries, and attains maturity in 12 or 13 months. When ripe, it is cut down close to the stole. The stems are divided into lengths of about 3 feet, which are made up into bundles, and carried to the mill, to be crushed between rollers. In the process of crushing, the juice runs down into a reservoir, from which, after a while, it is drawn through a siphon, that is to say, the clear fluid is taken from the scum. This fluid undergoes several processes of drying and refining. The methods varying in different manufactories. There are some large establishments engaged in sugar refining in the neighborhoods of Blackwell and Bethnal Green, London. The process is mostly in the hands of German workmen. Sugar is adulterated with fine sand and sawdust. Pure sugar is highly nutritious, adding to the fatty tissue of the body, but it is not easy of digestion. Baked raisin pudding. Plain and economical. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, 3/4 pound of stoned raisins, half a pound of suet, a pinch of salt, 1 ounce of sugar, a little grated nutmeg, milk. Mode: chop the suet finely, stone the raisins and cut them in halves. Mix these with the suet, add the salt, sugar, and grated nutmeg, and moisten the whole with sufficient milk to make it of the consistency of thick batter. Put the pudding into a buttered pie dish, and bake for 1½ hour, or rather longer. Turn it out of the dish, strew sifted sugar over, and serve. This is a very plain recipe, and suitable where there is a family of children. It, of course, can be much improved by the addition of candied peel, currants, and rather a larger proportion of suet. A few eggs would also make the pudding richer. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable in winter. Introduction of sugar. Sugar was first known as a drug, and used by the apothecaries, and with them was a most important article. At its first appearance, some said it was heating, others, that it injured the chest. Others, that it disposed persons to apoplexy. The truth, however, soon conquered these fancies, and the use of sugar has increased every day, and there is no household in the civilized world which can do without it. Boiled raisin pudding. Plain and economical. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, half a pound of stoned raisins, half a pound of chopped suet, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, milk. Mode: after having stoned the raisins and chopped the suet finely, mix them with the flour, add the salt, and when these dry ingredients are thoroughly mixed, moisten the pudding with sufficient milk to make it into rather a stiff paste. Tie it up in a floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil for 4 hours, serve with sifted sugar. This pudding may, also, be made in a long shape, the same as a rolled jam pudding, and will then not require so long boiling. 2½ hours would then be quite sufficient. Time: made round, 4 hours, in a long shape, 2½ hours. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 8 or 9 persons. Seasonable in winter. Boiled rhubarb pudding. Ingredients: 4 or 5 sticks of fine rhubarb, 1/4 pound of moist sugar, 3/4 pound of suet crust No. 1215. Mode: make a suet crust with 3/4 pound of flour, by recipe No. 1215, and line a buttered basin with it. Wash and wipe the rhubarb, and, if old, string it, that is to say, pare off the outside skin. Cut it into inch lengths, fill the basin with it, put in the sugar, and cover with crust. Pinch the edges of the pudding together, tie over it a floured cloth, put it into boiling water, and boil from 2 to 2½ hours. Turn it out of the basin, and serve with a jug of cream and sifted sugar. Time: 2 to 2½ hours. Average cost: 7d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable in spring. Rhubarb tart. Ingredients: ½ pound of puff paste No. 1206, about 5 sticks of large rhubarb, ¼ pound of moist sugar. Mode: make a puff crust by recipe No. 1206. Line the edges of a deep pie dish with it, and wash, wipe, and cut the rhubarb into pieces about 1 inch long. Should it be old and tough, string it, that is to say, pare off the outside skin. Pile the fruit high in the dish, as it shrinks very much in the cooking, put in the sugar, cover with crust, ornament the edges, and bake the tart in a well-heated oven from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. If wanted very nice, brush it over with the white of an egg beaten to a stiff froth, then sprinkle on it some sifted sugar, and put it in the oven just to set the glaze. This should be done when the tart is nearly baked. A small quantity of lemon juice, and a little of the peel minced, are by many persons considered an improvement to the flavor of rhubarb tart. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Average cost: 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in spring. Illustration: rhubarb. Rhubarb. This is one of the most useful of all garden productions that are put into pies and puddings. It was comparatively little known till within the last 20 or 30 years, but it is now cultivated in almost every British garden. The part used is the footstalks of the leaves, which, peeled and cut into small pieces, are put into tarts, either mixed with apples or alone. When quite young, they are much better not peeled. Rhubarb comes in season when apples are going out. The common rhubarb is a native of Asia. The scarlet variety has the finest flavor. Turkey rhubarb, the well-known medicinal drug, is the root of a very elegant plant, Rheum palmatum, coming to greatest perfection in Tartary. For culinary purposes, all kinds of rhubarb are the better for being blanched. Raised pie of poultry or game. Ingredients: to every pound of flour allow ½ a pound of butter, 1/2 pint of water, the yolks of 2 eggs, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt. These are for the crust. 1 large fowl or pheasant, a few slices of veal cutlet, a few slices of dressed ham, forcemeat, seasoning of nutmeg, allspice, pepper and salt, gravy. Illustration: raised pie. Mode: make a stiff short crust with the above proportion of butter, flour, water, and eggs, and work it up very smoothly. Butter a raised pie mold, as shown in No. 1190, and line it with the paste. Previously to making the crust, bone the fowl, or whatever bird is intended to be used, lay it, breast downwards, upon a cloth, and season the inside well with pounded mace, allspice, pepper, and salt. Then spread over it a layer of forcemeat, then a layer of seasoned veal, and then one of ham, and then another layer of forcemeat, and roll the fowl over, making the skin meat at the back. Line the pie with forcemeat, put in the fowl, and fill up the cavities with slices of seasoned veal and ham and forcemeat. Wet the edges of the pie, put on the cover, pinch the edges together with the paste pincers, and decorate it with leaves. Brush it over with beaten yolk of egg, and bake in a moderate oven for 4 hours. In the meantime, make a good strong gravy from the bones, pour it through a funnel into the hole at the top. Cover this hole with a small leaf, and the pie, when cold, will be ready for use. Let it be remembered that the gravy must be considerably reduced before it is poured into the pie, as, when cold, it should form a firm jelly, and not be the least degree in a liquid state. This recipe is suitable for all kinds of poultry or game, using 1 or more birds, according to the size of the pie intended to be made, but the birds must always be boned. Truffles, mushrooms, and added to this pie, make it much nicer. And, to enrich it, lard the fleshy parts of the poultry or game with thin strips of bacon. This method of forming raised pies in a mold is generally called a timbale, and has the advantage of being more easily made than one where the paste is raised by the hands, the crust, besides, being eatable. See colored plate N1. Time. Large pie, 4 hours. Average cost, XXS. 6d. Seasonable, with poultry, all the year, with game, from September to March. Raised pie of veal and ham. Ingredients. 3 or 4 pounds. Of veal cutlets, a few slices of bacon or ham, seasoning of pepper, salt, nutmeg, and allspice, forcemeat No. 415, 2 pounds, of hot water paste No. 1217, 1/2 pint of good strong gravy. Mode. To raise the crust for a pie with the hands is a very difficult task, and can only be accomplished by skilled and experienced cooks. The process should be seen to be satisfactorily learnt, and plenty of practice given to the making of raised pies, as by that means only will success be ensured. Make a hot water paste by recipe No. 1217, and from the mass raise the pie with the hands. If this cannot be accomplished, cut out pieces for the top and bottom, and a long piece for the sides. Fasten the bottom and side piece together by means of egg, and pinch the edges well together, then line the pie with forcemeat made by recipe No. 415, put in a layer of veal, and a plentiful seasoning of salt, pepper, nutmeg, and allspice, as, let it be remembered, these pies taste very insipid unless highly seasoned. Over the seasoning place a layer of sliced bacon or cooked ham, and then a layer of forcemeat, veal seasoning, and bacon, and so on until the meat rises to about an inch above the paste. Taking care to finish with a layer of forcemeat, to fill all the cavities of the pie, and to lay in the meat firmly and compactly. Brush the top edge of the pie with beaten egg, put on the cover, press the edges, and pinch them round with paste pincers. Make a hole in the middle of the lid, and ornament the pie with leaves, which should be stuck on with the white of an egg. Then brush it all over with the beaten yolk of an egg, and bake the pie in an oven with a soaking heat from 3 to 4 hours. To ascertain when it is done, run a sharp-pointed knife or skewer through the hole at the top into the middle of the pie, and if the meat feels tender, it is sufficiently baked. Have ready about 1/2 pint of very strong gravy, pour it through a funnel into the hole at the top, stop up the hole with a small leaf of baked paste, and put the pie away until wanted for use. Should it acquire too much color in the baking, cover it with white paper, as the crust should not in the least degree be burnt. Mushrooms, truffles, and many other ingredients, may be added to enrich the flavor of these pies, and the very fleshy parts of the meat may be larded. These pies are more frequently served cold than hot, and form excellent dishes for cold suppers or breakfasts. The cover of the pie is sometimes carefully removed, leaving the perfect edges, and the top decorated with square pieces of very bright aspic jelly. This has an exceedingly pretty effect. Time. About 4 hours. Average cost, XXS. 6d. Sufficient for a very large pie. Seasonable from March to October. Baked rice pudding. I. Ingredients. 1 small teacupful of rice, 4 eggs, 1 pint of milk, 2 ounces of fresh butter, 2 ounces of beef marrow, 1/4 pound. Of currants, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy, nutmeg, 1/4 pound, of sugar, the rind of 1/2 lemon. Mode. Put the lemon rind and milk into a stewpan, and let it infuse till the milk is well flavored with the lemon. In the meantime, boil the rice until tender in water, with a very small quantity of salt, and, when done, let it be thoroughly drained. Beat the eggs, stir to them the milk, which should be strained, the butter, marrow, currants, and remaining ingredients, add the rice, and mix all well together. Line the edges of the dish with puff paste, put in the pudding, and bake for about 3/4 hour in a slow oven. Slices of candied peel may be added at pleasure, or sultana raisins may be substituted for the currants. Time. 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable. Suitable for a winter pudding, when fresh fruits are not obtainable. Rice, with proper management in cooking it, forms a very valuable and cheap addition to our farinaceous food, and, in years of scarcity, has been found eminently useful in lessening the consumption of flour. When boiled, it should be so managed that the grains, though soft, should be as little broken and as dry as possible. The water in which it is dressed should only simmer, and not boil hard. Very little water should be used, as the grains absorb a great deal, and, consequently, swell much, and if they take up too much at first, it is difficult to get rid of it. Baking it in puddings is the best mode of preparing it. 2. Plain and economical, a nice pudding for children. Ingredients: 1 teacupful of rice, 2 tablespoonfuls of moist sugar, 1 quart of milk, half an ounce of butter or 2 small tablespoonfuls of chopped suet, 1/2 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg. Mode: wash the rice, put it into a pie dish with the sugar, pour in the milk, and stir these ingredients well together, then add the butter cut up into very small pieces, or, instead of this, the above proportion of finely minced suet. Grate a little nutmeg over the top, and bake the pudding, in a moderate oven, from 1½ to 2 hours. As the rice is not previously cooked, care must be taken that the pudding be very slowly baked, to give plenty of time for the rice to swell, and for it to be very thoroughly done. Time: 1½ to 2 hours. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 children. Seasonable at any time. Plain boiled rice pudding. Ingredients: ½ a pound of rice. Mode: wash the rice, tie it in a pudding cloth, allowing room for the rice to swell, and put it into a saucepan of cold water. Boil it gently for 2 hours, and if, after a time, the cloth seems tied too loosely, take the rice up and tighten the cloth. Serve with sweet melted butter, or cold butter and sugar, or stewed fruit, jam, or marmalade. Any of which accompaniments are suitable for plain boiled rice. Time: 2 hours after the water boils. Average cost, 2d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Boiled rice pudding. Ingredients: ¼ pound of rice, 1½ pint of new milk, 2 ounces of butter, for eggs, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, for large tablespoonfuls of moist sugar, flavoring to taste. Mode: stew the rice very gently in the above proportion of new milk, and, when it is tender, pour it into a basin, stir in the butter, and let it stand to cool. Then beat the eggs, add these to the rice with the sugar, salt, and any flavoring that may be approved, such as nutmeg, powdered cinnamon, grated lemon peel, essence of bitter almonds, or vanilla. When all is well stirred, put the pudding into a buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, plunge it into boiling water, and boil for 1 to 1/4 hour. Time: 1 to 1/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Varieties of rice. Of the varieties of rice brought to our market, that from Bengal is chiefly of the species denominated cargo rice, and is of a coarse reddish-brown cast, but peculiarly sweet and large-grained. It does not readily separate from the husk, but it is preferred by the natives to all the others. Pachua rice is more esteemed in Europe, and is of very superior quality. It is small-grained, rather long and wiry, and is remarkably white. The Carolina rice is considered as the best, and is likewise the dearest in London. 2. With dried or fresh fruit, a nice dish for the nursery. Ingredients: ½ a pound of rice, 1 pint of any kind of fresh fruit that may be preferred, or ½ a pound of raisins or currants. Mode: wash the rice, tie it in a cloth, allowing room for it to swell, and put it into a saucepan of cold water. Let it boil for an hour, then take it up, untie the cloth, stir in the fruit, and tie it up again tolerably tight, and put it into the water for the remainder of the time. Boil for another hour, or rather longer, and serve with sweet sauce, if made with dried fruit, and with plain sifted sugar and a little cream or milk, if made with fresh fruit. Time: 1 hour to boil the rice without the fruit. 1 hour, or longer, afterwards. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 children. Seasonable at any time. Note: this pudding is very good made with apples. They should be pared cored, and cut into thin slices. Boiled rice for curries, and Ingredients: 3/4 pound of rice, water, salt. Mode: pick, wash, and soak the rice in plenty of cold water. Then have ready a saucepan of boiling water, drop the rice into it, and keep it boiling quickly, with the lid uncovered, until it is tender, but not soft. Take it up, drain it, and put it on a dish before the fire to dry. Do not handle it much with a spoon, but shake it about a little with 2 forks, that it may all be equally dried, and strew over a little salt. It is now ready to serve, and may be heaped lightly on a dish by itself, or be laid round the dish as a border, with a curry or fricassee in the center. Some cooks smooth the rice with the back of a spoon, and then brush it over with the yolk of an egg, and set it in the oven to color. But the rice well boiled, white, dry, and with every grain distinct, is by far the more preferable mode of dressing it. During the process of boiling, the rice should be attentively watched, that it be not overdone, as, if this is the case, it will have a mashed and soft appearance. Time: 15 to 25 minutes, according to the quality of the rice. Average cost, 3d. Sufficient for a large dish of curry. Seasonable at any time. Rice, in the native rough state, with the husk on, is called paddy, both in India and America, and it will keep better, and for a much longer time, in this state, than after the husk has been removed. Besides which, prepared rice is apt to become dirty from rubbing about in the voyage on board ship, and in the warehouses. It is sometimes brought to England in the shape of paddy, and the husk detached here. Paddy pays less duty than shelled rice. To boil rice for curries, and Sawyer's recipe. Ingredients: 1 pound of the best Carolina rice, 2 quarts of water, 1½ ounces of butter, a little salt. Mode: wash the rice well in 2 waters. Make 2 quarts of water boiling, and throw the rice into it, boil it until 3 parts done, then drain it on a sieve. Butter the bottom and sides of a stew pan, put in the rice, place the lid on tightly, and set it by the side of the fire until the rice is perfectly tender, occasionally shaking the pan to prevent it sticking. Prepared thus, every grain should be separate and white. Either dish it separately, or place it round the curry as a border. Time: 15 to 25 minutes. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 2 moderate-sized curries. Seasonable at any time. Buttered rice. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of rice, 1½ pint of milk, 2 ounces of butter, sugar to taste, grated nutmeg or pounded cinnamon. Mode: wash and pick the rice, drain and put it into a saucepan with the milk. Let it swell gradually, and, when tender, pour off the milk, stir in the butter, sugar, and nutmeg or cinnamon, and, when the butter is thoroughly melted, and the whole is quite hot, serve. After the milk is poured off, be particular that the rice does not burn. To prevent this, do not cease stirring it. Time: about 3/4 hour to swell the rice. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Rice was held in great esteem by the ancients. They considered it as a very beneficial food for the chest, therefore it was recommended in cases of consumption, and to persons subject to spitting of blood. Savory casserole of rice. Or rice border, for ragouts, fricassees, and an entree. Ingredients: 1½ pounds of rice, 3 pints of weak stock or broth, 2 slices of fat ham, 1 teaspoonful of salt. Illustration: casserole of rice. Mode: A casserole of rice, when made in a mold, is not such a difficult operation as when it is molded by the hand. It is an elegant and inexpensive entree, as the remains of cold fish, flesh, or fowl may be served as ragouts, fricassees, and enclosed in the casserole. It requires great nicety in its preparation, the principal thing to attend to being the boiling of the rice, as, if this is not sufficiently cooked, the casserole, when molded, will have a rough appearance, which would entirely spoil it. After having washed the rice in 2 or 3 waters, drain it well, and put it into a stew pan with the stock, ham, and salt. Cover the pan closely, and let the rice gradually swell over a slow fire, occasionally stirring, to prevent it sticking. When it is quite soft, strain it, pick out the pieces of ham, and, with the back of a large wooden spoon, mash the rice to a perfectly smooth paste. Then well grease a mold. Molds are made purposely for rice borders, and turn it upside down for a minute or 2, to drain away the fat. Should there be too much, put some rice all round the bottom and sides of it. Place a piece of soft bread in the middle, and cover it with rice, press it in equally with the spoon, and let it cool. Then dip the mold into hot water, turn the casserole carefully onto a dish, mark where the lid is to be formed on the top, by making an incision with the point of a knife about an inch from the edge all round, and put it into a very hot oven. Brush it over with a little clarified butter, and bake about half an hour, or rather longer. Then carefully remove the lid, which will be formed by the incision having been made all round, and remove the bread, in small pieces, with the point of a penknife, being careful not to injure the casserole. Fill the center with the ragout or fricassee, which should be made thick. Put on the cover, glaze it, place it in the oven to set the glaze, and serve as hot as possible. The casserole should not be emptied too much, as it is liable to crack from the weight of whatever is put in, and in baking it, let the oven be very hot, or the casserole will probably break. Time: about 3/4 hour to swell the rice. Sufficient for 2 moderate-sized casseroles. Seasonable at any time. Sweet casserole of rice, an entremet. Ingredients: 1½ pounds of rice, 3 pints of milk, sugar to taste, flavoring of bitter almonds, 3 ounces of butter, the yolks of 3 eggs. Mode: this is made in precisely the same manner as a savory casserole, only substituting the milk and sugar for the stock and salt. Put the milk into a stew pan, with sufficient essence of bitter almonds to flavor it well. Then add the rice, which should be washed, picked, and drained, and let it swell gradually in the milk over a slow fire. When it is tender, stir in the sugar, butter, and yolks of eggs. Butter a mold, press in the rice, and proceed in exactly the same manner as in recipe number 1350. When the casserole is ready, fill it with a compote of any fruit that may be preferred, or with melted apricot jam, and serve. Time: from 3/4 to 1 hour to swell the rice, 1/2 to 3/4 hour to bake the casserole. Average cost, exclusive of the compote or jam, 1s. Sufficient for 2 casseroles. Seasonable at any time. French rice pudding, or gâteau de riz. Ingredients: to every 1/4 pound of rice allow 1 quart of milk, the rind of 1 lemon, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, sugar to taste, 4 ounces of butter, 6 eggs, bread crumbs. Mode: put the milk into a stew pan with the lemon rind, and let it infuse for half an hour, or until the former is well flavored. Then take out the peel, have ready the rice washed, picked, and drained. Put it into the milk, and let it gradually swell over a very slow fire. Stir in the butter, salt, and sugar, and when properly sweetened, add the yolks of the eggs, and then the whites, both of which should be well beaten, and added separately to the rice. Butter a mold, strew in some fine bread crumbs, and let them be spread equally over it, then carefully pour in the rice, and bake the pudding in a slow oven for 1 hour. Turn it out of the mold, and garnish the dish with preserved cherries, or any bright-colored jelly or jam. This pudding would be exceedingly nice, flavored with essence of vanilla. Time: 3/4 to 1 hour for the rice to swell. To be baked 1 hour in a slow oven. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Baked or boiled ground rice pudding. Ingredients. 2 pints of milk, 6 tablespoonfuls of ground rice, sugar to taste, 4 eggs, flavoring of lemon rind, nutmeg, bitter almonds or bay leaf. Mode. Put 1½ pint of the milk into a stew pan, with any of the above flavorings, and bring it to the boiling point, and, with the other 1/2 pint of milk, mix the ground rice to a smooth batter. Strain the boiling milk to this, and stir over the fire until the mixture is tolerably thick. Then pour it into a basin, leave it uncovered, and when nearly or quite cold, sweeten it to taste, and add the eggs, which should be previously well beaten, with a little salt. Put the pudding into a well-buttered basin, tie it down with a cloth, plunge it into boiling water, and boil for 1½ hour. For a baked pudding, proceed in precisely the same manner, only using half the above proportion of ground rice, with the same quantity of all the other ingredients. An hour will bake the pudding in a moderate oven. Stewed fruit, or preserves, or marmalade, may be served with either the boiled or baked pudding, and will be found an improvement. Time. 1½ hour to boil, 1 hour to bake. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Iced rice pudding. Ingredients. 6 ounces of rice, 1 quart of milk, ½ pound of sugar, the yolks of 6 eggs, 1 small teaspoonful of essence of vanilla. Mode. Put the rice into a stew pan, with the milk and sugar, and let these simmer over a gentle fire until the rice is sufficiently soft to break up into a smooth mass, and should the milk dry away too much, a little more may be added. Stir the rice occasionally, to prevent its burning, then beat it to a smooth mixture. Add the yolks of the eggs, which should be well whisked, and the vanilla. Should this flavoring not be liked, essence of bitter almonds may be substituted for it. Put this rice custard into the freezing pot, and proceed as directed in recipe No. 1290. When wanted for table, turn the pudding out of the mold, and pour over the top, and round it, a compote of oranges, or any other fruit that may be preferred. Taking care that the flavoring in the pudding harmonizes well with the fruit that is served with it. Time. Half an hour to freeze the mixture. Average cost, 1s. 6d, exclusive of the compote, 1s. 4d. Seasonable. Served all the year round. Miniature rice puddings. Ingredients. A quarter pound of rice, 1½ pint of milk, 2 ounces. Of fresh butter, 4 eggs, sugar to taste, flavoring of lemon peel, bitter almonds, or vanilla, a few strips of candied peel. Mode. Let the rice swell in 1 pint of the milk over a slow fire, putting with it a strip of lemon peel. Stir to it the butter and the other 1/2 pint of milk, and let the mixture cool. Then add the well-beaten eggs, and a few drops of essence of almonds or essence of vanilla, whichever may be preferred. Butter well some small cups or molds, line them with a few pieces of candied peel sliced very thin, fill them 3 parts full, and bake for about 40 minutes, turn them out of the cups onto a white d'oyley, and serve with sweet sauce. The flavoring in candied peel might be omitted, and stewed fruit or preserve served instead, with these puddings. Time. 40 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 6 puddings. Seasonable at any time. Arrowroot sauce for puddings. Ingredients. 2 small teaspoonfuls of arrowroot, for dessert spoonfuls of pounded sugar, the juice of 1 lemon, 1/4 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Mix the arrowroot smoothly with the water, put this into a stew pan. Add the sugar, strained lemon juice, and grated nutmeg. Stir these ingredients over the fire until they boil, when the sauce is ready for use. A small quantity of wine, or any liqueur, would very much improve the flavor of this sauce. It is usually served with bread, rice, custard, or any dry pudding that is not very rich. Time. Altogether, 15 minutes. Average cost, 4d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Cherry sauce for sweet puddings. German recipe. Ingredients. 1 pound of cherries, 1 tablespoonful of flour, 1 ounce of butter, 1/2 pint of water, 1 wineglassful of port wine, a little grated lemon rind, 4 pounded cloves, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice, sugar to taste. Mode. Stone the cherries, and pound the kernels in a mortar to a smooth paste. Put the butter and flour into a saucepan, stir them over the fire until of a pale brown, then add the cherries, the pounded kernels, the wine, and the water. Simmer these gently for a quarter hour, or until the cherries are quite cooked, and rub the whole through a hair sieve. Add the remaining ingredients, let the sauce boil for another 5 minutes, and serve. This is a delicious sauce to serve with boiled batter pudding, and when thus used, should be sent to table poured over the pudding. Time. 20 minutes to half an hour. Average cost, 1d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Lemon sauce for sweet puddings. Ingredients. The rind and juice of 1 lemon, 1 tablespoonful of flour, 1 ounce of butter, 1 large wineglassful of sherry, 1 wineglassful of water, sugar to taste, the yolks of 4 eggs. Mode. Rub the rind of the lemon on to some lumps of sugar, squeeze out the juice, and strain it. Put the butter and flour into a saucepan, stir them over the fire, and when of a pale brown, add the wine, water, and strained lemon juice. Crush the lumps of sugar that were rubbed on the lemon. Stir these into the sauce, which should be very sweet. When these ingredients are well mixed, and the sugar is melted, put in the beaten yolks of 4 eggs, keep stirring the sauce until it thickens, when serve. Do not, on any account, allow it to boil, or it will curdle, and be entirely spoiled. Time. Altogether, 15 minutes. Average cost, 2d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Sawyer's sauce for plum pudding. Ingredients. The yolks of 3 eggs, 1 tablespoonful of powdered sugar, 1 gill of milk, a very little grated lemon rind, 2 small wineglassfuls of brandy. Mode. Separate the yolks from the whites of 3 eggs, and put the former into a stewpan. Add the sugar, milk, and grated lemon rind, and stir over the fire until the mixture thickens, but do not allow it to boil. Put in the brandy, let the sauce stand by the side of the fire, to get quite hot. Keep stirring it, and serve in a boat or tureen separately, or pour it over the pudding. Time. Altogether, 10 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Sweet sauce for puddings. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of melted butter made with milk, for heaped teaspoonfuls of pounded sugar, flavoring, of grated lemon rind, or nutmeg, or cinnamon. Mode. Make 1/2 pint of melted butter by recipe number 380, omitting the salt. Stir in the sugar, add a little grated lemon rind, nutmeg, or powdered cinnamon, and serve. Previously to making the melted butter, the milk can be flavored with bitter almonds, by infusing about 6 of them in it for about half an hour. The milk should then be strained before it is added to the other ingredients. This simple sauce may be served for children with rice, batter, or bread pudding. Time. Altogether, 15 minutes. Average cost, 4d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Vanilla custard sauce, to serve with puddings. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of milk, 2 eggs, 2 ounces of sugar, 10 drops of essence of vanilla. Mode. Beat the eggs, sweeten the milk. Stir these ingredients well together, and flavor them with essence of vanilla, regulating the proportion of this latter ingredient by the strength of the essence, the size of the eggs, and put the mixture into a small jug, place this jug in a saucepan of boiling water, and stir the sauce one way until it thickens, but do not allow it to boil, or it will instantly curdle. Serve in a boat or tureen separately, with plum, bread, or any kind of dry pudding. Essence of bitter almonds or lemon rind may be substituted for the vanilla, when they are more in accordance with the flavoring of the pudding with which the sauce is intended to be served. Time. To be stirred in the jug from 8 to 10 minutes. Average cost, 4d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. An excellent wine sauce for puddings. Ingredients. The yolks of 4 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of flour, 2 ounces of pounded sugar, 2 ounces of fresh butter, 1/4 saltspoonful of salt, 1/2 pint of sherry or Madeira. Mode. Put the butter and flour into a saucepan, and stir them over the fire until the former thickens. Then add the sugar, salt, and wine, and mix these ingredients well together. Separate the yolks from the whites of 4 eggs, beat up the former, and stir them briskly to the sauce. Let it remain over the fire until it is on the point of simmering. But do not allow it to boil, or it will instantly curdle. This sauce is delicious with plum, marrow, or bread puddings, but should be served separately, and not poured over the pudding. Time. From 5 to 7 minutes to thicken the butter. About 5 minutes to stir the sauce over the fire. Average cost, 1s. 10d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Wine or brandy sauce for puddings. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of melted butter No. 377, 3 heaped teaspoonfuls of pounded sugar. 1 large wineglassful of port or sherry, or 3/4 of a small glassful of brandy. Mode. Make 1/2 pint of melted butter by recipe No. 377, omitting the salt. Then stir in the sugar and wine or spirit in the above proportion, and bring the sauce to the point of boiling. Serve in a boat or tureen separately, and, if liked, pour a little of it over the pudding. To convert this into punch sauce, add to the sherry and brandy a small wineglassful of rum and the juice and grated rind of 1/2 lemon. Liqueurs, such as maraschino or curacao substituted for the brandy, make excellent sauces. Time. Altogether, 15 minutes. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Wine sauce for puddings. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of sherry, 1/4 pint of water, the yolks of 6 eggs, 2 ounces of pounded sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of minced lemon peel, a few pieces of candied citron cut thin. Mode. Separate the yolks from the whites of 5 eggs, beat them, and put them into a very clean saucepan. If at hand, a lined one is best. Add all the other ingredients, place them over a sharp fire, and keep stirring until the sauce begins to thicken, then take it off and serve. If it is allowed to boil, it will be spoiled, as it will immediately curdle. Time. To be stirred over the fire 3 or 4 minutes, but it must not boil. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for a large pudding, allow half this quantity for a moderate-sized one. Seasonable at any time. Open tart of strawberry or any other kind of preserve. Illustration, open tart. Illustration, open tart mold. Ingredients. Trimmings of puff paste, any kind of jam. Mode. Butter a tart pan of the shape shown in the engraving, roll out the paste to the thickness of 1/2 inch, and line the pan with it, prick a few holes at the bottom with a fork, and bake the tart in a brisk oven from 10 to 15 minutes. Let the paste cool a little, then fill it with preserve, place a few stars or leaves on it, which have been previously cut out of the paste and baked, and the tart is ready for table. By making it in this manner, both the flavor and color of the jam are preserved, which would otherwise be lost, were it baked in the oven on the paste, and, besides, so much jam is not required. Time. 10 to 15 minutes. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient. 1 tart for 3 persons. Seasonable at any time. Strawberry. The name of this favorite fruit is said to be derived from an ancient custom of putting straw beneath the fruit when it began to ripen, which is very useful to keep it moist and clean. The strawberry belongs to temperate and rather cold climates. And no fruit of these latitudes, that ripens without the aid of artificial heat, is at all comparable with it in point of flavor. The strawberry is widely diffused, being found in most parts of the world, particularly in Europe and America. Quickly made puddings. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of butter, 1/2 pound of sifted sugar, 1/4 pound of flour, 1 pint of milk, 5 eggs, a little grated lemon rind. Mode: make the milk hot. Stir in the butter, and let it cool before the other ingredients are added to it, then stir in the sugar, flour, and eggs, which should be well whisked, and omit the whites of 2, flavor with a little grated lemon rind, and beat the mixture well. Butter some small cups, rather more than half fill them, bake from 20 minutes to half an hour, according to the size of the puddings, and serve with fruit, custard, or wine sauce, a little of which may be poured over them. Time: 20 minutes to half an hour. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 6 puddings. Seasonable at any time. Sago pudding. Ingredients: 1½ pint of milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of sago, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 3 ounces of sugar, 4 eggs, 1½ ounces of butter, grated nutmeg, puff paste. Mode: put the milk and lemon rind into a stew pan, place it by the side of the fire, and let it remain until the milk is well flavored with the lemon. Then strain it, mix with it the sago and sugar, and simmer gently for about 15 minutes. Let the mixture cool a little, and stir to it the eggs, which should be well beaten, and the butter. Line the edges of a pie dish with puff paste, pour in the pudding, grate a little nutmeg over the top, and bake from 3/4 to 1 hour. Time: 3/4 to 1 hour, or longer if the oven is very slow. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note: the above pudding may be boiled instead of baked, but then allow 2 extra tablespoonfuls of sago, and boil the pudding in a buttered basin from 1¼ to 1 to 3/4 hour. Sago. Sago is the pith of a species of palm, Cycas circinalis. Its form is that of a small round grain. There are 2 sorts of sago, the white and the yellow, but their properties are the same. Sago absorbs the liquid in which it is cooked, becomes transparent and soft, and retains its original shape. Its alimentary properties are the same as those of tapioca and arrowroot. Sago sauce for sweet puddings. Ingredients: 1 tablespoonful of sago, 1/3 pint of water, 1/4 pint of port or sherry, the rind and juice of 1 small lemon, sugar to taste, when the flavor is liked, a little pounded cinnamon. Mode: wash the sago in 2 or 3 waters. Then put it into a saucepan, with the water and lemon peel, let it simmer gently by the side of the fire for 10 minutes, then take out the lemon peel, add the remaining ingredients, give 1 boil, and serve. Be particular to strain the lemon juice before adding it to the sauce. This, on trial, will be found a delicious accompaniment to various boiled puddings, such as those made of bread, raisins, rice, and time: 10 minutes. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Baked semolina pudding. Ingredients: 3 ounces of semolina, 1½ pint of milk, 1/4 pound of sugar, 12 bitter almonds, 3 ounces of butter, 4 eggs. Mode: flavor the milk with the bitter almonds, by infusing them in it by the side of the fire for about half an hour, then strain it, and mix with it the semolina, sugar, and butter. Stir these ingredients over the fire for a few minutes. Then take them off, and gradually mix in the eggs, which should be well beaten. Butter a pie dish, line the edges with puff paste, put in the pudding, and bake in rather a slow oven from 40 to 50 minutes. Serve with custard sauce or stewed fruit, a little of which may be poured over the pudding. Time: 40 to 50 minutes. Average cost: 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Semolina. After vermicelli, semolina is the most useful ingredient that can be used for thickening soups, meat or vegetable, of rich or simple quality. Semolina is softening, light, wholesome, easy of digestion, and adapted to the infant, the aged, and the invalid. That of a clear yellow color, well dried and newly made, is the fittest for use. Tapioca pudding. Ingredients: 3 ounces of tapioca, 1 quart of milk, 2 ounces of butter, 1/4 pound of sugar, 4 eggs, flavoring of vanilla, grated lemon rind, or bitter almonds. Mode: wash the tapioca, and let it stew gently in the milk by the side of the fire for 1/4 hour, occasionally stirring it, then let it cool a little. Mix with it the butter, sugar, and eggs, which should be well beaten, and flavor with either of the above ingredients, putting in about 12 drops of the essence of almonds or vanilla, whichever is preferred. Butter a pie dish, and line the edges with puff paste, put in the pudding, and bake in a moderate oven for an hour. If the pudding is boiled, add a little more tapioca, and boil it in a buttered basin 1½ hour. Time: 1 hour to bake, 1½ hour to boil. Average cost: 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Tapioca. Tapioca is recommended to the convalescent, as being easy of digestion. It may be used in soup or broth, or mixed with milk or water, and butter. It is excellent food for either the healthy or sick, for the reason that it is so quickly digested without fatigue to the stomach. Tartlets. Ingredients: trimmings of puff paste, any jam or marmalade that may be preferred. Illustration: dish of tartlets. Mode: roll out the paste to the thickness of about ½ inch. Butter some small round patty pans, line them with it, and cut off the superfluous paste close to the edge of the pan. Put a small piece of bread into each tartlet, this is to keep them in shape, and bake in a brisk oven for about 10 minutes, or rather longer. When they are done, and are of a nice color, take the pieces of bread out carefully, and replace them by a spoonful of jam or marmalade. Dish them high on a white d'oyley, piled high in the center, and serve. Time: 10 to 15 minutes. Average cost: 1d. each. Sufficient. 1 pound of paste will make 2 dishes of tartlets. Seasonable at any time. Rolled treacle pudding. Ingredients: 1 pound of suet crust No. 1215, 1 pound of treacle, 1/2 teaspoonful of grated ginger. Mode: make, with 1 pound of flour, a suet crust by recipe No. 1215, roll it out to the thickness of ½ inch, and spread the treacle equally over it, leaving a small margin where the paste joins. Close the ends securely, tie the pudding in a floured cloth, plunge it into boiling water, and boil for 2 hours. We have inserted this pudding, being economical, and a favorite one with children. It is, of course, only suitable for a nursery, or very plain family dinner. Made with a lard instead of a suet crust, it would be very nice baked, and would be sufficiently done in from 1½ to 2 hours. Time: boiled pudding, 2 hours. Baked pudding, 1½ to 2 hours. Average cost: 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Meat or sausage rolls. Ingredients: 1 pound of puff paste No. 1206, sausage meat No. 837, the yolk of 1 egg. Mode: make 1 pound of puff paste by recipe No. 1206, roll it out to the thickness of about ½ inch, or rather less, and divide it into 8, 10, or 12 squares, according to the size the rolls are intended to be. Place some sausage meat on 1/2 of each square, wet the edges of the paste, and fold it over the meat, slightly press the edges together, and trim them neatly with a knife. Brush the rolls over with the yolk of an egg, and bake them in a well-heated oven for about half an hour, or longer should they be very large. The remains of cold chicken and ham, minced and seasoned, as also cold veal or beef, make very good rolls. Time: half an hour, or longer if the rolls are large. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient. 1 pound of paste for 10 or 12 rolls. Seasonable, with sausage meat, from September to March or April. Somersetshire puddings. Ingredients: 3 eggs, their weight in flour, pounded sugar and butter, flavoring of grated lemon rind, bitter almonds, or essence of vanilla. Mode: carefully weigh the various ingredients, by placing on one side of the scales the eggs, and on the other the flour, then the sugar, and then the butter. Warm the butter, and with the hands beat it to a cream. Gradually dredge in the flour and pounded sugar, and keep stirring and beating the mixture without ceasing until it is perfectly smooth. Then add the eggs, which should be well whisked, and either of the above flavorings that may be preferred. Butter some small cups, rather more than half fill them, and bake in a brisk oven for about half an hour. Turn them out, dish them on a napkin, and serve custard or wine sauce with them. A pretty little supper dish may be made of these puddings cold, by cutting out a portion of the inside with the point of a knife, and putting into the cavity a little whipped cream or delicate preserve, such as apricot, greengage, or very bright marmalade. The paste for these puddings requires a great deal of mixing, as the more it is beaten, the better will the puddings be. When served cold, they are usually called gâteaux à la Madeleine. Time: half an hour. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 puddings. Seasonable at any time. Suet pudding, to serve with roast meat. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, 6 ounces of finely chopped suet, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 1/2 saltspoonful of pepper, 1/2 pint of milk or water. Mode: chop the suet very finely, after freeing it from skin, and mix it well with the flour. Add the salt and pepper. This latter ingredient may be omitted if the flavor is not liked, and make the whole into a smooth paste with the above proportion of milk or water. Tie the pudding in a floured cloth, or put it into a buttered basin, and boil from 2½ to 3 hours. To enrich it, substitute 3 beaten eggs for some of the milk or water, and increase the proportion of suet. Time: 2½ to 3 hours. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note: when there is a joint roasting or baking, this pudding may be boiled in a long shape, and then cut into slices a few minutes before dinner is served. These slices should be laid in the dripping pan for a minute or 2. And then browned before the fire. Most children like this accompaniment to roast meat. Where there is a large family of children, and the means of keeping them are limited, it is a most economical plan to serve up the pudding before the meat, as, in this case, the consumption of the latter article will be much smaller than it otherwise would be. Sussex, or hard dumplings. Ingredients: 1 pound of flour, 1/2 pint of water, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt. Mode: mix the flour and water together to a smooth paste, previously adding a small quantity of salt. Form this into small round dumplings. Drop them into boiling water, and boil from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. They may be served with roast or boiled meat. In the latter case they may be cooked with the meat, but should be dropped into the water when it is quite boiling. Time: 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Sufficient for 10 or 12 dumplings. Seasonable at any time. Vermicelli pudding. Ingredients: 4 ounces of vermicelli, 1½ pint of milk, 1/2 pint of cream, 3 ounces of butter, 3 ounces of sugar, 4 eggs. Mode: boil the vermicelli in the milk until it is tender, then stir in the remaining ingredients, omitting the cream, if not obtainable. Flavor the mixture with grated lemon rind, essence of bitter almonds, or vanilla, butter a pie dish. Line the edges with puff paste, put in the pudding, and bake in a moderate oven for about 3/4 hour. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 1s. 2d without cream. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Vermicelli. The finest vermicelli comes from Marseilles, Nîmes, and Montpellier. It is a nourishing food, and owes its name to its peculiar thread-like form. Vermicelli means, little worms. Vicarage pudding. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of flour, 1/4 pound of chopped suet, 1/4 pound of currants, 1/4 pound of raisins, 1 tablespoonful of moist sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of ground ginger, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt. Mode: put all the ingredients into a basin, having previously stoned the raisins, and washed, picked, and dried the currants. Mix well with a clean knife, dip the pudding cloth into boiling water, wring it out, and put in the mixture. Have ready a saucepan of boiling water, plunge in the pudding, and boil for 3 hours. Turn it out on the dish, and serve with sifted sugar. Time: 3 hours. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable. Suitable for a winter pudding. XXVIII, an entree. Ingredients: 3/4 to 1 pound of puff paste No. 1208, fricasseed chickens, rabbits, ragouts, or the remains of cold fish, flaked and warmed in thick white sauce. Illustration: XXVIII. Mode: make from 3/4 to 1 pound of puff paste, by recipe No. 1208, taking care that it is very evenly rolled out each time, to ensure its rising properly. And if the paste is not extremely light and put into a good hot oven, this cannot be accomplished, and the vol au vent will look very badly. Roll out the paste to the thickness of about 1½ inch, and, with a fluted cutter, stamp it out to the desired shape, either round or oval, and, with the point of a small knife, make a slight incision in the paste all round the top. About an inch from the edge, which, when baked, forms the lid. Put the vol au vent into a good brisk oven, and keep the door shut for a few minutes after it is put in. Particular attention should be paid to the heating of the oven, for the paste cannot rise without a tolerable degree of heat when of a nice color, without being scorched. Withdraw it from the oven, instantly remove the cover where it was marked, and detach all the soft crumb from the center. In doing this, be careful not to break the edges of the vol au vent. But should they look thin in places, stop them with small flakes of the inside paste, stuck on with the white of an egg. This precaution is necessary to prevent the fricassee or ragout from bursting the case, and so spoiling the appearance of the dish. Fill the vol au vent with a rich mince, or fricassee, or ragout, or the remains of cold fish flaked and warmed in a good white sauce, and do not make them very liquid, for fear of the gravy bursting the crust. Replace the lid, and serve. To improve the appearance of the crust, brush it over with the yolk of an egg after it has risen properly. See colored plate 01. Time: 3/4 hour to bake the vol au vent. Average cost, exclusive of interior, 1s. 6d. Seasonable at any time. Illustration: small vol au vent. Note: small vol au vent may be made like those shown in the engraving, and filled with minced veal, chicken, and they should be made of the same paste as the larger ones, and stamped out with a small fluted cutter. Sweet vol au vent of plums, apples, or any other fresh fruit. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of puff paste No. 1208, about 1 pint of fruit compote. Mode: make ½ pound of puff paste by recipe No. 1208, taking care to bake it in a good brisk oven, to draw it up nicely and make it look light. Have ready sufficient stewed fruit, the syrup of which must be boiled down until very thick. Fill the vol au vent with this, and pile it high in the center, powder a little sugar over it, and put it back in the oven to glaze, or use a salamander for the purpose. The vol au vent is then ready to serve. They may be made with any fruit that is in season, such as rhubarb, oranges, gooseberries, currants, cherries, apples, but care must be taken not to have the syrup too thin, for fear of its breaking through the crust. Time: half an hour to 40 minutes to bake the vol au vent. Average cost, exclusive of the compote, 1d. Sufficient for one entremet. Vol au vent of fresh strawberries with whipped cream. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of puff paste no. 1208, 1 pint of freshly gathered strawberries, sugar to taste, a plateful of whipped cream. Mode: make a vol au vent case by recipe number 1379, only not quite so large nor so high as for a savory one. When nearly done, brush the paste over with the white of an egg, then sprinkle on it some pounded sugar, and put it back in the oven to set the glaze. Remove the interior, or soft crumb, and, at the moment of serving, fill it with the strawberries, which should be picked, and broken up with sufficient sugar to sweeten them nicely. Place a few spoonfuls of whipped cream on the top, and serve. Time: half an hour to 40 minutes to bake the vol au vent. Average cost, 3d. Sufficient for one vol au vent. Seasonable in June and July. Strawberry. Among the Greeks, the name of the strawberry indicated its tenuity, this fruit forming hardly a mouthful. With the Latins, the name reminded one of the delicious perfume of this plant. Both nations were equally fond of it, and applied the same care to its cultivation. Virgil appears to place it in the same rank with flowers, and Ovid gives it a tender epithet, which delicate palates would not disavow. Neither does this luxurious poet forget the wild strawberry, which disappears beneath its modest foliage, but whose presence the scented air reveals. West Indian pudding. Ingredients: 1 pint of cream, half a pound, of loaf sugar, half a pound. Of Savoy or sponge cakes, 8 eggs, 3 ounces of preserved green ginger. Mode: crumble down the cakes, put them into a basin, and pour over them the cream, which should be previously sweetened and brought to the boiling point. Cover the basin, well beat the eggs, and when the cream is soaked up, stir them in. Butter a mold, arrange the ginger round it, pour in the pudding carefully, and tie it down with a cloth. Steam or boil it slowly for 1½ hour, and serve with the syrup from the ginger, which should be warmed, and poured over the pudding. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, with cream at 1s. per pint, 2s. 8d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Yeast dumplings. Ingredients: 1/2 quartern of dough, boiling water. Mode: make a very light dough as for bread, using to mix it, milk, instead of water, divide it into 7 or 8 dumplings. Plunge them into boiling water, and boil them for 20 minutes. Serve the instant they are taken up, as they spoil directly, by falling and becoming heavy, and in eating them do not touch them with a knife, but tear them apart with 2 forks. They may be eaten with meat gravy, or cold butter and sugar, and if not convenient to make the dough at home, a little from the baker's answers as well, only it must be placed for a few minutes near the fire, in a basin with a cloth over it, to let it rise again before it is made into dumplings. Time: 20 minutes. Average cost, 4d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Yeast consists principally of a substance very similar in composition, and in many of its sensible properties, to gluten. And, when new or fresh, it is inflated and rendered frothy by a large quantity of carbonic acid. When mixed with wort, this substance acts upon the saccharine matter. The temperature rises, carbonic acid is disengaged, and the result is ale, which always contains a considerable proportion of alcohol, or spirit. The quantity of yeast employed in brewing ale being small, the saccharine matter is but imperfectly decomposed, hence a considerable portion of it remains in the liquor, and gives it that viscid quality and body for which it is remarkable. The fermenting property of yeast is weakened by boiling for 10 minutes, and is entirely destroyed by continuing the boiling. Alcohol poured upon it likewise renders it inert. On which account its power lessens as the alcohol is formed during fermentation. Yorkshire pudding, to serve with hot roast beef. Ingredients: 1½ pint of milk, 6 large tablespoonfuls of flour, 3 eggs, 1 saltspoonful of salt. Illustration: Yorkshire pudding. Mode: put the flour into a basin with the salt, and stir gradually to this enough milk to make it into a stiff batter. When this is perfectly smooth, and all the lumps are well rubbed down, add the remainder of the milk and the eggs, which should be well beaten. Beat the mixture for a few minutes, and pour it into a shallow tin, which has been previously well rubbed with beef dripping. Put the pudding into the oven, and bake it for an hour. Then, for another half an hour, place it under the meat, to catch a little of the gravy that flows from it. Cut the pudding into small square pieces, put them on a hot dish, and serve. If the meat is baked, the pudding may at once be placed under it, resting the former on a small 3-cornered stand. Time: 1½ hour. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Illustration. Chapter 28. General observations on creams, jellies, SOUFFLS, omelets, and sweet dishes. 1385, Creams. The yellowish-white, opaque fluid, smooth and unctuous to the touch, which separates itself from new milk, and forms a layer on its surface, when removed by skimming, is employed in a variety of culinary preparations. The analyses of the contents of cream have been decided to be, in 100 parts, butter, 3.5, curd, or matter of cheese, 3.5, whey, 92.0. That cream contains an oil, is evinced by its staining clothes in the manner of oil. And when boiled for some time, a little oil floats upon the surface. The thick animal oil which it contains, the well-known butter, is separated only by agitation, as in the common process of churning, and the cheesy matter remains blended with the whey in the state of buttermilk. Of the several kinds of cream, the principal are the Devonshire and Dutch clotted creams, the Corstorphine cream, and the Scotch sour cream. The Devonshire cream is produced by nearly boiling the milk in shallow tin vessels over a charcoal fire, and kept in that state until the whole of the cream is thrown up. It is used for eating with fruits and tarts. The cream from Corstorphine, a village of that name near Edinburgh, is accelerated in its separation from 3 or 4 days old milk, by a certain degree of heat. And the Dutch clotted cream, a coagulated mass in which a spoon will stand upright, is manufactured from fresh drawn milk, which is put into a pan, and stirred with a spoon 2 or 3 times a day, to prevent the cream from separating from the milk. The Scotch sour cream is a misnomer, for it is a material produced without cream. A small tub filled with skimmed milk is put into a larger one, containing hot water, and after remaining there all night, the thin milk, called wig, is drawn off, and the remainder of the contents of the smaller vessel is sour cream. 1386. Jellies are not the nourishing food they were at one time considered to be, and many eminent physicians are of opinion that they are less digestible than the flesh, or muscular part of animals. Still, when acidulated with lemon juice and flavored with wine, they are very suitable for some convalescents. Vegetable jelly is a distinct principle, existing in fruits, which possesses the property of gelatinizing when boiled and cooled. But it is a principle entirely different from the gelatin of animal bodies, although the name of jelly, common to both, sometimes leads to an erroneous idea on that subject. Animal jelly, or gelatin, is glue, whereas vegetable jelly is rather analogous to gum. Liebig places gelatin very low indeed in the scale of usefulness. He says, gelatin, which by itself is tasteless, and when eaten, excites nausea, possesses no nutritive value. That, even when accompanied by the savory constituents of flesh, it is not capable of supporting the vital process, and when added to the usual diet as a substitute for plastic matter, does not increase, but, on the contrary, diminishes the nutritive value of the food, which it renders insufficient in quantity and inferior in quality. It is this substance which is most frequently employed in the manufacture of the jellies supplied by the confectioner, but those prepared at home from calves' feet do possess some nutrition, and are the only sort that should be given to invalids. Isinglass is the purest variety of gelatin, and is prepared from the sounds or swimming bladders of certain fish, chiefly the sturgeon. From its whiteness it is mostly used for making blancmange and similar dishes. 1387. The white of EGGS is perhaps the best substance that can be employed in clarifying jelly, as well as some other fluids, for the reason that when albumin, and the white of eggs is nearly pure albumin, is put into a liquid that is muddy. From substances suspended in it, on boiling the liquid, the albumin coagulates in a flocculent manner, and, entangling with it the impurities, rises with them to the surface as a scum, or sinks to the bottom, according to their weight. 1388. Soufflés, omelettes, and sweet dishes, in which eggs form the principal ingredient, demand, for their successful manufacture, an experienced cook. They are the prettiest, but most difficult of all entremets. The most essential thing to ensure success is to secure the best ingredients from an honest tradesman. The entremets coming within the above classification, are healthy, nourishing, and pleasant to the taste, and may be eaten with safety by persons of the most delicate stomachs. Recipes. Chapter 29. Baked Apple Custard. Ingredients. 1 dozen large apples, moist sugar to taste, 1 small teacupful of cold water, the grated rind of 1 lemon, 1 pint of milk, for eggs, 2 ounces of loaf sugar. Mode. Peel, cut, and core the apples. Put them into a lined saucepan with the cold water, and as they heat, bruise them to a pulp, sweeten with moist sugar, and add the grated lemon rind. When cold, put the fruit at the bottom of a pie dish, and pour over it a custard, made with the above proportion of milk, eggs, and sugar, grate a little nutmeg over the top, place the dish in a moderate oven, and bake from 25 to 35 minutes. The above proportions will make rather a large dish. Time. 25 to 35 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Buttered apples, sweet entremet. Ingredients. Apple marmalade No. 1395, 6 or 7 good boiling apples, 1/2 pint of water, 6 ounces of sugar, 2 ounces of butter, a little apricot jam. Mode. Pare the apples, and take out the cores without dividing them, boil up the sugar and water for a few minutes. Then lay in the apples, and simmer them very gently until tender, taking care not to let them break. Have ready sufficient marmalade made by recipe number 1395, and flavored with lemon, to cover the bottom of the dish. Arrange the apples on this with a piece of butter placed in each, and in between them a few spoonfuls of apricot jam or marmalade. Place the dish in the oven for 10 minutes, then sprinkle over the top sifted sugar. Either brown it before the fire or with a salamander, and serve hot. Time. From 20 to 30 minutes to stew the apples very gently, 10 minutes in the oven. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 1 entremet. Note. The syrup that the apples were boiled in should be saved for another occasion. Flank of apples, or apples in a raised crust. Sweet entremet. Ingredients. 3/4 pound, of short crust No. 1211 or 1212, 9 moderate-sized apples, the rind and juice of 1/2 lemon, 1/2 pound, of white sugar, 3/4 pint of water, a few strips of candied citron. Mode. Make a short crust by either of the above recipes. Roll it out to the thickness of 1/2 inch, and butter an oval mold, line it with the crust, and press it carefully all round the sides, to obtain the form of the mold, but be particular not to break the paste. Pinch the part that just rises above the mold with the paste pincers, and fill the case with flour, bake it for about 3/4 hour. Then take it out of the oven, remove the flour, put the case back in the oven for another quarter hour, and do not allow it to get scorched. It is now ready for the apples, which should be prepared in the following manner: peel, and take out the cores with a small knife, or a cutter for the purpose, without dividing the apples. Put them into a small lined saucepan, just capable of holding them, with sugar, water, lemon juice and rind, in the above proportion. Let them simmer very gently until tender. Then take out the apples, let them cool, arrange them in the flank or case, and boil down the syrup until reduced to a thick jelly, pour it over the apples, and garnish them with a few slices of candied citron. 1392. A more simple flank may be made by rolling out the paste, cutting the bottom of a round or oval shape, and then a narrow strip for the sides. These should be stuck on with the white of an egg, to the bottom piece. And the flank then filled with raw fruit, with sufficient sugar to sweeten it nicely. It will not require so long baking as in a mold, but the crust must be made everywhere of an equal thickness, and so perfectly joined, that the juice does not escape. This dish may also be served hot, and should be garnished in the same manner, or a little melted apricot jam may be poured over the apples, which very much improves their flavor. Time. Altogether, 1 hour to bake the flank, from 30 to 40 minutes to stew the apples very gently. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for one entremet or side dish. Seasonable from July to March. Apple fritters. Ingredients. For the batter, half a pound of flour, half an ounce of butter, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 2 eggs, milk, apples, hot lard or clarified beef dripping. Mode. Break the eggs, separate the whites from the yolks, and beat them separately. Put the flour into a basin, stir in the butter, which should be melted to a cream, add the salt, and moisten with sufficient warm milk to make it of a proper consistency, that is to say, a batter that will drop from the spoon. Stir this well, rub down any lumps that may be seen, and add the whites of the eggs, which have been previously well whisked. Beat up the batter for a few minutes, and it is ready for use. Now peel and cut the apples into rather thick whole slices, without dividing them, and stamp out the middle of each slice, where the core is, with a cutter. Throw the slices into the batter, have ready a pan of boiling lard or clarified dripping. Take out the pieces of apple one by one, put them into the hot lard, and fry a nice brown, turning them, when required. When done, lay them on a piece of blotting paper before the fire, to absorb the greasy moisture. Then dish on a white d'oyley, piled one above the other, strew over them some pounded sugar, and serve very hot. The flavor of the fritters would be very much improved by soaking the pieces of apple in a little wine, mixed with sugar and lemon juice, for 3 or 4 hours before wanted for table. The batter, also, is better for being mixed some hours before the fritters are made. Time. About 10 minutes to ferry them, 5 minutes to drain them. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Iced apples, or apple hedgehog. Ingredients. About 3 dozen good boiling apples, half a pound, of sugar, 1/2 pint of water, the rind of 1/2 lemon minced very fine, the whites of 2 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of pounded sugar, a few sweet almonds. Mode. Peel and core a dozen of the apples without dividing them, and stew them very gently in a lined saucepan with half a pound of sugar and 1/2 pint of water, and when tender, lift them carefully on to a dish. Have ready the remainder of the apples pared, cored, and cut into thin slices, put them into the same syrup with the lemon peel, and boil gently until they are reduced to a marmalade. They must be kept stirred, to prevent them from burning. Cover the bottom of a dish with some of the marmalade, and over that a layer of the stewed apples, in the insides of which, and between each, place some of the marmalade. Then place another layer of apples, and fill up the cavities with marmalade as before, forming the whole into a raised oval shape. Whip the whites of the eggs to a stiff froth, mix with them the pounded sugar, and cover the apples very smoothly all over with the icing. Blanch and cut each almond into 4 or 5 strips. Place these strips at equal distances over the icing sticking up, strew over a little rough pounded sugar, and place the dish in a very slow oven, to color the almonds, and for the apples to get warm through. This entremet may also be served cold, and makes a pretty supper dish. Time: from 20 to 30 minutes to stew the apples. Average cost, 1s. 9d to 2s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Thick apple jelly or marmalade, for entremet or dessert dishes. Ingredients. Apples: to every pound of pulp allow 3/4 pound of sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of minced lemon peel. Illustration: apple jelly stuck with almonds. Mode: peel, core, and boil the apples with only sufficient water to prevent them from burning, beat them to a pulp, and to every pound of pulp allow the above proportion of sugar in lumps. Dip the lumps into water. Put these into a saucepan, and boil till the syrup is thick and can be well skimmed. Then add this syrup to the apple pulp, with the minced lemon peel, and stir it over a quick fire for about 20 minutes, or until the apples cease to stick to the bottom of the pan. The jelly is then done, and may be poured into molds which have been previously dipped in water, when it will turn out nicely for dessert or a side dish. For the latter a little custard should be poured round, and it should be garnished with strips of citron or stuck with blanched almonds. Time: from 1/2 to 3/4 hour to reduce the apples to a pulp, 20 minutes to boil after the sugar is added. Sufficient: 1½ pounds of apples sufficient for a small mold. Seasonable from July to March, but is best in September, October or November. Clear apple jelly. Ingredients: 2 dozen apples, 1½ pint of spring water. To every pint of juice allow 1/2 pound of loaf sugar, 1/2 ounce of isinglass, the rind of 1/2 lemon. Mode: pare, core, and cut the apples into quarters, and boil them, with the lemon peel, until tender. Then strain off the apples, and run the juice through a jelly bag, put the strained juice, with the sugar and isinglass, which has been previously boiled in 1/2 pint of water, into a lined saucepan or preserving pan. Boil all together for about 1/4 hour, and put the jelly into molds. When this jelly is nice and clear, and turned out well, it makes a pretty addition to the supper table. With a little custard or whipped cream round it, the addition of a little lemon juice improves the flavor. But it is apt to render the jelly muddy and thick. If required to be kept any length of time, rather a larger proportion of sugar must be used. Time: from 1 to 1½ hour to boil the apples, 1/4 hour the jelly. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for a 1½ pint mold. Seasonable from July to March. A pretty dish of apples and rice. Ingredients: 6 ounces of rice, 1 quart of milk, the rind of 1/2 lemon, sugar to taste, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 8 apples, 1/4 pound of sugar, 1/4 pint of water, 1/2 pint of boiled custard No. 1423. Mode: flavor the milk with lemon rind, by boiling them together for a few minutes. Then take out the peel, and put in the rice, with sufficient sugar to sweeten it nicely, and boil gently until the rice is quite soft, then let it cool. In the meantime pare, quarter, and core the apples, and boil them until tender in a syrup made with sugar and water in the above proportion, and, when soft, lift them out on a sieve to drain. Now put a middling-sized gallipot in the center of a dish, lay the rice all round till the top of the gallipot is reached. Smooth the rice with the back of a spoon, and stick the apples into it in rows, one row sloping to the right and the next to the left. Set it in the oven to color the apples. Then, when required for table, remove the gallipot, garnish the rice with preserved fruits, and pour in the middle sufficient custard, made by recipe No. 1423, to be level with the top of the rice, and serve hot. Time: from 20 to 30 minutes to stew the apples, 3/4 hour to simmer the rice, 1/4 hour to bake. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Apples à la Portugaise. Ingredients. 8 good boiling apples, 1/2 pint of water, 6 ounces of sugar, a layer of apple marmalade No. 1395, 8 preserved cherries, garnishing of apricot jam. Mode. Peel the apples, and, with a vegetable cutter, push out the cores. Boil them in the above proportion of sugar and water, without being too much done, and take care they do not break. Have ready a white apple marmalade, made by recipe No. 1395. Cover the bottom of the dish with this, level it, and lay the apples in a sieve to drain, pile them neatly on the marmalade, making them high in the center, and place a preserved cherry in the middle of each. Garnish with strips of candied citron or apricot jam, and the dish is ready for table. Time. From 20 to so minutes to stew the apples. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 1 entremet. Seasonable from July to March. Apples in red jelly. A pretty supper dish. Ingredients. 6 good-sized apples, 12 cloves, pounded sugar, 1 lemon, 2 teacupfuls of water, 1 tablespoonful of gelatin, a few drops of prepared cochineal. Mode. Choose rather large apples. Peel them and take out the cores, either with a scoop or a small silver knife, and put into each apple 2 cloves and as much sifted sugar as they will hold. Place them, without touching each other, in a large pie dish. Add more white sugar, the juice of 1 lemon, and 2 teacupfuls of water. Bake in the oven, with a dish over them, until they are done. Look at them frequently, and, as each apple is cooked, place it in a glass dish. They must not be left in the oven after they are done, or they will break, and so would spoil the appearance of the dish. When the apples are neatly arranged in the dish without touching each other, strain the liquor in which they have been stewing, into a lined saucepan. Add to it the rind of the lemon, and a tablespoonful of gelatin which has been previously dissolved in cold water, and, if not sweet, a little more sugar, and 6 cloves. Boil till quite clear. Color with a few drops of prepared cochineal, and strain the jelly through a double muslin into a jug, let it cool a little, then pour it into the dish round the apples. When quite cold, garnish the tops of the apples with a bright-colored marmalade, a jelly, or the white of an egg, beaten to a strong froth, with a little sifted sugar. Time. From 30 to 50 minutes to bake the apples. Average cost, 1s. With the garnishing. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Apples and rice. A plain dish. Ingredients. 8 good-sized apples, 3 ounces of butter, the rind of 1/2 lemon minced very fine, 6 ounces. Of rice, 1½ pint of milk, sugar to taste, 1/2 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, 6 tablespoonfuls of apricot jam. Mode. Peel the apples, halve them, and take out the cores. Put them into a stew pan with the butter, and strew sufficient sifted sugar over to sweeten them nicely, and add the minced lemon peel. Stew the apples very gently until tender, taking care they do not break. Boil the rice, with the milk, sugar, and nutmeg, until soft, and, when thoroughly done, dish it, piled high in the center, arrange the apples on it, warm the apricot jam, pour it over the whole, and serve hot. Time. About 30 minutes to stew the apples very gently, about 3/4 hour to cook the rice. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Apple snow. A pretty supper dish. Ingredients. 10 good-sized apples, the whites of 10 eggs, the rind of 1 lemon, 1/2 pound, of pounded sugar. Mode. Peel, core, and cut the apples into quarters, and put them into a saucepan with the lemon peel and sufficient water to prevent them from burning, rather less than 1/2 pint. When they are tender, take out the peel, beat them to a pulp, let them cool, and stir them to the whites of the eggs, which should be previously beaten to a strong froth. Add the sifted sugar, and continue the whisking until the mixture becomes quite stiff, and either heap it on a glass dish, or serve it in small glasses. The dish may be garnished with preserved barberries, or strips of bright-colored jelly. And a dish of custards should be served with it, or a jug of cream. Time: from 30 to 40 minutes to stew the apples. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient to fill a moderate-sized glass dish. Seasonable from July to March. Apple souffle. Ingredients: 6 ounces of rice, 1 quart of milk, the rind of 1/2 lemon, sugar to taste, the yolks of 4 eggs, the whites of 6, 1½ ounces of butter, 4 tablespoonfuls of apple marmalade No. 1395. Mode: boil the milk with the lemon peel until the former is well flavored, then strain it, put in the rice, and let it gradually swell over a slow fire, adding sufficient sugar to sweeten it nicely. Then crush the rice to a smooth pulp with the back of a wooden spoon, line the bottom and sides of a round cake tin with it, and put it into the oven to set. Turn it out of the tin carefully, and be careful that the border of rice is firm in every part. Mix with the marmalade the beaten yolks of eggs and the butter, and stir these over the fire until the mixture thickens. Take it off the fire. To this add the whites of the eggs, which should be previously beaten to a strong froth, stir all together, and put it into the rice border. Bake in a moderate oven for about half an hour, or until the soufflé rises very light. It should be watched, and served instantly, or it will immediately fall after it is taken from the oven. Time: half an hour. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Stewed apples and custard. A pretty dish for a juvenile supper. Ingredients: 7 good-sized apples, the rind of 1/2 lemon or 4 cloves, half a pound of sugar, 3/4 pint of water, 1/2 pint of custard No. 1423. Mode: pare and take out the cores of the apples, without dividing them, and, if possible, leave the stalks on. Boil the sugar and water together for 10 minutes. Then put in the apples with the lemon rind or cloves, whichever flavor may be preferred, and simmer gently until they are tender, taking care not to let them break. Dish them neatly on a glass dish, reduce the syrup by boiling it quickly for a few minutes, let it cool a little, then pour it over the apples. Have ready quite 1/2 pint of custard made by recipe No. 1423. Pour it round, but not over, the apples when they are quite cold, and the dish is ready for table. A few almonds blanched and cut into strips and stuck in the apples would improve their appearance. See colored plate Q1. Time: from 20 to 30 minutes to stew the apples. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient to fill a large glass dish. Seasonable from July to March. Apple trifle. A supper dish. Ingredients: 10 good-sized apples, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 6 ounces. Of pounded sugar, 1/2 pint of milk, 1/2 pint of cream, 2 eggs, whipped cream. Mode: peel, core, and cut the apples into thin slices, and put them into a saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of water, the sugar, and minced lemon rind. Boil all together until quite tender, and pulp the apples through a sieve. If they should not be quite sweet enough, add a little more sugar, and put them at the bottom of the dish to form a thick layer. Stir together the milk, cream, and eggs, with a little sugar, over the fire, and let the mixture thicken, but do not allow it to reach the boiling point. When thick, take it off the fire, let it cool a little, then pour it over the apples. Whip some cream with sugar, lemon peel, and, the same as for other trifles, heap it high over the custard, and the dish is ready for table. It may be garnished as fancy dictates, with strips of bright apple jelly, slices of citron, and time: from 30 to 40 minutes to stew the apples, 10 minutes to stir the custard over the fire. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for a moderate-sized trifle. Seasonable from July to March. Apricot cream. Ingredients: 12 to 16 ripe apricots, a quarter pound. Of sugar, 1½ pint of milk, the yolks of 8 eggs, 1 ounce of isinglass. Mode: divide the apricots, take out the stones, and boil them in a syrup made with a quarter pound of sugar and 1/4 pint of water, until they form a thin marmalade, which rub through a sieve. Boil the milk with the other 1/4 pound of sugar, let it cool a little, then mix with it the yolks of eggs which have been previously well beaten. Put this mixture into a jug, place this jug in boiling water, and stir it one way over the fire until it thickens, but on no account let it boil. Strain through a sieve, add the isinglass, previously boiled with a small quantity of water, and keep stirring it till nearly cold, then mix the cream with the apricots, stir well, put it into an oiled mold, and, if convenient, set it on ice. At any rate, in a very cool place. It should turn out on the dish without any difficulty. Time: from 20 to 30 minutes to boil the apricots. Average cost, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable in August, September, and October. Note: in wintertime, when fresh apricots are not obtainable, a little jam may be substituted for them. Flank of apricots or compote of apricots in a raised crust. Sweet entremet. Ingredients: 3/4 pound of short crust no. 12 from 9 to 12 good-sized apricots, 3/4 pint of water, half a pound of sugar. Mode: make a short crust by recipe number 1212, and line a mold with it as directed in recipe number 1391. Boil the sugar and water together for 10 minutes. Have the apricots, take out the stones, and simmer them in the syrup until tender, watch them carefully, and take them up the moment they are done, for fear they break. Arrange them neatly in the flank or case. Boil the syrup until reduced to a jelly, pour it over the fruit, and serve either hot or cold. Greengages, plums of all kinds, peaches, and may be done in the same manner, as also currants, raspberries, gooseberries, strawberries, and but with the last named fruits, a little currant juice added to them will be found an improvement. Time: altogether, 1 hour to bake the flank, about 10 minutes to simmer the apricots. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 1 entremet or side dish. Seasonable in July, August, and September. Arrowroot blancmange. An inexpensive supper dish. Ingredients: for heaped tablespoonfuls of arrowroot, 1½ pint of milk, 3 laurel leaves or the rind of 1/2 lemon, sugar to taste. Mode: mix to a smooth batter the arrowroot with 1/2 pint of the milk. Put the other pint on the fire, with laurel leaves or lemon peel, whichever may be preferred, and let the milk steep until it is well flavored. Then strain the milk, and add it, boiling, to the mixed arrowroot. Sweeten it with sifted sugar, and let it boil, stirring it all the time, till it thickens sufficiently to come from the saucepan. Grease a mold with pure salad oil, pour in the blancmange, and when quite set, turn it out on a dish, and pour round it a compote of any kind of fruit, or garnish it with jam. A tablespoonful of brandy, stirred in just before the blancmange is molded, very much improves the flavor of this sweet dish. Time: altogether, half an hour. Average cost, 6d. Without the garnishing. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Blancmange. A supper dish. Ingredients: 1 pint of new milk, 1¼ ounces of isinglass, the rind of 1/2 lemon, a quarter pound of loaf sugar, 10 bitter almonds, half an ounce of sweet almonds, 1 pint of cream. Illustration: blancmange mold. Mode: put the milk into a saucepan, with the isinglass, lemon rind, and sugar, and let these ingredients stand by the side of the fire until the milk is well flavored. Add the almonds, which should be blanched and pounded in a mortar to a paste, and let the milk just boil up, strain it through a fine sieve or muslin into a jug, add the cream, and stir the mixture occasionally until nearly cold. Let it stand for a few minutes, then pour it into the mold, which should be previously oiled with the purest salad oil, or dipped in cold water. There will be a sediment at the bottom of the jug, which must not be poured into the mold, as, when turned out, it would very much disfigure the appearance of the blancmange. This blancmange may be made very much richer by using 1½ pint of cream, and melting the isinglass in 1/2 pint of boiling water. The flavor may also be very much varied by adding bay leaves, laurel leaves, or essence of vanilla, instead of the lemon rind and almonds. Noyau, maraschino, curacao, or any favorite liqueur, added in small proportions, very much enhances the flavor of this always favorite dish. In turning it out, just loosen the edges of the blancmange from the mold, place a dish on it, and turn it quickly over. It should come out easily, and the blancmange have a smooth glossy appearance when the mold is oiled, which it frequently has not when it is only dipped in water. It may be garnished as fancy dictates. Time: about 1½ hour to steep the lemon rind and almonds in the milk. Average cost, with cream at ones. Per pint, freeze. 3d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Cheap blancmange. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of sugar, 1 quart of milk, 1½ ounces of isinglass, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 4 laurel leaves. Illustration: blancmange. Mode: put all the ingredients into a lined saucepan, and boil gently until the isinglass is dissolved. Taste it occasionally, to ascertain when it is sufficiently flavored with the laurel leaves, then take them out, and keep stirring the mixture over the fire for about 10 minutes. Strain it through a fine sieve into a jug, and, when nearly cold, pour it into a well-oiled mold, omitting the sediment at the bottom. Turn it out carefully on a dish, and garnish with preserves, bright jelly, or a compote of fruit. Time: altogether, ½ hour. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Bread and butter fritters. Ingredients: batter, 8 slices of bread and butter, 3 or 4 tablespoonfuls of jam. Mode: make a batter, the same as for apple fritters No. 1393, cut some slices of bread and butter, not very thick, spread half of them with any jam that may be preferred, and cover with the other slices. Slightly press them together, and cut them out in square, long, or round pieces. Dip them in the batter, and fry in boiling lard for about 10 minutes, drain them before the fire on a piece of blotting paper or cloth. Dish them, sprinkle over sifted sugar, and serve. Time: about 10 minutes. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. To make the stock for jelly, and to clarify it. Ingredients: 2 calves' feet, 6 pints of water. Illustration: jelly mold. Illustration: jelly bag. Mode: the stock for jellies should always be made the day before it is required for use, as the liquor has time to cool, and the fat can be so much more easily and effectually removed when thoroughly set. Procure from the butcher's 2 nice calves' feet, scald them, to take off the hair, slit them in 2, remove the fat from between the claws, and wash the feet well in warm water. Put them into a stew pan, with the above proportion of cold water, bring it gradually to boil, and remove every particle of scum as it rises. When it is well skimmed, boil it very gently for 6 or 7 hours, or until the liquor is reduced rather more than half, then strain it through a sieve into a basin, and put it in a cool place to set. As the liquor is strained, measure it, to ascertain the proportion for the jelly, allowing something for the sediment and fat at the top. To clarify it, carefully remove all the fat from the top, pour over a little warm water, to wash away any that may remain, and wipe the jelly with a clean cloth. Remove the jelly from the sediment, put it into a saucepan, and, supposing the quantity to be a quart, add to it 6 ounces of loaf sugar, the shells and well-whisked whites of 5 eggs, and stir these ingredients together cold. Set the saucepan on the fire, but do not stir the jelly after it begins to warm. Let it boil about 10 minutes after it rises to a head, then throw in a teacupful of cold water. Let it boil 5 minutes longer, then take the saucepan off, cover it closely, and let it remain half an hour near the fire. Dip the jelly bag into hot water, wring it out quite dry, and fasten it onto a stand or the back of a chair, which must be placed near the fire, to prevent the jelly from setting before it has run through the bag. Place a basin underneath to receive the jelly, then pour it into the bag, and should it not be clear the first time, run it through the bag again. This stock is the foundation of all really good jellies, which may be varied in innumerable ways, by coloring and flavoring with liqueurs, and by molding it with fresh and preserved fruits. To ensure the jelly being firm when turned out, ½ ounce of isinglass clarified might be added to the above proportion of stock. Substitutes for calves' feet are now frequently used in making jellies, which lessen the expense and trouble in preparing this favorite dish. Isinglass and gelatin being two of the principal materials employed. But, although they may look as nicely as jellies made from good stock, they are never so delicate, having very often an unpleasant flavor, somewhat resembling glue, particularly when made with gelatin. Time: about 6 hours to boil the feet for the stock, to clarify it, a quarter hour to boil, half an hour to stand in the saucepan covered. Average cost: calves' feet may be purchased for 6d. each when veal is in full season, but more expensive when it is scarce. Sufficient: 2 calves' feet should make 1 quart of stock. Seasonable from March to October, but may be had all the year. How to make a jelly bag. The very stout flannel called double mill, used for ironing blankets, is the best material for a jelly bag. Those of home manufacture are the only ones to be relied on for thoroughly clearing the jelly. Care should be taken that the seam of the bag be stitched twice, to secure it against unequal filtration. The most convenient mode of using the big is to tie it upon a hoop the exact size of the outside of its mouth. And, to do this, strings should be sewn round it at equal distances. The jelly bag may, of course, be made any size, but one of 12 or 14 inches deep, and 7 or 8 across the mouth, will be sufficient for ordinary use. The form of a jelly bag is the fool's cap. Cow heel stock for jellies. More economical than calves' feet. Ingredients: 2 cow heels, 3 quarts of water. Mode: procure 2 heels that have only been scalded, and not boiled. Split them in 2, and remove the fat between the claws, wash them well in warm water, and put them into a saucepan with the above proportion of cold water. Bring it gradually to boil, remove all the scum as it rises, and simmer the heels gently from 7 to 8 hours, or until the liquor is reduced 1/2, then strain it into a basin, measuring the quantity, and put it in a cool place. Clarify it in the same manner as calf's feet stock No. 1411, using, with the other ingredients, about ½ ounce of isinglass to each quart. This stock should be made the day before it is required for use. 2 dozen shank bones of mutton, boiled for 6 or 7 hours, yield a quart of strong firm stock. They should be put on in 2 quarts of water, which should be reduced 1/2. Make this also the day before it is required. Time: 7 to 8 hours to boil the cow heels, 6 to 7 hours to boil the shank bones. Average cost, from 4d to 6d each. Sufficient: 2 cow heels should make 3 pints of stock. Seasonable at any time. Isinglass or gelatin jelly. Substitutes for calves' feet. Ingredients: 3 ounces of isinglass or gelatin, 2 quarts of water. Mode: put the isinglass or gelatin into a saucepan with the above proportion of cold water. Bring it quickly to boil, and let it boil very fast, until the liquor is reduced 1/2. Carefully remove the scum as it rises, then strain it through a jelly bag, and it will be ready for use. If not required very clear, it may be merely strained through a fine sieve, instead of being run through a bag. Rather more than half an ounce of isinglass is about the proper quantity to use for a quart of strong calf's feet stock, and rather more than 2 ounces for the same quantity of fruit juice. As isinglass varies so much in quality and strength, it is difficult to give the exact proportions. The larger the mold, the stiffer should be the jelly, and where there is no ice, more isinglass must be used than if the mixture were frozen. This forms a stock for all kinds of jellies, which may be flavored in many ways. Time: 1½ hour. Sufficient, with wine, syrup, fruit, and to fill 2 moderate-sized molds. Seasonable at any time. Note: the above, when boiled, should be perfectly clear, and may be mixed warm with wine, flavorings, fruits, and then run through the bag. Isinglass. The best isinglass is brought from Russia. Some of an inferior kind is brought from North and South America and the East Indies. The several varieties may be had from the wholesale dealers in isinglass in London. In choosing isinglass for domestic use, select that which is whitest, has no unpleasant odor, and which dissolves most readily in water. The inferior kinds are used for fining beer, and similar purposes. Isinglass is much adulterated. To test its purity, take a few threads of the substance, drop some into boiling water, some into cold water, and some into vinegar. In the boiling water the isinglass will dissolve, in cold water it will become white and cloudy, and in vinegar it will swell and become jelly-like. If the isinglass is adulterated with gelatin, that is to say, the commoner sorts of gelatin, for isinglass is classed amongst gelatins, of all which varieties it is the very purest and best. In boiling water the gelatin will not so completely dissolve as the isinglass. In cold water it becomes clear and jelly-like, and in vinegar it will harden. How to mold bottled jellies. 1414, uncork the bottle, place it in a saucepan of hot water until the jelly is reduced to a liquid state. Taste it, to ascertain whether it is sufficiently flavored, and if not, add a little wine. Pour the jelly into molds which have been soaked in water, let it set, and turn it out by placing the mold in hot water for a minute. Then wipe the outside, put a dish on the top, and turn it over quickly. The jelly should then slip easily away from the mold, and be quite firm. It may be garnished as taste dictates. To clarify syrup for jellies. Ingredients. To every quart of water allow 2 pounds of loaf sugar, the white of 1 egg. Mode. Put the sugar and water into a stew pan, set it on the fire, and, when the sugar is dissolved, add the white of the egg, whipped up with a little water. Whisk the whole well together, and simmer very gently until it has thrown up all the scum. Take this off as it rises, strain the syrup through a fine sieve or cloth into a basin, and keep it for use. XXVIII jelly. Ingredients. 1 quart of calf's feet stock No. 1411, half a pound of sugar, 1/2 pint of sherry, 1 glass of brandy, the shells and whites of 5 eggs, the rind and juice of 2 lemons, half an ounce of isinglass. Mode. Prepare the stock as directed in recipe No. 1411, taking care to leave the sediment, and to remove all the fat from the surface. Put it into a saucepan, cold, without clarifying it, add the remaining ingredients, and stir them well together before the saucepan is placed on the fire. Then simmer the mixture gently for a quarter hour, but do not stir it after it begins to warm. Throw in a teacupful of cold water, boil for another 5 minutes, and keep the saucepan covered by the side of the fire for about half an hour, but do not let it boil again. In simmering, the head or scum may be carefully removed as it rises. But particular attention must be given to the jelly, that it be not stirred in the slightest degree after it is heated. The isinglass should be added when the jelly begins to boil, this assists to clear it, and makes it firmer for turning out. Wring out a jelly bag in hot water, fasten it onto a stand, or the back of a chair, place it near the fire with a basin underneath it and run the jelly through it. Should it not be perfectly clear the first time, repeat the process until the desired brilliancy is obtained. Soak the molds in water, drain them for half a second, pour in the jelly, and put it in a cool place to set. If ice is at hand, surround the molds with it, and the jelly will set sooner, and be firmer when turned out. In summer it is necessary to have ice in which to put the molds, or the cook will be, very likely, disappointed, by her jellies being in too liquid a state to turn out properly, unless a great deal of isinglass is used. When wanted for table, dip the molds in hot water for a minute, wipe the outside with a cloth, lay a dish on the top of the mold, turn it quickly over, and the jelly should slip out easily. It is sometimes served broken into square lumps, and piled high in glasses. Earthenware molds are preferable to those of pewter or tin, for red jellies, the color and transparency of the composition being often spoiled by using the latter. Illustration: jelly mold. To make this jelly more economically, raisin wine may be substituted for the sherrine brandy, and the stock made from cow heels, instead of calves' feet. Time: 20 minutes to simmer the jelly, half an hour to stand covered. Average cost, reckoning the feet at 6d. Each, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill 2 1½ pint molds. Seasonable at any time. Note: as lemon juice, unless carefully strained, is liable to make the jelly muddy, see that it is clear before it is added to the other ingredients. Omit the brandy when the flavor is objected to. Sherry. There are several kinds of sherry, as pale and brown, and there are various degrees of each. Sherry is, in general, of an amber color, and, when good, has a fine aromatic odor, with something of the agreeable bitterness of the peach kernel. When new, it is harsh and fiery, and requires to be mellowed in the wood for 4 or 5 years. Sherry has of late got much into fashion in England, from the idea that it is more free from acid than other wines. But some careful experiments on wines do not fully confirm this opinion. Cannelons, or fried puffs. Sweet entremet. Ingredients: half a pound of puff paste No. 1205, apricot, or any kind of preserve that may be preferred, hot lard. Mode: cannelons which are made of puff paste rolled very thin, with jam enclosed, and cut out in long narrow rolls or puffs, make a very pretty and elegant dish. Make some good puff paste, by recipe No. 1205. Roll it out very thin, and cut it into pieces of an equal size, about 2 inches wide and 8 inches long. Place upon each piece a spoonful of jam, wet the edges with the white of egg, and fold the paste over twice. Slightly press the edges together, that the jam may not escape in the frying. And when all are prepared, fry them in boiling lard until of a nice brown, letting them remain by the side of the fire after they are colored, that the paste may be thoroughly done. Drain them before the fire, dish on a d'oyley, sprinkle over them sifted sugar, and serve. These cannelons are very delicious made with fresh instead of preserved fruit, such as strawberries, raspberries, or currants. It should be laid in the paste, plenty of pounded sugar sprinkled over, and folded and fried in the same manner as stated above. Time: about 10 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient, half a pound of paste for a moderate-sized dish of cannelons. Seasonable, with jam, at any time. Charlotte aux pommes. Ingredients: a few slices of rather stale bread half an inch thick, clarified butter, apple marmalade made by recipe No. 1395, with about 2 dozen apples, 1/2 glass of sherry. Illustration: Charlotte aux pommes. Mode: cut a slice of bread the same shape as the bottom of a plain round mold, which has been well buttered, and a few strips the height of the mold, and about 1 to 1/2 inch wide. Dip the bread in clarified butter, or spread it with cold butter, if not wanted quite so rich. Place the round piece at the bottom of the mold, and set the narrow strips up the sides of it, overlapping each other a little, that no juice from the apples may escape, and that they may hold firmly to the mold. Brush the interior over with white of egg, this will assist to make the case firmer. Fill it with apple marmalade made by recipe No. 1395, with the addition of a little sherry, and cover them with a round piece of bread, also brushed over with egg, the same as the bottom, slightly press the bread down, to make it adhere to the other pieces. Put a plate on the top, and bake the charlotte in a brisk oven, of a light color. Turn it out on the dish, strew sifted sugar over the top, and pour round it a little melted apricot jam. Time: 40 to 50 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. An easy method of making a charlotte aux pommes. Ingredients: half a pound of flour, a quarter pound of butter, a quarter pound of powdered sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of baking powder, 1 egg, milk, 1 glass of raisin wine, apple marmalade No. 1395, 1/4 pint of cream, 2 dessertspoonfuls of pounded sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice. Mode: make a cake with the flour, butter, sugar, and baking powder, moisten with the egg and sufficient milk to make it the proper consistency, and bake it in a round tin. When cold, scoop out the middle, leaving a good thickness all round the sides, to prevent them breaking. Take some of the scooped out pieces, which should be trimmed into neat slices. Lay them in the cake, and pour over sufficient raisin wine, with the addition of a little brandy, if approved, to soak them well. Have ready some apple marmalade, made by recipe No. 1395. Place a layer of this over the soaked cake, then a layer of cake and a layer of apples. Whip the cream to a froth, mixing with it the sugar and lemon juice, pile it on the top of the charlotte, and garnish it with pieces of clear apple jelly. This dish is served cold, but may be eaten hot, by omitting the cream, and merely garnishing the top with bright jelly just before it is sent to table. Time: 1 hour to bake the cake. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. A very simple apple charlotte. Ingredients: 9 slices of bread and butter, about 6 good-sized apples, 1 tablespoonful of minced lemon peel, 2 tablespoonfuls of juice, moist sugar to taste. Mode: butter a pie dish. Place a layer of bread and butter, without the crust, at the bottom, then a layer of apples, pared, cored, and cut into thin slices. Sprinkle over these a portion of the lemon peel and juice, and sweeten with moist sugar. Place another layer of bread and butter, and then one of apples, proceeding in this manner until the dish is full, then cover it up with the peel of the apples, to preserve the top from browning or burning. Bake in a brisk oven for rather more than 3/4 hour, turn the charlotte on a dish, sprinkle sifted sugar over, and serve. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Charlotte Russe. An elegant sweet entremet. Ingredients: about 18 Savoy biscuits, 3/4 pint of cream, flavoring of vanilla, liqueurs, or wine, 1 tablespoonful of pounded sugar, 1/2 ounce of isinglass. Mode: procure about 18 Savoy biscuits, or ladies' fingers, as they are sometimes called, brush the edges of them with the white of an egg, and line the bottom of a plain round mold, placing them like a star or rosette. Stand them upright all round the edge, carefully put them so closely together that the white of the egg connects them firmly, and place this case in the oven for about 5 minutes, just to dry the egg. Whisk the cream to a stiff froth, with the sugar, flavoring, and melted isinglass. Fill the charlotte with it, cover with a slice of sponge cake cut in the shape of the mold, place it in ice, where let it remain till ready for table. Then turn it on a dish, remove the mold, and serve. 1 tablespoonful of liqueur of any kind, or 4 tablespoonfuls of wine, would nicely flavor the above proportion of cream. For arranging the biscuits in the mold, cut them to the shape required, so that they fit in nicely, and level them with the mold at the top, that, when turned out, there may be something firm to rest upon. Great care and attention is required in the turning out of this dish, that the cream does not burst the case. And the edges of the biscuits must have the smallest quantity of egg brushed over them, or it would stick to the mold, and so prevent the charlotte from coming away properly. Time: 5 minutes in the oven. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 2s. Sufficient for 1 charlotte. Seasonable at any time. Cream à la Valois. Ingredients. For sponge cakes, jam, 3/4 pint of cream, sugar to taste, the juice of 1/2 lemon, 1/4 glass of sherry, 1 1/4 ounces of isinglass. Mode. Cut the sponge cakes into thin slices, place 2 together, with preserve between them, and pour over them a small quantity of sherry mixed with a little brandy. Sweeten and flavor the cream with the lemon juice and sherry. Add the isinglass, which should be dissolved in a little water, and beat up the cream well. Place a little in an oiled mold, arrange the pieces of cake in the cream, then fill the mold with the remainder, let it cool, and turn it out on a dish. By oiling the mold, the cream will have a much smoother appearance, and will turn out more easily than when merely dipped in cold water. Average cost, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a 1 1/2 pint mold. Seasonable at any time. Boiled custards. Ingredients. 1 pint of milk, 5 eggs, 3 ounces of loaf sugar, 3 laurel leaves, or the rind of 4 lemon, or a few drops of essence of vanilla, 1 tablespoonful of brandy. Illustration, custards in glasses. Mode. Put the milk into a lined saucepan, with the sugar, and whichever of the above flavorings may be preferred, the lemon rind flavors custards most deliciously, and let the milk steep by the side of the fire until it is well flavored. Bring it to the point of boiling, then strain it into a basin, whisk the eggs well, and, when the milk has cooled a little, stir in the eggs, and strain this mixture into a jug. Place this jug in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire. Keep stirring the custard one way until it thickens, but on no account allow it to reach the boiling point, as it will instantly curdle and be full of lumps. Take it off the fire, stir in the brandy, and, when this is well mixed with the custard, pour it into glasses, which should be rather more than 3 parts full, grate a little nutmeg over the top, and the dish is ready for table. To make custards look and eat better, duck's eggs should be used, when obtainable. They add very much to the flavor and richness, and so many are not required as of the ordinary eggs, for duck's eggs to the pint of milk making a delicious custard. When desired extremely rich and good, cream should be substituted for the milk, and double the quantity of eggs used, to those mentioned, omitting the whites. Time. Half an hour to infuse the lemon rind, about 10 minutes to stir the custard. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient to fill 8 custard glasses. Seasonable at any time. Ginger apples. A pretty supper or dessert dish. Ingredients. 1 1/2 ounces of whole ginger, 1/4 pint of whiskey, 3 pounds, of apples, 2 pounds. Of white sugar, the juice of 2 lemons. Mode. Bruise the ginger, put it into a small jar, pour over sufficient whiskey to cover it, and let it remain for 3 days, then cut the apples into thin slices, after paring and coring them. Add the sugar and the lemon juice, which should be strained, and simmer all together very gently until the apples are transparent, but not broken. Serve cold, and garnish the dish with slices of candied lemon peel or preserved ginger. Time. 3 days to soak the ginger, about 3/4 hour to simmer the apples very gently. Average cost, 2s, 6d. Sufficient for 3 dishes. Seasonable from July to March. French pancakes. Ingredients. 2 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of sifted sugar, 2 ounces of flour, 1/2 pint of new milk. Mode. Beat the eggs thoroughly, and put them into a basin with the butter, which should be beaten to a cream, stir in the sugar and flour, and when these ingredients are well mixed, add the milk. Keep stirring and beating the mixture for a few minutes, put it on buttered plates, and bake in a quick oven for 20 minutes. Serve with a cut lemon and sifted sugar, or pile the pancakes high on a dish, with a layer of preserve or marmalade between each. Time. 20 minutes. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Dutch Flummery. Ingredients. 1½ ounces of isinglass, the rind and juice of 1 lemon, 1 pint of water, 4 eggs, 1 pint of sherry, Madeira, or raisin wine, sifted sugar to taste. Mode. Put the water, isinglass, and lemon rind into a lined saucepan, and simmer gently until the isinglass is dissolved. Strain this into a basin, stir in the eggs, which should be well beaten, the lemon juice, which should be strained, and the wine. Sweeten to taste with pounded sugar, mix all well together, pour it into a jug, set this jug in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire, and keep stirring it one way until it thickens, but take care that it does not boil. Strain it into a mold that has been oiled or laid in water for a short time, and put it in a cool place to set. A tablespoonful of brandy stirred in just before it is poured into the mold, improves the flavor of this dish. It is better if made the day before it is required for table. Time. A quarter hour to simmer the isinglass. About a quarter hour to stir the mixture over the fire. Average cost, 4s. 6d, if made with sherry, less with raisin wine. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Pale sherries are made from the same grapes as brown. The latter are colored by an addition of some cheap must, or wine which has been boiled till it has acquired a deep brown tint. Pale sherries were, some time ago, preferred in England, being supposed most pure. But the brown are preferred by many people. The inferior sherries exported to England are often mixed with a cheap and light wine called mogur, and are strengthened in the making by brandy. But too frequently they are adulterated by the London dealers. Chocolate souffle. Ingredients. For eggs, 3 teaspoonfuls of pounded sugar, 1 teaspoonful of flour, 3 ounces of the best chocolate. Mode. Break the eggs, separating the whites from the yolks, and put them into different basins. Add to the yolks the sugar, flour, and chocolate, which should be very finely grated, and stir these ingredients for 5 minutes. Then well whisk the whites of the eggs in the other basin, until they are stiff, and, when firm, mix lightly with the yolks, till the whole forms a smooth and light substance. Butter a round cake tin, put in the mixture, and bake in a moderate oven from 15 to 20 minutes. Pin a white napkin round the tin, strew sifted sugar over the top of the soufflé, and send it immediately to table. The proper appearance of this dish depends entirely on the expedition with which it is served, and some cooks, to preserve its lightness, hold a salamander over the soufflé until it is placed on the table. If allowed to stand after it comes from the oven, it will be entirely spoiled, as it falls almost immediately. Time. 15 to 20 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for a moderate-sized soufflé. Seasonable at any time. Darioles à la vanille. Sweet entremet. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of milk, 1/2 pint of cream, 2 ounces of flour, 3 ounces of pounded sugar, 6 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, puff paste, flavoring of essence of vanilla. Mode. Mix the flour to a smooth batter, with the milk. Stir in the cream, sugar, the eggs, which should be well whisked, and the butter, which should be beaten to a cream. Put in some essence of vanilla, drop by drop, until the mixture is well flavored. Line some dariole molds with puff paste, 3 parts fill them with the batter, and bake in a good oven from 25 to 35 minutes. Turn them out of the molds on a dish, without breaking them, strew over sifted sugar, and serve. The flavoring of the darioles may be varied by substituting lemon, cinnamon, or almonds, for the vanilla. Time. 25 to 35 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 8d. Sufficient to fill 6 or 7 dariole molds. Seasonable at any time. Currant fritters. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of milk, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 4 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of boiled rice, 3 tablespoonfuls of currants, sugar to taste, a very little grated nutmeg, hot lard or clarified dripping. Mode. Put the milk into a basin with the flour, which should previously be rubbed to a smooth batter with a little cold milk. Stir these ingredients together, add the well-whisked eggs, the rice, currants, sugar, and nutmeg. Beat the mixture for a few minutes, and, if not sufficiently thick, add a little more boiled rice, drop it, in small quantities, into a pan of boiling lard or clarified dripping. Fry the fritters a nice brown, and, when done, drain them on a piece of blotting paper, before the fire. Pile them on a white d'oyley, strew over sifted sugar, and serve them very hot. Send a cut lemon to table with them. Time: from 8 to 10 minutes to ferry the fritters. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Chocolate cream. Ingredients: 3 ounces of grated chocolate, a quarter pound of sugar, 1½ pint of cream, ½ ounce of clarified isinglass, the yolks of 6 eggs. Illustration: cream mold. Mode: beat the yolks of the eggs well, put them into a basin with the grated chocolate, the sugar, and 1 pint of the cream. Stir these ingredients well together, pour them into a jug, and set this jug in a saucepan of boiling water. Stir it one way until the mixture thickens, but do not allow it to boil, or it will curdle. Strain the cream through a sieve into a basin. Stir in the isinglass and the other 1/2 pint of cream, which should be well whipped, mix all well together, and pour it into a mold which has been previously oiled with the purest salad oil, and, if at hand, set it in ice until wanted for table. Time: about 10 minutes to stir the mixture over the fire. Average cost, 4s. 6d, with cream at 1s. Per pint. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Geneva wafers. Ingredients: 2 eggs, 3 ounces of butter, 3 ounces of flour, 3 ounces of pounded sugar. Mode: well whisk the eggs, put them into a basin, and stir to them the butter, which should be beaten to a cream, add the flour and sifted sugar gradually, and then mix all well together. Butter a baking sheet, and drop on it a teaspoonful of the mixture at a time, leaving a space between each. Bake in a cool oven. Watch the pieces of paste, and, when half done, roll them up like wafers, and put in a small wedge of bread or piece of wood, to keep them in shape. Return them to the oven until crisp. Before serving, remove the bread, put a spoonful of preserve in the widest end, and fill up with whipped cream. This is a very pretty and ornamental dish for the supper table, and is very nice and very easily made. Time: altogether 20 to 25 minutes. Average cost, exclusive of the preserve and cream, 7d. Sufficient for a nice-sized dish. Seasonable at any time. Ginger cream. Ingredients: the yolks of 4 eggs, 1 pint of cream, 3 ounces of preserved ginger, 2 dessertspoonfuls of syrup, sifted sugar to taste, 1 ounce of isinglass. Mode: slice the ginger finely, put it into a basin with the syrup, the well-beaten yolks of eggs, and the cream. Mix these ingredients well together, and stir them over the fire for about 10 minutes, or until the mixture thickens. Then take it off the fire, whisk till nearly cold, sweeten to taste, add the isinglass, which should be melted and strained, and serve the cream in a glass dish. It may be garnished with slices of preserved ginger or candied citron. Time: about 10 minutes to stir the cream over the fire. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 3s. 6d. Sufficient for a good-sized dish. Seasonable at any time. Preserved ginger comes to us from the West Indies. It is made by scalding the roots when they are green and full of sap, then peeling them in cold water, and putting them into jars, with a rich syrup, in which state we receive them. It should be chosen of a bright yellow color, with a little transparency. What is dark-colored, fibrous, and stringy, is not good. Ginger roots, fit for preserving, and in size equal to West Indian, have been produced in the Royal Agricultural Garden in Edinburgh. To make gooseberry fool. Ingredients. Green gooseberries. To every pint of pulp add 1 pint of milk, or 1/2 pint of cream and 1/2 pint of milk, sugar to taste. Mode. Cut the tops and tails off the gooseberries, put them into a jar, with 2 tablespoonfuls of water and a little good moist sugar. Set this jar in a saucepan of boiling water, and let it boil until the fruit is soft enough to mash. When done enough, beat it to a pulp, work this pulp through a colander, and stir to every pint the above proportion of milk, or equal quantities of milk and cream. Ascertain if the mixture is sweet enough, and put in plenty of sugar, or it will not be eatable, and in mixing the milk and gooseberries, add the former very gradually to these, serve in a glass dish, or in small glasses. This, although a very old-fashioned and homely dish, is, when well made, very delicious, and, if properly sweetened, a very suitable preparation for children. Time. From 3/4 to 1 hour. Average cost, 6d. Per pint, with milk. Sufficient. A pint of milk and a pint of gooseberry pulp for 5 or 6 children. Seasonable in May and June. Gooseberry trifle. Ingredients. 1 quart of gooseberries, sugar to taste, 1 pint of custard No. 1423, a plateful of whipped cream. Mode. Put the gooseberries into a jar, with sufficient moist sugar to sweeten them, and boil them until reduced to a pulp. Put this pulp at the bottom of a trifle dish, pour over it a pint of custard made by recipe No. 1423, and, when cold, cover with whipped cream. The cream should be whipped the day before it is wanted for table, as it will then be so much firmer and more solid. The dish may be garnished as fancy dictates. Time. About 3/4 hour to boil the gooseberries. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 1 trifle. Seasonable in May and June. Indian fritters. Ingredients. 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, boiling water, the yolks of 4 eggs, the whites of 2, hot lard or clarified dripping, jam. Mode. Put the flour into a basin, and pour over it sufficient boiling water to make it into a stiff paste, taking care to stir and beat it well, to prevent it getting lumpy. Leave it a little time to cool, and then break into it, without beating them at first, the yolks of 4 eggs and the whites of 2, and stir and beat all well together. Have ready some boiling lard or butter. Drop a dessertspoonful of batter in at a time, and fry the fritters of a light brown. They should rise so much as to be almost like balls. Serve on a dish, with a spoonful of preserve or marmalade dropped in between each fritter. This is an excellent dish for a hasty addition to dinner, if a guest unexpectedly arrives, it being so easily and quickly made, and it is always a great favorite. Time. From 5 to 8 minutes to ferry the fritters. Average cost, exclusive of the jam, 5d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Indian trifle. Ingredients. 1 quart of milk, the rind of 1/2 large lemon, sugar to taste, 5 heaped tablespoonfuls of rice flour, 1 ounce. Of sweet almonds, 1/2 pint of custard. Mode. Boil the milk and lemon rind together until the former is well flavored. Take out the lemon rind and stir in the rice flour, which should first be moistened with cold milk, and add sufficient loaf sugar to sweeten it nicely. Boil gently for about 5 minutes, and keep the mixture stirred. Take it off the fire, let it cool a little, and pour it into a glass dish. When cold, cut the rice out in the form of a star, or any other shape that may be preferred, take out the spare rice, and fill the space with boiled custard. Blanch and cut the almonds into strips, stick them over the trifle, and garnish it with pieces of brightly colored jelly, or preserved fruits, or candied citron. Time. A 1/4 hour to simmer the milk, 5 minutes after the rice is added. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 1 trifle. Seasonable at any time. Illustration, the citron. The citron. The citron belongs to the same species as the lemon, being considered only as a variety, the distinction between them not being very great. It is larger, and is less succulent, but more acid. With a little artificial heat, the citron comes to as great perfection in England as in Spain and Italy. The fruit is oblong and about 5 or 6 inches in length. The tree is thorny. The juice forms an excellent lemonade with sugar and water. Its uses in punch, negus, and in medicine, are well known. The rind is very thick, and, when candied with sugar, forms an excellent sweetmeat. There are several varieties cultivated in England, one of which is termed the forbidden fruit. Italian cream. Ingredients: 1 pint of milk, 4 pint of cream, sugar to taste, 1 ounce of isinglass, 1 lemon, the yolks of 4 eggs. Mode: put the cream and milk into a saucepan, with sugar to sweeten, and the lemon rind. Boil until the milk is well flavored, then strain it into a basin, and add the beaten yolks of eggs. Put this mixture into a jug. Place the jug in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire, and stir the contents until they thicken, but do not allow them to boil. Take the cream off the fire, stir in the lemon juice and isinglass, which should be melted, and whip well. Fill a mold, place it in ice if at hand, and, when set, turn it out on a dish, and garnish as taste may dictate. The mixture may be whipped and drained, and then put into small glasses, when this mode of serving is preferred. Time: from 5 to 8 minutes to stir the mixture in the jug. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 2s. 6d. Sufficient to fill 1½ pint mold. Seasonable at any time. The Hidden Mountain. A pretty supper dish. Ingredients: 6 eggs, a few slices of citron, sugar to taste, 1/4 pint of cream, a layer of any kind of jam. Mode: beat the whites and yolks of the eggs separately. Then mix them and beat well again, adding a few thin slices of citron, the cream, and sufficient pounded sugar to sweeten it nicely. When the mixture is well beaten, put it into a buttered pan, and fry the same as a pancake. But it should be 3 times the thickness of an ordinary pancake. Cover it with jam, and garnish with slices of citron and holly leaves. This dish is served cold. Time: about 10 minutes to ferry the mixture. Average cost, with the jam, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. John Mange. Ingredients: 1 ounce of isinglass, 1 pint of water, 1/2 pint of white wine, the rind and juice of 1 large lemon, sugar to taste, the yolks of 6 eggs. Mode: put the isinglass, water, and lemon rind into a saucepan, and boil gently until the former is dissolved, then add the strained lemon juice, the wine, and sufficient white sugar to sweeten the whole nicely. Boil for 2 or 3 minutes, strain the mixture into a jug, and add the yolks of the eggs, which should be well beaten. Place the jug in a saucepan of boiling water, keep stirring the mixture one way until it thickens, but do not allow it to boil. Then take it off the fire, and keep stirring until nearly cold. Pour it into a mold, omitting the sediment at the bottom of the jug, and let it remain until quite firm. Time: a 1/4 hour to boil the isinglass and water. About 10 minutes to stir the mixture in the jug. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 2s. 9d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Jelly molded with fresh fruit, or Macédoine de fruits. Ingredients: rather more than 1½ pint of jelly, a few nice strawberries, or red or white currants, or raspberries, or any fresh fruit that may be in season. Mode: have ready the above proportion of jelly, which must be very clear and rather sweet, the raw fruit requiring an additional quantity of sugar. Select ripe, nice-looking fruit. Pick off the stalks, unless currants are used, when they are laid in the jelly as they come from the tree. Begin by putting a little jelly at the bottom of the mold, which must harden. Then arrange the fruit round the sides of the mold, recollecting that it will be reversed when turned out. Then pour in some more jelly to make the fruit adhere, and, when that layer is set, put another row of fruit and jelly until the mold is full. If convenient, put it in ice until required for table, then wring a cloth in boiling water, wrap it round the mold for a minute, and turn the jelly carefully out. Peaches, apricots, plums, apples, and are better for being boiled in a little clear syrup before they are laid in the jelly. Strawberries, raspberries, grapes, cherries, and currants are put in raw. In winter, when fresh fruits are not obtainable, a very pretty jelly may be made with preserved fruits or brandy cherries. These, in a bright and clear jelly, have a very pretty effect. Of course, unless the jelly be very clear, the beauty of the dish will be spoiled. It may be garnished with the same fruit as is laid in the jelly. For instance, an open jelly with strawberries might have, piled in the center, a few of the same fruit prettily arranged, or a little whipped cream might be substituted for the fruit. Illustration: jelly molded with cherries. Time. 1 layer of jelly should remain 2 hours in a very cool place, before another layer is added. Average cost, 2s. 6d. Sufficient, with fruit, to fill a quart mold. Seasonable, with fresh fruit, from June to October, with dried, at any time. Jelly of 2 colors. Ingredients: 1½ pint of calf's feet jelly No. 1416, a few drops of prepared cochineal. Illustration: jelly of 2 colors. Mode: make 1½ pint of jelly by recipe No. 1416, or, if wished more economical, of clarified syrup and gelatin, flavoring it in any way that may be preferred. Color 1/2 of the jelly with a few drops of prepared cochineal, and the other half leave as pale as possible. Have ready a mold well wetted in every part, pour in a small quantity of the red jelly, and let this set. When quite firm, pour on it the same quantity of the pale jelly, and let this set. Then proceed in this manner until the mold is full, always taking care to let one jelly set before the other is poured in, or the colors would run one into the other. When turned out, the jelly should have a striped appearance. For variety, half the mold may be filled at once with one of the jellies, and, when firm, filled up with the other. This, also, has a very pretty effect, and is more expeditiously prepared than when the jelly is poured in small quantities into the mold. Blancmange and red jelly, or blancmange and raspberry cream, molded in the above manner, look very well. The layers of blancmange and jelly should be about 1 inch in depth, and each layer should be perfectly hardened before another is added. Half a mold of blancmange and half a mold of jelly are frequently served in the same manner. A few pretty dishes may be made, in this way, of jellies or blancmanges left from the preceding day, by melting them separately in a jug placed in a saucepan of boiling water, and then molding them by the foregoing directions. See colored plate S1. Time: 3/4 hour to make the jelly. Average cost, with calf's feet jelly, 2s, with gelatin and syrup, more economical. Sufficient to fill 1½ pint mold. Seasonable at any time. Note: in making the jelly, use for flavoring a very pale sherry, or the color will be too dark to contrast nicely with the red jelly. Lemon blancmange. Ingredients: 1 quart of milk, the yolks of 4 eggs, 3 ounces of ground rice, 6 ounces of pounded sugar, 1½ ounces of fresh butter, the rind of 1 lemon, the juice of 2, ½ ounce of gelatin. Illustration: blancmange mold. Mode: make a custard with the yolks of the eggs and 1/2 pint of the milk, and, when done, put it into a basin, put half the remainder of the milk into a saucepan with the ground rice, fresh butter, lemon rind, and 3 ounces of the sugar, and let these ingredients boil until the mixture is stiff, stirring them continually. When done, pour it into the bowl where the custard is, mixing both well together. Put the gelatin with the rest of the milk into a saucepan, and let it stand by the side of the fire to dissolve, boil for a minute or 2, stir carefully into the basin, adding 3 ounces more of pounded sugar. When cold, stir in the lemon juice, which should be carefully strained, and pour the mixture into a well-oiled mold, leaving out the lemon peel, and set the mold in a pan of cold water until wanted for table. Use eggs that have rich-looking yolks. And, should the weather be very warm, rather a larger proportion of gelatin must be allowed. Time. Altogether, 1 hour. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient to fill 2 small molds. Seasonable at any time. Lemon cream. Ingredients. 1 pint of cream, the yolks of 2 eggs, a quarter pound of white sugar, 1 large lemon, 1 ounce of isinglass. Illustration, lemon cream mold. Mode. Put the cream into a lined saucepan with the sugar, lemon peel, and isinglass, and simmer these over a gentle fire for about 10 minutes, stirring them all the time. Strain the cream into a jug, add the yolks of eggs, which should be well beaten, and put the jug into a saucepan of boiling water. Stir the mixture one way until it thickens, but do not allow it to boil. Take it off the fire, and keep stirring it until nearly cold. Strain the lemon juice into a basin, gradually pour on it the cream, and stir it well until the juice is well mixed with it. Have ready a well-oiled mold, pour the cream into it, and let it remain until perfectly set. When required for table, loosen the edges with a small blunt knife, put a dish on the top of the mold, turn it over quickly, and the cream should easily slip away. Time. 10 minutes to boil the cream. About 10 minutes to stir it over the fire in the jug. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, and the best isinglass, 2s. 6d. Sufficient to fill 1½ pint mold. Seasonable at any time. Economical lemon cream. Ingredients. 1 quart of milk, 8 bitter almonds, 2 ounces of gelatin, 2 large lemons, 3/4 pound of lump sugar, the yolks of 6 eggs. Mode. Put the milk into a lined saucepan with the almonds, which should be well pounded in a mortar, the gelatin, lemon rind, and lump sugar, and boil these ingredients for about 5 minutes. Beat up the yolks of the eggs, strain the milk into a jug, add the eggs, and pour the mixture backwards and forwards a few times, until nearly cold. Then stir briskly to it the lemon juice, which should be strained, and keep stirring until the cream is almost cold. Put it into an oiled mold, and let it remain until perfectly set. The lemon juice must not be added to the cream when it is warm, and should be well stirred after it is put in. Time. 5 minutes to boil the milk. Average cost, 2s. 5d. Sufficient to fill 2 1½ pint molds. Seasonable at any time. Lemon creams. Very good. Ingredients. 1 pint of cream, 2 dozen sweet almonds, 3 glasses of sherry, the rind and juice of 2 lemons, sugar to taste. Mode. Blanch and chop the almonds, and put them into a jug with the cream. In another jug put the sherry, lemon rind, strained juice, and sufficient pounded sugar to sweeten the whole nicely. Pour rapidly from one jug to the other till the mixture is well frothed, then, pour it into jelly glasses, omitting the lemon rind. This is a very cool and delicious sweet for summer, and may be made less rich by omitting the almonds and substituting orange or raisin wine for the sherry. Time. Altogether, half an hour. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 3s. Sufficient to fill 12 glasses. Seasonable at any time. Lemon creams of custards. Ingredients. 5 ounces of loaf sugar, 2 pints of boiling water, the rind of 1 lemon and the juice of 3, the yolks of 8 eggs. Mode. Make a quart of lemonade in the following manner: dissolve the sugar in the boiling water, having previously, with part of the sugar, rubbed off the lemon rind, and add the strained juice. Strain the lemonade into a saucepan, and add the yolks of the eggs, which should be well beaten. Stir this one way over the fire until the mixture thickens, but do not allow it to boil, and serve in custard glasses, or on a glass dish. After the boiling water is poured on the sugar and lemon, it should stand covered for about half an hour before the eggs are added to it, that the flavor of the rind may be extracted. Time. Half an hour to make the lemonade. About 10 minutes to stir the custard over the fire. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient to fill 12 to 14 custard glasses. Seasonable at any time. Lemon jelly. Ingredients. 6 lemons, 3/4 pound, of lump sugar, 1 pint of water, 1½ ounces. Of isinglass, 1/4 pint of sherry. Mode. Peel 3 of the lemons, pour 1/2 pint of boiling water on the rind, and let it infuse for half an hour. Put the sugar, isinglass, and 1/2 pint of water into a lined saucepan, and boil these ingredients for 20 minutes, then put in the strained lemon juice, the strained infusion of the rind, and bring the whole to the point of boiling. Skim well, add the wine, and run the jelly through a bag, pour it into a mold that has been wetted or soaked in water, put it in ice, if convenient, where let it remain until required for table. Previously to adding the lemon juice to the other ingredients, ascertain that it is very nicely strained, as, if this is not properly attended to, it is liable to make the jelly thick and muddy. As this jelly is very pale, and almost colorless, it answers very well for molding with a jelly of any bright hue, for instance, half a jelly bright red, and the other half made of the above, would have a very good effect. Lemon jelly may also be made with calf's feet stock, allowing the juice of 3 lemons to every pint of stock. Time. Altogether, 1 hour. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 2s. 9d. Sufficient to fill 1½ pint mold. Seasonable at any time. Lemon sponge. Ingredients. 2 ounces of isinglass, 1 3/4 pint of water, 3/4 pound, of pounded sugar, the juice of 5 lemons, the rind of 1, the whites of 3 eggs. Mode. Dissolve the isinglass in the water, strain it into a saucepan, and add the sugar, lemon rind, and juice. Boil the whole from 10 to 15 minutes, strain it again, and let it stand till it is cold and begins to stiffen. Beat the whites of the eggs, put them to it, and whisk the mixture till it is quite white, put it into a mold which has been previously wetted, and let it remain until perfectly set, then turn it out, and garnish it according to taste. Time. 10 to 15 minutes. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Liqueur jelly. Ingredients. 1 pound, of lump sugar, 2 ounces. Of isinglass, 1½ pint of water, the juice of 2 lemons, 1/4 pint of liqueur. Illustration, oval jelly mold. Mode. Put the sugar, with 1 pint of the water, into a stewpan, and boil them gently by the side of the fire until there is no scum remaining, which must be carefully removed as fast as it rises. Boil the isinglass with the other 1/2 pint of water, and skim it carefully in the same manner. Strain the lemon juice, and add it, with the clarified isinglass, to the syrup, put in the liqueur, and bring the whole to the boiling point. Let the saucepan remain covered by the side of the fire for a few minutes, then pour the jelly through a bag, put it into a mold, and set the mold in ice until required for table. Dip the mold in hot water, wipe the outside, loosen the jelly by passing a knife round the edges, and turn it out carefully on a dish. Noyau, maraschino, curacao, brandy, or any kind of liqueur, answers for this jelly. And, when made with isinglass, liqueur jellies are usually prepared as directed above. Time. 10 minutes to boil the sugar and water. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. A sweet dish of macaroni. Ingredients. 1/4 pound, of macaroni, 1½ pint of milk, the rind of 1/2 lemon, 3 ounces of lump sugar, 3/4 pint of custard No. 1423. Mode. Put the milk into a saucepan, with the lemon peel and sugar. Bring it to the boiling point, drop in the macaroni, and let it gradually swell over a gentle fire, but do not allow the pipes to break. The form should be entirely preserved. and, though tender, should be firm, and not soft, with no part beginning to melt. Should the milk dry away before the macaroni is sufficiently swelled, add a little more. Make a custard by recipe number 1423. Place the macaroni on a dish, and pour the custard over the hot macaroni, grate over it a little nutmeg, and, when cold, garnish the dish with slices of candied citron. Time: from 40 to 50 minutes to swell the macaroni. Average cost, with the custard, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Meringues. Ingredients: half a pound of pounded sugar, the whites of 4 eggs. Illustration: meringues. Mode: whisk the whites of the eggs to a stiff froth, and, with a wooden spoon, stir in quickly the pounded sugar, and have some boards thick enough to put in the oven to prevent the bottom of the meringues from acquiring too much color. Cut some strips of paper about 2 inches wide, place this paper on the board, and drop a tablespoonful at a time of the mixture on the paper, taking care to let all the meringues be the same size. In dropping it from the spoon, give the mixture the form of an egg, and keep the meringues about 2 inches apart from each other on the paper. Strew over them some sifted sugar, and bake in a moderate oven for half an hour. As soon as they begin to color, remove them from the oven, take each slip of paper by the 2 ends, and turn it gently on the table, and, with a small spoon, take out the soft part of each meringue. Spread some clean paper on the board, turn the meringues upside down, and put them into the oven to harden and brown on the other side. When required for table, fill them with whipped cream, flavored with liqueur or vanilla, and sweetened with pounded sugar. Join 2 of the meringues together, and pile them high in the dish, as shown in the annex drawing. To vary their appearance, finely chopped almonds or currants may be strewn over them before the sugar is sprinkled over, and they may be garnished with any bright-colored preserve. Great expedition is necessary in making this sweet dish. As, if the meringues are not put into the oven as soon as the sugar and eggs are mixed, the former melts, and the mixture would run on the paper, instead of keeping its egg shape. The sweeter the meringues are made, the crisper will they be. But, if there is not sufficient sugar mixed with them, they will most likely be tough. They are sometimes colored with cochineal, and, if kept well covered in a dry place, will remain good for a month or 6 weeks. Time: altogether, about half an hour. Average cost, with the cream and flavoring, 1s. Sufficient to make 2 dozen meringues. Seasonable at any time. Noyau cream. Ingredients: 1½ ounces of isinglass, the juice of 2 lemons, noyau and pounded sugar to taste, 1½ pint of cream. Mode: dissolve the isinglass in a little boiling water, add the lemon juice, and strain this to the cream, putting in sufficient noyau and sugar to flavor and sweeten the mixture nicely. Whisk the cream well, put it into an oiled mold, and set the mold in ice or in a cool place, turn it out, and garnish the dish to taste. Time: altogether, half an hour. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint and the best isinglass, 4s. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Open jelly with whipped cream. A very pretty dish. Ingredients: 1½ pint of jelly, 1/2 pint of cream, 1 glass of sherry, sugar to taste. Illustration: open jelly with whipped cream. Mode: make the above proportion of calf's feet or isinglass jelly, coloring and flavoring it in any way that may be preferred. Soak a mold, open in the center, for about half an hour in cold water. Fill it with the jelly, and let it remain in a cool place until perfectly set, then turn it out on a dish, fill the center with whipped cream, flavored with sherry and sweetened with pounded sugar, pile this cream high in the center, and serve. The jelly should be made of rather a dark color, to contrast nicely with the cream. Time: 3/4 hour. Average cost, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill 1½ pint mold. Seasonable at any time. Orange jelly. Ingredients: 1 pint of water, 1/2 to 2 ounces. Of isinglass, half a pound, of loaf sugar, 1 Seville orange, 1 lemon, about 9 China oranges. Illustration, open mold. Mode. Put the water into a saucepan, with the isinglass, sugar, and the rind of 1 orange, and the same of 1/2 lemon, and stir these over the fire until the isinglass is dissolved, and remove the scum. Then add to this the juice of the Seville orange, the juice of the lemon, and sufficient juice of China oranges to make in all 1 pint, from 8 to 10 oranges will yield the desired quantity. Stir all together over the fire until it is just on the point of boiling, skim well. Then strain the jelly through a very fine sieve or jelly bag, and when nearly cold, put it into a mold previously wetted, and, when quite set, turn it out on a dish, and garnish it to taste. To ensure this jelly being clear, the orange and lemon juice should be well strained, and the isinglass clarified, before they are added to the other ingredients, and, to heighten the color, a few drops of prepared cochineal may be added. Time. 5 minutes to boil without the juice, 1 minute after it is added. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 3s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable from November to May. Orange jelly molded with slices of orange. Ingredients. 1½ pint of orange jelly No. 1454, 4 oranges, 1 pint of clarified syrup. Mode. Boil half a pound of loaf sugar with 1/2 pint of water until there is no scum left, which must be carefully removed as fast as it rises, and carefully peel the oranges. Divide them into thin slices, without breaking the thin skin, and put these pieces of orange into the syrup, where let them remain for about 5 minutes, then take them out, and use the syrup for the jelly, which should be made by recipe No. 1454. When the oranges are well drained, and the jelly is nearly cold, pour a little of the latter into the bottom of the mold, then lay in a few pieces of orange. Over these pour a little jelly, and when this is set, place another layer of oranges, proceeding in this manner until the mold is full. Put it in ice, or in a cool place, and, before turning it out, wrap a cloth round the mold for a minute or 2, which has been wrung out in boiling water. Time. 5 minutes to simmer the oranges. Average cost, 3s. 6d. Sufficient, with the slices of orange, to fill a quart mold. Seasonable from November to May. To make a plain omelette. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 1 saltspoonful of salt, 1/3 saltspoonful of pepper, 1/4 pound of butter. Illustration, omelette. Mode. Break the eggs into a basin, omitting the whites of 3, and beat them up with the salt and pepper until extremely light, then add 2 ounces of the butter broken into small pieces, and stir this into the mixture. Put the other 2 ounces of butter into a frying pan, make it quite hot, and, as soon as it begins to bubble, whisk the eggs, and very briskly for a minute or 2, and pour them into the pan. Stir the omelette with a spoon one way until the mixture thickens and becomes firm, and when the whole is set, fold the edges over, so that the omelette assumes an oval form, and when it is nicely brown on one side, and quite firm, it is done. To take off the rawness on the upper side, hold the pan before the fire for a minute or 2, and brown it with a salamander or hot shovel. Serve very expeditiously on a very hot dish, and never cook it until it is just wanted. The flavor of this omelette may be very much enhanced by adding minced parsley, minced onion or eschalot, or grated cheese, allowing 1 tablespoonful of the former, and half the quantity of the latter, to the above proportion of eggs. Shrimps or oysters may also be added, the latter should be scalded in their liquor, and then bearded and cut into small pieces. In making an omelette, be particularly careful that it is not too thin, and, to avoid this, do not make it in too large a frying pan, as the mixture would then spread too much, and taste of the outside. It should also not be greasy, burnt, or too much done, and should be cooked over a gentle fire, that the whole of the substance may be heated without drying up the outside. Omelettes are sometimes served with gravy. But this should never be poured over them, but served in a tureen, as the liquid causes the omelette to become heavy and flat, instead of eating light and soft. In making the gravy, the flavor should not overpower that of the omelette, and should be thickened with arrowroot or rice flour. Time. With 6 eggs, in a frying pan 18 or 20 inches round, 4 to 6 minutes. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Ham omelette, a delicious breakfast dish. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 4 ounces of butter, 1/2 saltspoonful of pepper, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced ham. Mode. Mince the ham very finely, without any fat, and fry it for 2 minutes in a little butter, then make the batter for the omelette, stir in the ham, and proceed as directed in recipe number 1456. Do not add any salt to the batter, as the ham is usually sufficiently salt to impart a flavor to the omelette. Good lean bacon, or tongue, answers equally well for this dish. But they must also be slightly cooked previously to mixing them with the batter. Serve very hot and quickly, without gravy. Time. From 4 to 6 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Kidney omelette, a favorite French dish. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 1 saltspoonful of salt, 1/2 saltspoonful of pepper, 2 sheep's kidneys, or 2 tablespoonfuls of minced veal kidney, 5 ounces of butter. Mode. Skin the kidneys, cut them into small dice, and toss them in a frying pan, in 1 ounce of butter, over the fire for 2 or 3 minutes. Mix the ingredients for the omelette the same as in recipe No. 1456, and when the eggs are well whisked, stir in the pieces of kidney. Make the butter hot in the frying pan, and when it bubbles, pour in the omelette, and fry it over a gentle fire from 4 to 6 minutes. When the eggs are set, fold the edges over, so that the omelette assumes an oval form, and be careful that it is not too much done. To brown the top, hold the pan before the fire for a minute or 2. Or use a salamander until the desired color is obtained, but never turn an omelette in the pan. Slip it carefully onto a very hot dish, or, what is a much safer method, put a dish on the omelette and turn the pan quickly over. It should be served the instant it comes from the fire. Time. 4 to 6 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. To make a plain sweet omelette. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 4 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of sifted sugar. Mode. Break the eggs into a basin, omitting the whites of 3. Whisk them well, adding the sugar and 2 ounces of the butter, which should be broken into small pieces, and stir all these ingredients well together. Make the remainder of the butter quite hot in a small frying pan, and when it commences to bubble, pour in the eggs, and keep stirring them until they begin to set. Then turn the edges of the omelette over, to make it an oval shape, and finish cooking it. To brown the top, hold the pan before the fire, or use a salamander, and turn it carefully onto a very hot dish, sprinkle sifted sugar over, and serve. Time. From 4 to 6 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Omelette aux confitures, or jam omelette. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 4 ounces of butter, 3 tablespoonfuls of apricot, strawberry, or any jam that may be preferred. Mode. Make the omelette by recipe number 1459, only instead of doubling it over, leave it flat in the pan. When quite firm, and nicely brown on one side, turn it carefully onto a hot dish, spread over the middle of it the jam, and fold the omelette over on each side, sprinkle sifted sugar over, and serve very quickly. A pretty dish of small omelettes may be made by dividing the batter into 3 or 4 portions, and frying them separately. They should then be spread each one with a different kind of preserve, and the omelettes rolled over. Always sprinkle sweet omelettes with sifted sugar before being sent to table. Time. 4 to 6 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Omelette soufflé. Ingredients: 6 eggs, 5 ounces of pounded sugar, flavoring of vanilla, orange flower water, or lemon rind, 3 ounces of butter, 1 dessert spoonful of rice flour. Mode: separate the yolks from the whites of the eggs, add to the former the sugar, the rice flour, and either of the above flavorings that may be preferred, and stir these ingredients well together. Whip the whites of the eggs, mix them lightly with the batter, and put the butter into a small frying pan. As soon as it begins to bubble, pour the batter into it, and set the pan over a bright but gentle fire. And when the omelette is set, turn the edges over to make it an oval shape, and slip it onto a silver dish, which has been previously well buttered. Put it in the oven, and bake from 12 to 15 minutes. Sprinkle finely powdered sugar over the soufflé, and serve it immediately. Time: about 4 minutes in the pan, to bake, from 12 to 15 minutes. Average cost: 1s. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Bachelor's omelette. Ingredients: 2 or 3 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, 1 teaspoonful of flour, 1/2 teacupful of milk. Mode: make a thin cream of the flour and milk, then beat up the eggs, mix all together, and add a pinch of salt and a few grains of cayenne. Melt the butter in a small frying pan, and, when very hot, pour in the batter. Let the pan remain for a few minutes over a clear fire, then sprinkle upon the omelette some chopped herbs and a few shreds of onion. Double the omelette dexterously, and shake it out of the pan on to a hot dish. A simple sweet omelette can be made by the same process, substituting sugar or preserve for the chopped herbs. Time: 2 minutes. Average cost: 6d. Sufficient for 2 persons. Seasonable at any time. Orange cream. Ingredients: 1 ounce of isinglass, 6 large oranges, 1 lemon, sugar to taste, water, 1/2 pint of good cream. Illustration: open mold. Mode: squeeze the juice from the oranges and lemon. Strain it, and put it into a saucepan with the isinglass, and sufficient water to make in all 1/2 pint. Rub the sugar on the orange and lemon rind, add it to the other ingredients, and boil all together for about 10 minutes. Strain through a muslin bag, and, when cold, beat up with it 1/2 pint of thick cream. Wet a mold, or soak it in cold water. Pour in the cream, and put it in a cool place to set. If the weather is very cold, 1 ounce of isinglass will be found sufficient for the above proportion of ingredients. Time: 10 minutes to boil the juice and water. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 3s. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable from November to May. Orange creams. Ingredients: 1 Seville orange, 1 tablespoonful of brandy, 1/4 pound of loaf sugar, the yolks of 4 eggs, 1 pint of cream. Mode: boil the rind of the Seville orange until tender, and beat it in a mortar to a pulp. Add to it the brandy, the strained juice of the orange, and the sugar, and beat all together for about 10 minutes, adding the well-beaten yolks of eggs. Bring the cream to the boiling point, and pour it very gradually to the other ingredients, and beat the mixture till nearly cold. Put it into custard cups, place the cups in a deep dish of boiling water, where let them remain till quite cold. Take the cups out of the water, wipe them, and garnish the tops of the creams with candied orange peel or preserved chips. Time: altogether, 3/4 hour. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 1s. 7d. Sufficient to make 7 or 8 creams. Seasonable from November to May. Note: to render this dish more economical, substitute milk for the cream, but add a small pinch of isinglass to make the creams firm. Seville orange, Citrus vulgaris. This variety, called also bitter orange, is of the same species as the sweet orange, and grows in great abundance on the banks of the Guadalquivir, in Andalusia, whence this fruit is chiefly obtained. In that part of Spain there are very extensive orchards of these oranges, which form the chief wealth of the monasteries. The pulp of the bitter orange is not eaten raw. In the yellow rind, separated from the white spongy substance immediately below it, is contained an essential oil, which is an agreeable warm aromatic, much superior for many purposes to that of the common orange. The best marmalade and the richest wine are made from this orange, and from its flowers the best orange flower water is distilled. Seville oranges are also preserved whole as a sweetmeat. Orange fritters. Ingredients. For the batter, half a pound of flour, half an ounce of butter, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 2 eggs, milk, oranges, hot lard or clarified dripping. Mode. Make a nice light batter with the above proportion of flour, butter, salt, eggs, and sufficient milk to make it the proper consistency. Peel the oranges, remove as much of the white skin as possible, and divide each orange into 8 pieces, without breaking the thin skin, unless it be to remove the pips. Dip each piece of orange in the batter. Have ready a pan of boiling lard or clarified dripping, drop in the oranges, and fry them a delicate brown from 8 to 10 minutes. When done, lay them on a piece of blotting paper before the fire, to drain away the greasy moisture, and dish them on a white d'oyley, sprinkle over them plenty of pounded sugar, and serve quickly. Time. 8 to 10 minutes to ferry the fritters. 5 minutes to drain them. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from November to May. A pretty dish of oranges. Ingredients. 6 large oranges, half a pound. Of loaf sugar, 1/4 pint of water, 1/2 pint of cream, 2 tablespoonfuls of any kind of liqueur, sugar to taste. Mode. Put the sugar and water into a saucepan, and boil them until the sugar becomes brittle, which may be ascertained by taking up a small quantity in a spoon, and dipping it in cold water. If the sugar is sufficiently boiled, it will easily snap. Peel the oranges, remove as much of the white pith as possible, and divide them into nice-sized slices, without breaking the thin white skin which surrounds the juicy pulp. Place the pieces of orange on small skewers, dip them into the hot sugar, and arrange them in layers round a plain mold, which should be well oiled with the purest salad oil. The sides of the mold only should be lined with the oranges, and the center left open for the cream. Let the sugar become firm by cooling. Turn the oranges carefully out on a dish, and fill the center with whipped cream, flavored with any kind of liqueur, and sweetened with pounded sugar. This is an exceedingly ornamental and nice dish for the supper table. Time. 10 minutes to boil the sugar. Average cost, 1s. 8d. Sufficient for 1 mold. Seasonable from November to May. To make pancakes. Ingredients. Eggs, flour, milk. To every egg allow 1 ounce of flour, about 1 gill of milk, 1/8 saltspoonful of salt. Illustration, pancakes. Mode. Ascertain that the eggs are fresh, break each one separately in a cup, whisk them well, put them into a basin, with the flour, salt, and a few drops of milk, and beat the whole to a perfectly smooth batter. Then add by degrees the remainder of the milk. The proportion of this latter ingredient must be regulated by the size of the eggs, but the batter, when ready for frying, should be of the consistency of thick cream. Place a small frying pan on the fire to get hot, let it be delicately clean, or the pancakes will stick, and, when quite hot, put into it a small piece of butter, allowing about half an ounce to each pancake. When it is melted, pour in the batter, about 1/2 teacupful to a pan 5 inches in diameter, and fry it for about 4 minutes, or until it is nicely brown on one side. By only pouring in a small quantity of batter, and so making the pancakes thin, the necessity of turning them, an operation rather difficult to unskillful cooks, is obviated. When the pancake is done, sprinkle over it some pounded sugar, roll it up in the pan, and take it out with a large slice, and place it on a dish before the fire. Proceed in this manner until sufficient are cooked for a dish. Then send them quickly to table, and continue to send in a further quantity, as pancakes are never good unless eaten almost immediately they come from the frying pan. The batter may be flavored with a little grated lemon rind, or the pancakes may have preserve rolled in them instead of sugar. Send sifted sugar and a cut lemon to table with them. To render the pancakes very light, the yolks and whites of the eggs should be beaten separately, and the whites added the last thing to the batter before frying. Time: from 4 to 6 minutes for a pancake that does not require turning. From 6 to 8 minutes for a thicker one. Average cost, for 3 persons, 6d. Sufficient. Allow 3 eggs, with the other ingredients in proportion, for 3 persons. Seasonable at any time, but specially served on Shrove Tuesday. Richer pancakes. Ingredients: 6 eggs, 1 pint of cream, 1/4 pound of loaf sugar, 1 glass of sherry, 1/2 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, flour. Mode: ascertain that the eggs are extremely fresh, beat them well, strain and mix with them the cream, pounded sugar, wine, nutmeg, and as much flour as will make the batter nearly as thick as that for ordinary pancakes. Make the frying pan hot, wipe it with a clean cloth, pour in sufficient batter to make a thin pancake, and fry it for about 5 minutes. Dish the pancakes piled one above the other, strew sifted sugar between each, and serve. Time: about 5 minutes. Average cost, with cream at ones. Per pint, 2s. 3d. Sufficient to make 8 pancakes. Seasonable at any time, but specially served on Shrove Tuesday. Peach fritters. Ingredients: for the batter, 1/2 pound of flour, 1/2 ounce of butter, 1/2 saltspoonful of salt, 2 eggs, milk, peaches, hot lard or clarified dripping. Mode: make a nice smooth batter in the same manner as directed in recipe number 1393, and skin, halve, and stone the peaches, which should be quite ripe. Dip them in the batter, and fry the pieces in hot lard or clarified dripping, which should be brought to the boiling point before the peaches are put in. From 8 to 10 minutes will be required to fry them, and, when done, drain them before the fire, and dish them on a white d'oyley. Strew over plenty of pounded sugar, and serve. Time: from 8 to 10 minutes to ferry the fritters, 6 minutes to drain them. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in July, August, and September. Illustration: peach. Peach. The peach and nectarine are amongst the most delicious of our fruits, and are considered as varieties of the same species produced by cultivation. The former is characterized by a very delicate down, while the latter is smooth. But, as a proof of their identity as to species, trees have borne peaches in one part and nectarines in another, and even a single fruit has had down on one side and the other smooth. The trees are almost exactly alike, as well as the blossoms. Pliny states that the peach was originally brought from Persia, where it grows naturally, from which the name of Persica was bestowed upon it by the Romans. And some modern botanists apply this as the generic name, separating them from amygdalus, or almond, to which Linnaeus had united them. Although they are not tropical, they require a great deal of warmth to bring them to perfection, hence they seldom ripen in this country, in ordinary seasons, without the use of walls or glass, consequently, they bear a high price. In a good peach, the flesh is firm, the skin thin, of a deep bright color next the sun and of a yellowish green next to the wall, the pulp is yellowish, full of highly flavored juice, the fleshy part thick, and the stone small. Too much down is a sign of inferior quality. This fruit is much used at the dessert, and makes a delicious preserve. Pears à l'allemande. Ingredients: 6 to 8 pears, water, sugar, 2 ounces of butter, the yolk of an egg, 1/2 ounce of gelatin. Mode: peel and cut the pears into any form that may be preferred, and steep them in cold water to prevent them turning black. Put them into a saucepan with sufficient cold water to cover them, and boil them with the butter and enough sugar to sweeten them nicely, until tender. Then brush the pears over with the yolk of an egg, sprinkle them with sifted sugar, and arrange them on a dish. Add the gelatin to the syrup, boil it up quickly for about 5 minutes, strain it over the pears, and let it remain until set. The syrup may be colored with a little prepared cochineal, which would very much improve the appearance of the dish. Time: from 20 minutes to half an hour to stew the pears, 5 minutes to boil the syrup. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for a large dish. Seasonable from August to February. Molded pears. Ingredients: for large pears or 6 small ones, 8 cloves, sugar to taste, water, a small piece of cinnamon, 1/4 pint of raisin wine, a strip of lemon peel, the juice of 1/2 lemon, 1/2 ounce of gelatin. Mode: peel and cut the pears into quarters. Put them into a jar with 3/4 pint of water, cloves, cinnamon, and sufficient sugar to sweeten the whole nicely. Cover down the top of the jar, and bake the pears in a gentle oven until perfectly tender, but do not allow them to break. When done, lay the pears in a plain mold, which should be well wetted, and boil 1/2 pint of the liquor the pears were baked in with the wine, lemon peel, strained juice, and gelatin. Let these ingredients boil quickly for 5 minutes, then strain the liquid warm over the pears, put the mold in a cool place, and when the jelly is firm, turn it out on a glass dish. Time: 2 hours to bake the pears in a cool oven. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for a quart mold. Seasonable from August to February. Pineapple fritters. An elegant dish. Ingredients: a small pineapple, a small wineglassful of brandy or liqueur, 2 ounces of sifted sugar. Batter as for apple fritters No. 1393. Mode: this elegant dish, although it may appear extravagant, is really not so if made when pineapples are plentiful. We receive them now in such large quantities from the West Indies, that at times they may be purchased at an exceedingly low rate. It would not, of course, be economical to use the pines which are grown in our English pineries for the purposes of fritters. Pare the pine with as little waste as possible, cut it into rather thin slices, and soak these slices in the above proportion of brandy or liqueur and pounded sugar for 4 hours. Then make a batter the same as for apple fritters, substituting cream for the milk, and using a smaller quantity of flour, and, when this is ready, dip in the pieces of pine, and fry them in boiling lard from 5 to 8 minutes. Turn them when sufficiently brown on one side, and, when done, drain them from the lard before the fire, dish them on a white d'oyley, strew over them sifted sugar, and serve quickly. Time: 5 to 8 minutes. Average cost, when cheap and plentiful, 1s. 6d for the pine. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable in July and August. Pineapple. The pineapple has not been known in Europe above 200 years, and has not been cultivated in England much above a century. It is stated that the first pineapples raised in Europe were by M. Le Cour, of Leyden, about the middle of the 17th century, and it is said to have been first cultivated in England by Sir Matthew Decker, of Richmond. In Kensington Palace, there is a picture in which Charles II is represented as receiving a pineapple from his gardener Rose, who is presenting it on his knees. Plain fritters. Ingredients: 3 ounces of flour, 3 eggs, 1/3 pint of milk. Illustration: star fritter mold. Mode: mix the flour to a smooth batter with a small quantity of the milk, stir in the eggs, which should be well whisked, and then the remainder of the milk. Boat the whole to a perfectly smooth batter, and should it be found not quite thin enough, add 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls more milk. Have ready a frying pan, with plenty of boiling lard in it. Drop in rather more than a tablespoonful at a time of the batter, and fry the fritters a nice brown, turning them when sufficiently cooked on one side. Drain them well from the greasy moisture by placing them upon a piece of blotting paper before the fire, dish them on a white d'oyley, sprinkle over them sifted sugar, and send to table with them a cut lemon and plenty of pounded sugar. Time: from 6 to 8 minutes. Average cost, 4d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Potato fritters. Ingredients: 2 large potatoes, 4 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, 2 ditto of raisin or sweet wine, 1 dessertspoonful of lemon juice, 4 teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, hot lard. Illustration: scroll fritter mold. Mode: boil the potatoes, and beat them up lightly with a fork, but do not use a spoon, as that would make them heavy. Beat the eggs well, leaving out one of the whites. Add the other ingredients, and beat all together for at least 20 minutes, or until the batter is extremely light. Put plenty of good lard into a frying pan, and drop a tablespoonful of the batter at a time into it, and fry the fritters a nice brown. Serve them with the following sauce: a glass of sherry mixed with the strained juice of a lemon, and sufficient white sugar to sweeten the whole nicely. Warm these ingredients, and serve the sauce separately in a tureen. The fritters should be neatly dished on a white d'oyley, and pounded sugar sprinkled over them, and they should be well drained on a piece of blotting paper before the fire previously to being dished. Time: from 6 to 8 minutes. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Raspberry cream. Ingredients: 3/4 pint of milk, 3/4 pint of cream, 1½ ounces of isinglass, raspberry jelly, sugar to taste, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Illustration: raspberry cream mold. Mode: boil the milk, cream, and isinglass together for a quarter hour, or until the latter is melted, and strain it through a hair sieve into a basin. Let it cool a little. Then add to it sufficient raspberry jelly, which, when melted, would make 1/3 pint, and stir well till the ingredients are thoroughly mixed. If not sufficiently sweet, add a little pounded sugar with the brandy. Whisk the mixture well until nearly cold, put it into a well-oiled mold, and set it in a cool place till perfectly set. Raspberry jam may be substituted for the jelly, but must be melted, and rubbed through a sieve, to free it from seeds. In summer, the juice of the fresh fruit may be used, by slightly mashing it with a wooden spoon, and sprinkling sugar over it. The juice that flows from the fruit should then be used for mixing with the cream. If the color should not be very good, a few drops of prepared cochineal may be added to improve its appearance. See colored plate T1. Time: a quarter hour to boil the cream and isinglass. Average cost, with cream at 1s. per pint, and the best isinglass, 3s. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable, with jelly, at any time. Note: strawberry cream may be made in precisely the same manner, substituting strawberry jam or jelly for the raspberry. Rice blancmange. Ingredients: a quarter pound of ground rice, 3 ounces of loaf sugar, 1 ounce of fresh butter, 1 quart of milk, flavoring of lemon peel, essence of almonds or vanilla, or laurel leaves. Mode: mix the rice to a smooth batter with about 1/2 pint of the milk, and the remainder put into a saucepan, with the sugar, butter, and whichever of the above flavorings may be preferred. Bring the milk to the boiling point, quickly stir in the rice, and let it boil for about 10 minutes, or until it comes easily away from the saucepan, keeping it well stirred the whole time. Grease a mold with pure salad oil. Pour in the rice, and let it get perfectly set, when it should turn out quite easily. Garnish it with jam, or pour round a compote of any kind of fruit, just before it is sent to table. This blancmange is better for being made the day before it is wanted, as it then has time to become firm. If laurel leaves are used for flavoring, steep 3 of them in the milk, and take them out before the rice is added, about 8 drops of essence of almonds, or from 12 to 16 drops of essence of vanilla, would be required to flavor the above proportion of milk. Time: from 10 to 15 minutes to boil the rice. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Rice croquettes. Ingredients. Half a pound of rice, 1 quart of milk, 6 ounces. Of pounded sugar, flavoring of vanilla, lemon peel, or bitter almonds, egg and bread crumbs, hot lard. Mode. Put the rice, milk, and sugar into a saucepan, and let the former gradually swell over a gentle fire until all the milk is dried up. And just before the rice is done, stir in a few drops of essence of any of the above flavorings. Let the rice get cold. Then form it into small round balls, dip them into yolk of egg, sprinkle them with bread crumbs, and fry them in boiling lard for about 10 minutes, turning them about, that they may get equally browned. Drain the greasy moisture from them, by placing them on a cloth in front of the fire for a minute or two, pile them on a white d'oyley, and send them quickly to table. A small piece of jam is sometimes introduced into the middle of each croquette, which adds very much to the flavor of this favorite dish. Time. From 3/4 to 1 hour to swell the rice, about 10 minutes to ferry the croquettes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient to make 7 or 8 croquettes. Seasonable at any time. Rice fritters. Ingredients. 6 ounces of rice, 1 quart of milk, 3 ounces. Of sugar, 1 ounce of fresh butter, 6 ounces of orange marmalade, 4 eggs. Mode. Swell the rice in the milk, with the sugar and butter, over a slow fire until it is perfectly tender, which will be in about 3/4 hour. When the rice is done, strain away the milk, should there be any left, and mix with it the marmalade and well-beaten eggs, stir the whole over the fire until the eggs are set. Then spread the mixture on a dish to the thickness of about ½ an inch, or rather thicker. When it is perfectly cold, cut it into long strips, dip them in a batter the same as for apple fritters, and fry them a nice brown. Dish them on a white d'oyley, strew sifted sugar over, and serve quickly. Time. About 3/4 hour to swell the rice, from 7 to 10 minutes to ferry the fritters. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient to make 7 or 8 fritters. Seasonable at any time. Rice snowballs. A pretty dish for juvenile suppers. Ingredients. 6 ounces of rice, 1 quart of milk, flavoring of essence of almonds, sugar to taste, 1 pint of custard made by recipe number 1423. Mode. Boil the rice in the milk, with sugar and a flavoring of essence of almonds, until the former is tender, adding, if necessary, a little more milk, should it dry away too much. When the rice is quite soft, put it into teacups, or small round jars, and let it remain until cold, then turn the rice out on a deep glass dish, pour over a custard made by recipe No. 1423, and, on the top of each ball place a small piece of bright-colored preserve or jelly. Lemon peel or vanilla may be boiled with the rice instead of the essence of almonds, when either of these is preferred. But the flavoring of the custard must correspond with that of the rice. Time. About 3/4 hour to swell the rice in the milk. Average cost, with the custard, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 children. Seasonable at any time. Rice souffle. Ingredients. 3 tablespoonfuls of ground rice, 1 pint of milk, 5 eggs, pounded sugar to taste, flavoring of lemon rind, vanilla, coffee, chocolate, or anything that may be preferred, a piece of butter the size of a walnut. Mode. Mix the ground rice with 6 tablespoonfuls of the milk quite smoothly, and put it into a saucepan with the remainder of the milk and butter, and keep stirring it over the fire for about 1/4 hour, or until the mixture thickens. Separate the yolks from the whites of the eggs, beat the former in a basin, and stir to them the rice and sufficient pounded sugar to sweeten the soufflé. But add this latter ingredient as sparingly as possible, as, the less sugar there is used, the lighter will be the soufflé. Now whisk the whites of the eggs to a stiff froth or snow. Mix them with the other preparation, and pour the whole into a souffle dish, and put it instantly into the oven, bake it about ½ an hour in a moderate oven. Take it out, hold a salamander or hot shovel over the top, sprinkle sifted sugar over it, and send the soufflé to table in the dish it was baked in, either with a napkin pinned round, or enclosed in a more ornamental dish. The excellence of this fashionable dish entirely depends on the proper whisking of the whites of the eggs, the manner of baking, and the expedition with which it is sent to table. Soufflés should be served instantly from the oven, or they will sink, and be nothing more than an ordinary pudding. Time: about half an hour. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. To make a souffle. Ingredients: 3 heaped tablespoonfuls of potato flour, rice flour, arrowroot, or tapioca, 1 pint of milk, 5 eggs, a piece of butter the size of a walnut, sifted sugar to taste, 1/4 saltspoonful of salt flavoring. Mode: mix the potato flour, or whichever one of the above ingredients is used, with a little of the milk, put it into a saucepan, with the remainder of the milk, the butter, salt and sufficient pounded sugar to sweeten the whole nicely. Stir these ingredients over the fire until the mixture thickens, then take it off the fire, and let it cool a little. Separate the whites from the yolks of the eggs, beat the latter, and stir them into the soufflé batter. Now whisk the whites of the eggs to the firmest possible froth, for on this depends the excellence of the dish. Stir them to the other ingredients, and add a few drops of essence of any flavoring that may be preferred, such as vanilla, lemon, orange, ginger, and pour the batter into a souffle dish, put it immediately into the oven, and bake for about half an hour, then take it out, put the dish into another more ornamental one, such as is made for the purpose. Hold a salamander or hot shovel over the soufflé, strew it with sifted sugar, and send it instantly to table. The secret of making a soufflé well, is to have the eggs well whisked, but particularly the whites, the oven not too hot, and to send it to table the moment it comes from the oven. If the soufflé be ever so well made, and it is allowed to stand before being sent to table, its appearance and goodness will be entirely spoiled. Soufflés may be flavored in various ways, but must be named accordingly. Vanilla is one of the most delicate and recherché flavorings that can be used for this very fashionable dish. Time: about half an hour in the oven, 2 or 3 minutes to hold the salamander over. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Snow eggs, or oafs a la neige. A very pretty supper dish. Ingredients: for eggs, 3/4 pint of milk, pounded sugar to taste, flavoring of vanilla, lemon rind, or orange flower water. Mode: put the milk into a saucepan with sufficient sugar to sweeten it nicely, and the rind of 1/2 lemon. Let this steep by the side of the fire for half an hour, when take out the peel. Separate the whites from the yolks of the eggs, and whisk the former to a perfectly stiff froth, or until there is no liquid remaining. Bring the milk to the boiling point, and drop in the snow a tablespoonful at a time, and keep turning the eggs until sufficiently cooked. Then place them on a glass dish, beat up the yolks of the eggs, stir to them the milk, add a little more sugar, and strain this mixture into a jug. Place the jug in a saucepan of boiling water, and stir it one way until the mixture thickens, but do not allow it to boil, or it will curdle. Pour this custard over the eggs, when they should rise to the surface. They make an exceedingly pretty addition to a supper, and should be put in a cold place after being made. When they are flavored with vanilla or orange flower water, it is not necessary to steep the milk. A few drops of the essence of either may be poured in the milk just before the whites are poached. In making the custard, a little more flavoring and sugar should always be added. Time: about 2 minutes to poach the whites. 8 minutes to stir the custard. Average cost, 8d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Stone cream of 2 les mois. Ingredients: half a pound of preserve, 1 pint of milk, 2 ounces of lump sugar, 1 heaped tablespoonful of 2 les mois, 3 drops of essence of cloves, 3 drops of almond flavoring. Mode. Place the preserve at the bottom of a glass dish, put the milk into a lined saucepan, with the sugar, and make it boil. Mix to a smooth batter the 2 less mois, with a very little cold milk, stir it briskly into the boiling milk, add the flavoring, and simmer for 2 minutes. When rather cool, but before turning solid, pour the cream over the jam, and ornament it with strips of red currant jelly or preserved fruit. Time: 2 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Strawberry jelly. Ingredients: strawberries, pounded sugar, to every pint of juice allow 1 1/4 ounces of isinglass. Mode. Pick the strawberries, put them into a pan, squeeze them well with a wooden spoon, add sufficient pounded sugar to sweeten them nicely, and let them remain for 1 hour, that the juice may be extracted. Then add 1/2 pint of water to every pint of juice. Strain the strawberry juice and water through a bag, measure it, and to every pint allow 1 1/4 ounces of isinglass, melted and clarified in 1/4 pint of water. Mix this with the juice. Put the jelly into a mold, and set the mold in ice. A little lemon juice added to the strawberry juice improves the flavor of the jelly, if the fruit is very ripe. But it must be well strained before it is put to the other ingredients, or it will make the jelly muddy. Time: 1 hour to draw the juice. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 3s. Sufficient. Allow 1 1/2 pint of jelly for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Swiss cream. Ingredients: 1/4 pound of macaroons or 6 small sponge cakes, sherry, 1 pint of cream, 5 ounces. Of lump sugar, 2 large tablespoonfuls of arrowroot, the rind of 1 lemon, the juice of 1/2 lemon, 3 tablespoonfuls of milk. Mode. Lay the macaroons or sponge cakes in a glass dish, and pour over them as much sherry as will cover them, or sufficient to soak them well. Put the cream into a lined saucepan, with the sugar and lemon rind, and let it remain by the side of the fire until the cream is well flavored, when take out the lemon rind. Mix the arrowroot smoothly with the cold milk. Add this to the cream, and let it boil gently for about 3 minutes, keeping it well stirred. Take it off the fire, stir till nearly cold, when add the lemon juice, and pour the whole over the cakes. Garnish the cream with strips of angelica, or candied citron cut thin, or bright-colored jelly or preserve. This cream is exceedingly delicious, flavored with vanilla instead of lemon. When this flavoring is used, the sherry may be omitted, and the mixture poured over the dry cakes. Time: about half an hour to infuse the lemon rind. 5 minutes to boil the cream. Average cost, with cream at once. Per pint, 3s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. To make syllabub. Ingredients: 1 pint of sherry or white wine, 1/2 grated nutmeg, sugar to taste, 1 1/2 pint of milk. Mode. Put the wine into a bowl, with the grated nutmeg and plenty of pounded sugar, and milk into it the above proportion of milk frothed up. Clout cream may be laid on the top, with pounded cinnamon or nutmeg and sugar, and a little brandy may be added to the wine before the milk is put in. In some counties, cider is substituted for the wine. When this is used, brandy must always be added. Warm milk may be poured on from a spouted jug or teapot, but it must be held very high. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Tipsy cake. Ingredients: 1 molded sponge or Savoy cake, sufficient sweet wine or sherry to soak it, 6 tablespoonfuls of brandy, 2 ounces of sweet almonds, 1 pint of rich custard. Illustration: tipsy cake. Mode. Procure a cake that is 3 or 4 days old, either sponge, Savoy, or rice answering for the purpose of a tipsy cake. Cut the bottom of the cake level, to make it stand firm in the dish. Make a small hole in the center, and pour in and over the cake sufficient sweet wine or sherry, mixed with the above proportion of brandy, to soak it nicely. When the cake is well soaked, blanch and cut the almonds into strips, stick them all over the cake, and pour round it a good custard, made by recipe No. 1423, allowing 8 eggs instead of 5 to the pint of milk. The cakes are sometimes crumbled and soaked, and a whipped cream heaped over them, the same as for trifles. Time: about 2 hours to soak the cake. Average cost, 4s. 6d. Sufficient for one dish. Seasonable at any time. Almond. The almond tree is a native of warmer climates than Britain, and is indigenous to the northern parts of Africa and Asia, but it is now commonly cultivated in Italy, Spain, and the south of France. It is not usually grown in Britain, and the fruit seldom ripens in this country. It is much admired for the beauty of its blossoms. In the form of its leaves and blossoms it strongly resembles the peach tree, and is included in the same genus by botanists. But the fruit, instead of presenting a delicious pulp like the peach, shrivels up as it ripens, and becomes only a tough coriaceous covering to the stone enclosing the eatable kernel, which is surrounded by a thin bitter skin. It flowers early in the spring, and produces fruit in August. There are 2 sorts of almonds, sweet and bitter, but they are considered to be only varieties of the species. And though the qualities of the kernels are very different, they are not distinguishable by their appearance. An easy way of making a tipsy cake. Ingredients: 12 stale small sponge cakes, raisin wine, half a pound of jam, 1 pint of custard No. 1423. Mode: soak the sponge cakes, which should be stale, on this account they should be cheaper, in a little raisin wine. Arrange them on a deep glass dish in 4 layers, putting a layer of jam between each, and pour round them a pint of custard, made by recipe No. 1423, decorating the top with cut preserved fruit. Time: 2 hours to soak the cakes. Average cost, 2s. 6d. Sufficient for one dish. Seasonable at any time. To make a trifle. Ingredients: for the whip, 1 pint of cream, 3 ounces of pounded sugar, the whites of 2 eggs, a small glass of sherry or raisin wine. For the trifle, 1 pint of custard, made with 8 eggs to a pint of milk, 6 small sponge cakes, or 6 slices of sponge cake, 12 macaroons, 2 dozen ratafias, 2 ounces of sweet almonds, the grated rind of 1 lemon, a layer of raspberry or strawberry jam, 1/2 pint of sherry or sweet wine, 6 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Illustration: trifle. Mode: the whip to lay over the top of the trifle should be made the day before it is required for table, as the flavor is better, and it is much more solid than when prepared the same day. Put into a large bowl the pounded sugar, the whites of the eggs, which should be beaten to a stiff froth, a glass of sherry or sweet wine, and the cream. Whisk these ingredients well in a cool place, and take off the froth with a skimmer as fast as it rises, and put it on a sieve to drain. Continue the whisking till there is sufficient of the whip, which must be put away in a cool place to drain. The next day, place the sponge cakes, macaroons, and ratafias at the bottom of a trifle dish. Pour over them 1/2 pint of sherry or sweet wine, mixed with 6 tablespoonfuls of brandy, and, should this proportion of wine not be found quite sufficient, add a little more, as the cakes should be well soaked. Over the cakes put the grated lemon rind, the sweet almonds, blanched and cut into strips, and a layer of raspberry or strawberry jam. Make a good custard by recipe No. 1423, using 8 instead of 5 eggs to the pint of milk, and let this cool a little. Then pour it over the cakes, and the whip being made the day previously, and the trifle prepared, there remains nothing to do now but heap the whip lightly over the top. This should stand as high as possible, and it may be garnished with strips of bright currant jelly. Crystallized sweetmeats, or flowers. The small colored comfits are sometimes used for the purpose of garnishing a trifle, but they are now considered rather old-fashioned. See colored plate, V1. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 5s. 6d. Sufficient for one trifle. Seasonable at any time. Vanilla cream. Ingredients. 1 pint of milk, the yolks of 8 eggs, 6 ounces of sugar, 1 ounce of isinglass, flavoring to taste of essence of vanilla. Illustration, vanilla cream mold. Mode. Put the milk and sugar into a saucepan, and let it get hot over a slow fire. Beat up the yolks of the eggs, to which add gradually the sweetened milk. Flavor the whole with essence of vanilla, put the mixture into a jug, and place this jug in a saucepan of boiling water. Stir the contents with a wooden spoon one way until the mixture thickens, but do not allow it to boil, or it will be full of lumps. Take it off the fire. Stir in the isinglass, which should be previously dissolved in about 1/4 pint of water, and boiled for 2 or 3 minutes. Pour the cream into an oiled mold, put it in a cool place to set, and turn it out carefully on a dish. Instead of using the essence of vanilla, a pod may be boiled in the milk instead, until the flavor is well extracted. A pod, or a pod and a half, will be found sufficient for the above proportion of ingredients. Time. About 10 minutes to stir the mixture. Average cost, with the best isinglass, 2s. 6d. Sufficient to fill a quart mold. Seasonable at any time. Vanille or vanilla, is the fruit of the vanillier, a parasitical herbaceous plant, which flourishes in Brazil, Mexico, and Peru. The fruit is a long capsule, thick and fleshy. Certain species of this fruit contain a pulp with a delicious perfume and flavor. Vanilla is principally imported from Mexico. The capsules for export are always picked at perfect maturity. The essence is the form in which it is used generally and most conveniently. Its properties are stimulating and exciting. It is in daily use for ices, chocolates, and flavoring confections generally. Victoria sandwiches. Ingredients. 4 eggs. Their weight in pounded sugar, butter, and flour, 1/4 saltspoonful of salt, a layer of any kind of jam or marmalade. Mode. Beat the butter to a cream, dredge in the flour and pounded sugar. Stir these ingredients well together, and add the eggs, which should be previously thoroughly whisked. When the mixture has been well beaten for about 10 minutes, butter a Yorkshire pudding tin, pour in the batter, and bake it in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Let it cool, spread 1/2 of the cake with a layer of nice preserve, place over it the other half of the cake, press the pieces slightly together, and then cut it into long finger pieces, pile them in crossbars on a glass dish, and serve. Time. 20 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 3d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Whipped cream, for putting on trifles, serving in glasses, and Ingredients. To every pint of cream allow 3 ounces of pounded sugar, 1 glass of sherry or any kind of sweet white wine, the rind of 1/2 lemon, the white of 1 egg. Illustration, pastry leaf. Mode. Rub the sugar on the lemon rind, and pound it in a mortar until quite fine, and beat up the white of the egg until quite stiff. Put the cream into a large bowl, with the sugar, wine, and beaten egg, and whip it to a froth. As fast as the froth rises, take it off with a skimmer, and put it on a sieve to drain, in a cool place. This should be made the day before it is wanted, as the whip is then so much firmer. The cream should be whipped in a cool place, and in summer, over ice, if it is obtainable. A plain whipped cream may be served on a glass dish, and garnished with strips of angelica, or pastry leaves, or pieces of bright-colored jelly. It makes a very pretty addition to the supper table. Time. About 1 hour to whip the cream. Average cost, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 1s. 9d. Sufficient for 1 dish or 1 trifle. Seasonable at any time. Whipped syllabubs. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of cream, 1/4 pint of sherry, half that quantity of brandy, the juice of 1/2 lemon, a little grated nutmeg, 3 ounces of pounded sugar, whipped cream the same as for trifle number 1489. Mode. Mix all the ingredients together, put the syllabub into glasses, and over the top of them heap a little whipped cream, made in the same manner as for trifle number 1489. Solid syllabub is made by whisking or milling the mixture to a stiff froth, and putting it in the glasses, without the whipped cream at the top. Average cost, 1s. 8d. Sufficient to fill 8 or 9 glasses. Seasonable at any time. The cure's omelette. Every one knows, says Brillat-Savarin, in his Physiology of Taste, that for 20 years Madame Récamier was the most beautiful woman in Paris. It is also well known that she was exceedingly charitable, and took a great interest in every benevolent work. Wishing to consult the cure of, respecting the working of an institution, she went to his house at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and was much astonished at finding him already at his dinner table. Madame Récamier wished to retire, but the cure would not hear of it. A neat white cloth covered the table, some good old wine sparkled in a crystal decanter, the porcelain was of the best, the plates had heaters of boiling water beneath them. A neatly costumed maid-servant was in attendance. The repast was a compromise between frugality and luxury. The crawfish soup had just been removed, and there was on the table a salmon trout, an omelette, and a salad. "My dinner will tell you," said the worthy cure, with a smile, "that it is fast day, according to our church's regulations." Madame Récamier and her host attacked the trout, the sauce served with which betrayed a skilful hand, the countenance of the cure the while showing satisfaction. And now they fell upon the omelette, which was round, sufficiently thick, and cooked, so to speak, to a hair's breadth. As the spoon entered the omelette, a thick rich juice issued from it, pleasant to the eye as well as to the smell. The dish became full of it, and our fair friend owns that, between the perfume and the sight, it made her mouth water. "It is an omelette au thon, that is to say, a tunny omelette," said the cure, noticing, with the greatest delight, the emotion of Madame Récamier, and few people taste it without lavishing praises on it. "It surprises me not at all," returned the beauty, "never has so enticing an omelette met my gaze at any of our lay tables. My cook understands them well, I think." "Yes," added Madame, "I never ate anything so delightful." Then came the salad, which Savarin recommends to all who place confidence in him. It refreshes without exciting, and he has a theory that it makes people younger. Amidst pleasant converse the dessert arrived. It consisted of 3 apples, cheese, and a plate of preserves, and then upon a little round table was served the mocha coffee, for which France has been, and is, so justly famous. "I never," said the cure, "take spirits. I always offer liqueurs to my guests but reserve the use of them, myself, to my old age, if it should please Providence to grant me that." Finally, the charming Madame Récamier took her leave, and told all her friends of the delicious omelette which she had seen and partaken of. And Brillat-Savarin, in his capacity as the Layard of the concealed treasures of gastronomia, has succeeded in withdrawing from obscurity the details of the preparation of which so much had been said, and which he imagines to be as wholesome as it was agreeable. Here follows the recipe. Omelette au thon. 1494, take, for 6 persons, the roes of 2 carp. Footnote, an American writer says he has followed this recipe, substituting pike, shad, and in the place of carp, and can recommend all these also, with a quiet conscience. Any fish, indeed, may be used with success. Bleach them, by putting them, for 5 minutes, in boiling water slightly salted. Take a piece of fresh tunny about the size of a hen's egg, to which add a small shallot already chopped. Hash up together the roe and the tunny, so as to mix them well, and throw the whole into a saucepan, with a sufficient quantity of very good butter, whip it up until the butter is melted. This constitutes the specialty of the omelette. Take a second piece of butter, à discretion, mix it with parsley and herbs, place it in a long-shaped dish destined to receive the omelette, squeeze the juice of a lemon over it, and place it on hot embers. Beat up 12 eggs, the fresher the better. Throw up the sauté of roe and tunny, stirring it so as to mix all well together, then make your omelette in the usual manner, endeavoring to turn it out long, thick, and soft. Spread it carefully on the dish prepared for it, and serve at once. This dish ought to be reserved for recherche déjeuners, or for assemblies where amateurs meet who know how to eat well. Washed down with a good old wine, it will work wonders. Note: the roe and the tunny must be beaten up, sauté, without allowing them to boil, to prevent their hardening, which would prevent them mixing well with the eggs. Your dish should be hollowed towards the center, to allow the gravy to concentrate, that it may be helped with a spoon. The dish ought to be slightly heated, otherwise the cold china will extract all the heat from the omelette. Illustration. Chapter 30. General observations on preserves, confectionery, ices, and dessert. Dishes. Preserves. 1495. From the nature of vegetable substances, and chiefly from their not passing so rapidly into the putrescent state as animal bodies, the mode of preserving them is somewhat different, although the general principles are the same. All the means of preservation are put in practice occasionally for fruits and the various parts of vegetables, according to the nature of the species, the climate, the uses to which they are applied, and some are dried, as nuts, raisins, sweet herbs, and others are preserved by means of sugar, such as many fruits whose delicate juices would be lost by drying. Some are preserved by means of vinegar, and chiefly used as condiments or pickles. A few also by salting, as French beans, while others are preserved in spirits. We have, however, in this place to treat of the best methods of preserving fruits. Fruit is a most important item in the economy of health. The Epicurean can scarcely be said to have any luxuries without it, therefore, as it is so invaluable, when we cannot have it fresh, we must have it preserved. It has long been a desideratum to preserve fruits by some cheap method, yet by such as would keep them fit for the various culinary purposes, as making tarts and other similar dishes. The expense of preserving them with sugar is a serious objection. For, except the sugar is used in considerable quantities, the success is very uncertain. Sugar also overpowers and destroys the sub-acid taste so desirable in many fruits. These which are preserved in this manner are chiefly intended for the dessert. Fruits intended for preservation should be gathered in the morning, in dry weather, with the morning sun upon them, if possible. They will then have their fullest flavor, and keep in good condition longer than when gathered at any other time. Until fruit can be used, it should be placed in the dairy, an icehouse, or a refrigerator. In an icehouse it will remain fresh and plump for several days. Fruit gathered in wet or foggy weather will soon be mildewed, and be of no service for preserves. 1496. Having secured the first and most important contribution to the manufacture of preserves, the fruit, the next consideration is the preparation of the syrup in which the fruit is to be suspended, and this requires much care. In the confectioner's art there is a great nicety in proportioning the degree of concentration of the syrup very exactly to each particular case, and they know this by signs, and express it by certain technical terms. But to distinguish these properly requires very great attention and considerable experience. The principal thing to be acquainted with is the fact, that, in proportion as the syrup is longer boiled, its water will become evaporated, and its consistency will be thicker. Great care must be taken in the management of the fire, that the syrup does not boil over, and that the boiling is not carried to such an extent as to burn the sugar. 1497. The first degree of consistency is called the thread, which is subdivided into the little and great thread. If you dip the finger into the syrup and apply it to the thumb, the tenacity of the syrup will, on separating the finger and thumb, afford a thread, which shortly breaks. This is the little thread. If the thread, from the greater tenacity, and, consequently, greater strength of the syrup, admits of a greater extension of the finger and thumb, it is called the great thread. There are half a dozen other terms and experiments for testing the various thickness of the boiling sugar towards the consistency called caramel, but that degree of sugar boiling belongs to the confectioner. A solution of sugar prepared by dissolving 2 parts of double refined sugar, the best sugar is the most economical for preserves, in 1 of water, and boiling this a little, affords a syrup of the right degree of strength, and which neither ferments nor crystallizes. This appears to be the degree called smooth by the confectioners, and is proper to be used for the purposes of preserves. The syrup employed should sometimes be clarified, which is done in the following manner: dissolve 2 pounds of loaf sugar in a pint of water, add to this solution the white of an egg, and beat it well. Put the preserving pan upon the fire with the solution. Stir it with a wooden spatula, and, when it begins to swell and boil up, throw in some cold water or a little oil, to damp the boiling, for, as it rises suddenly, if it should boil over, it would take fire, being of a very inflammable nature. Let it boil up again, then take it off, and remove carefully the scum that has risen. Boil the solution again, throw in a little more cold water, remove the scum, and so on for 3 or 4 times successively, then strain it. It is considered to be sufficiently boiled when some taken up in a spoon pours out like oil. 1498. Although sugar passes so easily into the state of fermentation, and is, in fact, the only substance capable of undergoing the vinous stage of that process, yet it will not ferment at all if the quantity be sufficient to constitute a very strong syrup. Hence, syrups are used to preserve fruits and other vegetable substances from the changes they would undergo if left to themselves. Before sugar was in use, honey was employed to preserve many vegetable productions, though this substance has now given way to the juice of the sugar cane. 1499. The fruits that are the most fit for preservation in syrup are apricots, peaches, nectarines, apples, greengages, plums of all kinds, and pears. As an example, take some apricots not too ripe, make a small slit at the stem end, and push out the stone, simmer them in water till they are softened and about half done, and afterwards throw them into cold water. When they have cooled, take them out and drain them. Put the apricots into the pie-serving pan with sufficient syrup to cover them, let them boil up 3 or 4 times, and then skim them. Remove them from the fire, pour them into an earthen pan, and let them cool till next day. Boil them up 3 days successively, skimming each time, and they will then be finished and in a state fit to be put into pots for use. After each bailing, it is proper to examine into the state of the syrup when cold. If too thin, it will bear additional boiling; if too thick, it may be lowered with more syrup of the usual standard. The reason why the fruit is emptied out of the preserving pan into an earthen pan is, that the acid of the fruit acts upon the copper, of which the preserving pans are usually made. From this example the process of preserving fruits by syrup will be easily comprehended. The first object is to soften the fruit by blanching or boiling it in water, in order that the syrup by which it is preserved may penetrate through its substance. 1500. Many fruits, when preserved by boiling, lose much of their peculiar and delicate flavor, as, for instance, pineapples, and this inconvenience may, in some instances, be remedied by preserving them without heat. Cut the fruit in slices about 1/5 of an inch thick, strew powdered loaf sugar 1/8 of an inch thick on the bottom of a jar, and put the slices on it. Put more sugar on this, and then another layer of the slices, and so on till the jar is full. Place the jar with the fruit up to the neck in boiling water, and keep it there till the sugar is completely dissolved, which may take half an hour, removing the scum as it rises. Lastly, tie a wet bladder over the mouth of the jar, or cork, and wax it. 1501. Any of the fruits that have been preserved in syrup may be converted into dry preserves, by first draining them from the syrup, and then drying them in a stove or very moderate oven, adding to them a quantity of powdered loaf sugar, which will gradually penetrate the fruit, while the fluid parts of the syrup gently evaporate. They should be dried in the stove or oven on a sieve, and turned every 6 or 8 hours, fresh powdered sugar being sifted over them every time they are turned. Afterwards, they are to be kept in a dry situation, in drawers or boxes. Currants and cherries preserved whole in this manner, in bunches, are extremely elegant, and have a fine flavor. In this way it is, also, that orange and lemon chips are preserved. 1502. Marmalades, jams, and fruit pastes are of the same nature, and are now in very general request. They are prepared without difficulty, by attending to a very few directions. They are somewhat expensive, but may be kept without spoiling for a considerable time. Marmalades and jams differ little from each other. They are preserves of a half-liquid consistency, made by boiling the pulp of fruits, and sometimes part of the rinds, with sugar. The appellation of marmalade is applied to those confitures which are composed of the firmer fruits, as pineapples or the rinds of oranges, whereas jams are made of the more juicy berries, such as strawberries, raspberries, currants, mulberries, and fruit pastes are a kind of marmalades, consisting of the pulp of fruits, first evaporated to a proper consistency, and afterwards boiled with sugar. The mixture is then poured into a mold, or spread on sheets of tin, and subsequently dried in the oven or stove till it has acquired the state of a paste. From a sheet of this paste, strips may be cut and formed into any shape that may be desired, as knots, rings, and jams require the same care and attention in the boiling as marmalade. The slightest degree of burning communicates a disagreeable empyreumatic taste, and if they are not boiled sufficiently, they will not keep. That they may keep, it is necessary not to be sparing of sugar. 1503. In all the operations for preserve making, when the preserving pan is used, it should not be placed on the fire, but on a trivet, unless the jam is made on a hot plate, when this is not necessary. If the pan is placed close on to the fire, the preserve is very liable to burn, and the color and flavor be consequently spoiled. 1504. Fruit jellies are compounds of the juices of fruits combined with sugar, concentrated, by boiling, to such a consistency that the liquid, upon cooling, assumes the form of a tremulous jelly. 1505. Before fruits are candied, they must first be boiled in syrup, after which they are taken out and dried on a stove, or before the fire. The syrup is then to be concentrated, or boiled to a candy height, and the fruit dipped in it, and again laid on the stove to dry and candy. They are then to be put into boxes, and kept dry. 1506. Conserves consist of fresh vegetable matters beat into a uniform mass with refined sugar, and they are intended to preserve the virtues and properties of recent flowers, leaves, roots, peels, or fruits, unaltered, and as near as possible to what they were when fresh gathered, and to give them an agreeable taste. 1507. The last mentioned, but not the least important preparation of fruit, is the compote, a confiture made at the moment of need, and with much less sugar than would be ordinarily put to preserves. They are most wholesome things, suitable to most stomachs which cannot accommodate themselves to raw fruit or a large portion of sugar. They are the happy medium, and far better than ordinary stewed fruit. Confectionery. 1508. In speaking of confectionery, it should be remarked that all the various preparations above named come, strictly speaking, under that head. For the various fruits, flowers, herbs, roots, and juices, which, when boiled with sugar, were formerly employed in pharmacy as well as for sweetmeats, were called confections, from the Latin word confisere, to make up. But the term confectionery embraces a very large class indeed of sweet food, many kinds of which should not be attempted in the ordinary cuisine. The 1,001 ornamental dishes that adorn the tables of the wealthy should be purchased from the confectioner. They cannot profitably be made at home. Apart from these, cakes, biscuits, and tarts, and the class of sweetmeats called confections may be thus classified. 1. Liquid confects, or fruits either whole or in pieces, preserved by being immersed in a fluid transparent syrup. As the liquid confects of apricots, green citrons, and many foreign fruits. 2. Dry confects are those which, after having been boiled in the syrup, are taken out and put to dry in an oven, as citron and orange peel, and 3. Marmalade, jams, and pastes, a kind of soft compounds made of the pulp of fruits or other vegetable substances, beat up with sugar or honey, such as oranges, apricots, pears, and 4. Jellies are the juices of fruits boiled with sugar to a pretty thick consistency, so as, upon cooling, to form a trembling jelly, as currant, gooseberry, apple jelly, and 5. Conserves are a kind of dry confects, made by beating up flowers, fruits, and with sugar, not dissolved. 6. Candies are fruits candied over with sugar after having been boiled in the syrup. Dessert dishes. 1509. With moderns the dessert is not so profuse, nor does it hold the same relationship to the dinner that it held with the ancients, the Romans more especially. On ivory tables they would spread hundreds of different kinds of raw, cooked, and preserved fruits, tarts and cakes, as substitutes for the more substantial comestibles with which the guests were satiated. However, as late as the reigns of our two last George, fabulous sums were often expended upon fanciful desserts. The dessert certainly repays, in its general effect, the expenditure upon it of much pains. And it may be said, that if there be any poetry at all in meals, or the process of feeding, there is poetry in the dessert, the materials for which should be selected with taste, and, of course, must depend, in a great measure, upon the season. Pines, melons, grapes, peaches, nectarines, plums, strawberries, apples, pears, oranges, almonds, raisins, figs, walnuts, filberts, medlars, cherries, and all kinds of dried fruits, and choice and delicately flavored cakes and biscuits, make up the dessert, together with the most costly and recherché wines. The shape of the dishes varies at different periods, the prevailing fashion at present being oval and circular dishes on stems. The patterns and colors are also subject to changes of fashion. Some persons selecting china, chaste in pattern and color, others, elegantly shaped glass dishes on stems, with gilt edges. The beauty of the dessert services at the tables of the wealthy tends to enhance the splendor of the plate. The general mode of putting a dessert on table, now the elegant tazzas are fashionable, is, to place them down the middle of the table, a tall and short dish alternately. The fresh fruits being arranged on the tall dishes, and dried fruits, bonbons, and, on small round oval glass plates. The garnishing needs especial attention, as the contrast of the brilliant-colored fruits with nicely arranged foliage is very charming. The garnish par excellence for dessert is the ice plant. Its crystallized dewdrops producing a marvelous effect in the height of summer, giving a most inviting sense of coolness to the fruited in circles. The double-edged mallow, strawberry, and vine leaves have a pleasing effect. And for winter desserts, the bay, Cuba, and laurel are sometimes used. In town, the expense and difficulty of obtaining natural foliage is great, but paper and composite leaves are to be purchased at an almost nominal price. Mixed fruits of the larger sort are now frequently served on one dish. This mode admits of the display of much taste in the arrangement of the fruit, for instance, a pine in the center of the dish, surrounded with large plums of various sorts and colors, mixed with pears, rosy-cheeked apples. All arranged with a due regard to color, have a very good effect. Again, apples and pears look well mingled with plums and grapes, hanging from the border of the dish in a negligee sort of manner, with a large bunch of the same fruit lying on the top of the apples. A dessert would not now be considered complete without candied and preserved fruits and confections. The candied fruits may be purchased at a less cost than they can be manufactured at home. They are preserved abroad in most ornamental and elegant forms. And since, from the facilities of travel, we have become so familiar with the tables of the French, chocolate in different forms is indispensable to our desserts. Ices. 510. Ices are composed, it is scarcely necessary to say, of congealed cream or water, combined sometimes with liqueurs or other flavoring ingredients, or more generally with the juices of fruits. At desserts, or at some evening parties, ices are scarcely to be dispensed with. The principal utensils required for making ice creams are ice tubs, freezing pots, spattles, and a cellaret. The tub must be large enough to contain about a bushel of ice, pounded small, when brought out of the ice house, and mixed very carefully with either salt, niter, or soda. The freezing pot is best made of pewter. If it be of tin, as is sometimes the case, the congelation goes on too rapidly in it for the thorough intermingling of its contents, on which the excellence of the ice greatly depends. The spattle is generally made of copper, kept bright and clean. The cellaret is a tin vessel, in which ices are kept for a short time from dissolving. The method to be pursued in the freezing process must be attended to. When the ice tub is prepared with fresh pounded ice and salt, the freezing pot is put into it up to its cover. The articles to be congealed are then poured into it and covered over. But to prevent the ingredients from separating and the heaviest of them from falling to the bottom of the mold, it is requisite to turn the freezing pot round and round by the handle, so as to keep its contents moving until the congelation commences. As soon as this is perceived, the cover of the pot being occasionally taken off for the purpose of noticing when freezing takes place, the cover is immediately closed over it, ice is put upon it, and it is left in this state till it is served. The use of the spattle is to stir up and remove from the sides of the freezing pot the cream, which in the shaking may have washed against it, and by stirring it in with the rest, to prevent waste of it occurring. Any negligence in stirring the contents of the freezing pot before congelation takes place, will destroy the whole. Either the sugar sinks to the bottom and leaves the ice insufficiently sweetened, or lumps are formed, which disfigure and discolor it. 1511. The aged, the delicate, and children should abstain from ices or iced beverages, even the strong and healthy should partake of them in moderation. They should be taken immediately after the repast, or some hours after, because the taking these substances during the process of digestion is apt to provoke indisposition. It is necessary, then, that this function should have scarcely commenced, or that it should be completely finished, before partaking of ices. It is also necessary to abstain from them when persons are very warm, or immediately after taking violent exercise, as in some cases they have produced illnesses which have ended fatally. Do ladies know to whom they are indebted for the introduction of ices, which all the fair sex are passionately fond of? To Catherine de Medici. Will not this fact cover a multitude of sins committed by the instigator of St. Bartholomew? Recipes. Chapter 31. To make syrup for compotes, and Ingredients. To every pound of sugar allow 1½ pint of water. Mode. Boil the sugar and water together for a quarter hour, carefully removing the scum as it rises. The syrup is then ready for the fruit. The articles boiled in this syrup will not keep for any length of time, it being suitable only for dishes intended to be eaten immediately. A larger proportion of sugar must be added for a syrup intended to keep. Time. A quarter hour. To clarify sugar or syrup. Ingredients. To every pound of sugar allow 1/2 pint of water and 1/2 the white of an egg. Mode. Put the sugar, water, and the white of the egg, which should be well beaten, into a preserving pan or lined saucepan. And do not put it on the fire till the sugar is dissolved. Then place it on the fire, and when it boils, throw in a teacupful of cold water, and do not stir the sugar after this is added. Bring it to the boiling point again, and then place the pan by the side of the fire, for the preparation to settle. Remove all the scum, and the sugar will be ready for use. The scum should be placed on a sieve, so that what syrup runs from it may be boiled up again. This must also be well skimmed. Time. 20 minutes for the sugar to dissolve, 5 minutes to boil. Note. The above 2 recipes are those used in the preparation of dishes usually made at home. There are many degrees of boiling sugar, which process requires great care, attention, and experience. Caramel sugar, which makes an elegant cover for sweetmeats, is difficult to prepare, and is best left to an experienced confectioner. We give the recipe, for those of our readers who care to attempt the operation. To boil sugar to caramel. Ingredients. To every pound of lump sugar allow 1 gill of spring water. Mode. Boil the sugar and water together very quickly over a clear fire, skimming it very carefully as soon as it boils. Keep it boiling until the sugar snaps when a little of it is dropped in a pan of cold water. If it remains hard, the sugar has attained the right degree, then squeeze in a little lemon juice, and let it remain an instant on the fire. Set the pan into another of cold water, and the caramel is then ready for use. The insides of well-oiled molds are often ornamented with this sugar, which with a fork should be spread over them in fine threads or network. A dish of light pastry, tastefully arranged, looks very prettily with this sugar spun lightly over it. The sugar must be carefully watched, and taken up the instant it is done. Unless the cook is very experienced and thoroughly understands her business, it is scarcely worth while to attempt to make this elaborate ornament, as it may be purchased quite as economically at a confectioner's. If the failures in the preparation are taken into consideration. Compote of apples. Sawyer's recipe, a dessert dish. Ingredients: 6 ripe apples, 1 lemon, half a pound of lump sugar, 1/2 pint of water. Illustration: Compote of apples. Mode: select the apples of a moderate size, peel them, cut them in halves, remove the cores, and rub each piece over with a little lemon. Put the sugar and water together into a lined saucepan, and let them boil until forming a thickish syrup, when lay in the apples with the rind of the lemon cut thin, and the juice of the same. Let the apples simmer till tender. Then take them out very carefully, drain them on a sieve, and reduce the syrup by boiling it quickly for a few minutes. When both are cold, arrange the apples neatly on a glass dish, pour over the syrup, and garnish with strips of green angelica or candied citron. Smaller apples may be dressed in the same manner. They should not be divided in half, but peeled and the cores pushed out with a vegetable cutter. Time: 10 minutes to boil the sugar and water together, from 15 to 25 minutes to simmer the apples. Average cost, 6d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable from July to March. Apple ginger. A dessert dish. 1,516 ingredients. 2 pounds of any kind of hard apples, 2 pounds of loaf sugar, 1½ pint of water, 1 ounce of tincture of ginger. Mode: boil the sugar and water until they form a rich syrup, adding the ginger when it boils up. Pare, core, and cut the apples into pieces, dip them in cold water to preserve the color, and boil them in the syrup until transparent. But be careful not to let them break. Put the pieces of apple into jars, pour over the syrup, and carefully exclude the air, by well covering them. It will remain good some time, if kept in a dry place. Time: from 5 to 10 minutes to boil the syrup, about half an hour to simmer the apples. Average cost, 2s. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable. Make this in September, October, or November. Apple jam. Ingredients: to every lb. of fruit weighed after being pared, cored, and sliced, allow 3/4 pound of preserving sugar, the grated rind of 1 lemon, the juice of 1/2 lemon. Mode: peel the apples, core and slice them very thin, and be particular that they are all the same sort. Put them into a jar, stand this in a saucepan of boiling water, and let the apples stew until quite tender. Previously to putting the fruit into the jar, weigh it, to ascertain the proportion of sugar that may be required. Put the apples into a preserving pan, crush the sugar to small lumps, and add it, with the grated lemon rind and juice, to the apples. Simmer these over the fire for half an hour, reckoning from the time the jam begins to simmer properly. Remove the scum as it rises, and when the jam is done, put it into pots for use. Place a piece of oiled paper over the jam, and to exclude the air, cover the pots with tissue paper dipped in the white of an egg, and stretched over the top. This jam will keep good for a long time. Time: about 2 hours to stew in the jar, half an hour to boil after the jam begins to simmer. Average cost, for this quantity, XXX. Sufficient. 7 or 8 pounds of apples for 6 pots of jam. Seasonable. Make this in September, October, or November. Apple jelly. Ingredients: to 6 pounds of apples allow 3 pints of water, to every quart of juice allow 2 pounds of loaf sugar, the juice of 1/2 lemon. Mode: pare, core, and cut the apples into slices, and put them into a jar, with water in the above proportion. Place them in a cool oven, with the jar well covered, and when the juice is thoroughly drawn and the apples are quite soft, strain them through a jelly bag. To every quart of juice allow 2 pounds of loaf sugar, which should be crushed to small lumps, and put into a preserving pan with the juice. Boil these together for rather more than half an hour, remove the scum as it rises, add the lemon juice just before it is done, and put the jelly into pots for use. This preparation is useful for garnishing sweet dishes, and may be turned out for dessert. Time. The apples to be put in the oven overnight, and left till morning, rather more than half an hour to boil the jelly. Average cost, for this quantity, 3s. Sufficient for 6 small pots of jelly. Seasonable, this should be made in September, October, or November. 2. Ingredients. Apples, water, to every pint of syrup allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Pare and cut the apples into pieces, remove the cores, and put them in a preserving pan with sufficient cold water to cover them. Let them boil for an hour, then drain the syrup from them through a hair sieve or jelly bag, and measure the juice. To every pint allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar, and boil these together for 3/4 hour, removing every particle of scum as it rises, and keeping the jelly well stirred, that it may not burn. A little lemon rind may be boiled with the apples, and a small quantity of strained lemon juice may be put in the jelly just before it is done, when the flavor is liked. This jelly may be ornamented with preserved greengages, or any other preserved fruit, and will turn out very prettily for dessert. It should be stored away in small pots. Time. 1 hour to boil the fruit and water. 3/4 hour to boil the juice with the sugar. Average cost, for 6 pounds, of apples, with the other ingredients in proportion, 3s. Sufficient for 6 small pots of jelly. Seasonable. Make this in September, October, or November. To preserve apples in quarters, in imitation of ginger. Ingredients. To every pound of apples allow 3/4 pound of sugar, 1½ ounces of the best white ginger, 1 ounce of ginger to every 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Peel, core, and quarter the apples, and put the fruit, sugar, and ginger in layers into a wide-mouthed jar, and let them remain for 2 days, then infuse 1 ounce of ginger in 1/2 pint of boiling water, and cover it closely, and let it remain for 1 day. This quantity of ginger and water is for 3 pounds of apples, with the other ingredients in proportion. Put the apples, into a preserving pan with the water strained from the ginger, and boil till the apples look clear and the syrup is rich, which will be in about an hour. The rind of a lemon may be added just before the apples have finished boiling. And great care must be taken not to break the pieces of apple in putting them into the jars. Serve on glass dishes for dessert. Time. 2 days for the apples to remain in the jar with sugar, and 1 day to infuse the ginger. About 1 hour to boil the apples. Average cost, for 3 pounds, of apples, with the other ingredients in proportion, 2s. 3d. Sufficient. 3 pounds should fill 3 moderate-sized jars. Seasonable. This should be made in September, October, or November. Compote of apricots. An elegant dish. Ingredients. 1/2 pint of syrup No. 1512, 12 green apricots. Mode. Make the syrup by recipe No. 1512, and when it is ready, put in the apricots whilst the syrup is boiling. Simmer them very gently until tender, taking care not to let them break. Take them out carefully, arrange them on a glass dish, let the syrup cool a little, pour it over the apricots, and, when cold, serve. Time. From 15 to 20 minutes to simmer the apricots. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in June and July, with green apricots. Apricot jam or marmalade. Ingredients. To every lb. of ripe apricots, weighed after being skinned and stoned, allow 1 pound of sugar. Mode. Pare the apricots, which should be ripe, as thinly as possible, break them in half, and remove the stones. Weigh the fruit, and to every lb. Allow the same proportion of loaf sugar. Pound the sugar very finely in a mortar, strew it over the apricots, which should be placed on dishes, and let them remain for 12 hours. Break the stones, blanch the kernels, and put them with the sugar and fruit into a preserving pan. Let these simmer very gently until clear. Take out the pieces of apricot singly as they become so, and, as fast as the scum rises, carefully remove it. Put the apricots into small jars, pour over them the syrup and kernels, cover the jam with pieces of paper dipped in the purest salad oil, and stretch over the top of the jars tissue paper. Cut about 2 inches larger and brushed over with the white of an egg. When dry, it will be perfectly hard and airtight. Time: 12 hours sprinkled with sugar, about 3/4 hour to boil the jam. Average cost. When cheap, apricots may be purchased for preserving at about 1/6d per gallon. Sufficient, 10 pounds, of fruit for 12 pots of jam. Seasonable. Make this in August or September. Barberries in bunches. Ingredients: 1 pint of syrup No. 1513, barberries. Mode: prepare some small pieces of clean white wood, 3 inches long and 1/4 inch wide, and tie the fruit on to these in nice bunches. Have ready some clear syrup, made by recipe No. 1513, put in the barberries, and simmer them in it for 2 successive days, boiling them for nearly half an hour each day, and covering them each time with the syrup when cold. When the fruit looks perfectly clear, it is sufficiently done, and should be stored away in pots, with the syrup poured over, or the fruit may be candied. Time: half an hour to simmer each day. Seasonable in autumn. Note: the berries in their natural state make a very pretty garnishing for dishes, and may even be used for the same purpose, preserved as above, and look exceedingly nice on sweet dishes. To make barley sugar. Ingredients: to every lb. of sugar allow 1/2 pint of water, 1/2 the white of an egg. Mode: put the sugar into a well-tinned saucepan, with the water, and, when the former is dissolved, set it over a moderate fire, adding the well-beaten egg before the mixture gets warm, and stir it well together. When it boils, remove the scum as it rises, and keep it boiling until no more appears, and the syrup looks perfectly clear, then strain it through a fine sieve or muslin bag, and put it back into the saucepan. Boil it again like caramel, until it is brittle. When a little is dropped in a basin of cold water, it is then sufficiently boiled. Add a little lemon juice and a few drops of essence of lemon, and let it stand for a minute or two. Have ready a marble slab or large dish, rubbed over with salad oil, pour on it the sugar, and cut it into strips with a pair of scissors. These strips should then be twisted, and the barley sugar stored away in a very dry place. It may be formed into lozenges or drops, by dropping the sugar in a very small quantity at a time onto the oiled slab or dish. Time: 1/4 hour. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 sticks. Carrot jam to imitate apricot preserve. Ingredients: carrots. To every pound of carrot pulp allow 1 pound of pounded sugar, the grated rind of 1 lemon, the strained juice of 6 chopped bitter almonds, 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode: select young carrots. Wash and scrape them clean, cut them into round pieces, put them into a saucepan with sufficient water to cover them, and let them simmer until perfectly soft, then beat them through a sieve. Weigh the pulp, and to every lb. Allow the above ingredients. Put the pulp into a preserving pan with the sugar, and let this boil for 5 minutes, stirring and skimming all the time. When cold, add the lemon rind and juice, almonds and brandy, mix these well with the jam. Then put it into pots, which must be well covered and kept in a dry place. The brandy may be omitted, but the preserve will then not keep. With the brandy it will remain good for months. Time: about 3/4 hour to boil the carrots. 5 minutes to simmer the pulp. Average cost, 1s. 2d for 1 pound of pulp, with the other ingredients in proportion. Sufficient to fill 3 pots. Seasonable from July to December. To make cherry brandy. Ingredients. Morella cherries, good brandy. To every pound of cherries allow 3 ounces of pounded sugar. Mode. Have ready some glass bottles, which must be perfectly dry. Ascertain that the cherries are not too ripe and are freshly gathered, and cut off about half of the stalks. Put them into the bottles, with the above proportion of sugar to every pound of fruit, strew this in between the cherries, and, when the bottles are nearly full, pour in sufficient brandy to reach just below the cork. A few peach or apricot kernels will add much to their flavor, or a few blanched bitter almonds. Put corks or bungs into the bottles, tie over them a piece of bladder, and store away in a dry place. The cherries will be fit to eat in 2 or 3 months, and will remain good for years. They are liable to shrivel and become tough if too much sugar be added to them. Average cost, 1s. To 1s. 6d per lb. Sufficient. 1 pound of cherries and about 1/4 pint of brandy for a quart bottle. Seasonable in August and September. Dried cherries. 1527, cherries may be put in a slow oven and thoroughly dried before they begin to change color. They should then be taken out of the oven, tied in bunches, and stored away in a dry place. In the winter, they may be cooked with sugar for dessert, the same as Normandy pippins. Particular care must be taken that the oven be not too hot. Another method of drying cherries is to stone them, and to put them into a preserving pan, with plenty of loaf sugar strewed amongst them. They should be simmered till the fruit shrivels, when they should be strained from the juice. The cherries should then be placed in an oven, cool enough to dry without baking them. About 5 ounces of sugar would be required for 1 pound of cherries, and the same syrup may be used again to do another quantity of fruit. Cherry jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit, weighed before stoning, allow half a pound of sugar, to every 6 pounds of fruit allow 1 pint of red currant juice, and to every pint of juice 1 pound of sugar. Mode. Weigh the fruit before stoning, and allow half the weight of sugar, stone the cherries, and boil them in a preserving pan until nearly all the juice is dried up. Then add the sugar, which should be crushed to powder, and the currant juice, allowing 1 pint to every 6 pounds of cherries, original weight, and 1 pound of sugar to every pint of juice. Boil all together until it jellies, which will be in from 20 minutes to half an hour. Skim the jam well, keep it well stirred, and, a few minutes before it is done, crack some of the stones, and add the kernels. These impart a very delicious flavor to the jam. Time. According to the quality of the cherries, from 3/4 to 1 hour to boil them, 20 minutes to half an hour with the sugar. Average cost, from 7d to 8d per pound pot. Sufficient. 1 pint of fruit for a pound pot of jam. Seasonable. Make this in July or August. To preserve cherries in syrup. Very delicious. Ingredients. 4 pounds of cherries, 3 pounds of sugar, 1 pint of white currant juice. Mode. Let the cherries be as clear and as transparent as possible, and perfectly ripe. Pick off the stalks, and remove the stones, damaging the fruit as little as you can. Make a syrup with the above proportion of sugar, by recipe number 1512. Mix the cherries with it, and boil them for about 15 minutes, carefully skimming them, turn them gently into a pan, and let them remain till the next day. Then drain the cherries on a sieve, and put the syrup and white currant juice into the preserving pan again. Boil these together until the syrup is somewhat reduced and rather thick, then put in the cherries, and let them boil for about 5 minutes. Take them off the fire, skim the syrup, put the cherries into small pots or wide-mouthed bottles, pour the syrup over, and when quite cold, tie them down carefully, so that the air is quite excluded. Time. 15 minutes to boil the cherries in the syrup, 10 minutes to boil the syrup and currant juice, 6 minutes to boil the cherries the second time. Average cost for this quantity, 3s. 6d. Seasonable. Make this in July or August. Blackcurrant jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit, weighed before being stripped from the stalks, allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar, 1 gill of water. Mode. Let the fruit be very ripe, and gathered on a dry day. Strip it from the stalks, and put it into a preserving pan, with a gill of water to each pound of fruit, boil these together for 10 minutes. Then add the sugar, and boil the jam again for 30 minutes, reckoning from the time when the jam simmers equally all over, or longer, should it not appear to set nicely when a little is poured onto a plate. Keep stirring it to prevent it from burning, carefully remove all the scum, and when done, pour it into pots. Let it cool, cover the top of the jam with oiled paper, and the top of the jars with a piece of tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. This, when cold, forms a hard stiff cover, and perfectly excludes the air. Great attention must be paid to the stirring of this jam, as it is very liable to burn, on account of the thickness of the juice. Time. 10 minutes to boil the fruit and water, 30 minutes with the sugar, or longer. Average cost, from 6d. to 8d. For a pot capable of holding 1 pound. Sufficient. Allow from 6 to 7 quarts of currants to make 1 dozen pots of jam, each pot to hold 1 pound. Seasonable. Make this in July. Blackcurrant jelly. Ingredients. Black currants. To every pint of juice allow 1/4 pint of water, 1 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Strip the currants from the stalks, which may be done in an expeditious manner, by holding the bunch in one hand, and passing a small silver fork down the currants. They will then readily fall from the stalks. Put them into a jar, place this jar in a saucepan of boiling water, and simmer them until their juice is extracted, then strain them, and to every pint of juice allow the above proportion of sugar and water. Stir these ingredients together cold until the sugar is dissolved. Place the preserving pan on the fire, and boil the jelly for about half an hour, reckoning from the time it commences to boil all over, and carefully remove the scum as it rises. If the jelly becomes firm when a little is put on a plate, it is done. It should then be put into small pots, and covered the same as the jam in the preceding recipe. If the jelly is wanted very clear, the fruit should not be squeezed dry. But, of course, so much juice will not be obtained. If the fruit is not much squeezed, it may be converted into a jam for immediate eating, by boiling it with a little common sugar. This answers very well for a nursery preserve. Time. About 3/4 hour to extract the juice, half an hour to boil the jelly. Average cost, from 8d. to 10d. per half a pound pot. Sufficient. From 3 pints to 2 quarts of fruit should yield a pint of juice. Seasonable. Make this in July. Red currant jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Illustration, jam pot. Mode. Let the fruit be gathered on a fine day, weigh it, and then strip the currants from the stalks. Put them into a preserving pan with sugar in the above proportion, stir them, and boil them for about 3/4 hour. Carefully remove the scum as it rises. Put the jam into pots, and, when cold, cover with oiled papers. Over these put a piece of tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg, press the paper round the top of the pot, and, when dry, the covering will be quite hard and airtight. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour, reckoning from the time the jam boils all over. Average cost, for a pound pot, from 6d. to 8d. Sufficient. Allow from 6 to 7 quarts of currants to make 12 1-pound pots of jam. Seasonable. Make this in July. Red currant jelly. Ingredients. Red currants. To every pint of juice allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Have the fruit gathered in fine weather. Pick it from the stalks, put it into a jar, and place this jar in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire, and let it simmer gently until the juice is well drawn from the currants. Then strain them through a jelly bag or fine cloth, and, if the jelly is wished very clear, do not squeeze them too much, as the skin and pulp from the fruit will be pressed through with the juice, and so make the jelly muddy. Measure the juice, and to each pint allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Put these into a preserving pan, set it over the fire, and keep stirring the jelly until it is done, carefully removing every particle of scum as it rises, using a wooden or silver spoon for the purpose. As metal or iron ones would spoil the color of the jelly when it has boiled from 20 minutes to half an hour, put a little of the jelly on a plate, and if firm when cool, it is done. Take it off the fire, pour it into small gallipots, cover each of the pots with an oiled paper, and then with a piece of tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. Label the pots, adding the year when the jelly was made, and store it away in a dry place. A jam may be made with the currants, if they are not squeezed too dry, by adding a few fresh raspberries, and boiling all together, with sufficient sugar to sweeten it nicely. As this preserve is not worth storing away, but is only for immediate eating, a smaller proportion of sugar than usual will be found enough. It answers very well for children's puddings, or for a nursery preserve. Time. From 3/4 to 1 hour to extract the juice, 20 minutes to half an hour to boil the jelly. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per half a pound pot. Sufficient. 8 quarts of currants will make from 10 to 12 pots of jelly. Seasonable. Make this in July. Note. Should the above proportion of sugar not be found sufficient for some tastes, add an extra 1/4 pound to every pint of juice, making altogether 1 pound. White currant jelly. Ingredients. White currants, to every pint of juice allow 3/4 pound of good loaf sugar. Mode. Pick the currants from the stalks, and put them into a jar, place this jar in a saucepan of boiling water, and simmer until the juice is well drawn from the fruit, which will be in from 3/4 to 1 hour. Then strain the currants through a fine cloth or jelly bag, do not squeeze them too much, or the jelly will not be clear, and put the juice into a very clean preserving pan, with the sugar. Let this simmer gently over a clear fire until it is firm, and keep stirring and skimming until it is done, then pour it into small pots, cover them, and store away in a dry place. Time. 3/4 hour to draw the juice, half an hour to boil the jelly. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per half a pound pot. Sufficient. From 3 pints to 2 quarts of fruit should yield 1 pint of juice. Seasonable in July and August. Baked damsons for winter use. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 6 ounces of pounded sugar, melted mutton suet. Mode. Choose sound fruit, not too ripe, pick off the stalks, weigh it, and to every pound allow the above proportion of pounded sugar. Put the fruit into large dry stone jars, sprinkling the sugar amongst it. Cover the jars with saucers, place them in a rather cool oven, and bake the fruit until it is quite tender. When cold, cover the top of the fruit with a piece of white paper cut to the size of the jar. Pour over this melted mutton suet about an inch thick, and cover the tops of the jars with thick brown paper, well tied down. Keep the jars in a cool dry place, and the fruit will remain good till the following Christmas, but not much longer. Time. From 5 to 6 hours to bake the damsons, in a very cool oven. Seasonable in September and October. Damson cheese. Ingredients. Damsons, to every pound of fruit pulp allow half a pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Pick the stalks from the damsons, and put them into a preserving pan, simmer them over the fire until they are soft, occasionally stirring them. Then beat them through a coarse sieve, and put the pulp and juice into the preserving pan, with sugar in the above proportion, having previously carefully weighed them. Stir the sugar well in, and simmer the damsons slowly for 2 hours. Skim well. Then boil the preserve quickly for half an hour, or until it looks firm and hard in the spoon. Put it quickly into shallow pots, or very tiny earthenware molds, and, when cold, cover it with oiled papers, and the jars with tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. A few of the stones may be cracked, and the kernels boiled with the damsons, which very much improves the flavor of the cheese. Time: 1 hour to boil the damsons without the sugar, 2 hours to simmer them slowly, half an hour quickly. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per 1/3 pound pot. Sufficient. 1 pint of damsons to make a very small pot of cheese. Seasonable. Make this in September or October. Compote of damsons. Ingredients: 1 quart of damsons, 1 pint of syrup No. 1512. Mode: procure sound ripe damsons, pick the stalks from them, and put them into boiling syrup, made by recipe No. 1512. Simmer them gently until the fruit is tender, but not sufficiently soft to break. Take them up, boil the syrup for 5 minutes. Pour it over the damsons, and serve. This should be sent to table in a glass dish. Time: about a quarter hour to simmer the damsons, 5 minutes to boil the syrup. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in September and October. Damson jam. Ingredients: damsons, to every pound of fruit allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode: have the fruit gathered in dry weather, pick it over, and reject any that is at all blemished. Stone the damsons, weigh them, and to every lb. Allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Put the fruit and sugar into a preserving pan, keep stirring them gently until the sugar is dissolved, and carefully remove the scum as it rises. Boil the jam for about an hour, reckoning from the time it commences to simmer all over alike. It must be well stirred all the time, or it will be liable to burn and stick to the pan, which will cause the jam to have a very disagreeable flavor. When the jam looks firm, and the juice appears to set, it is done. Then take it off the fire, put into pots, cover it down, when quite cold, with oiled and egged papers, the same as in recipe No. 1530, and store it away in a dry place. Time: 1 hour after the jam simmers all over. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Sufficient. 1½ pint of damsons for a pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in September or October. A very nice preserve of damsons. Ingredients: to every quart of damsons allow ½ pound of loaf sugar. Mode: put the damsons, which should be picked from the stalks and quite free from blemishes, into a jar, with pounded sugar sprinkled amongst them in the above proportion. Tie the jar closely down, set it in a saucepan of cold water, bring it gradually to boil, and simmer gently until the damsons are soft, without being broken. Let them stand till cold. Then strain the juice from them, boil it up well, strain it through a jelly bag, and pour it over the fruit. Let it cool, cover with oiled papers, and the jars with tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg, and store away in a dry cool place. Time: about 3/4 hour to simmer the fruit after the water boils. A quarter hour to boil the juice. Seasonable. Make this in September or October. To preserve damsons, or any kind of plums. Useful in winter. Ingredients: damsons or plums, boiling water. Mode: pick the fruit into clean dry stone jars, taking care to leave out all that are broken or blemished. When full, pour boiling water on the plums, until it stands 1 inch above the fruit. Cut a piece of paper to fit the inside of the jar, over which pour melted mutton suet, cover down with brown paper, and keep the jars in a dry cool place. When used, the suet should be removed, the water poured off, and the jelly at the bottom of the jar used and mixed with the fruit. Seasonable in September and October. Compote of green figs. Illustration, Comte of figs. Ingredients. 1 pint of syrup No. 1512, 1½ pint of green figs, the rind of 1/2 lemon. Mode. Make a syrup by recipe No. 1512, boiling with it the lemon rind, and carefully remove all the scum as it rises. Put in the figs, and simmer them very slowly until tender, dish them on a glass dish, reduce the syrup by boiling it quickly for 5 minutes, take out the lemon peel, pour the syrup over the figs, and the compote, when cold, will be ready for table. A little port wine, or lemon juice, added just before the figs are done, will be found an improvement. Time. 2 to 3 hours to stew the figs. Average cost, figs, 2s to 3s per dozen. Seasonable in August and September. To bottle fresh fruit. Very useful in winter. Ingredients. Fresh fruits, such as currants, raspberries, cherries, gooseberries, plums of all kinds, damsons, and wide-mouthed glass bottles, new corks to fit them tightly. Mode. Let the fruit be full-grown, but not too ripe, and gathered in dry weather. Pick it off the stalks without bruising or breaking the skin, and reject any that is at all blemished. If gathered in the damp, or if the skins are cut at all, the fruit will mold. Have ready some perfectly dry glass bottles, and some nice new soft corks or bungs. Burn a match in each bottle, to exhaust the air, and quickly place the fruit in to be preserved. Gently cork the bottles, and put them into a very cool oven, where let them remain until the fruit has shrunk away a 1/4 part. Then take the bottles out. Do not open them, but immediately beat the corks in tight, cut off the tops, and cover them with melted resin. If kept in a dry place, the fruit will remain good for months, and on this principally depends the success of the preparation. For if stored away in a place that is in the least damp, the fruit will soon spoil. Time. From 5 to 6 hours in a very slow oven. 2. Ingredients. Any kind of fresh fruit, such as currants, cherries, gooseberries, all kinds of plums, and wide-mouthed glass bottles, new corks to fit them tightly. Mode. The fruit must be full-grown, not too ripe, and gathered on a fine day. Let it be carefully picked and put into the bottles, which must be clean and perfectly dry. Tie over the tops of the bottles pieces of bladder, stand the bottles in a large pot, copper, or boiler, with cold water to reach to their necks, kindle a fire under, let the water boil, and as the bladders begin to rise and puff, prick them. As soon as the water boils, extinguish the fire, and let the bottles remain where they are, to become cold. The next day remove the bladders, and strew over the fruit a thick layer of pounded sugar. Fit the bottles with corks, and let each cork lie close at hand to its own bottle. Hold for a few moments, in the neck of the bottle, 2 or 3 lighted matches, and when they have filled the bottle neck with gas, and before they go out, remove them very quickly, instantly cork the bottle closely, and dip it in bottle cement. Time. Altogether about 8 hours. To bottle fresh fruit with sugar. Very useful in winter. Ingredients. Any kind of fresh fruit, to each quart bottle allow 1/4 pound of pounded sugar. Mode. Let the fruit be gathered in dry weather. Pick it carefully, and drop it into clean and very dry quart glass bottles, sprinkling over it the above proportion of pounded sugar to each quart. Put the corks in the bottles, and place them in a copper of cold water up to their necks, with small hay wisps round them, to prevent the bottles from knocking together. Light the fire under, bring the water gradually to boil, and let it simmer gently until the fruit in the bottles is reduced nearly 1/3. Extinguish the fire, and let the bottles remain in the water until it is perfectly cold. Then take them out, make the corks secure, and cover them with melted resin or wax. Time. About 1 hour from the time the water commences to boil. 2 frost holly leaves, for garnishing and decorating dessert and supper. Dishes. 1545. Ingredients. Sprigs of holly, oiled butter, coarsely powdered sugar. Mode. Procure some nice sprigs of holly, pick the leaves from the stalks, and wipe them with a clean cloth free from all moisture. Then place them on a dish near the fire, to get thoroughly dry, but not too near to shrivel the leaves. Dip them into oiled butter, sprinkle over them some coarsely powdered sugar, and dry them before the fire. They should be kept in a dry place, as the least damp would spoil their appearance. Time. About 10 minutes to dry before the fire. Seasonable. These may be made at any time, but are more suitable for winter garnishes, when fresh flowers are not easily obtained. Compote of gooseberries. Ingredients. Syrup made by recipe number 1512, to 1 pint of syrup allow nearly a quart of gooseberries. Mode. Top and tail the gooseberries, which should not be very ripe, and pour over them some boiling water. Then take them out, and plunge them into cold water, with which has been mixed a tablespoonful of vinegar, which will assist to keep the fruit a good color. Make a pint of syrup by recipe No. 1512, and when it boils, drain the gooseberries and put them in, simmer them gently until the fruit is nicely pulped and tender, without being broken. Then dish the gooseberries on a glass dish, boil the syrup for 2 or 3 minutes, pour over the gooseberries, and serve cold. Time. About 5 minutes to boil the gooseberries in the syrup, 3 minutes to reduce the syrup. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient, a quart of gooseberries for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in June. Gooseberry jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar, currant juice. Mode. Select red hairy gooseberries. Have them gathered in dry weather, when quite ripe, without being too soft. Weigh them, with a pair of scissors, cut off the tops and tails, and to every 6 pounds of fruit have ready 1/2 pint of red currant juice, drawn as for jelly. Put the gooseberries and currant juice into a preserving pan, let them boil tolerably quickly, keeping them well stirred. When they begin to break, add to them the sugar, and keep simmering until the jam becomes firm, carefully skimming, and stirring it, that it does not burn at the bottom. It should be boiled rather a long time, or it will not keep. Put it into pots, not too large, let it get perfectly cold, then cover the pots down with oiled and egged papers, as directed for red currant jelly number 1533. Time. About 1 hour to boil the gooseberries in the currant juice. From 1/2 to 3/4 hour with the sugar. Average cost, per pound pot, from 6d to 8d. Sufficient. Allow 1½ pint of fruit for a pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in June or July. 2. Ingredients. To every 8 pounds of red, rough, ripe gooseberries allow 1 quart of red currant juice, 5 pounds of loaf sugar. Mode. Have the fruit gathered in dry weather, and cut off the tops and tails. Prepare 1 quart of red currant juice, the same as for red currant jelly No. 1533, put it into a preserving pan with the sugar, and keep stirring until the latter is dissolved. Keep it boiling for about 5 minutes, skim well, then put in the gooseberries, and let them boil from 1/2 to 3/4 hour. Then turn the whole into an earthen pan, and let it remain for 2 days. Boil the jam up again until it looks clear. Put it into pots, and when cold, cover with oiled paper, and over the jars put tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg, and store away in a dry place. Care must be taken, in making this, to keep the jam well stirred and well skimmed, to prevent it burning at the bottom of the pan, and to have it very clear. Time. 5 minutes to boil the currant juice and sugar after the latter is dissolved. From 1/2 to 3/4 hour to simmer the gooseberries the first time, 1/4 hour the second time of boiling. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per pound pot. Sufficient. Allow 1½ pint of fruit for a pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in June or July. White or green gooseberry jam. Ingredients. Equal weight of fruit and sugar. Mode. Select the gooseberries not very ripe, either white or green, and top and tail them. Boil the sugar with water, allowing 1/2 pint to every pound. For about a quarter hour, carefully removing the scum as it rises, then put in the gooseberries, and simmer gently till clear and firm. Try a little of the jam on a plate. If it jellies when cold, it is done, and should then be poured into pots. When cold, cover with oiled paper, and tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the unbeaten white of an egg, and store away in a dry place. Time. A quarter hour to boil the sugar and water, 3/4 hour the jam. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per lb. Pot. Sufficient. Allow 1½ pint of fruit for a pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in June. Gooseberry jelly. Ingredients. Gooseberries. To every pint of juice allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Put the gooseberries, after cutting off the tops and tails, into a preserving pan, and stir them over the fire until they are quite soft, then strain them through a sieve, and to every pint of juice allow 3/4 pound of sugar. Boil the juice and sugar together for nearly 3/4 hour, stirring and skimming all the time, and if the jelly appears firm when a little of it is poured onto a plate, it is done, and should then be taken up and put into small pots. Cover the pots with oiled and egged papers, the same as for currant jelly No. 1533, and store away in a dry place. Time. 3/4 hour to simmer the gooseberries without the sugar, 3/4 hour to boil the juice. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per ½ pound. Pot. Seasonable in July. Compote of greengages. Ingredients. 1 pint of syrup made by recipe No. 1512, 1 quart of greengages. Mode. Make a syrup by recipe No. 1512, skim it well, and put in the greengages when the syrup is boiling, having previously removed the stalks and stones from the fruit. Boil gently for a quarter hour, or until the fruit is tender. But take care not to let it break, as the appearance of the dish would be spoiled were the fruit reduced to a pulp. Take the greengages carefully out, place them on a glass dish, boil the syrup for another 5 minutes, let it cool a little, pour over the fruit, and, when cold, it will be ready for use. Time. A quarter hour to simmer the fruit, 5 minutes the syrup. Average cost, in full season, 10d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in July, August, and September. Greengage jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit, weighed before being stoned, allow 3/4 pound of lump sugar. Mode. Divide the greengages, take out the stones, and put them into a preserving pan. Bring the fruit to a boil, then add the sugar, and keep stirring it over a gentle fire until it is melted. Remove all the scum as it rises, and, just before the jam is done, boil it rapidly for 5 minutes. To ascertain when it is sufficiently boiled, pour a little on a plate, and if the syrup thickens and appears firm, it is done. Have ready half the kernels blanched, put them into the jam, give them 1 boil, and pour the preserve into pots. When cold, cover down with oiled papers, and, over these, tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. Time. 3/4 hour after the sugar is added. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Sufficient. Allow about 1½ pint of fruit for every pound pot of jam. Seasonable. Make this in August or September. To preserve and dry greengages. Ingredients. To every pound of sugar allow 1 pound of fruit, 1/4 pint of water. Mode. For this purpose, the fruit must be used before it is quite ripe, and part of the stalk must be left on. Weigh the fruit, rejecting all that is in the least degree blemished, and put it into a lined saucepan with the sugar and water, which should have been previously boiled together to a rich syrup. Boil the fruit in this for 10 minutes, remove it from the fire, and drain the greengages. The next day, boil up the syrup and put in the fruit again, and let it simmer for 3 minutes, and drain the syrup away. Continue this process for 5 or 6 days, and the last time place the greengages, when drained, on a hair sieve, and put them in an oven or warm spot to dry. Keep them in a box, with paper between each layer, in a place free from damp. Time: 10 minutes the first time of boiling. Seasonable. Make this in August or September. Preserved greengages in syrup. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 1 pound of loaf sugar, 1/4 pint of water. Mode. Boil the sugar and water together for about 10 minutes, divide the greengages, take out the stones, put the fruit into the syrup, and let it simmer gently until nearly tender. Take it off the fire, put it into a large pan, and, the next day, boil it up again for about 10 minutes with the kernels from the stones, which should be blanched. Put the fruit carefully into jars, pour over it the syrup, and, when cold, cover down, so that the air is quite excluded. Let the syrup be well skimmed both the first and second day of boiling, otherwise it will not be clear. Time: 10 minutes to boil the syrup, a quarter hour to simmer the fruit the first day, 10 minutes the second day. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Sufficient. Allow about 1 pint of fruit to fill a 1-pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in August or September. To make fruit ice creams. Ingredients. To every pint of fruit juice allow 1 pint of cream, sugar to taste. Mode. Let the fruit be well ripened, pick it off the stalks, and put it into a large earthen pan. Stir it about with a wooden spoon, breaking it until it is well mashed, then, with the back of the spoon, rub it through a hair sieve. Sweeten it nicely with pounded sugar. Whip the cream for a few minutes, add it to the fruit, and whisk the whole again for another 5 minutes. Put the mixture into the freezing pot, and freeze in the same manner as directed for ice pudding, No. 1290, taking care to stir the cream, and 2 or 3 times, and to remove it from the sides of the vessel, that the mixture may be equally frozen and smooth. Ices are usually served in glasses, but if molded, as they sometimes are for dessert, must have a small quantity of melted isinglass added to them, to enable them to keep their shape. Raspberry, strawberry, currant, and all fruit ice creams, are made in the same manner. A little pounded sugar sprinkled over the fruit before it is mashed assists to extract the juice. In winter, when fresh fruit is not obtainable, a little jam may be substituted for it. It should be melted and worked through a sieve before being added to the whipped cream. And if the color should not be good, a little prepared cochineal or beetroot may be put in to improve its appearance. Time: half an hour to freeze the mixture. Average cost, with cream at ones per pint, 4d each ice. Seasonable, with fresh fruit, in June, July, and August. To make fruit water ices. Ingredients. To every pint of fruit juice allow 1 pint of syrup made by recipe No. 1513. Illustration, dish of ices. Mode. Select nice ripe fruit. Pick off the stalks, and put it into a large earthen pan, with a little pounded sugar strewed over. Stir it about with a wooden spoon until it is well broken, then rub it through a hair sieve. Make the syrup by recipe No. 1513, omitting the white of the egg, let it cool, add the fruit juice, mix well together, and put the mixture into the freezing pot. Proceed as directed for ice puddings, No. 1290, and when the mixture is equally frozen, put it into small glasses. Raspberry, strawberry, currant, and other fresh fruit water ices, are made in the same manner. Time: half an hour to freeze the mixture. Average cost, 3d to 4d each. Seasonable, with fresh fruit, in June, July, and August. Lemon water ice. Ingredients. To every pint of syrup, made by recipe number 1513, allow 1/3 pint of lemon juice, the rind of 4 lemons. Mode. Rub the sugar on the rinds of the lemons, and with it make the syrup by recipe number 1513, omitting the white of egg. Strain the lemon juice, add it to the other ingredients, stir well, and put the mixture into a freezing pot. Freeze as directed for ice pudding, number 1290, and, when the mixture is thoroughly and equally frozen, put it into ice glasses. Time. Half an hour to freeze the mixture. Average cost, 3d to 4d each. Seasonable at any time. Iced currants, for dessert. Ingredients. 1/4 pint of water, the whites of 2 eggs, currants, pounded sugar. Mode. Select very fine bunches of red or white currants, and well beat the whites of the eggs. Mix these with the water, then take the currants, a bunch at a time, and dip them in. Let them drain for a minute or two, and roll them in very fine pounded sugar. Lay them to dry on paper, when the sugar will crystallize round each currant, and have a very pretty effect. All fresh fruit may be prepared in the same manner. And a mixture of various fruits iced in this manner, and arranged on one dish, looks very well for a summer dessert. Time. 1/4 day to dry the fruit. Average cost, 8d. For a pint of iced currants. Seasonable in summer. Melons. 1559. This fruit is rarely preserved or cooked in any way, and should be sent to table on a dish garnished with leaves or flowers, as fancy dictates. A border of any other kind of small fruit, arranged round the melon, has a pretty effect, the color the former contrasting nicely with the melon. Plenty of pounded sugar should be served with it. And the fruit should be cut lengthwise, in moderate-sized slices. In America, it is frequently eaten with pepper and salt. Average cost, English, in full season, 3s. 6d to 5s. Each, when scarce, 10s. to 15s, seasonable, June to August. French, 2s. to 3s. 6d each, seasonable, June and July. Dutch, 9d. to 2s. Each, seasonable, July and August. Melon. The melon is a most delicious fruit, succulent, cool, and high-flavored. With us, it is used only at the dessert, and is generally eaten with sugar, ginger, or pepper, but, in France, it is likewise served up at dinner as a sauce for boiled meats. It grows wild in Tartary, and has been lately found in abundance on the sandy plains of Jaipur. It was brought originally from Asia by the Romans, and is said to have been common in England in the time of Edward III. Though it is supposed that it was lost again, as well as the cucumber, during the wars of York and Lancaster. The best kind, called the cantaloupe, from the name of a place near Rome where it was first cultivated in Europe, is a native of Armenia, where it grows so plentifully that a horse load may be bought for a crown. Preserved mulberries. Ingredients. To 2 pounds of fruit and 1 pint of juice allow 2½ pounds of loaf sugar. Mode. Put some of the fruit into a preserving pan, and simmer it gently until the juice is well drawn. Strain it through a bag, measure it, and to every pint allow the above proportion of sugar and fruit. Put the sugar into the preserving pan, moisten it with the juice, boil it up, skim well, and then add the mulberries, which should be ripe, but not soft enough to break to a pulp. Let them stand in the syrup till warm through, then set them on the fire to boil gently. When half done, turn them carefully into an earthen pan, and let them remain till the next day. Then boil them as before, and when the syrup is thick, and becomes firm when cold, put the preserve into pots. In making this, care should be taken not to break the mulberries. This may be avoided by very gentle stirring, and by simmering the fruit very slowly. Time. 3/4 hour to extract the juice. 1/4 hour to boil the mulberries the first time, 1/4 hour the second time. Seasonable in August and September. Illustration, mulberry. Mulberry. Mulberries are esteemed for their highly aromatic flavor, and their subacid nature. They are considered as cooling, laxative, and generally wholesome. This fruit was very highly esteemed by the Romans, who appear to have preferred it to every other. The mulberry tree is stated to have been introduced into this country in 1548, being first planted at Shown House, where the original trees still thrive. The planting of them was much encouraged by King James I, about 1605. And considerable attempts were made at that time to rear silkworms on a large scale for the purpose of making silk, but these endeavors have always failed, the climate being scarcely warm enough. To preserve Morello cherries. Ingredients. To every pound of cherries allow 1 1/4 pounds of sugar, 1 gill of water. Mode. Select ripe cherries, pick off the stalks and reject all that have any blemishes. Boil the sugar and water together for 5 minutes. Put in the cherries, and boil them for 10 minutes, removing the scum as it rises. Then turn the fruit, into a pan, and let it remain until the next day, when boil it all again for another 10 minutes, and, if necessary, skim well. Put the cherries into small pots, pour over them the syrup, and, when cold, cover down with oiled papers, and the tops of the jars with tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg, and keep in a dry place. Time. Altogether, 25 minutes to boil. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in July or August. The cherry tree in Rome. The cherry tree was introduced into Rome by Lucullus about 70 years before the Christian era. But the capital of the world knew not at first how to appreciate this present as it deserved, for the cherry tree was propagated so slowly in Italy, that more than a century after its introduction it was far from being generally cultivated. The Romans distinguished 3 principal species of cherries: the Apronian, of a bright red, with a firm and delicate pulp; the Lutatian, very black and sweet; the Caecilian, round and stubby, and much esteemed. The cherry embellished the 3rd course in Rome and the 2nd at Athens. Preserved nectarines. Ingredients. To every pound of sugar allow 1/4 pint of water, nectarines. Mode. Divide the nectarines in 2, take out the stones, and make a strong syrup with sugar and water in the above proportion. Put in the nectarines, and boil them until they have thoroughly imbibed the sugar. Keep the fruit as whole as possible, and turn it carefully into a pan. The next day boil it again for a few minutes, take out the nectarines, put them into jars, boil the syrup quickly for 5 minutes, pour it over the fruit, and, when cold, cover the preserve down. The syrup and preserve must be carefully skimmed, or it will not be clear. Time. 10 minutes to boil the sugar and water, 20 minutes to boil the fruit the first time, 10 minutes the second time, 5 minutes to boil the syrup. Seasonable in August and September, but cheapest in September. Stewed Normandy pippins. Ingredients. 1 pound of Normandy pippins, 1 quart of water, 1/2 teaspoonful of powdered cinnamon, 1/2 teaspoonful of ground ginger, 1 pound of moist sugar, 1 lemon. Mode. Well, wash the pippins, and put them into 1 quart of water with the above proportion of cinnamon and ginger, and let them stand 12 hours. Then put these all together into a stew pan, with the lemon sliced thinly, and half the moist sugar. Let them boil slowly until the pippins are half done, then add the remainder of the sugar, and simmer until they are quite tender. Serve on glass dishes for dessert. Time. 2 to 3 hours. Average cost, 1s. Seasonable. Suitable for a winter dish. Iced oranges. Ingredients. Oranges. To every pound of pounded loaf sugar allow the whites of 2 eggs. Mode. Whisk the whites of the eggs well, stir in the sugar, and beat this mixture for a quarter hour. Skin the oranges, remove as much of the white pith as possible without injuring the pulp of the fruit. Pass a thread through the center of each orange, dip them into the sugar, and tie them to a stick. Place this stick across the oven, and let the oranges remain until dry, when they will have the appearance of balls of ice. They make a pretty dessert or supper dish. Care must be taken not to have the oven too fierce, or the oranges would scorch and acquire a brown color, which would entirely spoil their appearance. Time: from 1/2 to 1 hour to dry in a moderate oven. Average cost, 1 - 1 divided by 2d. each. Sufficient. 1/2 pound of sugar to ice 12 oranges. Seasonable from November to May. The first orange tree in France. The first orange tree cultivated in the center of France was to be seen a few years ago at Fontainebleau. It was called Le Connétable, the Constable, because it had belonged to the Connétable de Bourbon, and had been confiscated, together with all property belonging to that prince, after his revolt against his sovereign. Compote of oranges. Ingredients: 1 pint of syrup No. 1512, 6 oranges. Mode: peel the oranges, remove as much of the white pith as possible, and divide them into small pieces without breaking the thin skin with which they are surrounded. Make the syrup by recipe No. 1512, adding the rind of the orange cut into thin narrow strips. When the syrup has been well skimmed, and is quite clear, put in the pieces of orange, and simmer them for 5 minutes. Take them out carefully with a spoon without breaking them, and arrange them on a glass dish. Reduce the syrup by boiling it quickly until thick, let it cool a little, pour it over the oranges, and, when cold, they will be ready for table. Illustration: Compote of oranges. Time: 10 minutes to boil the syrup, 5 minutes to simmer the oranges, 5 minutes to reduce the syrup. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from November to May. The orange in Portugal. The orange known under the name of Portugal orange comes originally from China. Not more than 2 centuries ago, the Portuguese brought thence the first scion, which has multiplied so prodigiously that we now see entire forests of orange trees in Portugal. Orange and cloves. It appears to have been the custom formerly, in England, to make New Year's presents with oranges stuck full with cloves. We read in one of Ben Jonson's pieces, The Christmas Masque, he has an orange and rosemary, but not a clove to stick in it. Orange marmalade. Ingredients: equal weight of fine loaf sugar and Seville oranges. To 12 oranges allow 1 pint of water. Mode: let there be an equal weight of loaf sugar and Seville oranges, and allow the above proportion of water to every dozen oranges. Peel them carefully, remove a little of the white pith, and boil the rinds in water 2 hours, changing the water 3 times to take off a little of the bitter taste. Break the pulp into small pieces, take out all the pips, and cut the boiled rind into chips. Make a syrup with the sugar and water, boil this well, skim it, and, when clear, put in the pulp and chips. Boil all together from 20 minutes to half an hour. Pour it into pots, and, when cold, cover down with bladders or tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. The juice and grated rind of 2 lemons to every dozen of oranges, added with the pulp and chips to the syrup, are a very great improvement to this marmalade. Time: 2 hours to boil the orange rinds, 10 minutes to boil the syrup. 20 minutes to half an hour to boil the marmalade. Average cost, from 6d. to 8d. per pound pot. Seasonable. This should be made in March or April, as Seville oranges are then in perfection. 2. Ingredients: equal weight of Seville oranges and sugar. To every pound of sugar allow 1/2 pint of water. Mode: weigh the sugar and oranges, score the skin across, and take it off in quarters. Boil these quarters in a muslin bag in water until they are quite soft, and they can be pierced easily with the head of a pin, then cut them into chips about 1 inch long, and as thin as possible. Should there be a great deal of white stringy pulp, remove it before cutting the rind into chips. Split open the oranges, scrape out the best part of the pulp, with the juice, rejecting the white pith and pips. Make a syrup with the sugar and water. Boil it until clear, then put in the chips, pulp, and juice, and boil the marmalade from 20 minutes to half an hour, removing all the scum as it rises. In boiling the syrup, clear it carefully from scum before the oranges are added to it. Time: 2 hours to boil the rinds, 10 minutes the syrup, 20 minutes to half an hour the marmalade. Average cost, 6d to 8d per pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in March or April, when Seville oranges are in perfection. An easy way of making orange marmalade. Ingredients. To every pound of pulp allow 1½ pounds of loaf sugar. Mode. Choose some fine Seville oranges. Put them whole into a stewpan with sufficient water to cover them, and stew them until they become perfectly tender, changing the water 2 or 3 times, drain them, take off the rind, remove the pips from the pulp, weigh it, and to every lb. Allow 1½ of loaf sugar and 1/2 pint of the water the oranges were last boiled in. Boil the sugar and water together for 10 minutes, put in the pulp, boil for another 10 minutes. Then add the peel cut into strips, and boil the marmalade for another 10 minutes, which completes the process. Pour it into jars, let it cool, then cover down with bladders, or tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. Time: 2 hours to boil the oranges, altogether half an hour to boil the marmalade. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Seasonable, make this in March or April. Orange marmalade made with honey. Ingredients. To 1 quart of the juice and pulp of Seville oranges allow 2 pounds of honey, 1 pound of the rind. Mode. Peel the oranges and boil the rind in water until tender, and cut it into strips. Take away the pips from the juice and pulp, and put it with the honey and chips into a preserving pan, boil all together for about half an hour, or until the marmalade is of the proper consistency. Put it into pots, and, when cold, cover down with bladders. Time: 2 hours to boil the rind, half an hour the marmalade. Average cost, from 7d to 9d per pound pot. Seasonable. Make this in March or April. To preserve oranges. Ingredients. Oranges. To every pound of juice and pulp allow 2 pounds of loaf sugar, to every pint of water half a pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Wholly grate or peel the oranges, taking off only the thin outside portion of the rind. Make a small incision where the stalk is taken out, squeeze out as much of the juice as can be obtained, and preserve it in a basin with the pulp that accompanies it. Put the oranges into cold water. Let them stand for 3 days, changing the water twice, then boil them in fresh water till they are very tender, and put them to drain. Make a syrup with the above proportion of sugar and water, sufficient to cover the oranges. Let them stand in it for 2 or 3 days, then drain them well. Weigh the juice and pulp, allow double their weight of sugar, and boil them together until the scum ceases to rise, which must all be carefully removed. Put in the oranges, boil them for 10 minutes, place them in jars, pour over them the syrup, and, when cold, cover down. They will be fit for use in a week. Time: 3 days for the oranges to remain in water, 3 days in the syrup. Half an hour to boil the pulp, 10 minutes the oranges. Seasonable. This preserve should be made in February or March, when oranges are plentiful. Orange salad. Ingredients. 6 oranges, a quarter pound, of muscatel raisins, 2 ounces. Of pounded sugar, 4 tablespoonfuls of brandy. Mode. Peel 5 of the oranges, divide them into slices without breaking the pulp, and arrange them on a glass dish. Stone the raisins, mix them with the sugar and brandy, and mingle them with the oranges. Squeeze the juice of the other orange over the whole, and the dish is ready for table. A little pounded spice may be put in when the flavor is liked. But this ingredient must be added very sparingly. Average cost, ones. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from November to May. Compote of peaches. Ingredients. 1 pint of syrup No. 1512, about 15 small peaches. Mode. Peaches that are not very large, and that would not look well for dessert, answer very nicely for a compote. Divide the peaches, take out the stones, and pare the fruit, make a syrup by recipe No. 1512, put in the peaches, and stew them gently for about 10 minutes. Take them out without breaking, arrange them on a glass dish, boil the syrup for 2 or 3 minutes, let it cool, pour it over the fruit, and, when cold, it will be ready for table. Time. 10 minutes. Average cost, ones. 2d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable in August and September. Peach and nectarine. The peach and nectarine, which are among the most delicious of our fruits, are considered as varieties of the same species, produced by cultivation. The former is characterized by a very delicate down, while the latter is smooth. But, as a proof of their identity as to species, trees have borne peaches on one part and nectarines on another, and even a single fruit has had down on one side, and on the other none. The trees are almost exactly alike, as well as the blossoms. Pliny states that the peach was originally brought from Persia, where it grows naturally. At Montreuil, a village near Paris, almost the whole population is employed in the cultivation of peaches. And this occupation has maintained the inhabitants for ages, and, in consequence, they raise better peaches than anywhere else in France. In Maryland and Virginia, peaches grow nearly wild in orchards resembling forests. But the fruit is of little value for the table, being employed only in fattening hogs and for the distillation of peach brandy. On the east side of the Andes, peaches grow wild among the cornfields and in the mountains, and are dried as an article of food. The young leaves of the peach are sometimes used in cookery, from their agreeable flavor. And a liqueur resembling the fine noyau of Martinique may be made by steeping them in brandy sweetened with sugar and fined with milk. Gin may also be flavored in the same manner. The kernels of the fruit have the same flavor. The nectarine is said to have received its name from nectar, the particular drink of the gods. Though it is considered as the same species as the peach, it is not known which of the varieties come from the other. The nectarine is by some considered as the superior fruit. Peaches preserved in brandy. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit weighed before being stoned, allow a quarter pound of finely pounded loaf sugar, brandy. Mode. Let the fruit be gathered in dry weather, wipe and weigh it, and remove the stones as carefully as possible, without injuring the peaches much. Put them into a jar, sprinkle amongst them pounded loaf sugar in the above proportion, and pour brandy over the fruit. Cover the jar down closely, place it in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire, and bring the brandy to the simmering point, but do not allow it to boil. Take the fruit out carefully, without breaking it. Put it into small jars, pour over it the brandy, and, when cold, exclude the air by covering the jars with bladders, or tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. Apricots may be done in the same manner, and, if properly prepared, will be found delicious. Time. From 10 to 20 minutes to bring the brandy to the simmering point. Seasonable in August and September. Baked pears. Ingredients. 12 pears, the rind of 1 lemon, 6 cloves, 10 whole allspice. To every pint of water allow half a pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Pare and cut the pears into halves, and, should they be very large, into quarters. Leave the stalks on, and carefully remove the cores. Place them in a clean baking jar, with a closely fitting lid. Add to them the lemon rind cut in strips, the juice of 1/2 lemon, the cloves, pounded allspice, and sufficient water just to cover the whole, with sugar in the above proportion. Cover the jar down closely, put it into a very cool oven, and bake the pears from 5 to 6 hours, but be very careful that the oven is not too hot. To improve the color of the fruit, a few drops of prepared cochineal may be added. But this will not be found necessary if the pears are very gently baked. Time. Large pears, 5 to 6 hours, in a very slow oven. Average cost, 1d to 2d each. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable from September to January. Pear. The pear, like the apple, is indigenous to this country, but the wild pear is a very unsatisfactory fruit. The best varieties were brought from the East by the Romans, who cultivated them with care, and probably introduced some of their best sorts into this island, to which others were added by the inhabitants of the monasteries. The Dutch and Flemings, as well as the French, have excelled in the cultivation of the pear, and most of the late varieties introduced are from France and Flanders. The pear is a hardy tree, and a longer liver than the apple. It has been known to exist for centuries. There are now about 150 varieties of this fruit. Though perfectly wholesome when ripe, the pear is not so when green. But in this state it is fit for stewing. An agreeable beverage, called perry, is made from pears, and the varieties which are least fit for eating make the best perry. Preserved pears. Ingredients. Jargonelle pears, to every lb. Of sugar allow 1/2 pint of water. Mode. Procure some jargonelle pears, not too ripe, put them into a stewpan with sufficient water to cover them, and simmer them till rather tender, but do not allow them to break, then put them into cold water. Boil the sugar and water together for 5 minutes, skim well, put in the pears, and simmer them gently for 5 minutes. Repeat the simmering for 3 successive days, taking care not to let the fruit break. The last time of boiling, the syrup should be made rather richer, and the fruit boiled for 10 minutes. When the pears are done, drain them from the syrup, and dry them in the sun, or in a cool oven. Or they may be kept in the syrup, and dried as they are wanted. Time. Half an hour to simmer the pears in water, 20 minutes in the syrup. Average cost, 1d to 2d each. Seasonable. Most plentiful in September and October. Stewed pears. Illustration, stewed pears. Ingredients. 8 large pears, 5 ounces of loaf sugar, 6 cloves, 6 whole allspice, 1/2 pint of water, 1/4 pint of port wine, a few drops of prepared cochineal. Mode. Pare the pears, halve them, remove the cores, and leave the stalks on. Put them into a lined saucepan with the above ingredients, and let them simmer very gently until tender, which will be in from 3 to 4 hours, according to the quality of the pears. They should be watched, and, when done, carefully lifted out onto a glass dish without breaking them. Boil up the syrup quickly for 2 or 3 minutes, allow it to cool a little, pour it over the pears, and let them get perfectly cold. To improve the color of the fruit, a few drops of prepared cochineal may be added, which rather enhances the beauty of this dish. The fruit must not be boiled fast, but only simmered, and watch that it be not too much done. Time. 3 to 4 hours. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable from September to January. The Bon Chrétien pear. The valuable variety of pear called Bon Chrétien, which comes to our tables in winter either raw or cooked, received its name through the following incident. Louis XI, King of France, had sent for Saint François de Paul from the lower part of Calabria, in the hopes of recovering his health through his intercession. The saint brought with him the seeds of this pear. And, as he was called at court Le Bon Chrétien, this fruit obtained the name of him to whom France owed its introduction. Pineapple chips. Ingredients. Pineapples, sugar to taste. Mode. Pare and slice the fruit thinly, put it on dishes, and strew over it plenty of pounded sugar. Keep it in a hot closet, or very slow oven, 8 or 10 days, and turn the fruit every day until dry. Then put the pieces of pine on tins, and place them in a quick oven for 10 minutes. Let them cool, and store them away in dry boxes, with paper between each layer. Time: 8 to 10 days. Seasonable: foreign pines, in July and August. Preserved pineapple. Ingredients: to every pound of fruit, weighed after being pared, allow 1 pound of loaf sugar, 1/4 pint of water. Mode: the pines for making this preserve should be perfectly sound but ripe. Cut them into rather thick slices, as the fruit shrinks very much in the boiling. Pare off the rind carefully, that none of the pine be wasted, and, in doing so, notch it in and out, as the edge cannot be smoothly cut without great waste. Dissolve a portion of the sugar in a preserving pan with 1/4 pint of water. When this is melted, gradually add the remainder of the sugar, and boil it until it forms a clear syrup, skimming well. As soon as this is the case, put in the pieces of pine, and boil well for at least half an hour, or until it looks nearly transparent. Put it into pots, cover down when cold, and store away in a dry place. Time: half an hour to boil the fruit. Average cost, 10d. to 1s. per pound pot. Seasonable: foreign pines, in July and August. The pineapple in heathendom. Heathen nations invented protective divinities for their orchards, such as Pomona, Vertumnus, Priapus, and benevolent patrons for their fruits. Thus, the olive tree grew under the auspices of Minerva, the Muses cherished the palm tree, Bacchus the fig and grape, and the pine and its cone were consecrated to the great Cybele. Preserved pineapple, for present use. Ingredients: pineapple, sugar, water. Mode: cut the pine into slices 1/4 inch in thickness, peel them, and remove the hard part from the middle. Put the parings and hard pieces into a stew pan with sufficient water to cover them, and boil for 1/4 hour. Strain the liquor, and put in the slices of pine. Stew them for 10 minutes, add sufficient sugar to sweeten the whole nicely, and boil again for another 1/4 hour, skim well, and the preserve will be ready for use. It must be eaten soon, as it will keep but a very short time. Time: 1/4 hour to boil the parings in water, 10 minutes to boil the pine without sugar, 1/4 hour with sugar. Average cost: foreign pines, 1s. to 3s. each, English, from 2s. to 12s. per lb. Seasonable: foreign, in July and August. English, all the year. Plum jam. Ingredients: to every pound of plums, weighed before being stoned, allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode: in making plum jam, the quantity of sugar for each lb. of fruit must be regulated by the quality and size of the fruit, some plums requiring much more sugar than others. Divide the plums, take out the stones, and put them on to large dishes, with roughly pounded sugar sprinkled over them in the above proportion, and let them remain for 1 day. Then put them into a preserving pan, stand them by the side of the fire to simmer gently for about half an hour, and then boil them rapidly for another 15 minutes. The scum must be carefully removed as it rises, and the jam must be well stirred all the time, or it will burn at the bottom of the pan, and so spoil the color and flavor of the preserve. Some of the stones may be cracked, and a few kernels added to the jam just before it is done. These impart a very delicious flavor to the plums. The above proportion of sugar would answer for Orleans plums. The Imperatrice Magnum Bonum and wine sour would not require quite so much. Time: half an hour to simmer gently, 1/4 hour to boil rapidly. Best plums for preserving: violets, mussels, Orleans, Imperatrice Magnum Bonum, and wine sour. Seasonable from the end of July to the beginning of October. Plums. The damson, or Damascene plum, takes its name from Damascus, where it grows in great quantities, and whence it was brought into Italy about 114 BC. The Orleans plum is from France. The green gage is called after the Gage family, who first brought it into England from the monastery of the Chartreuse, at Paris, where it still bears the name of Reine Claude. The Magnum bonum is our largest plum, and greatly esteemed for preserves and culinary purposes. The best sorts of plums are agreeable at the dessert, and, when perfectly ripe, are wholesome, but some are too astringent. They lose much of their bad qualities by baking, and are extensively used, from their cheapness, when in full season, in tarts and preserves, but they are not a very wholesome fruit and should be eaten in moderation. Preserved plums. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar, for the thin syrup, 1/4 pound of sugar to each pint of water. Mode. Select large ripe plums. Slightly prick them, to prevent them from bursting, and simmer them very gently in a syrup made with the above proportion of sugar and water. Put them carefully into a pan, let the syrup cool, pour it over the plums, and allow them to remain for 2 days. Having previously weighed the other sugar, dip the lumps quickly into water, and put them into a preserving pan with no more water than hangs about them, and boil the sugar to a syrup, carefully skimming it. Drain the plums from the first syrup. Put them into the fresh syrup, and simmer them very gently until they are clear, lift them out singly into pots, pour the syrup over, and when cold, cover down to exclude the air. This preserve will remain good some time, if kept in a dry place, and makes a very nice addition to a dessert. The Magnum bonum plums answer for this preserve better than any other kind of plum. Greengages are also very delicious done in this manner. Time. 1/4 hour to 20 minutes to simmer the plums in the first syrup, 20 minutes to half an hour very gentle simmering in the second. Seasonable from August to October. To preserve plums dry. Ingredients. To every pound of sugar allow 1/4 pint of water. Mode. Gather the plums when they are full grown and just turning color. Prick them, put them into a saucepan of cold water, and set them on the fire until the water is on the point of boiling. Then take them out, drain them, and boil them gently in syrup made with the above proportion of sugar and water. And if the plums shrink, and will not take the sugar, prick them as they lie in the pan, give them another boil, skim, and set them by. The next day add some more sugar, boiled almost to candy, to the fruit and syrup. Put all together into a wide-mouthed jar, and place them in a cool oven for 2 nights, then drain the plums from the syrup, sprinkle a little powdered sugar over, and dry them in a cool oven. Time. 15 to 20 minutes to boil the plums in the syrup. Seasonable from August to October. Plums. The wild sloe is the parent of the plum, but the acclimated kinds come from the east. The cultivation of this fruit was probably attended to very early in England, as Gerard informs us that, in 1597, he had in his garden, in Holborn, 80 sorts. The sloe is a shrub common in our hedgerows, and belongs to the natural order Amygdaleae. The fruit is about the size of a large pea, of a black color, and covered with a bloom of a bright blue. It is one of the few indigenous to our island. The juice is extremely sharp and astringent, and was formerly employed as a medicine, where astringents were necessary. It now assists in the manufacture of a red wine made to imitate port, and also for adulteration. The leaves have been used to adulterate tea. The fruit, when ripe, makes a good preserve. Stewed French plums. A dessert dish. Ingredients. 1½ pounds of French plums, 3/4 pint of syrup no. 1512, 1 glass of port wine, the rind and juice of 1 lemon. Mode. Stew the plums gently in water for 1 hour, strain the water, and with it make the syrup. When it is clear, put in the plums with the port wine, lemon juice, and rind, and simmer very gently for 1½ hour. Arrange the plums on a glass dish, take out the lemon rind, pour the syrup over the plums, and, when cold, they will be ready for table. A little allspice stewed with the fruit is by many persons considered an improvement. Time. 1 hour to stew the plums in water, 1½ hour in the syrup. Average cost, plums sufficiently good for stewing, 1s per lb. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable in winter. Preserved pumpkin. Ingredients. To each lb. of pumpkin allow 1 pound of roughly pounded loaf sugar, 1 gill of lemon juice. Mode. Obtain a good sweet pumpkin, have it, take out the seeds, and pare off the rind, cut it into neat slices, or into pieces about the size of a 5-shilling piece. Weigh the pumpkin, put the slices in a pan or deep dish in layers, with the sugar sprinkled between them, pour the lemon juice over the top, and let the whole remain for 2 or 3 days. Boil all together, adding 1/4 pint of water to every 3 pounds of sugar used until the pumpkin becomes tender, then turn the whole into a pan, where let it remain for a week, then drain off the syrup, boil it until it is quite thick, skim, and pour it, boiling, over the pumpkin. A little bruised ginger and lemon rind, thinly pared, may be boiled in the syrup to flavor the pumpkin. Time. From 1/2 to 3/4 hour to boil the pumpkin tender. Average cost, 5d to 7d per pound pot. Seasonable in September and October. But better when made in the latter month, as the pumpkin is then quite ripe. Note. Vegetable marrows are very good prepared in the same manner, but are not quite so rich. Quince jelly. Ingredients. To every pint of juice allow 1 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Pare and slice the quinces, and put them into a preserving pan with sufficient water to float them. Boil them until tender, and the fruit is reduced to a pulp. Strain off the clear juice, and to each pint allow the above proportion of loaf sugar. Boil the juice and sugar together for about 3/4 hour. Remove all the scum as it rises, and, when the jelly appears firm when a little is poured on a plate, it is done. The residue left on the sieve will answer to make a common marmalade, for immediate use, by boiling it with 1/2 pound of common sugar to every pound of pulp. Time. 3 hours to boil the quinces in water, 3/4 hour to boil the jelly. Average cost, from 8d to 10d per pound pot. Seasonable from August to October. Quince marmalade. Ingredients. To every lb. of quince pulp allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Slice the quinces into a preserving pan, adding sufficient water for them to float. Place them on the fire to stew, until reduced to a pulp, keeping them stirred occasionally from the bottom, to prevent their burning, then pass the pulp through a hair sieve, to keep back the skin and seeds. Weigh the pulp, and to each lb. Add lump sugar in the above proportion, broken very small. Place the whole on the fire, and keep it well stirred from the bottom of the pan with a wooden spoon, until reduced to a marmalade, which may be known by dropping a little on a cold plate, when, if it jellies, it is done. Put it into jars whilst hot, let it cool, and cover with pieces of oiled paper cut to the size of the mouths of the jars. The tops of them may be afterwards covered with pieces of bladder, or tissue paper brushed over on both sides with the white of an egg. Time. 3 hours to boil the quinces without the sugar, 3/4 hour to boil the pulp with the sugar. Average cost, from 8d to 9d per pound pot. Sufficient. Allow 1 pint of sliced quinces for a pound pot. Seasonable in August, September, and October. Raisin cheese. Ingredients. To every pound of raisins allow a pound of loaf sugar. Pounded cinnamon and cloves to taste. Mode. Stone the raisins, put them into a stew pan with the sugar, cinnamon, and cloves, and let them boil for 1½ hour, stirring all the time. Let the preparation cool a little, pour it into a glass dish, and garnish with strips of candied lemon peel and citron. This will remain good some time, if kept in a dry place. Time. 1½ hour. Average cost, 9d. Sufficient. 1 pound. For 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Raspberry jam. Ingredients. To every pound of raspberries allow 1 pound of sugar, 1/4 pint of red currant juice. Mode. Let the fruit for this preserve be gathered in fine weather, and used as soon after it is picked as possible. Take off the stalks, put the raspberries into a preserving pan, break them well with a wooden spoon, and let them boil for a 1/4 hour, keeping them well stirred. Then add the currant juice and sugar, and boil again for half an hour. Skim the jam well after the sugar is added, or the preserve will not be clear. The addition of the currant juice is a very great improvement to this preserve, as it gives it a piquant taste, which the flavor of the raspberries seems to require. Time. A 1/4 hour to simmer the fruit without the sugar, a 1/4 hour after it is added. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Sufficient. Allow about 1 pint of fruit to fill a 1-pound pot. Seasonable in July and August. Raspberry jelly. Ingredients. To each pint of juice allow 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Mode. Let the raspberries be freshly gathered, quite ripe, and picked from the stalks. Put them into a large jar, after breaking the fruit a little with a wooden spoon, and place this jar, covered, in a saucepan of boiling water. When the juice is well drawn, which will be in from 3/4 to 1 hour, strain the fruit through a fine hair sieve or cloth, measure the juice, and to every pint allow the above proportion of loaf sugar. Put the juice and sugar into a preserving pan, place it over the fire, and boil gently until the jelly thickens. When a little is poured on a plate. Carefully remove all the scum as it rises, pour the jelly into small pots, cover down, and keep in a dry place. This jelly answers for making raspberry cream, and for flavoring various sweet dishes, when, in winter, the fresh fruit is not obtainable. Time. 3/4 to 1 hour to draw the juice. Average cost, from 9d to 1s per pound pot. Sufficient. From 3 pints to 2 quarts of fruit should yield 1 pint of juice. Seasonable. This should be made in July or August. Rhubarb jam. Ingredients. To every pound of rhubarb allow 1 pound of loaf sugar, the rind of 1/2 lemon. Mode. Wipe the rhubarb perfectly dry, take off the string or peel, and weigh it, put it into a preserving pan, with sugar in the above proportion. Mince the lemon rind very finely, add it to the other ingredients, and place the preserving pan by the side of the fire. Keep stirring to prevent the rhubarb from burning, and when the sugar is well dissolved, put the pan more over the fire, and let the jam boil until it is done, taking care to keep it well skimmed and stirred with a wooden or silver spoon. Pour it into pots, and cover down with oiled and egged papers. Time. If the rhubarb is young and tender, 3/4 hour, reckoning from the time it simmers equally. Old rhubarb, 1 1/4 to 1 1/2 hour. Average cost, 5d to 7d per pound pot. Sufficient. About 1 pint of sliced rhubarb to fill a pound pot. Seasonable from February to April. Rhubarb and orange jam, to resemble Scotch marmalade. Ingredients. 1 quart of finely cut rhubarb, 6 oranges, 1 1/2 pounds of loaf sugar. Mode. Peel the oranges, remove as much of the white pith as possible, divide them, and take out the pips, slice the pulp into a preserving pan, add the rind of half the oranges cut into thin strips, and the loaf sugar, which should be broken small. Peel the rhubarb, cut it into thin pieces, put it to the oranges, and stir all together over a gentle fire until the jam is done. Remove all the scum as it rises, put the preserve into pots, and, when cold, cover down. Should the rhubarb be very old, stew it alone for a 1/4 hour before the other ingredients are added. Time. 3/4 to 1 hour. Average cost, from 6d to 8d per pound pot. Seasonable from February to April. Raspberry and currant, or any fresh fruit salad. A dessert dish. 1592, mode. Fruit salads are made by stripping the fruit from the stalks, piling it on a dish, and sprinkling over it finely pounded sugar. They may be made of strawberries, raspberries, currants, or any of these fruits mixed. Peaches also make a very good salad. After the sugar is sprinkled over, about 6 large tablespoonfuls of wine or brandy, or 3 tablespoonfuls of liqueur, should be poured in the middle of the fruit, and, when the flavor is liked, a little pounded cinnamon may be added. In helping the fruit, it should be lightly stirred, that the wine and sugar may be equally distributed. Sufficient. 1½ pint of fruit, with 3 ounces of pounded sugar, for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable in summer. Strawberries and cream. Ingredients. To every pint of picked strawberries allow 1/3 pint of cream, 2 ounces of finely pounded sugar. Mode. Pick the stalks from the fruit, place it on a glass dish, sprinkle over it pounded sugar, and slightly stir the strawberries, that they may all be equally sweetened. Pour the cream over the top and serve. Devonshire cream, when it can be obtained, is exceedingly delicious for this dish, and, if very thick indeed, may be diluted with a little thin cream or milk. Average cost for this quantity, with cream at 1s. Per pint, 1s. Sufficient for 2 persons. Seasonable in June and July. Strawberry jam. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 1/2 pint of red currant juice, 1¼ pounds, of loaf sugar. Mode. Strip the currants from the stalks, put them into a jar. Place this jar in a saucepan of boiling water, and simmer until the juice is well drawn from the fruit. Strain the currants, measure the juice, put it into a preserving pan, and add the sugar. Select well-ripened but sound strawberries. Pick them from the stalks, and when the sugar is dissolved in the currant juice, put in the fruit. Simmer the whole over a moderate fire, from 1/2 to 3/4 hour, carefully removing the scum as it rises. Stir the jam only enough to prevent it from burning at the bottom of the pan, as the fruit should be preserved as whole as possible. Put the jam into jars, and when cold, cover down. Time. 1/2 to 3/4 hour, reckoning from the time the jam simmers all over. Average cost, from 7d. to 8d. Per pound pot. Sufficient. 12 pints of strawberries will make 12 pounds pots of jam. Seasonable in June and July. Preserved strawberries in wine. Ingredients. To every quart bottle allow 1/4 pound of finely pounded loaf sugar, sherry or Madeira. Mode. Let the fruit be gathered in fine weather, and used as soon as picked. Have ready some perfectly dry glass bottles, and some nice soft corks or bungs. Pick the stalks from the strawberries, drop them into the bottles, sprinkling amongst them pounded sugar in the above proportion, and when the fruit reaches to the neck of the bottle, fill up with sherry or Madeira. Cork the bottles down with new corks, and dip them into melted resin. Seasonable. Make this in June or July. To preserve strawberries whole. Ingredients. To every pound of fruit allow 1½ pounds of good loaf sugar, 1 pint of red currant juice. Mode. Choose the strawberries not too ripe, of a fine large sort and of a good color. Pick off the stalks, lay the strawberries in a dish, and sprinkle over them half the quantity of sugar, which must be finely pounded. Shake the dish gently, that the sugar may be equally distributed and touch the underside of the fruit, and let it remain for 1 day. Then have ready the currant juice, drawn as for red currant jelly No. 1533. Boil it with the remainder of the sugar until it forms a thin syrup, and in this simmer the strawberries and sugar, until the whole is sufficiently jellied. Great care must be taken not to stir the fruit roughly, as it should be preserved as whole as possible. Strawberries prepared in this manner are very good served in glasses and mixed with thin cream. Time. 1/4 hour to 20 minutes to simmer the strawberries in the syrup. Seasonable in June and July. To make Everton toffee. Ingredients. 1 pound of powdered loaf sugar, 1 teacupful of water, a quarter pound, of butter, 6 drops of essence of lemon. Mode. Put the water and sugar into a brass pan, and beat the butter to a cream. When the sugar is dissolved, add the butter, and keep stirring the mixture over the fire until it sets, when a little is poured onto a buttered dish. And just before the toffee is done, add the essence of lemon. Butter a dish or tin, pour on it the mixture, and when cool, it will easily separate from the dish. Butterscotch, an excellent thing for coughs, is made with brown, instead of white sugar, omitting the water, and flavored with half an ounce of powdered ginger. It is made in the same manner as toffee. Time: 18 to 35 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient to make a pound of toffee. Dessert dishes. Illustration, dish of nuts. Illustration, box of French plums. Illustration, dish of mixed fruit. 1598. The taza, or dish with stem, the same as that shown in our illustrations, is now the favorite shape for dessert dishes. The fruit can be arranged and shown to better advantage on these tall high dishes than on the short flat ones. All the dishes are now usually placed down the center of the table, dried and fresh fruit alternately, the former being arranged on small round or oval glass plates, and the latter on the dishes with stems. The fruit should always be gathered on the same day that it is required for table, and should be tastefully arranged on the dishes, with leaves between and round it. By purchasing fruits that are in season, a dessert can be supplied at a very moderate cost. These, with a few fancy biscuits, crystallized fruit, bonbons, and are sufficient for an ordinary dessert. When fresh fruit cannot be obtained, dried and foreign fruits, compotes, baked pears, stewed Normandy pippins, and must supply its place, with the addition of preserves, bonbons, cakes, biscuits, and at fashionable tables, forced fruit is served growing in pots, these pots being hidden in more ornamental ones, and arranged with the other dishes. See colored plate W1. A few vases of fresh flowers, tastefully arranged, add very much to the appearance of the dessert, and, when these are not obtainable, a few paper ones, mixed with green leaves, answer very well as a substitute. In decorating a table, whether for luncheon, dessert, or supper, a vase or two of flowers should never be forgotten, as they add so much to the elegance of the tout ensemble. In summer and autumn, ladies residing in the country can always manage to have a few freshly gathered flowers on their tables, and should never be without this inexpensive luxury. On the continent, vases or epergnes filled with flowers are invariably placed down the center of the dinner table at regular distances. Ices for dessert are usually molded. When this is not the case, they are handed round in glasses with wafers to accompany them. Preserved ginger is frequently handed round after ices, to prepare the palate for the delicious dessert wines. A basin or glass of finely pounded lump sugar must never be omitted at a dessert, as also a glass jug of fresh cold water, iced, if possible, and 2 goblets by its side. Grape scissors, a melon knife and fork, and nutcrackers, should always be put on table, if there are dishes of fruit requiring them. Zests are sometimes served at the close of the dessert, such as anchovy toasts or biscuits. The French often serve plain or grated cheese with a dessert of fresh or dried fruit. At some tables, finger glasses are placed at the right of each person, nearly half filled with cold spring water, and in winter with tepid water. These precede the dessert. At other tables, a glass or vase is simply handed round, filled with perfumed water, into which each guest dips the corner of his napkin, and, when needful, refreshes his lips and the tips of his fingers. Illustration, box of chocolate. Illustration, dish of apples. Illustration, almonds and raisins. Illustration, dish of strawberries. After the dishes are placed, and every one is provided with plates, glasses, spoons, and the wine should be put at each end of the table, cooled or otherwise, according to the season. If the party be small, the wine may be placed only at the top of the table, near the host. Dish of nuts. 1599. These are merely arranged piled high in the center of the dish, as shown in the engraving, with or without leaves round the edge. Filberts should always be served with the outer skin or husk on them. And walnuts should be well wiped with a damp cloth, and then, with a dry one, to remove the unpleasant sticky feeling the shells frequently have. Seasonable. Filberts from September to March, good. May be had after that time, but are generally shriveled and dry. Walnuts from September to January. Hazelnut and filbert. The common hazel is the wild, and the filbert the cultivated state of the same tree. The hazel is found wild, not only in forests and hedges, in dingles and ravines, but occurs in extensive tracts in the more northern and mountainous parts of the country. It was formerly one of the most abundant of those trees which are indigenous in this island. It is seldom cultivated as a fruit tree, though perhaps its nuts are superior in flavor to the others. The Spanish nuts imported are a superior kind, but they are somewhat oily and rather indigestible. Filberts, both the red and the white, and the cobnut, are supposed to be merely varieties of the common hazel, which have been produced, partly by the superiority of soil and climate and partly by culture. They were originally brought out of Greece to Italy, whence they have found their way to Holland, and from that country to England. It is supposed that, within a few miles of Maidstone, in Kent, there are more filberts grown than in all England besides, and it is from that place that the London market is supplied. The filbert is longer than the common nut, though of the same thickness, and has a larger kernel. The cobnut is a still larger variety, and is roundish. Filberts are more esteemed at the dessert than common nuts, and are generally eaten with salt. They are very free from oil, and disagree with few persons. Walnuts. The walnut is a native of Persia, the Caucasus, and China, but was introduced to this kingdom from France. The ripe kernel is brought to the dessert on account of its agreeable flavor, and the fruit is also much used in the green state, but before the stone hardens, as a pickle. In Spain, grated walnuts are employed in tarts and other dishes. The walnut abounds in oil which is expressed and which, being of a highly drying nature, and very limpid, is much employed for delicate painting. This, on the continent, is sometimes used as a substitute for olive oil in cooking, but is very apt to turn rancid. It is also manufactured into a kind of soap. The mare, or refuse matter after the oil is extracted, proves very nutritious for poultry or other domestic animals. In Switzerland, this is eaten by poor people under the name of pain amer. Box of French plums. 1600. If the box which contains them is exceedingly ornamental, it may be placed on the table, if small, on a glass dish. If large, without one, French plums may also be arranged on a glass plate, and garnished with bright-colored sweetmeats, which make a very good effect. All fancy boxes of preserved and crystallized fruit may be put on the table or not, at pleasure. These little matters of detail must, of course, be left to individual taste. Seasonable. May be purchased all the year, but are in greater perfection in the winter, and are more suitable for that season, as fresh fruit cannot be obtained. Dish of mixed fruit. 1601, for a center dish, a mixture of various fresh fruits has a remarkably good effect, particularly if a pine be added to the list. A high raised appearance should be given to the fruit, which is done in the following manner. Place a tumbler in the center of the dish, and, in this tumbler, the pine, crown uppermost. Round the tumbler put a thick layer of moss, and, over this, apples, pears, plums, peaches, and such fruit as is simultaneously in season. By putting a layer of moss underneath, so much fruit is not required, besides giving a better shape to the dish. Grapes should be placed on the top of the fruit, a portion of some of the bunches hanging over the sides of the dish in a négligé kind of manner, which takes off the formal look of the dish. In arranging the plums, apples, and let the colors contrast well. Seasonable. Suitable for a dessert in September or October. Grapes. France produces about 1,000 varieties of the grape, which is cultivated more extensively in that country than in any other. Hygienists agree in pronouncing grapes as among the best of fruits. The grape possesses several rare qualities. It is nourishing and fattening, and its prolonged use has often overcome the most obstinate cases of constipation. The skins and pips of grapes should not be eaten. Box of chocolate. 1602, this is served in an ornamental box, placed on a glass plate or dish. Seasonable. May be purchased at any time. Dish of apples. 1603. The apples should be nicely wiped with a dry cloth, and arranged on a dish, piled high in the center, with evergreen leaves between each layer. The inferior apples should form the bottom layer, with the bright-colored large ones at the top. The leaves of the laurel, bay, holly, or any shrub green in winter, are suitable for garnishing dessert dishes. Oranges may be arranged in the same manner. They should also be wiped with a dry cloth before being sent to table. Dish of mixed summer fruit. 1604, this dish consists of cherries, raspberries, currants, and strawberries, piled in different layers, with plenty of leaves between each layer, so that each fruit is well separated. The fruit should be arranged with a due regard to color, so that they contrast nicely one with the other. Our engraving shows a layer of white cherries at the bottom, then one of red raspberries. Over that a layer of white currants, and at the top some fine scarlet strawberries. Seasonable in June, July, and August. Almonds and raisins. 1605. These are usually served on glass dishes, the fruit piled high in the center, and the almonds blanched and strewn over. To blanch the almonds, put them into a small mug or teacup, pour over them boiling water, let them remain for 2 or 3 minutes, and the skins may then be easily removed. Figs, dates, French plums, and are all served on small glass plates or oval dishes, but without the almonds. Seasonable at any time, but more suitable in winter, when fresh fruit is not obtainable. Dates. Dates are imported into Britain, in a dried state, from Barbary and Egypt, and, when in good condition, they are much esteemed. An inferior kind has lately become common, which are dried hard, and have little or no flavor. They should be chosen large, softish, not much wrinkled, of a reddish-yellow color on the outside, with a whitish membrane between the fruit and the stone. Dish of strawberries. 1606. Fine strawberries, arranged in the manner shown in the engraving, look exceedingly well. The inferior ones should be placed at the bottom of the dish, and the others put in rows pyramidically, with the stalks downwards. So that when the whole is completed, nothing but the red part of the fruit is visible. The fruit should be gathered with rather long stalks, as there is then something to support it, and it can be placed more upright in each layer. A few of the finest should be reserved to crown the top. To have walnuts fresh throughout the season. Ingredients. To every pint of water allow 1 teaspoonful of salt. Mode. Place the walnuts in the salt and water for 24 hours at least. Then take them out, and rub them dry. Old nuts may be freshened in this manner. Or walnuts, when first picked, may be put into an earthen pan with salt sprinkled amongst them, and with damped hay placed on the top of them, and then covered down with a lid. They must be well wiped before they are put on table. Seasonable. Should be stored away in September or October. Illustration. Illustration. Chapter 32. General observations on milk, butter, cheese, and eggs. Milk. 1608. Milk is obtained only from the class of animals called mammalia, and is intended by nature for the nourishment of their young. The milk of each animal is distinguished by some peculiarities. But as that of the cow is by far the most useful to us in this part of the world, our observations will be confined to that variety. 1609. Milk, when drawn from the cow, is of a yellowish-white color, and is the most yellow at the beginning of the period of lactation. Its taste is agreeable, and rather saccharine. The viscidity and specific gravity of milk are somewhat greater than that of water, but these properties vary somewhat in the milk procured from different individuals. On an average, the specific gravity of milk is 1.035, water being 1. The small cows of the Alderney breed afford the richest milk. 1610. Milk which is carried to a considerable distance, so as to be much agitated, and cooled before it is put into pans to settle for cream, never throws up so much, nor such rich cream. As if the same milk had been put into pans directly after it was milked. 1611. Milk, considered as an aliment, is of such importance in domestic economy as to render all the improvements in its production extremely valuable. To enlarge upon the antiquity of its use is unnecessary. It has always been a favorite food in Britain. Lactiti carno vivant, says Caesar, in his commentaries, the English of which is, the inhabitants subsist upon flesh and milk. The breed of the cow has received great improvement in modern times, as regards the quantity and quality of the milk which she affords. The form of milch cows, their mode of nourishment, and progress, are also manifest in the management of the dairy. 1612. Although milk in its natural state be a fluid, yet, considered as an aliment, it is both solid and fluid, for no sooner does it enter the stomach, than it is coagulated by the gastric juice, and separated into curd and whey. The first of these being extremely nutritive. 1613. Milk of the human subject is much thinner than cow's milk. Ass's milk comes the nearest to human milk of any other, goat's milk is something thicker and richer than cow's milk. Ewe's milk has the appearance of cow's milk, and affords a larger quantity of cream. Mare's milk contains more sugar than that of the ewe. Camel's milk is used only in Africa, buffalo's milk is employed in India. 1614. From no other substance, solid or fluid, can so great a number of distinct kinds of aliment be prepared as from milk, some forming food, others drink, some of them delicious, and deserving the name of luxuries. All of them wholesome, and some medicinal. Indeed, the variety of aliments that seems capable of being produced from milk, appears to be quite endless. In every age this must have been a subject for experiment, and every nation has added to the number by the invention of some peculiarity of its own. Butter. 1615. Beckmann, in his History of Inventions, states that butter was not used either by the Greeks or Romans in cooking, nor was it brought upon their tables at certain meals, as is the custom at present. In England it has been made from time immemorial, though the art of making cheese is said not to have been known to the ancient Britons, and to have been learned from their conquerors. 1616. The taste of butter is peculiar, and very unlike any other fatty substance. It is extremely agreeable when of the best quality, but its flavor depends much upon the food given to the cows. To be good, it should not adhere to the knife. 1617. Butter, with regard to its dietetic properties, may be regarded nearly in the light of vegetable oils and animal fats, but it becomes sooner rancid than most other fat oils. When fresh, it cannot but be considered as very wholesome. But it should be quite free from rancidity. If slightly salted when it is fresh, its wholesomeness is probably not at all impaired, but should it begin to turn rancid, salting will not correct its unwholesomeness. When salt butter is put into casks, the upper part next the air is very apt to become rancid, and this rancidity is also liable to affect the whole cask. 1618. Epping butter is the kind most esteemed in London. Fresh butter comes to London from Buckinghamshire, Suffolk, Oxfordshire, Yorkshire, Devonshire, and Cambridge butter is esteemed next to fresh. Devonshire butter is nearly similar in quality to the latter. Irish butter sold in London is all salted, but is generally good. The number of firkins exported annually from Ireland amounts to 420,000, equal to $1 million of money. Dutch butter is in good repute all over Europe, America, and even India. And no country in the world is so successful in the manufacture of this article, Holland supplying more butter to the rest of the world than any country whatever. 1619. There are two methods pursued in the manufacture of butter. In one, the cream is separated from the milk, and in that state it is converted into butter by churning, as is the practice about Epping. In the other, milk is subjected to the same process, which is the method usually followed in Cheshire. The first method is generally said to give the richest butter, and the latter the largest quantity, though some are of opinion that there is little difference either in quality or quantity. Cheese. 1620. Cheese is the curd formed from milk by artificial coagulation, pressed and dried for use. Curd, called also casein and caseous matter, or the basis of cheese, exists in the milk, and not in the cream, and requires only to be separated by coagulation. The coagulation, however, supposes some alteration of the curd. By means of the substance employed to coagulate it, it is rendered insoluble in water. When the curd is freed from the whey, kneaded and pressed to expel it entirely, it becomes cheese. This assumes a degree of transparency, and possesses many of the properties of coagulated albumin. If it be well dried, it does not change by exposure to the air, but if it contain moisture, it soon putrefies. It therefore requires some salt to preserve it, and this acts likewise as a kind of seasoning. All our cheese is colored more or less, except that made from skim milk. The coloring substances employed are arnotto, turmeric, or marigold, all perfectly harmless unless they are adulterated, and it is said that arnotto sometimes contains red lead. 1621. Cheese varies in quality and richness according to the materials of which it is composed. It is made, 1. Of entire milk, as in Cheshire, 2. Of milk in cream, as at Stilton, 3. Of new milk mixed with skimmed milk, as in Gloucestershire, 4. Of skimmed milk only, as in Suffolk, Holland, and Italy. 1622. The principal varieties of cheese used in England are the following: Cheshire cheese, famed all over Europe for its rich quality and fine piquant flavor. It is made of entire new milk, the cream not being taken off. Gloucester cheese is much milder in its taste than the Cheshire. There are two kinds of Gloucester cheese, single and double. Single Gloucester is made of skimmed milk, or of the milk deprived of half the cream. Double Gloucester is a cheese that pleases almost every palate, it is made of the whole milk and cream. Stilton cheese is made by adding the cream of one day to the entire milk of the next. It was first made at Stilton, in Leicestershire. Sage cheese is so called from the practice of coloring some curd with bruised sage, marigold leaves, and parsley, and mixing this with some uncolored curd. With the Romans, and during the Middle Ages, this practice was extensively adopted. Cheddar cheese much resembles Parmesan. It has a very agreeable taste and flavor, and has a spongy appearance. Brickbat cheese has nothing remarkable except its form. It is made by turning with rennet a mixture of cream and new milk. The curd is put into a wooden vessel the shape of a brick, and is then pressed and dried in the usual way. Dunlop cheese has a peculiarly mild and rich taste. The best is made entirely from new milk. New cheese, as it is called in London, is made chiefly in Lincolnshire, and is either made of all cream, or, like Stilton, by adding the cream of one day's milking to the milk that comes immediately from the cow. They are extremely thin, and are compressed gently 2 or 3 times, turned for a few days, and then eaten new with radishes, salad, and skimmed milk cheese is made for sea voyages principally. Parmesan cheese is made in Parma and Piacenza. It is the most celebrated of all cheese. It is made entirely of skimmed cow's milk. The high flavor which it has, is supposed to be owing to the rich herbage of the meadows of the Pa, where the cows are pastured. The best Parmesan is kept for 3 or 4 years, and none is carried to market till it is at least 6 months old. Dutch cheese derives its peculiar pungent taste from the practice adopted in Holland of coagulating the milk with muriatic acid instead of rennet. Swiss cheeses in their several varieties are all remarkable for their fine flavor. That from Gruyère, a bailiwick in the canton of Fribourg, is best known in England. It is flavored by the dried herb of Melillotus officinalis in powder. Cheese from milk and potatoes is manufactured in Thuringia and Saxony. Cream cheese, although so called, is not properly cheese, but is nothing more than cream dried sufficiently to be cut with a knife. Eggs. 1623. There is only one opinion as to the nutritive properties of eggs, although the qualities of those belonging to different birds vary somewhat. Those of the common hen are most esteemed as delicate food, particularly when new laid. The quality of eggs depends much upon the food given to the hen. Eggs in general are considered most easily digestible when little subjected to the art of cookery. The lightest way of dressing them is by poaching, which is effected by putting them for a minute or two into brisk boiling water. This coagulates the external white, without doing the inner part too much. Eggs are much better when new laid than a day or two afterwards. The usual time allotted for boiling eggs in the shell is 3 to 3¾ minutes, less time than that in boiling water will not be sufficient to solidify the white. And more will make the yolk hard and less digestible. It is very difficult to guess accurately as to the time. Great care should be employed in putting them into the water, to prevent cracking the shell, which inevitably causes a portion of the white to exude, and lets water into the egg. Eggs are often beaten up raw in nutritive beverages. 1624. Eggs are employed in a very great many articles of cookery, entrees, and entremets, and they form an essential ingredient in pastry, creams, flip, and. It is particularly necessary that they should be quite fresh, as nothing is worse than stale eggs. Cobbett justly says, stale, or even preserved eggs, are things to be run from, not after. 1625. The metropolis is supplied with eggs from all parts of the kingdom, and they are likewise largely imported from various places on the continent. As France, Holland, Belgium, Guernsey, and Jersey. It appears from official statements mentioned in McCulloch's Commercial Dictionary, that the number imported from France alone amounts to about 60 million a year. And supposing them on an average to cost 4d a dozen, it follows that we pay our continental neighbours above £83,000 a year for eggs. 1626. The eggs of different birds vary much in size and colour. Those of the ostrich are the largest. One laid in the menagerie in Paris weighed 2 pounds, 14 ounces, held a pint, and was 6 inches deep. This is about the usual size of those brought from Africa. Travellers describe ostrich eggs as of an agreeable taste. They keep longer than hen's eggs. Drinking cups are often made of the shell, which is very strong. The eggs of the turkey are almost as mild as those of the hen. The egg of the goose is large, but well tasted. Duck's eggs have a rich flavor. The albumen is slightly transparent, or bluish, when set or coagulated by boiling, which requires less time than hen's eggs. Guinea fowl eggs are smaller and more delicate than those of the hen. Eggs of wild fowl are generally colored, often spotted, and the taste generally partakes somewhat of the flavor of the bird they belong to. Those of land birds that are eaten, as the plover, lapwing, ruff, and are in general much esteemed, but those of seafowl have, more or less, a strong fishy taste. The eggs of the turtle are very numerous. They consist of yolk only, without shell, and are delicious. Recipes. Chapter 33. Separation of milk and cream. 1627. If it be desired that the milk should be freed entirely from cream, it should be poured into a very shallow broad pan or dish, not more than 1 to 1/2 inch deep, as cream cannot rise through a great depth of milk. In cold and wet weather, milk is not so rich as it is in summer and warm weather, and the morning's milk is always richer than the evening's. The last drawn milk of each milking, at all times and seasons, is richer than the first drawn, and on that account should be set apart for cream. Milk should be shaken as little as possible when carried from the cow to the dairy, and should be poured into the pans very gently. Persons not keeping cows, may always have a little cream, provided the milk they purchase be pure and unadulterated. As soon as it comes in, it should be poured into very shallow open pie dishes, and set by in a very cool place, and in 7 or 8 hours a nice cream should have risen to the surface. Milk is one of the most complete of all articles of food, that is to say, it contains a very large number of the elements which enter into the composition of the human body. It disagrees with fat, heavy, languid people, of slow circulation. And, at first, with many people of sedentary habits, and stomachs weakened by stimulants of different kinds. But, if exercise can be taken and a little patience shown, while the system accommodates itself to a new regimen, this bland and soothing article of diet is excellent for the majority of thin, nervous people. Especially for those who have suffered much from emotional disturbances, or have relaxed their stomachs by too much tea or coffee, taken too hot. Milk is, in fact, a nutrient and a sedative at once. Stomachs, however, have their idiosyncrasies, and it sometimes proves an unwelcome and ill-digested article of food. As milk, when good, contains a good deal of respiratory material, fat, material which must either be burnt off, or derange the liver, and be rejected in other ways, it may disagree because the lungs are not sufficiently used in the open air. But it is very probable that there are really constitutions which cannot take to it, and they should not be forced. To keep milk and cream in hot weather. 1628. When the weather is very warm, and it is very difficult to prevent milk from turning sour and spoiling the cream, it should be scalded, and it will then remain good for a few hours. It must on no account be allowed to boil, or there will be a skin instead of a cream upon the milk, and the slower the process, the safer will it be. A very good plan to scald milk, is to put the pan that contains it into a saucepan or wide kettle of boiling water. When the surface looks thick, the milk is sufficiently scalded, and it should then be put away in a cool place in the same vessel that it was scalded in. Cream may be kept for 24 hours, if scalded without sugar. And by the addition of the latter ingredient, it will remain good double the time, if kept in a cool place. All pans, jugs, and vessels intended for milk, should be kept beautifully clean, and well scalded before the milk is put in, as any negligence in this respect may cause large quantities of it to be spoiled. And milk should never be kept in vessels of zinc or copper. Milk may be preserved good in hot weather, for a few hours, by placing the jug which contains it in ice, or very cold water. Or a pinch of bicarbonate of soda may be introduced into the liquid. Milk, when of good quality, is of an opaque white color, the cream always comes to the top, the well-known milky odor is strong. It will boil without altering its appearance. In these respects, the little bladders which arise on the surface will renew themselves if broken by the spoon. To boil milk is, in fact, the simplest way of testing its quality. The commonest adulterations of milk are not of a hurtful character. It is a good deal thinned with water, and sometimes thickened with a little starch or colored with yolk of egg, or even saffron, but these processes have nothing murderous in them. Curds and whey. Ingredients. A very small piece of rennet, 1/2 gallon of milk. Mode. Procure from the butcher's a small piece of rennet, which is the stomach of the calf, taken as soon as it is killed, scoured, and well rubbed with salt and stretched on sticks to dry. Pour some boiling water on the rennet, and let it remain for 6 hours, then use the liquor to turn the milk. The milk should be warm and fresh from the cow. If allowed to cool, it must be heated till it is of a degree quite equal to new milk. But do not let it be too hot. About a tablespoonful or rather more, would be sufficient to turn the above proportion of milk into curds and whey, and whilst the milk is turning, let it be kept in rather a warm place. Time. From 2 to 3 hours to turn the milk. Seasonable at any time. Devonshire cream. 1630, the milk should stand 24 hours in the winter, half that time when the weather is very warm. The milk pan is then set on a stove, and should there remain until the milk is quite hot, but it must not boil, or there will be a thick skin on the surface. When it is sufficiently done, the undulations on the surface look thick, and small rings appear. The time required for scalding cream depends on the size of the pan and the heat of the fire, but the slower it is done, the better. The pan should be placed in the dairy when the cream is sufficiently scalded, and skimmed the following day. This cream is so much esteemed that it is sent to the London markets in small square tins, and is exceedingly delicious eaten with fresh fruit. In Devonshire, Butter is made from this cream, and is usually very firm. Devonshire Junket. Ingredients. To every pint of new milk allow 2 dessertspoonfuls of brandy, 1 dessertspoonful of sugar, and 1½ dessertspoonful of prepared rennet, thick cream, pounded cinnamon, or grated nutmeg. Mode. Make the milk blood warm. Put it into a deep dish with the brandy, sugar, and rennet, stir it all together, and cover it over until it is set. Then spread some thick or clotted cream over the top, grate some nutmeg, and strew some sugar over, and the dish will be ready to serve. Time. About 2 hours to set the milk. Seasonable at any time. To keep and choose fresh butter. 1632. Fresh butter should be kept in a dark, cool place, and in as large a mass as possible. Mold as much only as is required, as the more surface is exposed, the more liability there will be to spoil, and the outside very soon becomes rancid. Fresh butter should be kept covered with white paper. For small larders, butter coolers of red brick are now very much used for keeping fresh butter in warm weather. These coolers are made with a large bell-shaped cover, into the top of which a little cold water should be poured, and in summertime very frequently changed, and the butter must be kept covered. These coolers keep butter remarkably firm in hot weather, and are extremely convenient for those whose larder accommodation is limited. Illustration: Butter dish. In choosing fresh butter, remember it should smell deliciously, and be of an equal color all through. If it smells sour, it has not been sufficiently washed from the buttermilk. And if veiny and open, it has probably been worked with a staler or an inferior sort. To preserve and to choose salt butter. 1633. In large families, where salt butter is purchased a tub at a time, the first thing to be done is to turn the whole of the butter out, and, with a clean knife, to scrape the outside. The tub should then be wiped with a clean cloth, and sprinkled all round with salt, the butter replaced, and the lid kept on to exclude the air. It is necessary to take these precautions, as sometimes a want of proper cleanliness in the dairymaid causes the outside of the butter to become rancid, and if the scraping be neglected, the whole mass would soon become spoiled. To choose salt butter, plunge a knife into it, and if, when drawn out, the blade smells rancid or unpleasant, the butter is bad. The layers in tubs will vary greatly, the butter being made at different times. So, to try if the whole tub be good, the cask should be unhooked, and the butter tried between the staves. It is not necessary to state that butter is extracted from cream, or from unskimmed milk, by the churn. Of course it partakes of the qualities of the milk, and winter butter is said not to be so good as spring butter. A word of caution is necessary about rancid butter. Nobody eats it on bread, but it is sometimes used in cooking, in forms in which the acidity can be more or less disguised. So much the worse, it is almost poisonous, disguise it as you may. Never, under any exigency whatever, be tempted into allowing butter with even a soupçon of turning to enter into the composition of any dish that appears on your table. And, in general, the more you can do without the employment of butter that has been subjected to the influence of heat, the better. The woman of modern times is not a leech. But she might often keep the leech from the door, if she would give herself the trouble to invent innocent sauces. Butter molds, for molding fresh butter. Illustration: Dish of rolled butter. 1634. Butter molds, or wooden stamps for molding fresh butter, are much used, and are made in a variety of forms and shapes. In using them, let them be kept scrupulously clean, and before the butter is pressed in, the interior should be well wetted with cold water, the butter must then be pressed in, the mold opened, and the perfect shape taken out. The butter may be then dished, and garnished with a wreath of parsley, if for a cheese course. If for breakfast, put it into an ornamental butter dish, with a little water at the bottom, should the weather be very warm. Curled butter. 1635. Tie a strong cloth by 2 of the corners to an iron hook in the wall, make a knot with the other 2 ends, so that a stick might pass through. Put the butter into the cloth. Twist it tightly over a dish, into which the butter will fall through the knot, so forming small and pretty little strings. The butter may then be garnished with parsley, if to serve with a cheese course. Or it may be sent to table plain for breakfast, in an ornamental dish. Squirted butter for garnishing hams, salads, eggs, and is made by forming a piece of stiff paper in the shape of a cornet, and squeezing the butter in fine strings from the hole at the bottom. Scooped butter is made by dipping a teaspoon or scooper in warm water, and then scooping the butter quickly and thin. In warm weather, it would not be necessary to heat the spoon. Butter may be kept fresh for 10 or 12 days by a very simple process. Knead it well in cold water till the buttermilk is extracted. Then put it in a glazed jar, which invert in another, putting into the latter a sufficient quantity of water to exclude the air. Renew the water every day. Fairy butter. Ingredients: the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, 1 tablespoonful of orange flower water, 2 tablespoonfuls of pounded sugar, 1/4 pound of good fresh butter. Mode: beat the yolks of the eggs smoothly in a mortar, with the orange flower water and the sugar, until the whole is reduced to a fine paste. Add the butter, and force all through an old but clean cloth by wringing the cloth and squeezing the butter very hard. The butter will then drop on the plate in large and small pieces, according to the holes in the cloth. Plain butter may be done in the same manner, and is very quickly prepared, besides having a very good effect. Butter. White-colored butter is said not to be so good as the yellow. But the yellow color is often artificially produced, by the introduction of coloring matter into the churn. Anchovy butter. Ingredients: to every pound of butter allow 6 anchovies, 1 small bunch of parsley. Mode: wash, bone, and pound the anchovies well in a mortar, scald the parsley, chop it, and rub through a sieve, then pound all the ingredients together, mix well, and make the butter into pats immediately. This makes a pretty dish, if fancifully molded, for breakfast or supper, and should be garnished with parsley. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient to make 2 dishes, with 4 pats each. Seasonable at any time. Cheese. 1638. In families where much cheese is consumed, and it is bought in large quantities, a piece from the whole cheese should be cut, the larger quantity spread with a thickly buttered sheet of white paper, and the outside occasionally wiped. To keep cheeses moist that are in daily use, when they come from table a damp cloth should be wrapped round them, and the cheese put into a pan with a cover to it, in a cool but not very dry place. To ripen cheeses, and bring them forward, put them into a damp cellar, and, to check too large a production of mites, spirits may be poured into the parts affected. Pieces of cheese which are too near the rind, or too dry to put on table, may be made into Welsh rarebits, or grated down and mixed with macaroni. Cheeses may be preserved in a perfect state for years, by covering them with parchment made pliable by soaking in water, or by rubbing them over with a coating of melted fat. The cheeses selected should be free from cracks or bruises of any kind. Cheese. It is well known that some persons like cheese in a state of decay, and even alive. There is no accounting for tastes, and it may be hard to show why mold, which is vegetation, should not be eaten as well as salad, or maggots as well as eels. But, generally speaking, decomposing bodies are not wholesome eating, and the line must be drawn somewhere. Stilton cheese. Illustration: Stilton cheese. 1639. Stilton cheese, or British Parmesan, as it is sometimes called, is generally preferred to all other cheeses by those whose authority few will dispute. Those made in May or June are usually served at Christmas. Or, to be in prime order, should be kept from 10 to 12 months, or even longer. An artificial ripeness in Stilton cheese is sometimes produced by inserting a small piece of decayed Cheshire into an aperture at the top. From 3 weeks to a month is sufficient time to ripen the cheese. An additional flavor may also be obtained by scooping out a piece from the top, and pouring therein port, sherry, Madeira, or old ale, and letting the cheese absorb these for 2 or 3 weeks. But that cheese is the finest which is ripened without any artificial aid, is the opinion of those who are judges in these matters. In serving a Stilton cheese, the top of it should be cut off to form a lid, and a napkin or piece of white paper, with a frill at the top, pinned round. When the cheese goes from table, the lid should be replaced. Mode of serving cheese. Illustration, cheese glass. 1640, the usual mode of serving cheese at good tables is to cut a small quantity of it into neat square pieces, and to put them into a glass cheese dish, this dish being handed round. Should the cheese crumble much, of course this method is rather wasteful, and it may then be put on the table in the piece, and the host may cut from it. When served thus, the cheese must always be carefully scraped, and laid on a white d'oyley or napkin, neatly folded. Cream cheese is often served in a cheese course, and, sometimes, grated Parmesan, the latter should he put into a covered glass dish. Rusks, cheese biscuits, pats or slices of butter, and salad, cucumber, or watercresses, should always form part of a cheese course. Smoking cheeses. The Romans smoked their cheeses, to give them a sharp taste. They possessed public places expressly for this use, and subject to police regulations which no one could evade. A celebrated gourmand remarked that a dinner without cheese is like a woman with one eye. Cheese sandwiches. Ingredients. Slices of brown bread and butter, thin slices of cheese. Mode. Cut from a nice fat Cheshire, or any good rich cheese, some slices about half an inch thick, and place them between some slices of brown bread and butter, like sandwiches. Place them on a plate in the oven, and, when the bread is toasted, serve on a napkin very hot and very quickly. Time. 10 minutes in a brisk oven. Average cost, 1–1 divided by 2d. Each sandwich. Sufficient. Allow a sandwich for each person. Seasonable at any time. Cheese. One of the most important products of coagulated milk is cheese. Unfermented, or cream cheese, when quite fresh, is good for subjects with whom milk does not disagree. But cheese, in its commonest shape, is only fit for sedentary people as an after-dinner stimulant, and in very small quantity. Bread and cheese, as a meal, is only fit for soldiers on march or laborers in the open air, who like it because it holds the stomach a long time. Cayenne cheeses. Ingredients. Half a pound of butter, half a pound of flour, half a pound of grated cheese, 1/3 teaspoonful of cayenne, 1/3 teaspoonful of salt, water. Mode. Rub the butter in the flour, add the grated cheese, cayenne, and salt, and mix these ingredients well together. Moisten with sufficient water to make the whole into a paste, roll out, and cut into fingers about 4 inches in length. Bake them in a moderate oven of very light color, and serve very hot. Time. 15 to 20 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. To make a fondue. Ingredients. For eggs, the weight of 2 in Parmesan or good Cheshire cheese, the weight of 2 in butter, pepper and salt to taste. Mode. Separate the yolks from the whites of the eggs, beat the former in a basin, and grate the cheese, or cut it into very thin flakes. Parmesan or Cheshire cheese may be used, whichever is the most convenient, although the former is considered more suitable for this dish, or an equal quantity of each may be used. Break the butter into small pieces, add it to the other ingredients, with sufficient pepper and salt to season nicely, and beat the mixture thoroughly. Well, whisk the whites of the eggs, stir them lightly in, and either bake the fondue in a souffle dish or small round cake tin. Fill the dish only half full, as the fondue should rise very much. Pin a napkin round the tin or dish, and serve very hot and very quickly. If allowed to stand after it is withdrawn from the oven, the beauty and lightness of this preparation will be entirely spoiled. Time. From 15 to 20 minutes. Average cost, 10d. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Brillat Savarin's fondue. An excellent recipe. Ingredients: eggs, cheese, butter, pepper and salt. Mode: take the same number of eggs as there are guests. Weigh the eggs in the shell, allow a third of their weight in Gruyere cheese, and a piece of butter 1/6 of the weight of the cheese. Break the eggs into a basin, beat them well. Add the cheese, which should be grated, and the butter, which should be broken into small pieces. Stir these ingredients together with a wooden spoon. Put the mixture into a lined saucepan, place it over the fire, and stir until the substance is thick and soft. Put in a little salt, according to the age of the cheese, and a good sprinkling of pepper, and serve the fondue on a very hot silver or metal plate. Do not allow the fondue to remain on the fire after the mixture is set, as, if it boils, it will be entirely spoiled. Brillat Savarin recommends that some choice Burgundy should be handed round with this dish. We have given this recipe exactly as he recommends it to be made, but we have tried it with good Cheshire cheese, and found it answer remarkably well. Time: about 4 minutes to set the mixture. Average cost for 4 persons, 10d. Sufficient. Allow 1 egg, with the other ingredients in proportion, for 1 person. Seasonable at any time. Macaroni, as usually served with the cheese course. Ingredients: half a pound of pipe macaroni, a quarter pound of butter, 6 ounces of Parmesan or Cheshire cheese, pepper and salt to taste, 1 pint of milk, 2 pints of water, bread crumbs. Mode: put the milk and water into a saucepan with sufficient salt to flavor it. Place it on the fire, and, when it boils quickly, drop in the macaroni. Keep the water boiling until it is quite tender, drain the macaroni, and put it into a deep dish. Have ready the grated cheese, either Parmesan or Cheshire. Sprinkle it amongst the macaroni and some of the butter cut into small pieces, reserving some of the cheese for the top layer. Season with a little pepper, and cover the top layer of cheese with some very fine bread crumbs. Warm, without oiling, the remainder of the butter, and pour it gently over the bread crumbs. Place the dish before a bright fire to brown the crumbs, turn it once or twice, that it may be equally colored, and serve very hot. The top of the macaroni may be browned with a salamander, which is even better than placing it before the fire, as the process is more expeditious. But it should never be browned in the oven, as the butter would oil, and so impart a very disagreeable flavor to the dish. In boiling the macaroni, let it be perfectly tender but firm, no part beginning to melt, and the form entirely preserved. It may be boiled in plain water, with a little salt instead of using milk, but should then have a small piece of butter mixed with it. Time: 1½ to 1 to 3/4 hour to boil the macaroni, 5 minutes to brown it before the fire. Average cost, 1s. 6d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Note: ribboned macaroni may be dressed in the same manner, but does not require boiling so long a time. 2. Ingredients: a quarter pound of pipe or ribboned macaroni, 1/2 pint of milk, 1/2 pint of veal or beef gravy, the yolks of 2 eggs, 4 tablespoonfuls of cream, 3 ounces of grated Parmesan or Cheshire cheese, 1 ounce of butter. Mode: wash the macaroni, and boil it in the gravy and milk until quite tender, without being broken. Drain it, and put it into rather a deep dish. Beat the yolks of the eggs with the cream and 2 tablespoonfuls of the liquor the macaroni was boiled in. Make this sufficiently hot to thicken, but do not allow it to boil. Pour it over the macaroni, over which sprinkle the grated cheese and the butter broken into small pieces, brown with a salamander, or before the fire, and serve. Time: 1½ to 1 to 3/4 hour to boil the macaroni, 5 minutes to thicken the eggs and cream, 5 minutes to brown. Average cost, 1s. 2d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. 3. Ingredients: 1/4 pound. Of pipe macaroni, 1/2 pint of brown gravy No. 436, 6 ounces of grated Parmesan cheese. Mode. Wash the macaroni, and boil it in salt and water until quite tender, drain it, and put it into rather a deep dish. Have ready a pint of good brown gravy, pour it hot over the macaroni, and send it to table with grated Parmesan served on a separate dish. When the flavor is liked, a little pounded mace may be added to the water in which the macaroni is boiled. But this must always be sparingly added, as it will impart a very strong flavor. Time: 1½ to 1 to 3/4 hour to boil the macaroni. Average cost, with the gravy and cheese, 1s. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Pounded cheese. Ingredients. To every pound of cheese allow 3 ounces of fresh butter. Mode. To pound cheese is an economical way of using it, if it has become dry. It is exceedingly good spread on bread, and is the best way of eating it for those whose digestion is weak. Cut up the cheese into small pieces, and pound it smoothly in a mortar, adding butter in the above proportion. Press it down into a jar, cover with clarified butter, and it will keep for several days. The flavor may be very much increased by adding mixed mustard, about a teaspoonful to every pound, or cayenne, or pounded mace. Curry powder is also not unfrequently mixed with it. Ramekins, to serve with the cheese course. Ingredients. 1/4 pound of Cheshire cheese, 1/4 pound of Parmesan cheese, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, 4 eggs, the crumb of a small roll. Pepper, salt, and pounded mace to taste. Mode. Boil the crumb of the roll in milk for 5 minutes, strain, and put it into a mortar. Add the cheese, which should be finely scraped, the butter, the yolks of the eggs, and seasoning, and pound these ingredients well together. Whisk the whites of the eggs, mix them with the paste, and put it into small pans or saucers, which should not be more than half filled. Bake them from 10 to 12 minutes, and serve them very hot and very quickly. This batter answers equally well for macaroni after it is boiled tender. Time, 10 to 12 minutes. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 7 or 8 persons. Seasonable at any time. Pastry ramekins, to serve with the cheese course. Ingredients. Any pieces of very good light puff paste Cheshire, Parmesan, or Stilton cheese. Mode. The remains or odd pieces of paste left from large tarts, and answer for making these little dishes. Gather up the pieces of paste, roll it out evenly, and sprinkle it with grated cheese of a nice flavor. Fold the paste in 3, roll it out again, and sprinkle more cheese over. Fold the paste, roll it out, and with a paste cutter shape it in any way that may be desired. Bake the ramekins in a brisk oven from 10 to 15 minutes, dish them on a hot napkin, and serve quickly. The appearance of this dish may be very much improved by brushing the ramekins over with yolk of egg before they are placed in the oven. Where expense is not objected to, Parmesan is the best kind of cheese to use for making this dish. Time. 10 to 15 minutes. Average cost, with ½ pound of paste, 10d. Sufficient for 6 or 7 persons. Seasonable at any time. Toasted cheese, or Scotch rarebit. Ingredients. A few slices of rich cheese, toast, mustard, and pepper. Illustration, hot water cheese dish. Mode. Cut some nice rich sound cheese into rather thin slices, melt it in a cheese toaster on a hot plate, or over steam, and, when melted, add a small quantity of mixed mustard and a seasoning of pepper. Stir the cheese until it is completely dissolved, then brown it before the fire, or with a salamander. Fill the bottom of the cheese toaster with hot water, and serve with dry or buttered toasts, whichever may be preferred. Our engraving illustrates a cheese toaster with hot water reservoir. The cheese is melted in the upper tin, which is placed in another vessel of boiling water, so keeping the preparation beautifully hot. A small quantity of porter, or port wine, is sometimes mixed with the cheese, and, if it be not very rich, a few pieces of butter may be mixed with it to great advantage. Sometimes the melted cheese is spread on the toasts, and then laid in the cheese dish at the top of the hot water. Whichever way it is served, it is highly necessary that the mixture be very hot, and very quickly sent to table, or it will be worthless. Time. About 5 minutes to melt the cheese. Average cost, 1 - 1 divided by 2d. Per slice. Sufficient. Allow a slice to each person. Seasonable at any time. Toasted cheese, or Welsh rarebit. Ingredients. Slices of bread, butter, Cheshire or Gloucester cheese, mustard, and pepper. Mode. Cut the bread into slices about ½ inch in thickness. Pare off the crust, toast the bread slightly without hardening or burning it, and spread it with butter. Cut some slices, not quite so large as the bread, from a good rich fat cheese, lay them on the toasted bread in a cheese toaster. Be careful that the cheese does not burn, and let it be equally melted. Spread over the top a little made mustard and a seasoning of pepper, and serve very hot, with very hot plates. To facilitate the melting of the cheese, it may be cut into thin flakes or toasted on one side before it is laid on the bread. As it is so essential to send this dish hot to table, it is a good plan to melt the cheese in small round silver or metal pans, and to send these pans to table, allowing one for each guest. Slices of dry or buttered toast should always accompany them, with mustard, pepper, and salt. Time. About 5 minutes to melt the cheese. Average cost, 1 - 1 divided by 2d. Each slice. Sufficient. Allow a slice to each person. Seasonable at any time. Note. Should the cheese be dry, a little butter mixed with it will be an improvement. Cow cheese. It was only 50 years after Aristotle, the 4th century before Christ, that butter began to be noticed as an aliment. The Greeks, in imitation of the Parthians and Scythians, who used to send it to them, had it served upon their tables, and called it at first, oil of milk, and later, buturos, cow cheese. Scotch woodcock. Ingredients. A few slices of hot buttered toast, allow 1 anchovy to each slice. For the sauce, 1/4 pint of cream, the yolks of 3 eggs. Mode. Separate the yolks from the whites of the eggs. Beat the former, stir to them the cream, and bring the sauce to the boiling point, but do not allow it to boil, or it will curdle. Have ready some hot buttered toast, spread with anchovies pounded to a paste. Pour a little of the hot sauce on the top, and serve very hot and very quickly. Time. 5 minutes to make the sauce hot. Sufficient. Allow 1/2 slice to each person. Seasonable at any time. To choose eggs. 1654. In choosing eggs, apply the tongue to the large end of the egg, and, if it feels warm, it is new, and may be relied on as a fresh egg. Another mode of ascertaining their freshness is to hold them before a lighted candle, or to the light, and if the egg looks clear, it will be tolerably good; if thick, it is stale, and if there is a black spot attached to the shell, it is worthless. No egg should be used for culinary purposes with the slightest taint in it, as it will render perfectly useless those with which it has been mixed. Eggs that are purchased, and that cannot be relied on, should always be broken in a cup, and then put into a basin. By this means stale or bad eggs may be easily rejected, without wasting the others. Eggs contain, for their volume, a greater quantity of nutriment than any other article of food. But it does not follow that they are always good for weak stomachs, quite the contrary. For it is often a great object to give the stomach a large surface to work upon, a considerable volume of ingesta, over which the nutritive matter is diffused, and so exposed to the action of the gastric juice at many points. There are many persons who cannot digest eggs, however cooked. It is said, however, that their digestibility decreases in proportion to the degree in which they are hardened by boiling. To keep eggs fresh for several weeks. 1655. Have ready a large saucepan, capable of holding 3 or 4 quarts, full of boiling water. Put the eggs into a cabbage net, say 20 at a time, and hold them in the water, which must be kept boiling, for 20 seconds. Proceed in this manner till you have done as many eggs as you wish to preserve, then pack them away in sawdust. We have tried this method of preserving eggs, and can vouch for its excellence. They will be found, at the end of 2 or 3 months, quite good enough for culinary purposes. And although the white may be a little tougher than that of a new-laid egg, the yolk will be nearly the same. Many persons keep eggs for a long time by smearing the shells with butter or sweet oil. They should then be packed in plenty of bran or sawdust, and the eggs not allowed to touch each other. Eggs for storing should be collected in fine weather, and should not be more than 24 hours old when they are packed away, or their flavor, when used, cannot be relied on. Another simple way of preserving eggs is to immerse them in lime water soon after they have been laid, and then to put the vessel containing the lime water in a cellar or cool outhouse. Seasonable. The best time for preserving eggs is from July to September. Eggs. The quality of eggs is said to be very much affected by the food of the fowls who lay them. Herbs and grain together make a better food than grain only. When the hens eat too many insects, the eggs have a disagreeable flavor. To boil eggs for breakfast, salads, and illustration, e.g. stand for the breakfast table. 1656. Eggs for boiling cannot be too fresh, or boiled too soon after they are laid, but rather a longer time should be allowed for boiling a new-laid egg than for one that is 3 or 4 days old. Have ready a saucepan of boiling water. Put the eggs into it gently with a spoon, letting the spoon touch the bottom of the saucepan before it is withdrawn, that the egg may not fall, and consequently crack. For those who like eggs lightly boiled, 3 minutes will be found sufficient. 3 3/4 to 4 minutes will be ample time to set the white nicely, and, if liked hard, 6 to 7 minutes will not be found too long. Should the eggs be unusually large, as those of black Spanish fowls sometimes are, allow an extra 1/2 minute for them. Eggs for salads should be boiled from 10 minutes to a quarter hour, and should be placed in a basin of cold water for a few minutes. They should then be rolled on the table with the hand, and the shell will peel off easily. Time. To boil eggs lightly, for invalids or children, 3 minutes. To boil eggs to suit the generality of tastes, 3 3/4 to 4 minutes. To boil eggs hard, 6 to 7 minutes. For salads, 10 to 15 minutes. Note. Silver or plated egg dishes, like that shown in our engraving, are now very much used. The price of the one illustrated is £2. 2s, and may be purchased of Messrs. R. and J. Slack, 336, Strand. Eggs. When fresh eggs are dropped into a vessel full of boiling water, they crack, because the eggs being well filled, the shells give way to the efforts of the interior fluids, dilated by heat. If the volume of hot water be small, the shells do not crack, because its temperature is reduced by the eggs before the interior dilation can take place. Stale eggs, again, do not crack, because the air inside is easily compressed. Buttered eggs. Ingredients. For new-laid eggs, 2 ounces of butter. Mode. Procure the eggs new-laid if possible, break them into a basin, and beat them well. Put the butter into another basin, which place in boiling water, and stir till the butter is melted. Pour that and the eggs into a lined saucepan, hold it over a gentle fire, and, as the mixture begins to warm, pour it 2 or 3 times into the basin, and back again, that the 2 ingredients may be well incorporated. Keep stirring the eggs and butter one way until they are hot, without boiling, and serve on hot buttered toast. If the mixture is allowed to boil, it will curdle, and so be entirely spoiled. Time. About 5 minutes to make the eggs hot. Average cost, 7d. Sufficient. Allow a slice to each person. Seasonable at any time. Duck's eggs. 1658, duck's eggs are usually so strongly flavored that, plainly boiled, they are not good for eating. They answer, however, very well for various culinary preparations where eggs are required, such as custards, and being so large and highly flavored, one duck's egg will go as far as 2 small hen's eggs. Besides making whatever they are mixed with exceedingly rich. They also are admirable when used in puddings. Primitive method of cooking eggs. The shepherds of Egypt had a singular manner of cooking eggs without the aid of fire. They placed them in a sling, which they turned so rapidly that the friction of the air heated them to the exact point required for use. Fried eggs. Ingredients. For eggs, 1/4 pound of lard, butter or clarified dripping. Illustration, fried eggs on bacon. Mode. Place a delicately clean frying pan over a gentle fire, put in the fat, and allow it to come to the boiling point. Break the eggs into cups, slip them into the boiling fat, and let them remain until the whites are delicately set, and, whilst they are frying, ladle a little of the fat over them. Take them up with a slice, drain them for a minute from their greasy moisture, trim them neatly, and serve on slices of fried bacon or ham, or the eggs may be placed in the middle of the dish, with the bacon put round as a garnish. Time. 2 to 3 minutes. Average cost, 1d. Each, 2d. When scarce. Sufficient for 2 persons. Seasonable at any time. Veneration for eggs. Many of the most learned philosophers held eggs in a kind of respect, approaching to veneration, because they saw in them the emblem of the world and the 4 elements. The shell, they said, represented the earth, the white, water, the yolk, fire. And air was found under the shell at one end of the egg. Eggs à la maître d'hôtel. Ingredients. 1/4 pound of fresh butter, 1 tablespoonful of flour, 1/2 pint of milk, pepper and salt to taste, 1 tablespoonful of minced parsley, the juice of 1/2 lemon, 6 eggs. Mode. Put the flour and half the butter into a stewpan. Stir them over the fire until the mixture thickens, pour in the milk, which should be boiling, add a seasoning of pepper and salt, and simmer the whole for 5 minutes. Put the remainder of the butter into the sauce, and add the minced parsley. Then boil the eggs hard, strip off the shells, cut the eggs into quarters, and put them on a dish. Bring the sauce to the boiling point, add the lemon juice, pour over the eggs, and serve. Time. 5 minutes to boil the sauce. The eggs, 10 to 15 minutes. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Seasonable at any time. Oeufs au plat, or au miroir, served on the dish in which they are cooked. Ingredients. For eggs, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Mode. Butter a dish rather thickly with good fresh butter. Melt it, break the eggs into it the same as for poaching, sprinkle them with white pepper and fine salt, and put the remainder of the butter, cut into very small pieces, on the top of them. Put the dish on a hot plate, or in the oven, or before the fire, and let it remain until the whites become set, but not hard, when serve immediately, placing the dish they were cooked in on another. To hasten the cooking of the eggs, a salamander may be held over them for a minute, but great care must be taken that they are not too much done. This is an exceedingly nice dish, and one very easily prepared for breakfast. Time. 3 minutes. Average cost, 5d. Sufficient for 2 persons. Seasonable at any time. Plover's eggs. 1662, plover's eggs are usually served boiled hard, and sent to table in a napkin, either hot or cold. They may also be shelled, and served the same as eggs à la tripe, with a good béchamel sauce, or brown gravy, poured over them. They are also used for decorating salads, the beautiful color of the white being generally so much admired. Poached eggs. Illustration, eggs poached on toast. Illustration, tin egg poacher. Ingredients. Eggs, water. To every pint of water allow 1 tablespoonful of vinegar. Mode. Eggs for poaching should be perfectly fresh, but not quite new laid. Those that are about 36 hours old are the best for the purpose. If quite new laid, the white is so milky it is almost impossible to set it. And, on the other hand, if the egg be at all stale, it is equally difficult to poach it nicely. Strain some boiling water into a deep clean frying pan. Break the egg into a cup without damaging the yolk, and, when the water boils, remove the pan to the side of the fire, and gently slip the egg into it. Place the pan over a gentle fire, and keep the water simmering until the white looks nicely set. When the egg is ready, take it up gently with a slice, cut away the ragged edges of the white, and serve either on toasted bread or on slices of ham or bacon, or on spinach, and a poached egg should not be overdone, as its appearance and taste will be quite spoiled if the yolk be allowed to harden. When the egg is slipped into the water, the white should be gathered together, to keep it a little in form, or the cup should be turned over it for 1 minute. To poach an egg to perfection is rather a difficult operation. So, for inexperienced cooks, a tin egg poacher may be purchased, which greatly facilitates this manner of dressing ECGs. Our illustration clearly shows what it is. It consists of a tin plate with a handle, with a space for 3 perforated cups. An egg should be broken into each cup, and the machine then placed in a stewpan of boiling water, which has been previously strained. When the whites of the eggs appear set, they are done, and should then be carefully slipped on to the toast or spinach, or with whatever they are served. In poaching eggs in a frying pan, never do more than 4 at a time. And, when a little vinegar is liked mixed with the water in which the eggs are done, use the above proportion. Time. 2½ to 3½ minutes, according to the size of the egg. Sufficient. Allow 2 eggs to each person. Seasonable at any time, but less plentiful in winter. Poached eggs, with cream. Ingredients. 1 pint of water, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of vinegar, 4 fresh eggs, 1/2 gill of cream, salt, pepper, and pounded sugar to taste, 1 ounce of butter. Mode. Put the water, vinegar, and salt into a frying pan, and break each egg into a separate cup. Bring the water, and to boil, and slip the eggs gently into it without breaking the yolks. Simmer them from 3 to 4 minutes, but not longer, and, with a slice, lift them out onto a hot dish, and trim the edges. Empty the pan of its contents, put in the cream, add a seasoning to taste of pepper, salt, and pounded sugar. Bring the whole to the boiling point, then add the butter, broken into small pieces, toss the pan round and round till the butter is melted, pour it over the eggs, and serve. To ensure the eggs not being spoiled whilst the cream, and is preparing, it is a good plan to warm the cream with the butter, and before the eggs are poached, so that it may be poured over them immediately after they are dished. Time. 3 to 4 minutes to poach the eggs, 5 minutes to warm the cream. Average cost for the above quantity, 9d. Sufficient for 2 persons. Seasonable at any time. 1665, Comparative sizes of eggs. Illustration, 1 swan's egg. 2 turkeys' egg. 3 ducks' egg. 4 plovers' egg. Scotch eggs. Ingredients. 6 eggs, 6 tablespoonfuls of forcemeat No. 417, hot lard, 1/2 pint of good brown gravy. Mode. Boil the eggs for 10 minutes, strip them from the shells, and cover them with forcemeat made by recipe No. 417. Or substitute pounded anchovies for the ham. Fry the eggs a nice brown in boiling lard, drain them before the fire from their greasy moisture, dish them, and pour round from 1/4 to 1/2 pint of good brown gravy. To enhance the appearance of the eggs, they may be rolled in beaten egg and sprinkled with bread crumbs, but this is scarcely necessary if they are carefully fried. The flavor of the ham or anchovy in the forcemeat must preponderate, as it should be very relishing. Time. 10 minutes to boil the eggs, 5 to 7 minutes to ferry them. Average cost, 1s. 4d. Sufficient for 3 or 4 persons. Seasonable at any time. Eggs at la tripe. Ingredients. 8 eggs, 3/4 pint of bechamel sauce No. 368, dessertspoonful of finely minced parsley. Mode. Boil the eggs hard, put them into cold water, peel them, take out the yolks whole, and shred the whites. Make 3/4 pint of bechamel sauce by recipe No. 368, add the parsley, and, when the sauce is quite hot, put the yolks of the eggs into the middle of the dish, and the shred whites round them. Pour over the sauce, and garnish with leaves of puff paste or fried croutons. There is no necessity for putting the eggs into the saucepan with the bechamel. The sauce, being quite hot, will warm the eggs sufficiently. Time. 10 minutes to boil the eggs. Average cost, 1s. Sufficient for 5 or 6 persons. Seasonable at any time. Illustration. Illustration. Chapter 34. General observations on bread, biscuits, and cakes. Bread and bread making. 1668. Among the numerous vegetable products yielding articles of food for man, the cereals hold the first place. By means of skillful cultivation, mankind have transformed the original forms of these growths, poor and ill-flavored as they perhaps were, into various fruitful and agreeable species, which yield an abundant and pleasant supply. Classified according to their respective richness in alimentary elements, the cereals stand thus: wheat, and its varieties, rye, barley, oats, rice, Indian corn. Everybody knows it is wheat flour which yields the best bread. Rye bread is viscous, hard, less easily soluble by the gastric juice, and not so rich in nutritive power. Flour produced from barley, Indian corn, or rice, is not so readily made into bread, and the article, when made, is heavy and indigestible. 1669, on examining a grain of corn from any of the numerous cereals, footnote, cereal, a corn-producing plant, from Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, used in the preparation of flour, such as wheat, maize, rye, barley, and it will be found to consist of 2 parts, the husk, or exterior covering, which is generally of a dark color, and the inner, or albuminous part, which is more or less white. In grinding, these 2 portions are separated, and the husk being blown away in the process of winnowing, the flour remains in the form of a light brown powder, consisting principally of starch and gluten. In order to render it white, it undergoes a process called bolting. It is passed through a series of fine sieves, which separate the coarser parts, leaving behind fine white flour, the fine firsts of the corn dealer. The process of bolting, as just described, tends to deprive flour of its gluten, the coarser and darker portion containing much of that substance, while the lighter part is peculiarly rich in starch. Bran contains a large proportion of gluten. Hence it will be seen why brown bread is so much more nutritious than white. In fact, we may lay it down as a general rule, that the whiter the bread the less nourishment it contains. Magendie proved this by feeding a dog for 40 days with white wheaten bread, at the end of which time he died, while another dog, fed on brown bread made with flour mixed with bran, lived without any disturbance of his health. The bolting process, then, is rather injurious than beneficial in its result, and is one of the numerous instances where fashion has chosen a wrong standard to go by. In ancient times, down to the emperors, no bolted flour was known. In many parts of Germany the entire meal is used, and in no part of the world are the digestive organs of the people in a better condition. In years of famine, when corn is scarce, the use of bolted flour is most culpable, for from 18 to 20% is lost in bran. Brown bread has, of late years, become very popular. And many physicians have recommended it to invalids with weak digestions with great success. This rage for white bread has introduced adulterations of a very serious character, affecting the health of the whole community. Potatoes are added for this purpose, but this is a comparatively harmless cheat, only reducing the nutritive property of the bread, but bone dust and alum are also put in, which are far from harmless. 1670. Bread making is a very ancient art indeed. The Assyrians, Egyptians, and Greeks used to make bread, in which oil, with aniseed and other spices, was an element, but this was unleavened. Every family used to prepare the bread for its own consumption, the trade of baking not having yet taken shape. It is said, that somewhere about the beginning of the 30th Olympiad, the slave of an archon, at Athens, made leavened bread by accident. He had left some wheaten dough in an earthen pan, and forgotten it. Some days afterwards, he lighted upon it again, and found it turning sour. His first thought was to throw it away, but, his master coming up, he mixed this now sent dough with some fresh dough, which he was working at. The bread thus produced, by the introduction of dough in which alcoholic fermentation had begun, was found delicious by the archon and his friends, and the slave, being summoned and catechized, told the secret. It spread all over Athens. And everybody wanting leavened bread at once, certain persons set up as bread-makers, or bakers. In a short time bread baking became quite an art, and Athenian bread was quoted all over Greece as the best bread, just as the honey of Hymettus was celebrated as the best honey. 1671. In our own times, and among civilized peoples, bread has become an article of food of the first necessity. And properly so, for it constitutes of itself a complete life-sustainer, the gluten, starch, and sugar, which it contains, representing azotized and hydrocarbonated nutrients, and combining the sustaining powers of the animal and vegetable kingdoms in one product. 1672, Wheaten bread. The finest, wholesomest, and most savory bread is made from wheaten flour. There are, of wheat, 3 leading qualities, the soft, the medium, and the hard wheat. The last of which yields a kind of bread that is not so white as that made from soft wheat, but is richer in gluten, and, consequently, more nutritive. 1673, Rye bread. This comes next to wheaten bread. It is not so rich in gluten, but is said to keep fresh longer, and to have some laxative qualities. 1674, Barley bread, Indian corn bread, and bread made from barley, maize, oats, rice, potatoes, and rises badly, because the grains in question contain but little gluten, which makes the bread heavy, close in texture, and difficult of digestion. In fact, corn flour has to be added before panification can take place. In countries where wheat is scarce and maize abundant, the people make the latter a chief article of sustenance, when prepared in different forms. Bread making. 1675. Panification, or bread making, consists of the following processes. In the case of wheaten flour, 50 or 60% of water is added to the flour, with the addition of some leavening matter, and, preferably, of yeast from malt and hops. All kinds of leavening matter have, however, been, and are still used in different parts of the world. In the East Indies, toddy, which is a liquor that flows from the wounded coconut tree. And, in the West Indies, dunder, or the refuse of the distillation of rum. The dough then undergoes the well-known process called kneading. The yeast produces fermentation, a process which may be thus described: the dough reacting upon the leavening matter introduced, the starch of the flour is transformed into saccharine matter. The saccharine matter being afterwards changed into alcohol and carbonic acid. The dough must be well bound, and yet allow the escape of the little bubbles of carbonic acid which accompany the fermentation, and which, in their passage, cause the numerous little holes which are seen in light bread. 1676. The yeast must be good and fresh, if the bread is to be digestible and nice. Stale yeast produces, instead of vinous fermentation, an acetous fermentation, which flavors the bread and makes it disagreeable. A poor thin yeast produces an imperfect fermentation, the result being a heavy unwholesome loaf. 1677, when the dough is well kneaded, it is left to stand for some time, and then, as soon as it begins to swell, it is divided into loaves. After which it is again left to stand, when it once more swells up, and manifests, for the last time, the symptoms of fermentation. It is then put into the oven, where the water contained in the dough is partly evaporated, and the loaves swell up again, while a yellow crust begins to form upon the surface. When the bread is sufficiently baked, the bottom crust is hard and resonant if struck with the finger, while the crumb is elastic, and rises again after being pressed down with the finger. The bread is, in all probability, baked sufficiently if, on opening the door of the oven, you are met by a cloud of steam which quickly passes away. 1678, one word as to the unwholesomeness of new bread and hot rolls. When bread is taken out of the oven, it is full of moisture. The starch is held together in masses, and the bread, instead of being crusted so as to expose each grain of starch to the saliva, actually prevents their digestion by being formed by the teeth into leathery poreless masses, which lie on the stomach like so many bullets. Bread should always be at least a day old before it is eaten, and, if properly made, and kept in a cool dry place, ought to be perfectly soft and palatable at the end of 3 or 4 days. Hot rolls, swimming in melted butter, and new bread, ought to be carefully shunned by everybody who has the slightest respect for that much injured individual, the stomach. 1679, Aerated bread. It is not unknown to some of our readers that Dr. Douglas, of Malvern, has recently patented a process for making bread light without the use of leaven. The ordinary process of bread making by fermentation is tedious, and much labor of human hands is requisite in the kneading, in order that the dough may be thoroughly interpenetrated with the leaven. The new process impregnates the bread, by the application of machinery, with carbonic acid gas, or fixed air. Different opinions are expressed about the bread. But it is curious to note, that, as corn is now reaped by machinery, and dough is baked by machinery, the whole process of bread making is probably in course of undergoing changes which will emancipate both the housewife and the professional baker from a large amount of labor. 1680, in the production of aerated bread, wheaten flour, water, salt, and carbonic acid gas, generated by proper machinery, are the only materials employed. We need not inform our readers that carbonic acid gas is the source of the effervescence, whether in common water coming from a depth, or in lemonade, or any aerated drink. Its action, in the new bread, takes the place of fermentation in the old. 1681, in the patent process, the dough is mixed in a great iron ball, inside which is a system of paddles, perpetually turning, and doing the kneading part of the business. Into this globe the flour is dropped till it is full, and then the common atmospheric air is pumped out, and the pure gas turned on. The gas is followed by the water, which has been aerated for the purpose, and then begins the churning or kneading part of the business. 1682, of course, it is not long before we have the dough, and very light and nice it looks. This is caught in tins, and passed on to the floor of the oven, which is an endless floor, moving slowly through the fire. Done to a turn, the loaves emerge at the other end of the apartment, and the aerated bread is made. 1683. It may be added, that it is a good plan to change one's baker from time to time, and so secure a change in the quality of the bread that is eaten. 1684, Mixed breads. Rye bread is hard of digestion, and requires longer and slower baking than wheaten bread. It is better when made with leaven of wheaten flour rather than yeast, and turns out lighter. It should not be eaten till 2 days old. It will keep a long time. 1685, a good bread may be made by mixing rye flour, wheat flour, and rice paste in equal proportions, also by mixing rye, wheat, and barley. In Norway, it is said that they only bake their barley broad once a year, such is its keeping quality. 1686, Indian corn flour mixed with wheat flour, half with half, makes a nice bread. But it is not considered very digestible, though it keeps well. 1687, rice cannot be made into bread, nor can potatoes, but 1/3 potato flour to 3/4 wheaten flour makes a tolerably good loaf. 1688. A very good bread, better than the ordinary sort, and of a delicious flavor, is said to be produced by adopting the following recipe: take 10 parts of wheat flour, 5 parts of potato flour, 1 part of rice paste. Knead together, add the yeast, and bake as usual. This is, of course, cheaper than wheaten bread. 1689. Flour, when freshly ground, is too glutinous to make good bread, and should therefore not be used immediately, but should be kept dry for a few weeks, and stirred occasionally, until it becomes dry, and crumbles easily between the fingers. 1690. Flour should be perfectly dry before being used for bread or cakes. If at all damp, the preparation is sure to be heavy. Before mixing it with the other ingredients, it is a good plan to place it for an hour or two before the fire, until it feels warm and dry. 1691. Yeast from home-brewed beer is generally preferred to any other. It is very bitter, and, on that account, should be well washed, and put away until the thick mass settles. If it still continues bitter, the process should be repeated. And, before being used, all the water floating at the top must be poured off. German yeast is now very much used, and should be moistened, and thoroughly mixed with the milk or water with which the bread is to be made. 1692. The following observations are extracted from a valuable work on bread making, footnote, The English Bread Book. By Eliza Acton. London, Longman, and will be found very useful to our readers. 1693. The first thing required for making wholesome bread is the utmost cleanliness, the next is the soundness and sweetness of all the ingredients used for it. And, in addition to these, there must be attention and care through the whole process. 1694. An almost certain way of spoiling dough is to leave it half-made, and to allow it to become cold before it is finished. The other most common causes of failure are using yeast which is no longer sweet, or which has been frozen, or has had hot liquid poured over it. 1695. Too small a proportion of yeast, or insufficient time allowed for the dough to rise, will cause the bread to be heavy. 1696. Heavy bread will also most likely be the result of making the dough very hard, and letting it become quite cold, particularly in winter. 1697. If either the sponge or the dough be permitted to overwork itself, that is to say, if the mixing needing be neglected when it has reached the proper point for either, sour bread will probably be the consequence in warm weather. And bad bread in any. The goodness will also be endangered by placing it so near a fire as to make any part of it hot, instead of maintaining the gentle and equal degree of heat required for its due fermentation. 1698. Milk or butter. Milk which is not perfectly sweet will not only injure the flavor of the bread, but, in sultry weather, will often cause it to be quite uneatable, yet either of them, if fresh and good, will materially improve its quality. 1699. To keep bread sweet and fresh, as soon as it is cold it should be put into a clean earthen pan, with a cover to it. This pan should be placed at a little distance from the ground, to allow a current of air to pass underneath. Some persons prefer keeping bread on clean wooden shelves, without being covered, that the crust may not soften. Stale bread may be freshened by warming it through in a gentle oven. Stale pastry, cakes, and may also be improved by this method. 1700. The utensils required for making bread, on a moderate scale, are a kneading trough or pan, sufficiently large that the dough may be kneaded freely without throwing the flour over the edges, and also to allow for its rising. A hair sieve for straining yeast, and 1 or 2 strong spoons. 1701. Yeast must always be good of its kind, and in a fitting state to produce ready and proper fermentation. Yeast of strong beer or ale produces more effect than that of milder kinds, and the fresher the yeast, the smaller the quantity will be required to raise the dough. 1702. As a general rule, the oven for baking bread should be rather quick, and the heat so regulated as to penetrate the dough without hardening the outside. The oven door should not be opened after the bread is put in until the dough is set, or has become firm, as the cool air admitted will have an unfavorable effect on it. 1703. Brick ovens are generally considered the best adapted for baking bread, these should be heated with wood faggots, and then swept and mopped out, to cleanse them for the reception of the bread. Iron ovens are more difficult to manage, being apt to burn the surface of the bread before the middle is baked. To remedy this, a few clean bricks should be set at the bottom of the oven, close together, to receive the tins of bread. In many modern stoves the ovens are so much improved that they bake admirably, and they can always be brought to the required temperature, when it is higher than is needed, by leaving the door open for a time. A few hints respecting the making and baking of cakes. 1704, eggs should always be broken into a cup, the whites and yolks separated, and they should always be strained. Breaking the eggs thus, the bad ones may be easily rejected without spoiling the others, and so cause no waste. As eggs are used instead of yeast, they should be very thoroughly whisked. They are generally sufficiently beaten when thick enough to carry the drop that falls from the whisk. 1705, loaf sugar should be well pounded, and then sifted through a fine sieve. 1706. Currants should be nicely washed, picked, dried in a cloth, and then carefully examined, that no pieces of grit or stone may be left amongst them. They should then be laid on a dish before the fire, to become thoroughly dry. As, if added damp to the other ingredients, cakes will be liable to be heavy. 1707, good butter should always be used in the manufacture of cakes, and if beaten to a cream, it saves much time and labor to warm, but not melt, it before beating. 1708, less butter and eggs are required for cakes when yeast is mixed with the other ingredients. 1709, the heat of the oven is of great importance, especially for large cakes. If the heat be not tolerably fierce, the batter will not rise. If the oven is too quick, and there is any danger of the cake burning or catching, put a sheet of clean paper over the top. Newspaper, or paper that has been printed on, should never be used for this purpose. 1710. To know when a cake is sufficiently baked, plunge a clean knife into the middle of it, draw it quickly out, and if it looks in the least sticky, put the cake back, and close the oven door until the cake is done. 1711. Cakes should be kept in closed tin canisters or jars, and in a dry place. Those made with yeast do not keep so long as those made without it. Biscuits. 1712. Since the establishment of the large modern biscuit manufactories, biscuits have been produced both cheap and wholesome, in, comparatively speaking, endless variety. Their actual component parts are, perhaps, known only to the various makers. But there are several kinds of biscuits which have long been in use, that may here be advantageously described. 1713, biscuits belong to the class of unfermented bread, and are, perhaps, the most wholesome of that class. In cases where fermented bread does not agree with the human stomach, they may be recommended. In many instances they are considered lighter, and less liable to create acidity and flatulence. The name is derived from the French biscuit, twice baked, because, originally, that was the mode of entirely depriving them of all moisture, to ensure their keeping, but, although that process is no longer employed, the name is retained. The use of this kind of bread on land is pretty general, and some varieties are luxuries, but, at sea, biscuits are articles of the first necessity. 1714. SEA, or ship biscuits, are made of wheat flour from which only the coarsest bran has been separated. The dough is made up as stiff as it can be worked, and is then formed into shapes, and baked in an oven. After which, the biscuits are exposed in lofts over the oven until perfectly dry, to prevent them from becoming moldy when stored. 1715, Captain's biscuits are made in a similar manner, only of fine flour. Recipes. Chapter 35. To make yeast for bread. Ingredients. 1½ ounces of hops, 3 quarts of water, 1 pound of bruised malt, 1/2 pint of yeast. Mode.